On December 21, 2012, the day marking the end of the ancient Mayan calendar and the foretold apocalypse, scarcely anyone cared, as nearly all continued their lives unchanged. At 5:55 a.m. Beijing time in Shanxi's Igua, at a private coal mine, 15 laboring miners were diligently extracting coal. Unbeknownst to them, Pandora's box was about to be unleashed by their own hands. As a miner's pickaxe struck the mine wall, a crisp ding resonated, and a thin layer of coal crumbled to the ground, the tool landing upon a dull, yellowish mineral. "Come and see what is this," one miner inquired, while another replied, "It appears to be amber, yet its color is not as deep as expected." With intermittent crackling sounds, as the miners conversed in hushed tones, examining the fragmented mineral, fissures began to proliferate along its surface. Suddenly, a sharp cracking echoed as objects shattered, followed by a torrent of air bursting through the mine, anguished cries mingling with the thuds of falling debris, until within seconds the entire mine collapsed. It turned out that the mysterious mineral was not solid. Within it, an unknown gas had been compressed by mysterious means. The impact of the pickaxe had damaged its integrity, much like a pressure cooker releasing its valve, causing the gas to spew out with such force that it pierced the bodies of several miners like arrows. Soon after, the entire mineral shattered into fragments, bringing down the mine along with it, while the released gas seamlessly merged into the surrounding air. Subsequently, after the private mine owner compensated the relatives of the trapped miners, the incident was quietly swept under the rug. Thus, the affair appeared to have come to an end. At 5:45 a.m. Beijing time on December 21, 2017, in an underground research facility located 850 meters beneath Shanghai People's Square, a young man was just rising from his bed. A major's uniform hung on the wall, his name badge pinned to the chest. On it was written his name, Situ Zheng. For Situ Zheng, waking at this hour had long become part of his biological clock. As soon as the hands of the clock reached this exact time, no matter what he had done the previous day or when he had gone to sleep, his eyes would open right on cue. Situ Zheng climbed out of bed and spent 10 minutes washing up. Then he put on the military uniform hanging on the wall, smoothed his slightly disheveled, almost decadent hairstyle in front of the mirror, casually threw a researcher's white lab coat over his shoulders, and stepped out of his room. As he stepped out of the room, the minute hand of the clock aligned precisely with 6 o'clock Beijing time. At the very moment he crossed the threshold, instead of the usual greeting from the sentry on duty, sharp whooshes of air from both his left and right flanks rushed into his ears, the sound of something moving rapidly toward him. An attack. Though he had not yet seen their movements, Situ Zheng had already deduced their actions from the sound of the air. A close-range pounce with no room for feints or changes. Where had the guard soldiers gone? How to respond? Long stride drop, low sweeping kick. The instant the thought flashed through his mind, his right leg drove forward in a powerful step, his body pitching ahead as his center of gravity sank. His body shot forward in a sudden burst as he drew back his left leg. As the left leg retracted, the right leg that had stepped out became his pivot. His body spun a swift 180 degrees in place, and his just withdrawn left leg lashed out in a horizontal sweep. He sent the two assailants crashing to the ground. Peng Jin, Wang Huaxin, why are their eyes blood red? Even as he swept them down, Situ Zheng's eyes had already flicked rapidly across their faces. He recognized them as the very soldiers assigned to guard the door of his room. At that moment, the rows of warning lights along the ceiling of the corridor burst into flashing red, and a concealed speaker crackled to life with an electronic synthesized voice warning. Warning. The research facility has been breached. Initiating lockdown procedures. Warning. Warning. The research facility has been breached. Initiating lockdown procedures. Breached. No classification. The computer can't determine what has infiltrated. And what on earth is wrong with these two? In their eyes there was nothing but a ravenous desire to kill. While Situ Zheng was thinking, he took a small step back, moving away from the two he had knocked down. Yet the pair, like rabid dogs, were desperately trying to scramble to their feet, and half crawling along the floor, dragged themselves toward him. Situ Zheng retreated another step, his hand slipping inside his clothes to draw the pistol he always carried. He flicked off the safety. Peng Jin, Wang Huaxin, put your hands on your heads and squat by the wall at once, or I will execute you on the spot. 2 gunshots cracked out. Seeing Peng Jin and Wang Huaxin ignore his warning completely, Situ Zheng did not hesitate in the least. He fired, killing them where they lay. At such close range, his bullets struck cleanly into their skulls. Quick gunshots. They came from Director Situ's quarters. A man's shout echoed down the corridor. From the voice, Situ Zheng recognized you, the company commander in charge of the facility's security. Soon Company Commander Yu appeared in Situ Zheng's line of sight, accompanied by 5 soldiers. Company Commander Yu halted and snapped to attention, giving Situ Zheng a standard military salute. Reporting director, personnel within the facility have suddenly gone mad and begun tearing at and biting any living person nearby. Only destroying their brains can stop their movements. Awaiting your orders. Search for survivors. Start from the living quarters. If you encounter those things, shoot to kill. Situ Zheng issued his command in an icy tone. At this moment, everyone in the research facility beneath the People's Square gathered once again in the main control room. Situ Zheng spoke to the satellite image, saying, "Everyone look, the zombies in this area suddenly turned into harmless skeletons not long ago. With this situation, a huge gap has appeared in the encirclement of the zombies. If we can rush through this gap and reach the Huangpu River ferry, we can find a boat and leave Shanghai, an area densely populated with zombies, by sailing upstream. But I still say our actions must be swift. Otherwise, sailing at night will be difficult and the zombies from other areas will gradually cover this blank space." I have heard that Director C2 is an unconventional and adventure-loving person. Initially, I didn't quite believe it, but seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Deputy Director Jiang said with a sardonic tone, "Since the zombies in this area have turned into skeletons, the other zombies will eventually become skeletons too. We are safe here, so why risk our lives against the surrounding zombies?" Deputy Director Jiang, your shallow understanding truly pains me. Do you think these zombies naturally turn into skeletons? C2 Zheng replied disdainfully with a tone full of sarcasm, or does your master believe your loyalty is insufficient and did not inform you about that 1 in a million probability? Are you saying there is that? Deputy Director Jiang did not take C2 Zheng's sarcasm to heart and instead excitedly replied with a flushed face. Now does Deputy Director Jiang have any objections? None. Everyone move quickly, we need to prepare to leave here and Shanghai. Others seemed to sense the riddle-like dialogue between the two, but did not know what they were actually discussing. However, they knew that these two antagonistic rivals suddenly reached a consensus due to something that appeared in this blank area, or rather something deeply attracted them. Since C2 Zheng had previously asked everyone to be ready for immediate evacuation, there was not much delay. 2 armored personnel carriers were prepared. C2 Zheng, along with Captain Yu and 4 soldiers plus Chef Zhang Jingmin, boarded the first personnel carrier, while Deputy Director Jiang and the remaining 4 soldiers, along with another surviving researcher, boarded the second personnel carrier. The other space in both vehicles was filled with weapons and fuel. As they drove onto the lift platform, the elevator immediately began to operate. Soon the elevator stopped, and in front of the personnel carrier was a thick concrete wall. After C2 Zheng pressed a series of commands on his laptop, the concrete wall surprisingly began to rise, revealing the underground parking lot of the People's Square. At this time, the power outside had been cut off. Aside from the occasional moans from the zombies and the whistling of the wind blowing through the buildings, it was eerily silent outside. Although the sound of the moving concrete wall was not very loud, it attracted the attention of several zombies. Soon the roar of the personnel carrier's engine drew the zombies from further away. From the satellite surveillance on his laptop, C2 Zheng could see that a large area of zombies was coming towards them. Damn it, they clearly have keen hearing. Why do they seem to have poor hearing on the video? Could it be that the surrounding noise affected their hearing? While contemplating, C2 Zheng did not forget to issue a loud command: depart according to the planned route, move quickly, or we will be surrounded. Amidst the roar of the engines, the 2 armored personnel carriers rushed out like wild horses. Although a few cars and some zombies blocked their way, how could 15-ton personnel carriers be stopped by a few cars? Those cars and zombies were easily knocked aside by the armored vehicles, not affecting the operation of the personnel carriers at all. Soon the 2 personnel carriers drove onto the highway one after the other. On the highway with ample light, they did not crash recklessly like in the underground parking garage. They tried to avoid obstacles or selectively hit some, ensuring that the vehicles could operate without too much hindrance. Meanwhile, the soldiers inside began using the mounted machine guns to shoot down the zombies trying to approach the front of the vehicles. After all, even armored vehicles can skid if they crush too many zombies. After driving about 3 kilometers, they encountered trouble. The road ahead was completely blocked by various vehicles, and even several cars were haphazardly overturned on the sidewalk. C2 Zheng noticed a shopping center nearby and got an idea. He said to the soldier in charge of driving, "Quick, drive through the shopping center." The soldier complied and turned the steering wheel. The personnel carrier, resembling a giant beast, roared as it charged towards the side of the shopping center. The glass doors of the shopping center shattered upon impact, and the 15-ton personnel carrier crushed the marble floor along with the zombies blocking its path. C2 Zheng, you are becoming increasingly reckless, came Deputy Director Jiang's furious shout from the intercom. Jiang, when I don't have time to waste talking to you. There is only one road, and you can choose not to take it. At this moment, C2 Zheng put away his amiable demeanor, carefully observing the satellite image on his laptop, contemplating a viable route, and replied without turning back. Sitting in the second personnel carrier, Jiang was momentarily stunned by this retort. In this brief time, the personnel carrier C2 Zheng was in had already crashed out from the other side of the shopping center, and Jiang realized he was about to lose them. He quickly shouted to the soldier, driving, "Hurry, catch up with them." In a frenzied rush under C2 Zheng's command, the personnel carrier even forcibly broke through two walls, crushing greenery and knocking down countless trees, yet it still had to come to a stop. The road was completely blocked by countless cars, leaving no space to squeeze through. The surrounding buildings were all tall concrete structures, and the personnel carrier was unlikely to crash through such walls. Fortunately, they were not far from the blank area of the zombies, and the originally dense zombies gradually dispersed as they found other spaces to move. Bring the weaponry and materials. We will go on foot, C2 Zheng decisively ordered. Upon hearing C2 Zheng's command, the people in the first vehicle immediately became busy quickly grabbing their gear to disembark. The people in the second vehicle turned their attention to Zhang 1, and this small team of 13 had subtly divided into two factions. C2 Zheng, it's too dangerous to move among the zombies without armored vehicles. Then you stay in the vehicle and watch the zombies, C2 Zheng replied, putting down the intercom and turning to Captain Yu. Let's go. Damn, we are getting out of the vehicle too. The two groups disembarked one after the other. C2 Zheng seemed to have calculated that Jiang Wen would definitely follow, so he did not immediately leave with Captain Yu and the others. After Jiang Wen got out of the vehicle, he quickly joined C2 Zheng's group. Although their opinions were not unified, this was not the time for division. The 13 of them formed a small circle. Those without combat experience, including C2 Zheng, held handguns while carrying important research materials and a large quantity of ammunition in the middle, with 5 soldiers leading the way in front and 2 on each side and behind. As for those behind, the zombies that could only move stiffly were not considered. The next few minutes felt like an eternity for Huang Lei, not due to worries about his career, but because he had yet to receive any response from his superiors. The communication system used for emergency contact across military districts was completely unresponsive, the only explanation being that all major military districts were temporarily engulfed in chaos and unable to communicate. Perhaps this was the greatest crisis since the founding of the nation. Just as he was pondering this, his specially made satellite phone suddenly connected, and a familiar yet authoritative voice came through. This is Ouyang Zhenghua. The situation is urgent. Colonel Huang Lei, immediately report your unit's combat losses. It's actually the chairman of the military commission, Ouyang Zhenghua. Huang Lei, who initially thought it was impressive to contact the military district commander, was startled, but he did not pause in his speech, quickly responding, report chairman, my unit has suffered 2/3 casualties, but the main command system remains unaffected, and there has been no loss of equipment. We still maintain half our combat power. I am now assigning you a special mission. Lead your troops to Shanghai immediately. Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. At this moment, 9 soldiers were protecting a young man aged around 27 or 28 as they sprinted down a corridor 850 meters underground in Shanghai People's Square. Rows of warning lights above them flashed, emitting piercing red lights, while a mechanical electronic synthesized voice incessantly echoed in their ears, warning. Warning. The Research Institute has been breached. Initiate lockdown procedures. Warning. Warning. The Research Institute has been breached. Initiate lockdown procedures. Suddenly, a figure in a white lab coat emerged from around the corner, but the blood-red eyes he possessed sent chills down their spines. Without a moment's hesitation, the lead soldier raised his machine gun and fired a precise shot, instantly exploding the head of the researcher, who collapsed limply. 92. Despite appearing breathless, the young man, protected by the soldiers, still managed to spit out this number. Hearing this number, the surrounding soldiers felt a sharp pang in their hearts. The Underground Research Institute, which had originally housed 145 people, including 15 researchers, 30 other personnel, and 100 guard soldiers, had now lost another survivor. Despite this, their actions showed no signs of slowing down as they quickly entered one room after another. With several gunshots, the number became 126. The only consolation was that the team's numbers had increased to 13. Director Situ, the living quarters have been completely searched. All right, you all take 3 people to the control room, you take the others to the armory, and make sure to gather sufficient weapons. We need to leave Shanghai within 10 hours. Yes. After selecting 3 soldiers, he immediately led the remaining personnel down another corridor. Watching the squad leader lead the other 8 disappear at the end of the corridor, the young man shook his head and moved forward. Let's go, time is short, the remaining 6 should be on our side. Upon hearing the young man's words, the 3 soldiers felt a sharp pang in their hearts. They also recalled that the 6 responsible for guarding the control room were just that number. Now that such a significant incident had occurred at the Research Institute, yet the control room showed no signs of response, the fate of those inside was all but certain. A group of 4 arrived at the control room door, and 2 soldiers took positions on either side, fingers poised on the triggers. The young man, referred to as Director Situ, used a specialized identity card along with iris and fingerprint recognition, as well as a password, to finally unlock the control room door. As the control room door slowly opened, one soldier quickly slipped inside, ready to shoot. However, the scene inside left them frozen in place. They saw 5 charred, carbonized corpses lying atop another body that was gnawed and dismembered, their terrified expressions contrasting starkly with the blood-soaked faces. Although the sight before them was both horrifying and strange, one soldier still stepped forward and shot each of the corpses in the forehead. However, he only fired 2 shots in total because the charred corpses shattered into a pile of charcoal upon the impact of the bullets. Thinking of how this pile of ashes had been their comrades just half an hour ago, the 3 soldiers could not bear to look any longer and turned their faces away. Yet the young man glanced thoughtfully at the scene before quickly taking his seat at the console and began entering commands at a rapid pace. Alarm deactivated. All departments, please return to your posts. Before long, the incessant electronic alarm finally ceased. You please finish collecting the weapons as soon as possible and bring everyone to the control room. The 9 people organizing equipment in the armory quickened their pace upon hearing Director Citus' message over the loudspeaker. 20 minutes later, all 13 survivors from the Research Institute had gathered in the control room. Although it seemed safe now, Captain, you still assigned 2 soldiers to stand guard at the door, while the other 6 organized the equipment taken from the armory. The remaining individuals gathered around the young man seated at the control panel. All right, we currently have 9 combat personnel and 4 non-combat personnel. Now let's all put down what we are doing and watch this video. As the young man spoke, he noticed the soldiers organizing weapons and standing guard gathering around, so he turned to press a button on the console, and the screen immediately displayed a chilling scene. Having worked in this secret underground research institute for several years, he could immediately tell that this was footage from a surveillance camera monitoring the surface, and upon glancing at the timestamp below it read 5:59. The footage showed a large portion of the people exercising in the square, standing strangely still, as if asleep. Then in the next moment, these standing individuals suddenly opened their eyes wide and screamed, lunging at nearby exercisers. Instantly, chaos erupted, and even the vehicles on the road were thrown into disarray. The scene then shifted to the interior of the Research Institute, where individuals who had been resting in the dining room and hallway suddenly surged forward, attacking those nearby, and the timestamp displayed was consistently 6 o'clock. This is essentially the situation, those things that appeared. Should we name them? Let's call them walking corpses. A vast number of humans suddenly turned into walking corpses at the same time. We must leave Shanghai before dark and head towards Nanjing to meet the reinforcements. Director Situ, since you say there are troops rushing from Nanjing to rescue us, why should we take the risk of going out? Wouldn't it be safer to wait here for the troops? Also, how extensive is this transformation of humans into walking corpses? The speaker was a middle-aged man who appeared to be around 60, though slightly chubby with only a hint of gray hair, clearly well-groomed, and his voice was loud and resonant. The young man glanced at him and replied, the range is global. I accessed the defense surveillance systems of countries like the UK, France, and the USA, and they are also in disarray. Moreover, the number of humans who have turned into walking corpses is estimated to account for about 90 of the global population, and those bitten by the walking corpses will also transform. Shanghai's resident population exceeds 20 million. I don't believe the troops can reach the city center to save us. As for why we need to leave before dark, the reason is simple. The power supply from the power plant will only last for a maximum of 2 hours without staff, meaning that once night falls we will lose all illumination. Even though the Underground Research Institute can operate without any external support for 3 months, what happens after 3 months? I do not want to suffocate down here. What about you, Deputy Director Jiang? The young man deliberately emphasized the word deputy. Situ Zheng, do not be too overbearing. I will definitely report you to the chairman for connecting the Research Institute's intranet to foreign networks without authorization. If any confidential information is leaked due to your actions, you will be guilty of treason. The middle-aged man known as Deputy Director Jiang roared fiercely, as if he had been stepped on the tail. Situ Zheng cast a disdainful glance at him and said, Deputy Director Jiang, I heard you just had your 4th heart bypass surgery. If you plan to report me, it would be better not to lose your temper so much. What if a blood vessel bursts? We might end up with another corpse in the Research Institute. Let's not waste time. Let's discuss the route out of the city instead. As he spoke, he quickly typed a series of commands on the control panel. The original display on the screen suddenly vanished and transformed into real-time satellite imagery, which was rapidly zoomed in, focusing on the area near the People's Square. The once bustling and vibrant square had turned into a hellish scene. Countless corpses wandered aimlessly on the streets, some clustered together as if tearing at something, while various vehicles lay crashed haphazardly on the roads. Everyone frowned at the sight. The number of corpses on the streets was extraordinarily high, and the traffic conditions were extremely poor. Only Deputy Director Jiang continued to mutter under his breath, damn it, the intranet is connected to the external network. What do you think, Captain Yu? Is there any possibility of a breakout? Situ Zheng also frowned at the sight of so many corpses around him and turned to inquire with Captain Yu, who was beside him. Captain Yu leaned closer to the large screen, carefully observing the distribution of corpses and the road conditions. Then he moved the screen to look further away, and with time passing, his brow gradually furrowed into a knot. After about 5 minutes, he finally spoke. It's difficult, very difficult. The density of corpses here is relatively low, but as we get closer to the suburbs, the density increases and the road conditions worsen. With our research institute's armored vehicles, we can force our way through a path nearby, but further out, due to the morning rush hour of citizens commuting from the city center, the roads are completely jammed and impassable. As he spoke, Captain Yes' voice lowered, and the atmosphere in the small control room became exceptionally oppressive. Can we go through the sewers? A voice suddenly rang out from the corner. Situ Zheng turned his head to look at the source of the voice. It was Zhang Jingmin, the chef at the research institute. When the disaster struck, it happened to be his shift. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly hid in the freezer and escaped unharmed. You watch too many Western TV shows. The sewers in Shanghai are not like those in Europe and America. They are not passable for people. Situ Zheng shook his head, dismissing his suggestion. By the way, Captain, can we locate the reinforcements coming from Nanjing using the satellite? Hearing Situ Zheng's words, everyone instantly became more alert. That's right, there are reinforcements. If the troops can coordinate, we might actually break through a gap and rush out. Zhang Zhengmin exclaimed excitedly. They'll give it a try, Captain Yu said as he bent down to operate the control panel. However, despite that, Captain Yu was not optimistic about the reinforcements from Nanjing. After all, the disaster was so severe, and there was the previous example of the complete annihilation of the Shanghai garrison. After about 10 minutes, Captain Yu found the reinforcements from Nanjing on the satellite image. The reinforcement team consists of only about 500 people, although they carry a large number of heavy weapons. However, it is nearly impossible to break through the corpse blockade around Shanghai. Hearing Captain Yes' words, everyone's spirits sank. Captain Yu was a top student from the National University of Defense Technology, and his judgment was generally reliable. Am I Situ Zheng going to die a cowardly death underground? No. Even if I die, I must do something for those who are still alive. Thinking of this, Situ Zheng stood up from his position and said, Look at the way you all are acting. You have no semblance of being public servants. Don't you understand the importance of our research institute? Besides, if the resources within the institute are used sparingly, they could last for a year or a year and a half. By then, the country might have the capability to counterattack. The country will not abandon us. What we need to do now is to organize everything waiting for rescue and relocation. Everyone get moving. Gather the research materials, ammunition, and weapons, and prepare for immediate evacuation. After sending everyone away, Situ Zheng returned to the control panel and quickly began watching video recordings from various locations, noting down every detail he observed. He knew these might save his life in a critical moment, and even if he was destined to die in the research institute, he wanted to do something for those who were still alive. It seems the corpse's mobility is not high, perhaps due to their stiff joints. They can only walk. Their vision seems poor, and their hearing isn't great. Do they locate targets by smell? Why do they attack humans? Is it merely an instinct to feed? It seems that older or very young individuals are more likely to turn into corpses. Could it be due to their lower resistance? Only head injuries can be fatal. Or should I say only destroying the brain can be lethal. Even if the spine is broken, the head still retains vitality. What a terrifying vitality. Those killed by corpses also turn into corpses. Is it because they die and become corpses, or is it due to being injured by the corpses? And then, thinking of this, Situ Zheng turned his head to look at the corner of the control room at the corpse and the pile of ashes. At this moment, the image displayed on the screen was precisely that of the control room at the time. The 5 people in the control room suddenly turned into corpses and attacked the 6th person, and then these 6 left the monitoring range. What exactly happened among these 6? No, more accurately, what happened to the 6th person who did not turn into a corpse? Could it be that? If that's the case, it would be a great pity. What is this? As Situ Zheng pondered, an astonishing scene appeared on the satellite image. A large area of corpses had vanished. Everyone come to the control room. Situ Zheng couldn't help but feel excited. His keen instincts told him this might be his only chance for survival. In an orphanage near the Bund in Shanghai, a middle-aged woman, slightly plump and around 40 years old, cradled a little girl of about 6 in her arms. Although the girl had tears in her eyes, she whispered, "You don't be afraid. Everything will be all right." The little girl looked up at her with bright, shining eyes, raised her hand to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and said, "Aunt Lu, don't cry. You isn't afraid. Help will come soon." Aunt Lu could only muster a bitter smile. Yu's parents had abandoned her at the hospital, and according to the nurses, she was born in February, hence everyone at the orphanage called her Yu. Yu was quite an eccentric child in the orphanage. Despite this, everyone loved her. The reason for her eccentricity was that her intellect seemed far too mature for her age. While other children played and laughed, she would quietly read and write by herself, never causing trouble like other kids. Instead, she helped the caregivers with the younger children. This made everyone both pity and adore her. Just like now, the person who wanted to comfort her ended up being comforted by this little girl. Aunt Lu couldn't help but recall the recent nightmare-like scene. She had been busy in the kitchen with Erue, who was helping her prepare breakfast, when suddenly screams of terror echoed from outside the door. Hearing the screams, she opened the door to look outside, only to see another caregiver from the orphanage being knocked to the ground by several children, who then pounced on her, biting and tearing at her, blood flying everywhere. In her panic, she accidentally bumped into a plate on the table, and the sound of it shattering on the floor caught the attention of those children. They looked up at her with their small blood-red eyes, and then got up to approach her. She felt a chill run through her body, completely devoid of strength. At that moment, Erue pulled at her and said, "Aunt, run." Finally regaining her senses, she grabbed Erue and hid in the storeroom, locking the door tightly behind them. As she thought of this, she couldn't help but glance at the little girl in her arms. They had been hiding here for some time. Due to the rush of entering and having taken off her watch while cooking, she had lost track of time. In such a situation, the concept of time had completely slipped away. Although the screams at the door had ceased quickly, the ensuing silence was unsettling. Just then, the fluorescent lights in the storeroom suddenly went out, plunging the space into darkness. Aunt Liu's hard-won calmness turned to anxiety. She held Erue tighter with one arm, while with the other she groped in the dark for the switch. She pressed it, but there was no response. Aunt Lu became increasingly anxious, pressing the switch repeatedly with growing force until she was almost pounding on the wall and the switch. Suddenly, her other hand was grasped by a pair of soft little hands. "Aunt Lu, it's okay. It's just a power outage. It will be all right." Aunt Lu finally calmed down, gently cradling the child's face with her hand and saying, "I'm sorry. Aunt was too anxious. You're right, we will be fine." Just then, loud banging noises echoed from outside the storeroom door. The sounds created by Aunt Liu's desperate pounding had attracted the attention of those ghouls, who gathered at the door and began to crash against it. The wooden door clearly lacked the sturdiness required, creaking and groaning under the repeated assaults of the ghouls. The sound of wood splintering clearly reached the two of them, and suddenly a moderately sized hole was smashed into the door, through which a small blood-soaked hand reached out. At that moment, Aunt Liu's frayed nerves finally reached their breaking point. She suddenly stood up without caring for her impulsive action, causing Erue, who had been cradled in her arms, to fall heavily to the ground. She rushed to the door and flung it open, charging outside like a madwoman. Her speed and strength were nothing like that of a woman in her 40s. The ghouls at the door couldn't hold her back, but unfortunately the ghouls outside were not limited to those at the door. She hadn't run far before being surrounded by more ghouls and was brought down to the ground. As the ghouls began to gnaw at her, heart-wrenching screams erupted from her mouth until they gradually faded away. Erue was suddenly jolted from being thrown hard to the ground, momentarily dazed. It wasn't until she heard Aunt Liu's scream that she came back to her senses. Clutching her sore shoulder, she remained silent, gently shifting her body in an attempt to hide in a darker corner. But contrary to her expectations, those ghouls seemed better suited to see in the dark. The ones that had failed to catch Aunt Lu now closed in on Erue. The storeroom was small, and soon Erue was pushed into a corner by those ghouls with no way to retreat behind her. At that moment, she finally showed a childish side, curling up in the corner, hugging her head tightly, and crying out loud, "No, don't. Stay away. Daddy. Mommy." Yet Erue's cries could not halt the advance of the ghouls. Instead, they provoked them, drawing more ghouls towards her position. "No." Just as the nearest ghoul opened its bloodied maw to bite Erue, without warning, all the ghouls around her stopped moving, their flesh and skin peeling away into dust, and the entire ghoul collapsed into a pile of bones. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with not a sound to be heard. The anticipated pain from being bitten did not come. Erue slowly opened her slightly swollen, tear-stained eyes, staring blankly at the scattered bones around her. What just happened? Although unable to comprehend what had transpired, Erue quickly stood up, avoiding the bones scattered on the ground, and ran towards the exit. At that moment, all she wanted was to escape this terrifying place. She dashed out of the orphanage where she had lived for nearly 6 years, and onto the street, only to find the road was strewn with scattered bones and bloodstains, just like inside the orphanage. What on earth happened to this world? Surely not everyone has turned to skeletons. What should I do? There must be others, there must be. Although Erue had been perceptive since childhood, she was still just a child under 6. Loneliness and fear began to sprout from the depths of her heart. She now just wanted to find more people to feel a little bit of safety. She ran into the opposite house, but all she found were scattered bones, not a single living person. After searching 2 houses, she finally gave up and crouched down in a corner of the street, quietly crying. At this moment, everyone in the research facility beneath the People's Square gathered once again in the main control room. C2 Zheng spoke to the satellite image, saying, "Everyone look, the zombies in this area suddenly turned into harmless skeletons not long ago. With this situation, a huge gap has appeared in the encirclement of the zombies. If we can rush through this gap and reach the Huangpu River ferry, we can find a boat and leave Shanghai, an area densely populated with zombies, by sailing upstream. But I still say our actions must be swift. Otherwise, sailing at night will be difficult and the zombies from other areas will gradually cover this blank space." I have heard that Director C2 is an unconventional and adventure-loving person. Initially, I didn't quite believe it, but seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Deputy Director Jiang said with a sardonic tone, "Since the zombies in this area have turned into skeletons, the other zombies will eventually become skeletons too. We are safe here, so why risk our lives against the surrounding zombies?" Deputy Director Jiang, your shallow understanding truly pains me. Do you think these zombies naturally turn into skeletons? C2 Zheng replied disdainfully with a tone full of sarcasm, "Or does your master believe your loyalty is insufficient and did not inform you about that 1 in a million probability? Are you saying there is that?" Deputy Director Jiang did not take C2 Zheng's sarcasm to heart and instead excitedly replied with a flushed face. "Now does Deputy Director Jiang have any objections?" None. Everyone move quickly, we need to prepare to leave here and Shanghai." Others seemed to sense the riddle-like dialogue between the two, but did not know what they were actually discussing. However, they knew that these two antagonistic rivals suddenly reached a consensus due to something that appeared in this blank area, or rather something deeply attracted them. Since C2 Zheng had previously asked everyone to be ready for immediate evacuation, there was not much delay. 2 armored personnel carriers were prepared. C2 Zheng, along with Captain Yu and 4 soldiers plus Chef Zhang Jingmin, boarded the first personnel carrier, while Deputy Director Jiang and the remaining 4 soldiers, along with another surviving researcher, boarded the second personnel carrier. The other space in both vehicles was filled with weapons and fuel. As they drove onto the lift platform, the elevator immediately began to operate. Soon the elevator stopped, and in front of the personnel carrier was a thick concrete wall. After C2 Zheng pressed a series of commands on his laptop, the concrete wall surprisingly began to rise, revealing the underground parking lot of the People's Square. At this time, the power outside had been cut off. Aside from the occasional moans from the zombies and the whistling of the wind blowing through the buildings, it was eerily silent outside. Although the sound of the moving concrete wall was not very loud, it attracted the attention of several zombies. Soon the roar of the personnel carrier's engine drew the zombies from further away. From the satellite surveillance on his laptop, C2 Zheng could see that a large area of zombies was coming towards them. Damn it, they clearly have keen hearing. Why do they seem to have poor hearing on the video? Could it be that the surrounding noise affected their hearing? While contemplating, C2 Zheng did not forget to issue a loud command: "Depart according to the planned route, move quickly, or we will be surrounded." Amidst the roar of the engines, the 2 armored personnel carriers rushed out like wild horses. Although a few cars and some zombies blocked their way, how could 15-ton personnel carriers be stopped by a few cars? Those cars and zombies were easily knocked aside by the armored vehicles, not affecting the operation of the personnel carriers at all. Soon the 2 personnel carriers drove onto the highway one after the other. On the highway with ample light, they did not crash recklessly like in the underground parking garage. They tried to avoid obstacles or selectively hit some, ensuring that the vehicles could operate without too much hindrance. Meanwhile, the soldiers inside began using the mounted machine guns to shoot down the zombies trying to approach the front of the vehicles. After all, even armored vehicles can skid if they crush too many zombies. After driving about 3 kilometers, they encountered trouble. The road ahead was completely blocked by various vehicles, and even several cars were haphazardly overturned on the sidewalk. C2 Zheng noticed a shopping center nearby and got an idea. He said to the soldier in charge of driving, "Quick, drive through the shopping center." The soldier complied and turned the steering wheel. The personnel carrier, resembling a giant beast, roared as it charged towards the side of the shopping center. The glass doors of the shopping center shattered upon impact, and the 15-ton personnel carrier crushed the marble floor along with the zombies blocking its path. "C2 Zheng, you are becoming increasingly reckless," came Deputy Director Jiang's furious shout from the intercom. "Jiang, when I don't have time to waste talking to you. There is only one road, and you can choose not to take it." At this moment, C2 Zheng put away his amiable demeanor, carefully observing the satellite image on his laptop, contemplating a viable route, and replied without turning back. Sitting in the second personnel carrier, Jiang was momentarily stunned by this retort. In this brief time, the personnel carrier C2 Zheng was in had already crashed out from the other side of the shopping center, and Jiang realized he was about to lose them. He quickly shouted to the soldier driving, "Hurry, catch up with them." In a frenzied rush under C2 Zheng's command, the personnel carrier even forcibly broke through 2 walls, crushing greenery and knocking down countless trees, yet it still had to come to a stop. The road was completely blocked by countless cars, leaving no space to squeeze through. The surrounding buildings were all tall concrete structures, and the personnel carrier was unlikely to crash through such walls. Fortunately, they were not far from the blank area of the zombies, and the originally dense zombies gradually dispersed as they found other spaces to move. Bring the weaponry and materials. We will go on foot, C2 Zheng decisively ordered. Upon hearing C2 Zheng's command, the people in the first vehicle immediately became busy quickly grabbing their gear to disembark. The people in the second vehicle turned their attention to Zheng 1, and this small team of 13 had subtly divided into two factions. C2 Zheng, it's too dangerous to move among the zombies without armored vehicles. Then you stay in the vehicle and watch the zombies, C2 Zheng replied, putting down the intercom and turning to Captain Yu. Let's go. Damn, we are getting out of the vehicle too. The two groups disembarked one after the other. C2 Zheng seemed to have calculated that Jiang Wen would definitely follow, so he did not immediately leave with Captain Yu and the others. After Jiang Wen got out of the vehicle, he quickly joined C2 Zheng's group. Although their opinions were not unified, this was not the time for division. The 13 of them formed a small circle. Those without combat experience, including C2 Zheng, held handguns, while carrying important research materials and a large quantity of ammunition in the middle, with 5 soldiers leading the way in front and 2 on each side and behind. As for those behind, the zombies that could only move stiffly were not considered. Sun Yi was originally just an ordinary shuttle bus driver, having driven for over 30 years at his workplace. His career showed no signs of improvement. It was only 2 years ago, after his daughter married the company's president, that his position was upgraded from a shuttle bus driver to a company salesperson. Yesterday, his daughter brought her 2-year-old son back to visit, and he took a few days off from work to stay home and accompany his family. At 6 a.m., he was washing up in the bathroom when a sudden loud knocking at the door startled him. Before he could gather his thoughts, the bathroom door was burst open and his daughter and wife rushed in with red eyes. At that moment, his mind went blank. When he regained his composure, he found his daughter's wife was impaled with black spikes nailed to the wall. Just as he was still in shock, the screams from outside drew his attention. He peeked out the window and saw the streets filled with people fleeing and others attacking them, biting at them from all directions. Sun Yi swore he had never encountered such a situation in his 54 years of life. He felt as if he were dreaming. As he stumbled back in fear, his hand accidentally brushed against a black spike that was embedded in his daughter's abdomen, blood coating the spike. His daughter was covered in dozens of such spikes, and her blood-red eyes, coupled with the 2 spikes protruding from her head, presented an indescribably eerie and terrifying sight. Frightened, he stepped back, but soon turned around and grasped the spike tightly, pulling it out with force, causing blood to splatter all over him. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes as he pulled out several more spikes before stopping. In the midst of his frantic efforts, a small figure crawled in. It was his 2-year-old grandson. His grandson opened his mouth wide, letting out strange cries as he climbed desperately towards him. Hearing that sound and seeing his grandson's appearance left Sun Yi stunned, and a cruel smile unexpectedly crept across his lips. He raised his foot and stomped down hard on his grandson's head, continuing until the small body was crushed into a bloody pulp only. Then did he gasp for breath, finally stopping. Then he did something utterly unexpected. He walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower head, fully clothed, allowing the water to wash away the blood on him. Ha ha ha. This world is actually quite wonderful. Sun Yi suddenly burst into mad laughter while rinsing off in the shower. The water, tainted with traces of blood, flowed into the drain, while the blood-soaked bathroom floor, just a wall away, also slowly drained away. After about an hour, Sun Yi stepped out of his home, now dressed in a new set of clothes. He carried a large bundle on his back with several spikes protruding from it. Sun Yi had studied these spikes for quite a while, but could not determine their origin. The material was something he had never seen before. Pitch black, without any sheen, harder than steel, and despite using all his strength, he could not break it, yet it was as light as plastic. Most importantly, it was extremely sharp, easily piercing through cement walls with little effort. Ever since becoming a company salesperson, Sun Yi's work had been smooth sailing. After all, in this world where personal relationships overshadowed professional skills, being the father-in-law of the company president meant that all the staff would show him plenty of respect. He no longer had to struggle like he used to, spending most of his time sitting in the office, surfing the web, playing mahjong, and watching movies. It must be said that Sun Yi was quite lucky. As he stepped out into the corridor, he did not encounter any zombies. Clearly the people here were either at work or locked inside their homes. He then arrived at the elevator and pressed the down button, thinking to himself that it wasn't an earthquake or a fire, and climbing the stairs for several floors would be exhausting. With a ding, the elevator stopped and the doors slowly opened. Inside, a figure dressed as a janitor was repeatedly banging against the elevator walls, having smeared the once shiny interior with blood. As if hearing the elevator doors open, the zombie turned to look at Sun Yi, and then lunged at him, mouth open, ready to bite. Sun Yi gripped the spike tightly in his hands, and thrust it towards the zombie's head. With a soft thud, the spike pierced through the zombie's skull, and it instantly collapsed motionless. Sun E triumphantly pulled out the spike, shaking off the blood and brain matter stuck to it, pressed the button for the first floor, and the elevator doors slowly closed before beginning to descend. When the elevator reached the 7th floor, it suddenly made a loud bang, shaking violently before coming to a halt. At the same time, the lights and exhaust fan inside the elevator stopped working. Sun E, standing in the elevator, was thrown to the ground by the sudden stop and the inertia. As he clumsily got back up, he noticed that his newly changed clothes were now stained with blood again. Damn it, why did the power have to go out? Sun E cursed while kicking the motionless zombie on the floor. When he tried to wipe his hands clean, he found they were also covered in blood, slippery and sticky, which felt unpleasant. He helplessly scrubbed his hands against his pants until they were finally clean. Given the situation, waiting for power to be restored or for someone to come to his rescue seemed unrealistic. Sun E regretted why he had chosen the convenience of the elevator. Now trapped in the dark elevator, he had to find a way to save himself. He first pulled out a flashlight from his backpack, and the dim elevator finally lit up. Then he picked up the spike that had fallen to the ground and wedged it into the gap of the elevator door, prying it open with force. Surprisingly, it opened without much effort, but unfortunately the opening faced a wall. Left with no other choice, Sun E turned his attention to the ceiling of the elevator. Years of hard work as a driver had kept his body relatively strong, and he was not overweight. Using the sharp spike in his hand, he stabbed and poked until he brought down the exhaust fan above him. Since the power was out, he was not afraid of electrocution. He grabbed the severed wires of the exhaust fan, and using the iron framework designed for support in the elevator, he finally climbed onto the top of the elevator. Shining the flashlight around, he easily spotted the outer elevator door. Although it was still a bit far, it was within reach. Not too bad of luck, Sun E thought to himself. He then bit down on the flashlight and used the spike to pry open the outer elevator door. Hearing no movement or growling from zombies in the corridor, he observed the light in the hallway, first tossing his backpack up before using all his strength to climb out. However, this time he was not so lucky. As he finally managed to climb up and peek out of the elevator door to look around, a massive skull suddenly came into view. The pale gray skull with hollow black eyes was directly facing him. Startled, Sun E lost his grip and fell down, letting out a painful yelp. After a while, he finally managed to climb back up. He angrily kicked the terrifying skull far away from him. He then discovered several more skeletons in the hallway. Confused, he walked down to the first floor, and the originally bustling street was now eerily silent, with the scattered zombies having all turned into skeletons lying on the ground. Damn, am I really the only one left alive in this world? Sun E couldn't help but curse. Solitude seemed to be more terrifying than fear itself. With a burden on his back and a sharp spike in his right hand, Sun E wandered aimlessly down the street. Usually he spent his time at work playing mahjong, online, watching movies, and reading novels. He would watch the protagonists in disaster films emerge as the focal point due to their luck, which made him restless even though his colleagues treated him politely on the surface. The rumors behind his back, however, were inevitable. Now this world had undergone a terrifying disaster, and he found himself with an opportunity to no longer be subservient to others, and there would be no one to speak ill of him as being favored due to familial connections. Thinking of this, he slowly raised his left hand, opening his palm, and a slender black spike began to emerge from his palm. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, a faint sound of crying reached his ears. Huh? Is there someone alive? Sun E thought as he walked toward the direction of the sound. Crossing a street littered with skeletons, Sun E saw a little girl crouched in a corner crying. She had long hair that fell to her shoulders and was wearing a red cotton jacket with a pair of red boots on her feet. It seemed she had been crying for a while, perhaps feeling a bit weary as her sobs were soft and intermittent. Her hands constantly wiping away tears made her look quite lovable. Looking at himself covered in blood and dirt, he felt utterly disheveled, and a sense of jealousy surged in his heart. Recalling the disaster films he had watched where the strong could freely control the lives of the weak, this strange feeling urged him to approach the little girl. Perhaps at this moment, Sun E did not even realize that a morbid seed buried through prolonged suppression had begun to sprout in this tumultuous and collapsing world. Little girl, why are you crying here? Sun E said as he walked toward the little girl. Big brother, are you not the elite team sent by the government to rescue us? A young man in a green down jacket carrying a bulging travel bag had a pot turned upside down on his head, its long handle sticking out like a hard whip pointing backward. He held a broom in one hand with a bloody fruit knife tied to the broom handle and a frying pan strapped to his arm. No, Si Tu Zheng replied coldly. Wow, so cool. Voices of several girls came from behind. Si Tu Zheng felt he was about to break down. They had originally intended to take a shortcut through a residential area, but encountered such a group of quirky individuals. This group of 22 people, both men and women, had the youngest only 14 years old, and the oldest no more than 34. The only connection between them was that they were all part of the same reclusive community. Thinking of this, Si-Tu Zheng suddenly recalled a joke. Otaku will absolutely not commit suicide because they are still waiting to see Wednesday's manga. However, it seemed that this world was quite suitable for their survival. When the disaster struck, the otaku in this community organized a small self-rescue group through the internet, turning kitchen knives and fruit knives tied to broom handles into makeshift spears and strapping frying pans and pots to their arms as shields. When encountering ghouls, they would avoid them if possible, and if not, they would charge forward and strike at their heads, miraculously managing to survive. Fortunately, most of the residents in the community had gone to work, so there weren't many who had turned into ghouls, or they were simply locked inside their homes, unable to come out. Big brother, these ghouls have turned into skeletons. Is this a new type of weapon developed by the military? Yes, did this happen because of a leak from your biochemical experiments? Enough. Our country has absolutely never conducted any biochemical experiments. Jiang, when unable to endure the absurd questions from this group of otaku, angrily scolded, which finally made them quiet down. It's been half a day already, I'm exhausted. After scolding, Jiang Wen continued to mutter to himself, walking while patting his thighs. The group fell silent, and soon they had crossed the community. The newly joined group of young people was quiet for a moment before becoming restless again. This is the latest Type 96 rifle, right? So cool. I can't believe I'm seeing the real deal. I said, big brother, you guys are definitely not ordinary military or police, are you? Are you special forces or some secret task force? Where are we going? Are we not going to be silenced? You all should talk less, those ghouls are sensitive to sound. We are heading to the ferry by the Huangpu River to leave Shanghai. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. Si-Tu Zheng said before Jiang Wen could start scolding again. Big brother, how about you give us a few of those rifles? No. Having guns would increase our firepower, think about it. No. Big brother, if rifles are out of the question, just a few handguns would be fine. No. Big brother. No. I haven't even finished speaking, how can you just say no? Si-Tu Zheng thought to himself, do I really look like someone who is easy to talk to? While thinking, Si-Tu Zheng didn't forget to lower his head and check the direction on his computer repeatedly. We're getting close to the center point, he thought. Jiang Wen, who was beside him, seemed to sense something and quietly signaled the nearby soldiers to search carefully. The group of 35 walked for about 5 more minutes when a faint sound of crying reached Si-Tu Zheng's ears. Wait a minute. Hearing the crying, Si-Tu Zheng decisively called for a stop, and the others looked at him. You all listen, there's crying. Upon hearing this, the others immediately quieted down and perked up their ears to listen closely. Indeed, the sound is coming from that direction. Squad leader, you immediately deduced the source of the sound from the faint crying pointing to the right. Let's go check it out. With that, Si-Tu Zheng led the way toward the source of the sound. Yes, who knows, we might find other survivors. Originally feeling weak and tired, Jiang Wen suddenly regained his energy and jogged a few steps to catch up with Si-Tu Zheng, even surpassing him slightly. It should be just ahead. I hope it's not another false alarm. Those civilians are utterly useless, just a bunch of burdens, so I hope they don't drag us down. If we find that person, how should we win them over? Jiang Wen thought quickly as he walked, completely unaware that he had already moved to the front of the group. Perhaps at this moment he no longer cared about Si-Tu Zheng's identity. Turning the corner, Jiang Wen finally spotted his target from a distance, a middle-aged man wearing a dark green jacket stained with oil and blood, carrying a large burden with several black rods protruding from it and holding one in his hand. Yet he chose to ignore the little girl in the red cotton jacket who was sitting on the ground before him. With a look of delight, Jiang Wen dashed forward in quick strides. In February, she wept aloud, venting the pent-up emotions within her. This moment was the most indulgent she had ever experienced since she became aware of the world. In this bizarre, desolate realm, she shed all her disguises and burdens. Since she became aware, she felt different from other children. Gifted with precocious wisdom, her perceptiveness surpassed that of her peers. She could discern the duplicity in people's words and actions, while ordinary children would see only kindness in others, as she, however, understood the malice that lay beneath. She had never had the chance to experience the carefree joy of childhood. The pain she had endured since becoming aware was constant, yet she could not confide in anyone, making her inner torment all the more unbearable. Moreover, how many of the caretakers in the orphanage truly cared for these unfortunate children? Even at such a young age, she had to wrap and hide herself in layers. February did not know how long she had been crying, but she was exhausted and even felt a bit hungry. Her suppressed emotions had found some release, and thus her sobs gradually quieted. As she gradually stopped crying and once more concealed her fragile side, she heard a man's voice nearby. Little girl, what are you crying about here? She looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man of average build appearing to be in his 50s. His face looked rather gaunt with sunken cheeks and eyes, though his complexion was relatively healthy. He wore a dark green jacket stained with dark blood and grease, and his trousers were also smeared with dirt. A pair of leather shoes had lost all semblance of their original appearance. His left hand supported his chin, while his right casually held a black spike. On his back, he carried a large bundle from which several spikes protruded. His hair, though somewhat gray, was thick and appeared like a cap atop his head. Lowering his head, he revealed a friendly smile as he said, "Don't cry, uncle will take you to a safe place." If she were an ordinary child, she would have thought he was a friendly uncle. However, the unusually perceptive February sensed something different in his gaze, though she could not grasp what it meant, as she had never seen similar sentiments in the eyes of the adults at the orphanage. Affection, aversion, curiosity, and sympathy were all unlike this. Yet this peculiar feeling filled the sensitive February with intense revulsion and fear. She tried to appear natural and sought an opportunity to leave. But it seemed she had crouched for too long and her small legs had gone numb. When she attempted to move, her feet gave way and she fell back to the ground. Do not approach this person under any circumstances, February thought. However, the man before her was completely unaware that he had been labeled as dangerous, still smiling as he reached out his left hand, which had been propping up his chin. Perhaps he did not care about her opinion of him at all. Just then a sudden voice interrupted, "I didn't expect to encounter survivors here." February turned her head toward the source of the voice. She saw a man in his 60s, slightly plump, wearing a dark green military overcoat with a holster at his waist. His hands tightly gripped a briefcase, and the insignia on his shoulder displayed 2 stripes and a star indicating he was a civilian official. However, February could not discern the rank of the man. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the man who had given her a strong sense of danger visibly become respectful upon seeing the newcomer. Yet February's sense of crisis did not diminish, rather it intensified. The newcomer did not even acknowledge her existence. Although he was gradually approaching her, his gaze remained fixed on the man beside her, clearly valuing him greatly. "I am Jiang, the honorary deputy director of the Shanghai branch of the Academy of Sciences, holding the rank of major in technical expertise. With the national upheaval coinciding with my business trip with colleagues, I have been searching for survivors while making my way to the outskirts of the city. I am Sun E, just an ordinary citizen. I am extremely grateful for Major Jiang's assistance during these troubled times, and if needed, I am willing to help in any way I can." Having driven for over 30 years and worked as a salesman for 2 years, Sun E was no fool. He readily grasped the implications of Jiang Wen's words and quickly agreed to accompany him. As for February, she had already been selectively ignored by the two. Just as they were conversing, Situ Zheng and others approached. Seeing the group of over 30 people, young and old, male and female soldiers and civilians, February felt somewhat reassured. Among them, besides Jiang Wen, there were 12 dressed in military uniforms. The others were likely the civilians Jiang Wen had referred to, dressed casually, yet armed with common household items. Each bore a bulging backpack. One person caught February's attention. He was the only one among them wearing clothing like Jiang Wen's. Furthermore, he stood in the center of the group, appearing more like the leader. Instinctively, February looked at his shoulder, where she spotted another insignia of 2 stripes and a star indicating he was also a major. February quickly assessed the dynamics of the group. The young major led, while the older major seemed to lack absolute support and was constantly trying to expand his influence. The young major had a well-proportioned physique, and his medium-length hair was styled casually, giving him a slightly disheveled appearance. However, with his sharp yet somewhat serious expression, he exuded an air of authority that was also approachable. At the moment February locked eyes with him, her hidden emotions nearly surfaced. What a pair of eyes! In his pupils, she seemed to see a deep ancient well reflecting a bright, full moon. It felt both real and illusory, as if there were ripples, yet the well remained calm. This was the first time February had not discerned any secrets from a person's eyes. Unbeknownst to February, Situ Zheng was equally astonished when he looked at her. This little girl was worlds apart from him, yet her eyes mirrored his own, as if he were looking in a mirror. "I didn't expect there to be someone in this world who shares my innate wisdom and understanding," Situ Zheng thought to himself, even forgetting the regret over his earlier misjudgment that had led to that person being taken by Jiang Wen. "Now that we have found the survivors, let us depart quickly. The longer we delay, the more difficult the journey ahead will be." No one objected to Situ Zheng's proposal. Everyone wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Situ Zheng's head was throbbing. The originally planned team of 14 had now swelled to 36. With a larger goal, there were more people to protect, and what worried Situ Zheng the most was the mode of transportation. The initial plan was to find a few small and lightweight cars, but now with so many people, larger vehicles had to be chosen. In the congested traffic of Shanghai, larger vehicles could barely move. Moreover, choosing larger vehicles meant that certain narrow paths and sidewalks had to be excluded from the possible routes. However, no one in this small team had the thought of abandoning the 22 survivors. At this moment, it wasn't just Sidu Zheng who was troubled by the unexpected survivors. AR was equally distressed due to their overwhelming enthusiasm. Such a cute little loli, come let your brother hold you. Brother? You creepy uncle. How about letting your sister hold you instead? A girl with a ponytail hugged AR, tightly pinching her cheek and saying so soft and cute. Beast, let go of that loli. If you have any issues, come at me. This one seems young, as she should be a little girl. AR could only adopt a timid demeanor and silently accompany their enthusiasm. For in their eyes there was a faint glimmer of sadness and worry. Hearing the sounds behind him, Situ Zheng shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, forget it, let them relax a bit. After such an incident, how could these people who managed to survive to this point have gone through nothing? From the faint sadness in their eyes, it was clear that they all had bitter stories behind them. Thus Situ Zheng did not suppress them too much along the way. After walking a bit further, the first zombie finally appeared before the group. Everyone instantly fell silent as a soldier quickly moved closer to the approaching zombie. He held a military dagger and easily sidled up to the zombie, stabbing through its temple into the brain, causing it to fall. On the way, Situ Zheng had already informed them of the plan to minimize the use of firearms and rely on cold weapons. In the presence of numerous zombies, they would detour, while the fewer ones could be dealt with. From observation, it was clear that zombies did not communicate with each other. This method of advancement was far safer than driving. After all, the current road conditions in Shanghai were not suitable for driving. The two abandoned military armored vehicles served as the best cautionary tale. Little sister, no matter what you see, don't scream, all right? The ponytailed girl leaned close to Aryu's ear and whispered again, and be sure not to fall behind. Don't worry, sister, if you can't run, your brother will carry you. A tall youth with slightly dark skin said to Aryu. Thank you, big brother, and big sister. Aryu understands. Through previous interactions aside from the soldier on guard, the others had introduced themselves. The girl with the ponytail was named Hu Meijuan, the tall one was Chen Chong, and the one with a pot on his head was Pan Ming. The youngest among them, apart from herself, was 14-year-old Yin Zhenyu. Some others looked at her with visible disdain, so Aryu shrewdly kept her distance from them. The group continued towards the riverbank, gradually encountering more zombies. It must be said that those civilians were doing quite well. A few coordinated with one, attracting the zombies' attention, while the others rushed in to stab the zombies in the head. However, they were not merely killing zombies like the soldiers. They seemed to be venting their frustrations as the zombies that fell into their hands were left in tatters. Even the seemingly gentle Hu Meijuan coldly watched the actions of the boys, showing no signs of compassion in her eyes. It is worth noting that although Sidu Zheng and Jiang Wen did not allow civilians to possess firearms, they still distributed spare daggers and bayonets to several strong young men, and even Sun Yi contributed a few sharp spikes from his backpack. However, once they stepped out of the skeleton area, the zombies on the road began to become increasingly dense. Fortunately, Situ Zheng's laptop connected to a satellite, allowing them to avoid several waves of densely packed zombies through real-time monitoring. The group finally arrived safely at the Huangpu riverbank, where they could see the dock in the distance. Situ Zheng put away his laptop and said, the dock is about a kilometer ahead, but there are quite a few zombies in front. Everyone must remain quiet and use the vehicles parked by the roadside for cover to avoid drawing attention. In case of any emergencies, we will open fire to cover everyone and attract the zombies' attention. At that time, everyone should scatter and break through. Our goal is the nearest cruise ship, and even after boarding, we must not let our guard down, as there may also be zombies on the ship. The group nodded and began to act carefully, hiding behind parked cars as they moved past a few turning zombies. Zombies seemed to dislike water. There weren't many wandering zombies on the street near the riverbank. Occasionally, any zombies that approached Situ Zheng's group were easily eliminated. However, their good luck seemed to have run out. As they passed a large bus, a zombie suddenly poked its head out of the window and bit Chen Chong, who happened to walk by. Chen Chong's scream echoed far and wide, shattering the silence by the river, and the nearby wandering zombies instantly halted their movements, turning towards the direction of the scream. Damn it! Everyone couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Including the squad leader, 9 fully armed soldiers fired their machine guns, almost simultaneously clearing a path of life through the zombies that had not yet gathered. Run! At that moment, everyone no longer concealed their movements and rushed at full speed from behind the hiding vehicles towards the dock, several hundred meters away. Unfortunately, they had not run far when another person was knocked down by a zombie that suddenly pounced from a vehicle. Stay away from those cars. Be careful of zombies jumping out and hurting you, the squad leader shouted. Upon hearing his shout, everyone scrambled away from the nearby vehicles, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, which only made the available running space even smaller. The soldiers' guns were like drops in the bucket against the continuously surging zombies from all directions. They could only shoot at the zombies directly in front of them, and worse, the accuracy of shooting while running declined, resulting in many zombies being shot down but not hitting their heads. The fallen zombies would then rise again and pounce on those running past. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 more people were knocked down by the zombies. It hurt so much. With a delicate cry, Sidu Zheng turned around to see that Yue, who had been following him, had been knocked to the ground by someone running up from behind. At the moment he turned to look, Jiang Wan and the others who had been running behind him had swiftly passed ahead. To make matters worse, Yue seemed to have twisted her ankle when she fell, making it difficult for her to get up. The team led by Captain Yu, clearing a path ahead, was too preoccupied with the gunfire to notice what was happening behind them. Grinding his teeth, Sidu Zheng tossed the computer he had been holding to the ground and quickly ran to Yue, lifting her into his arms before turning to dash towards the dock. What no one noticed was that as Sidu Zheng dropped the computer, he quickly pressed a hidden button on it, causing sparks and smoke to emerge as it hit the ground. In the blink of an eye, Sidu Zheng had created a gap of several meters between himself and the crowd, but worse still, many of the undead had squeezed through the openings. Adding to this, the undead that had previously fallen but not perished were now crawling towards Sidu Zheng, and the number of zombies before him suddenly exceeded 20. "Hold on tight to me," Sidu Zheng said to Yue in his arms. He suddenly shifted to cradle her with one arm, freeing his right hand to draw the handgun strapped to his waist, firing a few quick shots to take down several zombies at the riverbank as he sprinted towards it. As he neared the riverbank, his gun was out of bullets, but 2 zombies charged at them. Sidu Zheng smashed the jammed gun into one, causing it to stagger, then kicked the other zombie in the abdomen, knocking it to the ground. Finally reaching the riverbank, he propped himself up with his free right hand and leaped onto it, then began to run forward along the narrow path. At this moment, Captain Yu, hearing the gunfire from behind and sensing something was amiss, spotted Sidu Zheng leaping onto the riverbank. Sidu Zheng's situation was dire. While there were no zombies on the bank, their heads and arms could still reach his legs, and given the narrowness of the path, he couldn't run fast, especially while carrying a child. Without hesitation, Captain Yu signaled 2 soldiers to turn and shoot at the zombies near the riverbank, taking down numerous undead and drawing some of their attention, thereby significantly relieving the pressure on Sidu Zheng. However, with the support for Sidu Zheng, the firepower from the front was reduced by a third, allowing more zombies to slip past the fire and knock down several people. In a moment of desperation, Captain Yu disregarded everything else and hurled a grenade into the crowd of zombies. With a loud bang, a small area opened up in the front of the undead horde. Seeing that the captain had resorted to using a grenade without regard for the damage to the city's infrastructure, the other soldiers quickly followed suit and threw their grenades. In a series of explosions, the grenades cleared about a 15-meter safe zone. Many of the zombies near Sidu Zheng were also drawn towards the deafening blasts. Sidu Zheng, daring enough to take advantage of the distraction, jumped down from the riverbank, with Yue crouching low and sprinting swiftly along the bank, significantly increasing his speed. On the other side, under the dual cover of grenades and machine gun fire, the zombies couldn't stop the group's advance. However, the grenades carried by several soldiers were quickly depleted along the way, and soon Sidu Zheng had reunited with the others. Captain Yu cast a worried glance at Sidu Zheng, but seeing Yue in his arms, he said nothing more and signaled the soldiers to clear a path towards the nearest cruise ship. Since the disaster had struck early and this dock was the embarkation point for sightseeing cruises, there were not many zombies inside, mostly just staff members. Compared to the hordes outside, the resistance was much lighter, and soon the group boarded a sightseeing cruise ship named Pearl. Zhang Hongju and Lu Haibin stopped the zombies from boarding the ship. "The rest follow me to the cockpit." Captain Yu instructed the 2 soldiers to remain at the dock, while the others ran towards the cockpit. Sidu Zheng scanned the crowd and realized that the original group of 36 had now dwindled to just 24. 14-year-old Jinyu had been bitten on the arm by a zombie, and the dark, filthy blood had already stained his jacket red. Clearly, it wasn't only Sidu Zheng who noticed Jinyu's injury. A fellow survivor named Zhang Jianhua saw the wound on Jinyu's arm and instinctively backed away, loudly exclaiming, "Quick, be careful, this kid has been bitten by a zombie and will soon turn into one. Kill him, kill him." Upon hearing his shout, the already tense group instinctively distanced themselves from Jinyu, with several soldiers reflexively aiming their guns at him. Only one person stood in front of Jinyu, his face bearing a strong resemblance to him. It was his cousin Minjun. "Stop talking nonsense, this isn't a horror movie. Xiaoyu is just injured. Oh, once we bandage him, everything will be fine. Right, Xiaoyu?" As Minjun protected Jinyu behind him, he glared fiercely at Zhang Jianhua. "Enough, we can't just kill someone based on a single statement or a movie plot. Besides, we are not out of danger yet. Let's head to the cockpit first." At this moment, Jiang Wen stepped forward to mediate. Jiang Wen held a position of respect among the crowd, and with his words the others ceased to pursue the issue and began running towards the cockpit, though everyone kept a subtle distance from Jinyu. There were not many zombies on the cruise ship, and everyone was focused on reaching the cockpit. After eliminating over a dozen zombies along the way, they finally arrived at the cockpit, but they had lost a significant number of people. It turned out that while Situ Zheng's group was making their way to the cockpit, 2 soldiers stationed at the ship's railing had encountered serious trouble. A large number of zombies following them had caught up, and although the boarding passage was narrow, the firepower from 2 machine guns was clearly insufficient to hold back this relentless wave of undead. They had to call for reinforcements. Captain Yu understood the urgency and personally led 5 soldiers to provide support along with some survivors. At this point, only 2 soldiers along with Situ Zheng Jiang, when Yu's son, Yin Jinyu Yin Minjun, and Zhang Jingmin, had made it to the cockpit, a total of 9 people. As the 2 soldiers reached the cockpit door and found it closed, one pressed against the wall, while the other kicked the door open with a forceful kick. "Damn it!" Jiang Wen exclaimed upon seeing the scene inside the cockpit. Inside the relatively small cockpit, there were unexpectedly over 10 zombies packed in, and worse yet, the cockpit was filled with precision instruments. If a stray bullet damaged a critical device, the cruise ship would be unable to operate, and everyone would be trapped to die on board. The gunfire at the dock was becoming increasingly intense, revealing the immense pressure on Captain Ye's side. In the cramped cockpit, eliminating over 10 zombies with melee weapons was also exceedingly difficult, and the situation had suddenly turned critical. "Use the flying knives to shoot them." In a moment of urgency, Jiang Wen spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the 2 soldiers' eyes brightened, and the military daggers in their hands were already thrown instantly, bringing down the 2 closest walking corpses. Then, except for the unarmed Yue, everyone else quickly handed over the daggers and military knives that had been distributed to them to the 2 soldiers. In the blink of an eye, only 8 walking corpses remained, but there were only 2 daggers left in the hands of the soldiers. "Not enough." Jiang Wen frowned. "Let's try this." The speaker was Sun Yi, who held a black sharp spike that appeared to be about 7-8 inches long, just slightly longer than a hand. One soldier took a spike and weighed it in his hand before raising it and throwing it at the nearest walking corpse. The spike pierced into the body of the walking corpse, but its position was slightly off, hitting the shoulder. The walking corpse did not move at all and continued to walk toward the crowd. However, the soldier was not worried at all. He took the remaining spikes from Sun Yi and shot them one by one at the remaining walking corpses. When the spikes ran out, only 2 walking corpses were left standing. After the soldiers threw their daggers and took down the last 2 walking corpses, Jiang Wen rushed into the cockpit, quickly took control, and soon the yacht started moving. Meanwhile, Situ Zheng watched Sun Yi thoughtfully. As the yacht slowly sailed away from the port, everyone finally evaded the pursuit of the large group of walking corpses. However, they did not immediately relax, as the yacht had not been thoroughly checked, and no one wanted a walking corpse to suddenly appear and bite them. While everyone was busy searching the yacht, the most relaxed were Situ Zheng's son, Yi and Yu. "Well done, Sun Yi." Jiang Wen, who was steering the boat, suddenly commented out of the blue. Sun Yi replied with a smile, "This was also a plan you Major Jiang came up with." Situ Zheng turned and took Yu's hand, saying, as they walked outside, "The smell of blood here is too strong. It's not a place for children. Let's go outside for a walk." Seeing Situ Zheng and Yu leave, Sun Yi walked to the door, glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, and casually closed the cabin door, saying, "Major Jiang, it seems you already knew something, didn't you? Could it be that this incident was orchestrated by your military?" "No, I've said it before, this incident is a global disaster and has nothing to do with us. However, people like you have long existed in this world and are serving their respective governments. We refer to people like you as awakeners." "Awakeners? And they have been serving the government for a long time. Why tell me all this? The potential of humanity is limitless. How many mysteries throughout history have left scientists at a loss for explanation? Is it really unexplainable? No, it's just that various governments have tacitly silenced them. Why was the power of the Pope in medieval Europe so great that he could even dismiss an emperor? How could religion surpass multiple royal powers? It is actually the result of interference by awakeners. A powerful awakener can even match a modern army. However, the probability of an awakener appearing is extremely low, about 1 in 100 million. Since you have awakened and become an awakener, you naturally have the right to know of their existence. Match an army. I can only create some spikes. No, when awakeners first awaken, they often exhibit part of their abilities, causing changes around them, which we refer to as awakening. Afterward, their abilities quickly fade unless consciously guided and trained to gradually enhance their powers. Moreover, the strength of their abilities does not determine everything. A toothpick in the hands of an ordinary person can only be used for picking teeth, but in the hands of a thief, it can open the world's most secure safe. In the hands of a top assassin, it can even kill the leader of a small nation. How one utilizes their abilities is the most crucial factor in determining the strength of an awakener. What do you want me to do? Join the family I belong to, and then someone will naturally tell you what to do. Family. Aren't we serving the country? Of course we serve the country. Every awakener must serve their nation. Any country that attempts to betray or accept defectors from other countries will face devastating repercussions from all nations. However, as an alternative deterrent weapon, awakeners do not often have missions, so they usually join a political party or family within the country as individuals. Is that C2 Zheng also from a certain family? Indeed. Our country mainly has four prominent families: the Jiang family focused on the military, the Liu family on the economy, the Gongsun family on politics, and the C2 family on technology. Of course, this just reflects their preferred fields. Each family has a share in other fields as well. I represent the Jiang family. You are a smart person and should understand how to choose in this chaotic world. In times of peace, serve as an official. In times of chaos, serve in the military. I will do my utmost to serve the Jiang family. Please take care of me more in the future, Major Jiang. Ha! Jiang Wen laughed happily, saying, you are a gifted awakener. It won't be long before you are valued and rise to prominence. At that time, I will be relying on your promotion. Oh, not at all. At the same time, on the other side, you softly said, Uncle, thank you. Uncle, am I that old? C2 Zheng shook his head self-deprecatingly and said, well, if it weren't for that incident. That incident? It's nothing, don't mind it. More than 20 years ago, a little boy was born into a huge family hidden behind the country. From an early age, he was exceptionally intelligent and perceptive. While children his age were still playing, he had to face the open and secret schemes of other factions within the family alone. Fortunately, he found a hiding place where there were countless books filled with wisdom from both ancient and modern times. So he immersed himself in the sea of books, gradually fading from everyone's sight until later. Actually, you and I are of the same type of person, so. At this point, C2 Zheng suddenly paused. In the next moment, the team responsible for searching the remaining walking corpses on the ship came up the stairs. It seems your cleanup work went smoothly. Yes, we guarantee that there isn't a single living walking corpse left on the ship. At this moment, Captain, you also relaxed. We'll be able to leave Shanghai shortly. Once we contact the supporting troops, we'll be safe. I'm so excited. Hu Meiwan said. Zhang Hongjuan, you take over for Major Jiang at the helm. Everyone, let's gather in the dining room. It's already past 2. Everyone must be hungry. Yes, I'm almost starving. Everyone chimed in, turning to head down to the dining room. Only Yue, who was next to C2 Zheng, noticed the faint bitter smile on his face. Everyone gathered in the dining hall having a bite to eat, their tense moods gradually easing. Thinking about the imminent reunion with the troops brought them considerable relief, and they began to chat casually, discussing their plans after joining the army. I'm afraid I have some bad news to share with you. We have temporarily lost contact with the reinforcements, C2 Zheng said slowly. What did you say? We can't reach the aiding troops. Has the mission declared a failure before it even begins? At this moment, Huang Lei was feeling extremely frustrated. After driving over 300 kilometers from Nanjing for more than 6 hours, they finally arrived in the suburbs of Shanghai, only to be told that the command center had lost contact with the mission objective, and now the entire army was required to rest in place. However, recalling the situation in Shanghai, Huang Lei couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Leading a troop of 500 into a city teeming with over 20 million or even more walking corpses to rescue a few people. What are the station troops in Shanghai doing? They were completely wiped out without doing anything, said political commissar Liu Yifeng angrily. Old Liu, the central government has already stated that those who have turned into walking corpses are related to their physical condition and age. Shanghai is a city with a serious aging population. Naturally, more people turned into walking corpses, and considering Shanghai's significance, if it were to sneeze, the world's economy would catch a cold. Moreover, many countries have embassies and industries here. No nation dares to recklessly attack Shanghai, so the station troops naturally wouldn't be numerous, mainly focusing on internal responses to terrorist attacks. The combat effectiveness certainly cannot be compared to the main battle troops. If it weren't for our real combat training today, the losses would certainly be even greater. Thus, although the complete annihilation of the Shanghai garrison was unexpected, it was also within reason. But what do we do now? If the walking corpses in the city charge over our small number of people, won't be able to hold them off, Huang Lei said with concern. No matter what, since the order is to rest in place, we cannot move an inch. Even if the walking corpses charge out from the city, we must stick firmly here. Liu Yifeng took a puff from his cigarette, then threw the butt on the ground and stomped it out. Let the soldiers eat and rest in batches. Everyone is tired after the journey. Half an hour later, on this small hill, the temporary camp of the troops was arranged as tightly as a steel drum. The trenches and shelters were laid out in an orderly manner, and the machine guns and mortars were positioned like a textbook at various key points of the defense line. Commander, the sentry reports that there are about 100 walking corpses approaching our position, likely wandered out from the city. Please give instructions. Order the troops to withdraw from the position and eliminate the walking corpses in the trenches with bayonets. Commander, isn't that too risky? Better than firing weapons. We're too close to the city. If gunfire attracts the walking corpses from the city, the troops will be in even greater danger. But old Liu, have you noticed that these creatures seem to be a bit more agile than before? That shouldn't be the case, they died long ago. Have you ever seen a dead person that can walk and bite? I hope it's just my illusion. Soon the battle ended, but rather than a battle it felt more like a massacre. Over 100 walking corpses fell into the dug trenches, easily pierced through the skulls by the soldiers guarding the trench with bayonets. After this, the troops used this method to eliminate over 500 wandering corpses. By this time the sky had darkened, and suddenly all communication devices in the troops, including various instruments with transmission capabilities. All devices that were in working condition emitted a squeaking noise as if a strong signal was interfering with them. However, this signal interference did not last long before it stopped. Then the voice of the chairman echoed from all devices. Dear compatriots across the nation, the country and even the world is experiencing the most severe disaster in human history, with over 50 of people suddenly turning into bloodthirsty walking corpses that only know how to kill. Unfortunately, due to the suddenness of the incident, our highest scientific research institution is still unable to treat these compatriots. Moreover, the troops have suffered heavy losses in this disaster, making it impossible to eliminate all the walking corpses. Here I announce that the country will implement a special disaster emergency plan. The content of the emergency plan is as follows. 1. Grant the troops the maximum degree of autonomy. This means that the troops can autonomously establish their garrison and develop their forces before receiving orders from the central command, and they have the power of personnel appointment and dismissal. 2. Before the end of the disaster, searching for and rescuing civilians to establish survivor gathering points will be a long-term task for all troops. 3. All arms control will be lifted, allowing troops to use all conventional weapons outside their original configuration. 4. Civilians are allowed to possess arms. Troops can distribute weapons to civilians and recruit trained civilians into the army. 5. Call on civilians to help themselves and each other. In the absence of military assistance, civilians are urged to support one another and even establish their own survivor bases. 6. Civilians are allowed to enter and search abandoned military-controlled areas to autonomously search for weapons and utilize unowned living and production materials. 7. The government will regularly announce the names and locations of established survivor gathering points. Whether humanity ultimately overcomes this calamity or faces extinction, just remember one thing: I will always fight alongside you until the end. The chairman himself did not expect that his heartfelt thoughts for the people would result in a survival rate for domestic survivors far exceeding that of other countries, indirectly giving the nation a significant advantage in the future reshuffling of the world order. However, at this moment, all domestic survivors were stunned by this news. All troops assemble, retreat 5 kilometers, and establish a position. Old Huang, what are you planning to do? Of course, we will establish a survivor gathering point as ordered, search for survivors, and expand the army. If I tell you, don't even think about becoming a warlord and a local emperor. Haha, my good political commissar, we are always the army of the state. Where do you plan to establish the base? Yixing. This place is quite good, located at the southern tip of Jiangsu province at the center of the Shanghai-Nanjing-Hanzhou triangle. It faces Suzhou across Taihu Lake borders, Zhejiang's Chongqing to the southeast, Anhui's Guangda to the southwest, Liang to the west, and Jintan to the northwest, adjacent to Wujing to the north. It has convenient transportation and abundant resources. Most importantly, the population is not large, with a permanent population of less than 2 million. Although it is a tourist city, it is currently not the tourist peak season, and as long as there are enough weapons and manpower, we can still clear the entire city. Alright, my political commissar, I haven't even started yet. Let's first establish the base in the suburbs and gradually clear the city to search for survivors. Haha, I was too impatient. Let's do it this way. But Old Huang, you really have foresight. If you hadn't insisted on bringing all the military supplies, we would have been in trouble for a lack of military supplies before long. No, this military supply is still far from enough. After we settle down, we need to go to the local garrison base to find more military equipment, recruit survivors into the army, and search for supply materials. Otherwise, don't even mention recapturing the city. We won't even be able to maintain the base. While the two were talking, the troops quickly assembled. In less than half an hour, the small hill that once resembled a military base was left with only a few wandering corpses. At this moment, 2 figures clad in black stood atop the customs clock tower at the Bund in downtown Shanghai. They were dressed in tight black outfits, subtly embroidered with the image of a massive black dragon, which would have been nearly invisible unless seen up close. Although they stood silently, an air of superiority radiated from them, completely ignoring the throngs of undead below. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the undead that had been aimlessly wandering the streets. A remarkably burly man slowly approached the clock tower from afar, and the surrounding undead instinctively recoiled from him, as if he were a venomous snake. When he reached the base of the clock tower, he suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a faint footprint where he had stood. In the next moment, he stood before the two on the rooftop holding an undead creature in his hand, which seemed as small and helpless as a kitten, not daring to move or make a sound. Boss, these creatures are truly strange. When they first arrived, they showed no fear of anything, yet now they are intimidated by my aura. Long Chi, how about your end? There are no living humans left in Shanghai, said the figure at the back, slowly opening his eyes. Such a pity. The one referred to as Boss shook his head. Boss, our dragon team is the strongest supernatural group in the world. One more or one less makes no difference. Why bother making a special trip? The stout man resembling a small mountain said this as he casually tossed the undead he was holding. The creature flew several meters before disintegrating into a cloud of flesh scattering everywhere. Long San, remember that we are not facing supernatural beings from other countries. As he spoke, he gestured, and the three of them instantly vanished without a trace. When the national conference call from the chairman rang out, everyone on the Mingzhu cruise ship was enjoying their dinner. Bastards! Pan Yimin angrily threw his chopsticks aside, jumping up and pointing furiously at Sidu Zheng and Jiang Wen as he shouted. You two, it must be you who caused the leakage with your research on biochemical weapons, turning this world into what it is now. Now the country doesn't care about us anymore. Ha ha ha, what a joke, and a lie to say self-rescue and mutual rescue. How can we save ourselves? How can we save ourselves? And you? He pointed again at you sitting in the corner. If it weren't for you, we could still be with the military. Why didn't you die earlier? You've ruined everything for us. Everything is over. We are finished, Dad, Mom, woo woo woo. Pan Yimin alternated between cursing and laughing, speaking incoherently, and suddenly started crying again. Squad leader, you quickly ran to Pan Yimin's side and knocked him out with a swift strike, saying, he's too agitated. If we let this go, he'll go mad. Seeing the confused and angry gazes from others, Jiang Wen coughed and spoke. Actually, the country hasn't given up on everyone. The government's actions are in fact the greatest hope to save everyone. Granting autonomy to the military and allowing them to recruit civilians is the greatest assistance to everyone. All right, no need to be so pedantic. Situ Zheng interrupted Jiang Wen, saying, in simpler terms, these regulations are equivalent to the country telling those unmanageable troops that they are now on their own. They can freely develop and carve out territories, but it won't be easy to seize land. They need people, guns, and food, which means they must find ways to rescue people from the undead, seize resources, and claim territory. Even Sidu Zheng, who usually appeared extremely cold, was somewhat agitated at this moment, his voice gradually rising. And it's not about giving up. The chairman risked national turmoil and chaos just to save more people. After saying this, Situ Zheng seemed to revert to his usual calm demeanor, speaking in a tone that dismissed everything. I truly admire his audacity. What should we do from here on out? Hu Meiwan asked the question that was on everyone's mind. My plan is to steer the cruise ship upstream along the Yangtze River, heading towards Nanjing. Firstly, the Nanjing military region is one of the 7 military regions in our country. Moreover, the troops assisting us are coming from the Nanjing military region, which proves that they not only have the capability to protect themselves, but also the capacity to assist other areas. Joining the Nanjing military region should ensure our safety. Furthermore, there are no undead on the Yangtze River. We can temporarily dock along the riverside to gather fuel and food from nearby towns, maximizing our chance to avoid contact with the undead. Hearing Situ Zheng's explanation and plan, the anxious crowd finally calmed down for the time being. As the sky gradually darkened, Situ Zheng ordered the soldiers piloting the ship to anchor not far from the shore and instructed everyone to rest, only assigning soldiers to take turns keeping watch on the ship. The ship had ample space, and everyone found their own rooms to settle in. Due to the anxiety of the entire day, most people quickly fell into a deep sleep. Major Situ, your calculations are quite astute. No wonder you've been so passive along the way. The Nanjing military region is indeed under your family's influence. Once everyone had left, the only ones remaining in the restaurant were the naive little girl Yu and Jiang Wen, who had been sitting silently. Jiang Wen was not surprised by the little girl clinging to Situ Zheng, since he had rescued her. Major Zheng, you flatter me. I merely chose the most suitable plan. If you disagree, feel free to propose your own plan. If it's better than mine, I have no objections to following yours. Humph. Jiang Wen hit a brick wall and left in a huff. Come on, Yu, well, let's go to sleep. Situ Zheng picked up Yu and also left the restaurant, saying, you don't need me to tell you a story to fall asleep, do you? However, not everyone on the ship could sleep. The soldiers not on night watch carefully inspected their weapons before falling asleep, loading bullets into their magazines one by one. Squad leader Yu appeared pensive, sitting on the edge of his bed smoking. Pan Yimin, who had originally been knocked out by squad leader Yu, had long since awakened. He lay on his bed staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Cousin, I feel unwell. In one room, Yin Minjun worriedly held the slightly cold hand of Yin Jinyu, saying, it's nothing, you have a fever. We'll find some medicine for you. When we disembark tomorrow, you'll be fine after taking it. In another room, someone was also shivering under the blankets. Thus, the first night after the disaster passed quietly, without much significance. Though the night had passed in quiet, the fragile calm shattered once more the next morning as everyone gathered for breakfast. Major Situ, I respectfully request permission to go ashore. I need fever-reducing medicine for my cousin, who's running a high fever, Minjun said after breakfast. His plea, however, was met instantly with collective opposition. What nonsense! The ship has barely left port. Going ashore now would trap us instantly amid hordes of walkers. None of us would escape. It's just a fever, not life-threatening. Boys shouldn't be so delicate. Cold compresses and a good night's rest will suffice. But my cousin is gravely ill. Without medicine he may not survive. Minjun grew visibly agitated at the group's resistance. Regardless, let's first assess your cousin's condition before deciding anything further, Major Situ Zheng replied calmly, observing Minjun's desperate expression. The cruise vessel was compact. Within minutes the group arrived outside Jinyu's cabin. Given its small size, only Minjun, Major Situ Zheng, and Jiang Wen entered. Jinyu lay listlessly on the bed, swaddled beneath thick blankets. His face was deathly pale. Even his lips had lost all color. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, likely from severe sleep deprivation. Situ Zheng approached the bedside, pressed a palm to Jinyu's forehead, burning hot, then gently lifted his eyelids. His gaze was vacant, clouded with disorientation. Carefully cradling his head, Situ Zheng opened his mouth. A thick, greasy coating coated his tongue, and a foul, rancid odor emanated from deep within. As he lifted Jinyu, Situ Zheng also noted how unnervingly cold his body felt. He gently laid him back down, then signaled for everyone to step outside. Had Situ Zheng pulled back the blanket, he would have seen it. The arm Jinyu had concealed beneath it, the one bitten yesterday, though bandaged, faint streaks of blood still seeped through the gauze. Outside the cabin, all eyes turned silently to Situ Zheng, awaiting his verdict. Abruptly, a voice cut in. That boy was bitten by a walker yesterday. He will turn. We must kill him, or cast him adrift, before he slaughters us all. It was Zhang Jianhua, who'd foretold Jinyu's transformation the day before. Nonsense. My cousin is merely ill. He'll never become that thing. Major Situ, your soldiers aren't you? Yesterday, the chairman himself declared that the military must protect civilians. You cannot abandon him to die. Very well. We'll accelerate our course and push forward another half day. At dawn, soldiers will instruct you in basic firearm handling. After lunch, we'll dispatch a team ashore to search for medicine and fuel. Minjun's impassioned words had already crystallized Situ Zheng's resolve. As a soldier, he could never stand idly by while a life hung in the balance. Sir, you can't gamble with dozens of lives. Yes, sir. Leaving the ship now is far too dangerous in this situation. The ship's fuel reserves will last 2 more days. Why not sail farther before launching the search? We cannot wait until the fuel runs dry. Moreover, we are one unit. No one will be left behind. Situ Zheng offered no reaction to the objections, only serene composure, speaking slowly and deliberately. And what if you were the one lying ill? Were you? Would you still speak so freely then? Minjun, consumed by concern for his cousin, displayed startling clarity. With one sentence, he silenced every dissenting voice. Abandoning others meant surrendering your own right to be saved. Though the afternoon mission, to descend from the relative safety of the cruise ship onto the ravaged land in search of fuel and medicine, loomed large, morale remained unshaken. All understood in this shattered world, hiding aboard a vessel was no permanent refuge. Confrontation was inevitable. Moreover, Situ Zheng had explicitly announced the imminent distribution of firearms to the survivors. In a nation where civilian access to firearms was exceptionally stringent, public fascination with guns ran far deeper than in most other countries, a factor that likely contributed significantly to how readily Situ Zheng secured their consensus. Soon, everyone reconvened in the dining hall. Tables and chairs were hastily cleared aside, and the survivors sat attentively, like obedient students, while Captain Yu placed a machine gun and several pistols atop the table before him. He picked up the machine gun first, QBZ-96 modified assault rifle. Overall length 750 mm, effective range 450 meters, magazine capacity 35 rounds. Long range, high impact, exceptional accuracy. Optional attachments include bayonet, optical sight, and grenade launcher. After an exhaustive, eloquent exposition of its merits, he paused and added, however, due to limited supply, these rifles are reserved exclusively for active duty personnel and will not be issued during today's distribution. The crowd nearly collapsed en masse. Though they managed to stay upright, jaws dropped and spectacles shattered in stunned silence. Captain Yu then picked up a pistol, QSC-92 9mm service pistol. Effective range 50 meters, magazine capacity 15 rounds. Low recoil, outstanding close range precision, strong penetration capability. 5 of these will be distributed. Your conduct and performance in training will determine eligibility. There are 24 people aboard, 9 soldiers plus Major Sidu Zheng and Jiang, when leaving 13 civilians. Excluding the ill Yin Minjun and the young girl Air, Yue brings the eligible pool to 11. 11 candidates, but only 5 pistols. Yet those receiving weapons would be required to join the afternoon search mission. Everyone aboard had survived the initial cataclysm. Each was sharp pragmatic. They grasped the implications instantly, and their attitude toward training shifted accordingly. Now I'll demonstrate proper handling. First, and most critically, never point the muzzle at another human being. He continued next. Also remember, and finally I reiterate, never aim the weapon at another human being. By the time Captain Yu concluded, it was nearly noon. Major Situ Zheng rose. You're all intelligent people. No need for redundant explanations. Those issued firearms will join this afternoon's search operation and be temporarily integrated into Captain Yu's unit as active duty personnel. Those not selected will join the reserve corps. When sufficient arms become available, they'll be formally commissioned, though of course no salaries will be provided. Situ Zheng allowed himself a rare dry smile. Before continuing, those unwilling to enlist will remain under military protection as civilians. Now please step forward if you wish to volunteer. Unexpectedly apart from Air Yu, who'd already been excluded, Sun E also declined to enlist. Everyone else volunteered. In this apocalyptic age, self-reliance outweighed dependence on others' protection. Very well, since you all wish to join the army, you must possess the awareness of a soldier. Every word and action of yours must adhere to the standards of a soldier, and everything must be obeyed without question. If you disobey, orders do not blame me for enforcing military law, Situ Zheng suddenly said in a fierce tone. If anyone regrets it, now is the time to withdraw. The 10 people who stepped forward fell silent for a moment, and no one expressed a desire to withdraw. Situ Zheng looked at them and said, "Good, you all passed the first test. You may now disperse for lunch." Soon after lunch, the company commander conducted a series of tests on the 10 individuals, ultimately assigning 5 handguns to Zhang Jianhua, Hu Junjiawu bin Gu Guozhong, and Zhao Yuanshan. Among the 5, only Zhao Yuanshan was originally a researcher in the institute and had some basic knowledge of firearms since he often mingled with the soldiers. The other 4 had no foundation at all. They were chosen simply because the company commander saw that they were attentive in their learning. Major Zhang won. After we disembark, take Zhang Hongju and Lu Haibin along with Hu Junjia and Wu Bin to protect the cruise ship, while I take the others ashore to search for fuel and medicine. Major Situ, I am a civilian, so I believe I should be exempt from the search mission, son, he suddenly said. I'm sorry, but to bring back enough supplies we need a qualified driver, so you are requisitioned for the time being. Alright, since Nanjing is a large city with a high population, the sound of vehicles could easily attract the attention of the undead, so we will primarily travel on foot until we find sufficient supplies before returning by vehicle. Moreover, there is reliable intelligence indicating that the undead have good vision in dark places, so at night, we will seek shelter in buildings. The entire search process may last 2 to 3 days, so please be prepared. At 1:30 p.m., the cruise ship slowly docked at a stretch of open riverbank on the outskirts of Nanjing City. From a distance, no traces of the undead were found, and the group finally stepped onto the riverbank. Our objective is to search for fuel and medicine. Additionally, the food on the ship is running low, so we need to replenish it, and when selecting food, we should try to choose items that can be stored long-term. If we encounter the undead, avoid them as much as possible and do not engage in unnecessary combat. Also, sounds can easily attract their attention, so unless necessary, do not fire guns and try to eliminate them using cold weapons. At this point, Situ Zheng turned to Zhang Zhengmin and said, Zhang Zhengmin, you don't look well. Why so pale? Perhaps you should rest on the ship. Major Situ, I'm fine, just a bit seasick. Walking on land will help, Zhang Zhengmin said, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Situ Zheng nodded and led the group onward. Soon the group left the riverside and headed towards the city of Nanjing. Since this area was relatively remote, they encountered only a small number of undead, and they easily eliminated those zombies. The fear of the undead gradually diminished as they fell one after another under the group's blades. They began to discuss lightly as they walked. These undead are just numerous and look scary. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yes, they move slowly and are dull-witted. As long as we are careful not to get surrounded, they pose no threat. Exactly, once they disperse, we can regroup and easily eliminate them. It seems this disaster is about to pass. Look, we've already eliminated more than 10 undead in just half a day, ha. Situ Zheng, however, felt a sense of unease as he listened to their words. If things were that easy to resolve, how could a city with a population of over 20 million escape with just these few people? However, due to the complete collapse of the power system, the group had no knowledge of the surrounding terrain, so they had no choice but to take the cumbersome route along the road. After about 3 hours of walking, a small town appeared before them. From a distance, the scale of the town seemed small. Finally found a town. Looks like luck is on our side. The town is small, so there shouldn't be too many undead, and we won't have to sleep outdoors. Zhang Jianhua said excitedly. As the saying goes, the mountain is far away, but the horse runs to death. Although they could see the outline of the town from a distance, by the time they reached the outskirts, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Winter nights fall early, and with no electricity, the town was gradually engulfed in darkness. We can't delay any longer. We need to find a sturdy house nearby to stay in. Otherwise, it will be too late to see anything, Situ Zheng said. Quickly, they chose a target at the entrance of the town, a lumber mill. Approaching the factory gate, they found an undead trapped inside the security room. Opening the slightly rusty iron door, it emitted a creaking sound, prompting the undead in the security room to bang its head against the glass window. At the same time, nearby undead began to slowly approach the factory, and the undead wandering inside the factory emerged from every corner. They swiftly eliminated the undead in the security room and closed the door using the light from outside and the high exhaust windows inside to dispatch several undead that came out of the factory. Seeing that the undead at the entrance were still lingering outside, several soldiers moved forward with bayonets to eliminate the undead outside through the gaps in the iron door. While it is still not completely dark, search carefully here. We can't let any hidden undead emerge to harm us at night. The factory was not large, and the open factory area was divided into 4 zones filled with machines and materials. At the end was the factory's warehouse, along with a small lounge and restroom. Climbing the stairs to the second floor, the layout was similar to the first floor, except a larger room was converted into a dining hall and kitchen, while a smaller room was the manager's office. From the small window of the manager's office, they could easily see the entire situation of the factory below. Having eliminated the undead in the kitchen and the manager's office, it was already dark outside. The group gathered to eat their rations, and they discovered something good in the manager's office, a map of the town. Hello, Falls Town. After a long day of walking, everyone was hungry. The rations they brought were not tasty, but nearly everyone finished them quickly. In a world without televisions or computers, the only entertainment for people was probably the low-voiced conversations after meals. The topics of conversation were mostly trivial matters from before, and everyone subconsciously avoided discussing family and friends. Before long, everyone dispersed to rest. Only Sidu Zheng and Company Commander Yu remained to keep watch. Company Commander Yu was an officer supported by the Sidu family, but he did not feel close to Sidu Zheng. Instead, he felt somewhat intimidated. He was too terrifying. People of the same generation privately referred to Situ Zheng with 4 words: as intelligent as a demon. It was unimaginable for one person to infer the approximate population of the town, the general distribution of the undead, and possible routes of advance and retreat based solely on a map of the town. Even more terrifying was that while doing this, he could maintain vigilance and even remind himself to hide in the pile of materials to evade the gaze of the undead lurking in the darkness. Company Commander Yu felt that before him no one could scheme any plots. Sidu Zheng's eyes seemed to penetrate into the depths of one's soul. At dawn the next day, the group set out. The town's layout was oddly shaped like the character for a factory. The eastern approach they entered clustered with factories, the police station, and a hospital. Westward lay the residential quarters, and beyond them at the far end of town were the market and the vegetable stalls. Though the town was small, a highway ran straight through it, and Situ Zheng estimated that the number of undead in the town would not be fewer than 20,000. Since the disaster struck at 6 o'clock, according to rural routines, the undead should be concentrated mainly in the residential areas and the market. The only problem was that the town had just one second-tier hospital located at the junction between the residences and the industrial zone. If they could not find medicine in the factories, they would have no choice but to risk going to the hospital and attracting the notice of a large number of undead. Moreover, the hospital would certainly be infested with many of the undead. Fuel, by contrast, was easy to solve. There was a gas station in the industrial area. After outlining the situation, Situ Zheng began assigning tasks. The company commander, 2 soldiers, and who Majuan Zhang Jianhua and Zhang Zhengmin, 6 people in all, were tasked with searching for supplies centered on the lumber processing plant. Because it was winter and food spoiled slowly, many factories' canteens stored provisions. Those 6 would also be responsible for keeping the retreat routes clear. The rest of the team, led by Sidu Zheng, would head to the gas station to secure fuel and search for medicine along the way. If none was found, they would drive straight to the hospital, retrieve the drugs, and withdraw immediately, but they must maintain absolute silence until then. One final point was directed at Minjun. Should anyone in the operation draw the attention of a large number of the undead, the mission would be aborted, and everyone would evacuate the town at maximum speed. With the plan set, the group split into 2 teams and began to carry out their respective tasks. Because towns generally begin work later, the industrial zone mainly held a few overnight workers. Walking along the streets, the occasional undead would spot them, emit stupid involuntary hisses, lift a foot, and lurch toward the group. only to collapse under a flurry of blades in front of them. "Be careful," Situ Zheng said suddenly. The group halted and turned to him. "These undead are not as easy as you imagine," he said. "It may not be obvious, but I can tell you their speed has increased. Since yesterday, I've been timing them. From the moment one detects us to the moment we dispatch, it used to take roughly 45 seconds. Now that interval has shrunk to about 38 seconds. Major, that proves nothing," researcher Zhao Yuanshan replied. "If we're killing them faster, it may simply be because our coordination has improved. Besides, what does a little more speed matter? Perhaps their stiff joints have just loosened." Hearing this, Situ Zheng fell silent. Zhao was not wrong. Their teamwork was indeed far more practiced than before, and a small number of lumbering undead posed almost no threat to them. Yet no anomaly should be dismissed lightly, or they would sooner or later pay with their lives. After urging everyone to raise their vigilance, Situ walked on deep in thought. Even so, Situ Zheng's party gradually slipped into an unprecedented crisis. Amid the rising chorus of hisses, undead from the town's western end began moving in straight lines toward the town's center, and worse, they were noticeably faster, almost trotting. If only Situ still had that laptop capable of linking to military satellites for real-time ground surveillance, many fates might have been rewritten. But there are no ifs in this world. While the undead gathered, Situ and the others pushed toward the town center. The task of searching for food in the eastern sector proved easy. Undead were scarce. Commander Yu and his men quickly cleared 4 factories, loading provisions onto a truck normally used to carry timber. What heartened them even more was that in the 4th factory, they found signs of survivors. The factory kitchen showed clear evidence of recent use by a fairly large group. Numerous instant meals had been opened and their wrappers discarded. From the traces left behind, it seemed the party of survivors numbered at least 6. Commander Yu longed for a radio to inform Situ Zheng. If he had one, Situ would doubtless say in his characteristic tone, "Commander Yu, the survivors you mentioned, we have located them." Before the team reached the gas station, they unexpectedly discovered a pharmacy. The old phrase about household staples, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar, tea, seemed obsolete now. In this apocalypse, it might as well be guns, rice, oil, knives, clothes, medicine, and vehicles. One of their chief objectives on this outing was to find medicine. If they could obtain what they needed at the pharmacy, they could avoid the undead-choked hospital, so they went in without hesitation. Approaching the shop, Situ Zheng's team immediately found signs that survivors had been here. The door and display window were firmly braced from the inside with shelves, but the window had been smashed by something. Glass lay scattered, and sharp fragments still bore blackened streaks of blood. A soldier stepped forward and used his rifle, but to widen an already broken hole in the glass. "Be careful," he warned. "There may be things inside that are not undead, possibly mutated dogs, and they move very fast." Seeing puzzled looks, Situ Zheng explained, "We've seen many undead trapped in guard booths along the way, which shows they lack the ability to smash glass to find a way out. And a human-sized creature obviously can't pass through such a small hole. The only thing that could shatter glass like this is an animal of modest size that leapt and struck the window, then entered. Among town creatures, the most likely culprit is a dog." He fell into thought as he looked at the nearly shattered pane before him. At the mention of agile, vicious, cunning, mutated dogs from films, unease rippled through the group. "Colonel Situ, perhaps we shouldn't go into the pharmacy," Gu Guozhong said quietly. "Better to remove those things now than let them trail us," Situ replied, as if he had not heard Gu. He left one soldier and a survivor without a pistol behind to stand guard, and told the others to follow him. He took the lead and stepped inside. Inside the shop, chaos reigned, as if a storm had passed through. Shelves had been taken down and used to reinforce doors, and windows and medicines were strewn across the floor. The door to the inner room stood ajar, and several undead lay motionless on the floor with multiple wounds on their heads. They looked to have been dead for a day. "Yin Minjun and Gu Guozhong, you two stay here to collect medicine. The rest of you follow me," he said, leading the others toward the inner hall. Behind the door lay a small restroom, and beside it a staircase ascending to the 2nd floor. A corpse lay slumped beside the stairs, its body riddled with bite marks, its skull shattered open, its brain matter devoured entirely, its abdomen torn wide, its viscera vanished without a trace. At the sight, many swallowed hard, barely suppressing their nausea. Sima Zhang's brow twitched involuntarily. Ascending the stairs to the 2nd floor, they found half of it occupied by a storage room, the other half, seemingly, the pharmacy owner's private quarters. The storage room's door stood ajar. Inside, only scattered medicine littered the floor. Entering the owner's room, the first thing they saw was a kitchen. Several unopened instant meals still sat inside. Finally, they reached the bedroom. Its door shut tight, yet somehow more terrifying than if left open. The wooden door had been violently smashed inward. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, everyone except the 3 soldiers, Sima Zheng and Sun Yi, recoiled in horror and vomited. It was unspeakably gruesome. a tangled heap of mangled corpses, their brains and entrails, utterly consumed limbs severed by brute force, some reduced entirely to skeletal remains. A crude rope, woven from bed sheets, was tied to the second-floor window, though the window itself remained closed, its panes smeared with bloodied handprints. Sima Zheng could vividly imagine it during the outbreak. Workers on night shift in the factory watched in terror as their colleagues transformed into ravenous, bloodthirsty undead and lunged at them. Panicked, they fled the workshop, only to collide with others fleeing the same fate, and together they raced blindly for safety until cornered here by a surging horde of the undead. With no choice, they barricaded themselves inside, overcame their dread, stormed the pharmacy, slaughtered the shambling horrors within, then reinforced the front door and windows with heavy metal shelving. Unable to breach the defenses, the undead eventually dispersed, but some lingered outside. Trapped, the survivors dared neither venture out nor open the doors. So they retreated upstairs, scavenging desperately for food among cabinets and drawers, yet found nothing. Starving, a few slipped quietly from the pharmacy to forage nearby. They returned with provisions, and unwittingly brought death itself. Before they could even taste their meager haul, a pack of mutated hounds, drawn by their scent, descended upon the pharmacy entrance, leaping forward to shatter the glass and burst inside. The survivors fled upward in terror. The slowest among them fell at the foot of the stairs, overwhelmed, dragged down, devoured. Then the hounds surged up the stairs, hurling themselves again and again against the locked bedroom door. To escape, the survivors tore apart their bed sheets, braiding them into a makeshift rope anchored to the window. Yet the moment the rope was secured, the beasts crashed through the splintered door. After gorging themselves, the mutated hounds withdrew, leaving behind not just carnage, but one chilling, colossal shadow. Abort the mission. Gather the medicine. We're leaving. Now, Sima Zheng commanded. As if granted divine reprieve, the others sprinted downstairs. Sima Zheng brought up the rear, his gaze lingering long upon Sunny. Descending, the group relayed the horrors above to those waiting below, whose faces paled with shock and dread. Snatching plastic bags at random, they hastily stuffed them with medicine and fled the pharmacy en masse. On the return journey, tension thickened palpably. Gone were hushed whispers. Instead, every eye darted wildly, scanning shadows, while pace quickened instinctively. Yet still each felt an unseen, razor-sharp, coldly predatory gaze boring into their backs, prickling their spines like thorns. At the village entrance, Lieutenant Yu stood frozen. Over 10,000 shambling figures poured in from the town gate, advancing relentlessly. Damn it! Where did these things come from? Quick! Take shelter in the timber processing plant. Fire warning shots. Haul lumber and machinery to barricade the main gate. Fortunately, his momentary paralysis broke instantly. He issued orders with decisive authority. Almost simultaneously, Sima Zheng's party came under attack. 8 mutated hounds formed a single snarling line directly before them. Without hesitation, 4 soldiers raised their rifles and opened fire. At that very instant, a massive mutated hound erupted from a side alley, slamming Gu Guozhong to the ground. His dying scream pierced the air, merging with the crack of gunfire. These creatures retained ancestral hunting instincts. Most would confront prey, heed in halting their advance, while a select few struck silently from concealment, shattering cohesion and annihilating the herd. Yet they had foreseen the beginning, but not the end. Motionless, they became perfect targets, cut down in a single disciplined volley. Though the beast that lunged into the group severed Gu Guozhong's throat, Sima Zheng's bullet exploded its skull mid-leap. Gazing upon Gu Guozhong, neck torn, breath shallow and ragged, Sima Zheng raised his weapon and delivered a final merciful shot to the temple. In that suspended moment, no one could name their own emotions. Relief warred with sorrow, elation with grief, like a vessel overturned, spilling all 5 flavors at once. Yet one thing was unmistakable: the oppressive pricking sensation along their spines had vanished. Don't let your guard down. These mutated hounds are not all there are. He spoke as they passed the 8 fallen beasts. Every corpse bears a skull shattered clean open, brain matter licked entirely away. These dogs cannot make such wounds. Our gunfire has drawn the undead's attention. Stealth is over. Push forward at maximum speed to rendezvous with Lieutenant Yu. So saying, he strode swiftly to a roadside fertilizer truck, blasted the door lock with a single shot, and climbed into the driver's seat. The engine roared to life almost instantly. Get in. Over a dozen people scrambled aboard without hesitation, ignoring the acrid stench, climbing into the cargo bed where several unopened fertilizer sacks still rested, as if loading had been interrupted mid-crisis. By now the surrounding undead had converged, drawn by gunfire, but they were too slow. The truck surged forward, leaving them far behind in a cloud of dust and silence. Few vehicles remained in the town. Sima Zheng drove swiftly toward the timber plant at the town's edge, and there witnessed the horrifying truth: the facility was already encircled by a vast, seething tide of the undead. His heart sank, but his hands never faltered. Accelerating, the truck hurtled forward, unwavering, straight toward the besieged plant. In that instant, all realized. This was no trial run, no fleeting nightmare. The fantasy of eradicating the undead and reclaiming their old lives had receded into impossible distance. Yet this world, so terrifying, so desolate, had not yet bared its full fangs. Driving a vehicle into a horde of zombies is not a wise decision. C2 Zheng parked his truck in front of a building beside a lumber processing factory, which housed a small restaurant. A window on the second floor of the restaurant directly faced the manager's office window on the second floor of the lumber factory. At that moment, the window of the manager's office was wide open, connected by an iron cable. This was one of the escape routes C2 Zheng had planned earlier. The speeding truck immediately attracted the attention of the zombies, and C2 Zheng dared not delay, urging everyone to get out and run towards the restaurant. Since C2 Zheng had already informed the squad leader, the zombies inside the restaurant had been cleared out. Under C2 Zheng's lead, everyone rushed up to the second floor with ease, but many hesitated before the iron cable. The cable spanned over 50 meters, freezing cold in the winter wind, and below it were countless zombies. Even with C2 Zheng's repeated assurances that the iron cable was safe, no one dared to climb it. Just then a loud crash came from downstairs, the sound of heavy objects falling. Without looking, it was clear that zombies had broken into the restaurant. C2 Zheng gritted his teeth and said to a soldier behind him, "Su Bing, leave your gun and go ahead to demonstrate." "Major'll stay. You go first," the soldier called out quickly. "Follow orders." "Yes." Reluctantly, the soldier placed his gun and ammunition on the table, quickly leaned out the window, grabbed the iron cable, and swiftly climbed over to the other side. With the help of two soldiers waiting there, he quickly squeezed into the manager's office and poked his head out to signal others to hurry over. Seeing the first soldier easily make it across, the concerns of the others diminished significantly. However, they couldn't help but think about how they could possibly compare to the soldier. Everyone still hesitated slightly. "He'll go." Sun Yi was the first to step forward. Without caring about the gazes around him, he climbed out the window. As he grabbed the iron cable, the cold sensation transferred to his hands, and he realized that it wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Sun Yi knew that the longer he delayed, the worse it would be. Remembering numerous scenes from TV shows of people climbing cables, he suppressed his fears and dared not look down, focusing instead on the window across. Letting out a roar to bolster his courage, he quickly began to move his hands, mentally counting 1-2-1-2. He soon began to feel warmth in his previously icy hands, and in no time, he had traversed the 50-plus meters. The soldiers waiting at the window reached out and pulled him into the room, giving him thumbs up. At that moment, Sun Yi felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction swell within him. Originally weary from the tension, he suddenly felt invigorated. He leaned out the window towards the others and shouted, "See, it's easy. Keep your eyes forward, don't look down, you can do it." Following him, Zhao Yuanshan also made it across. There were now only 7 people left in the room, while the zombies had already reached the second floor and were beginning to bang on the door. "Hurry up, or we won't be able to escape," C2 Zheng urged while he and the soldiers moved tables and chairs in the compartment to block the door. Hearing C2 Zheng's urging and the sounds of zombies crashing against the door, the other 2 civilians dared not delay and climbed up the iron cable one after the other. However, an unexpected incident occurred. The person climbing in front seemed to have lost strength and stopped halfway, leaving those behind in a bind, which led to curses from the others. This situation lasted for about half a minute. No matter how they encouraged the climber in the middle, he did not move forward. Suddenly, the door of the compartment was smashed open and a mutated dog lunged in, targeting Yin Minjun by the window. C2 Zheng reacted swiftly and shot the mutated dog in the head, causing it to explode. The sound of splintering wood mixed with Yin Minjun's terrified screams along with the piercing gunfire pierced the hearts of the 2 people on the iron cable like a dagger. Having hung on that cable for so long, they involuntarily let go and fell. Yin Minjun was paralyzed with fear, curled up in a corner, crying uncontrollably, too scared to move. C2 Zheng glanced at the soldier who had already blocked the broken hole in the door with a table and said to Yin Minjun, "Quick, climb over. If you want to see your cousin again." C2 Zheng's words seemed to have an effect. Yin Minjun wiped his tears and quickly climbed up the iron cable, soon reaching the other side. At this moment, the already damaged wooden door was completely ineffective and had been smashed open by numerous zombies. C2 Zheng raised Su Bing's gun and along with 3 other soldiers formed a crossfire to firmly suppress the zombies at the entrance. "You all go first, I'll cover you," C2 Zheng shouted. Immediately, 1 soldier climbed the iron cable while the other 2 remained still, continuing to fire bullets towards the door. "Are you going to disobey orders?" "Major, if you don't go, we won't leave." Upon seeing the determination in the soldier's eyes, C2 Zheng, not one to drag his feet, whispered, "Thank you." He then turned and climbed up the iron cable. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come alone. A soldier suddenly discovered he was out of ammunition, so the firepower suppressing the zombies was drastically reduced. As the zombies were about to surge in through the door, the soldier, without bullets, shouted Wang Xiaohua, "Hurry up!" and lunged towards the door, tackling the incoming zombies to the ground. Peng Ziwei, seeing his comrade was beyond saving Wang Xiaohua, let out a roar, tears brimming in his eyes, yet he dared not delay and quickly squeezed out the window to climb the iron cable. After Peng Ziwei also climbed through the window, everyone finally regrouped in the lumber processing factory. However, from the original 17 people in the morning, only 13 remained. "Major, you should have led the team to break through, not risk your life to get surrounded," said team leader Yu. "I will not abandon my teammates." Situ Zheng, now dropping his usual playful tone, spoke each word deliberately. "All right, Major, what shall we do now?" "Wait. This wave of zombies appeared too strangely, and we currently lack sufficient information. We can only formulate a corresponding plan once we obtain more information. Of course, it would be best if it all turned out to be a coincidence. According to the usual behavior of zombies, they will disperse after a while. At that time, we could easily escape. However, while I say this, I am very clear in my heart that things will not end so easily. Moreover, the appearance of the mutated dogs means that even if the zombies disperse, we won't be able to escape as easily as before. Mutated dogs are not something that can be dealt with by cold weapons. What is the connection behind the zombies' strange behavior and these mysterious creatures?" A small figure stood at the ship's railing on the Mingzhu cruise ship, her red clothing resembling a flag from a distance. The winter wind lifted her hair, and her chubby little face was flushed from the cold. The cruise ship seemed like a paradise. Occasionally wandering zombies headed toward it only to fall into the water and vanish without a trace. Since Situ Zheng had left with his group, Eryu had been standing here all day, gazing in the direction they had departed. Behind Eryu, Jiang when quietly watched the little girl from inside the cabin. Since she was rescued by Situ Zheng, she had shown extreme dependence on him. It was understandable, anyone would feel gratitude towards the person who risked their life to save them, especially a child as small as her. Thinking of this, Jiang Wen couldn't help but think of Situ Zheng, who usually appeared indifferent and unconcerned about everything, yet had acted in such a way. But it was also not surprising. If not for that incident, Situ Zheng's child would probably be around that age too. Moreover, the sick boy in the cabin would likely not survive much longer without medicine. According to Eryu, who brought him food, the child had refused to eat since last night. This morning, when Eryu cooked some porridge for him, he vomited it all out. In fact, Eryu was quite a well-behaved child. The image of her climbing up and down with a chair to cook for everyone was indeed very endearing. If it weren't for the apocalypse, such a sweet and lovely little girl would surely have been adopted by a suitable family and lived a happy life. However, thinking of how she caused them to lose contact with their rescue team, and how the powerful abilities they had painstakingly recruited were about to switch allegiance to Situ Zheng, made Jiang Wen feel a surge of resentment. However, there was nothing he could do to change Situ Zheng's plan. Among the 4 great families, how could the top of the 8 young masters, the demon young master, be merely a name? "Little sister, are you still waiting for Major Situ here?" "Don't worry, Major Situ and the others will be back soon," said the patrolling soldier Zhang Hongjuan as he leaned down to speak to Eryu. Eryu turned to look, her bright eyes sparkling as she smiled sweetly at Zhang Hongjun and said, "Yes, uncle, they will definitely be back soon. When they see us waiting for them, they will be very happy." "Indeed, but our little Eryu should go inside the cabin to wait." Zhang Hongjun affectionately patted Eryu's head as he spoke. Among all the people on the ship besides Situ Zheng, only these soldiers had no qualms about Eryu. Helping civilians, especially such a small child, was something they felt morally obligated to do, even at the cost of their own lives. "Then uncle, take care of yourself. You are everyone's guardian angel," Eryu obediently said as she turned and walked back into the cabin. "Guardian angel?" Zhang Hongjun shook his head self-mockingly and continued his patrol. After lunch, Eryu stood at the railing again. Zhang Hongjuan, who was on break, shook his head slightly, but did not stop her, muttering to himself, "This stubborn little girl." In fact, Eryu had been very worried about Situ Zheng and his group, because she dreamed that they were being chased by a horde of zombies fleeing in utter disarray. If it were just that, it wouldn't be too bad. What worried her even more was that the scene in her dream bore a resemblance to the place they had landed. She couldn't share any of this. Who would believe the nightmares of a little girl? But what if the nightmare came true? So she had to stay here ready to call everyone at the first sign of trouble. A zombie approached the shore, but did not foolishly walk into the water like its kind. Instead, it lingered by the shore for a while, letting out a few roars before departing. This action was noticed by Eryu, who stood at the ship's railing, deepening her worries. These zombies seemed to be getting smarter. The pain of wanting to speak, but not being able to wanting to act, but feeling powerless, filled Eryu's heart. Although this feeling of frustration and gloom had appeared in her life more than once, this time, it was particularly intense. Because this time it involved a person who had risked his life to save her, and she felt so powerless all she could do was watch and gaze into the distance. Situ Zheng looked out the window, noting that the zombies showed no signs of dispersing. Instead, they were gathering in greater numbers. Moreover, among the horde, he noticed a shadow darting around. It was a mutated dog. And lurking in the shadows, there was a mysterious giant beast that could crush a skull with one bite. There was too little intelligence and information, but too many zombies, and with the agile and jumping mutated dog, Situ Zheng couldn't help but furrow his brows. We can't wait any longer. Situ Zheng gathered everyone together and said the zombies are gathering in greater numbers. We must find a way to break out immediately. Not to mention that the Iron Gate might not be able to hold back more zombies. Our food and water will also run out. If we let this situation continue, we will surely be trapped here. Major Situ, what's your plan? Captain, you knew Situ Zheng must have a strategy by now. This plan must take some risks. Do you remember the method we used when we boarded the cruise ship? You mean grenades. But we've run out of grenades. So we have to take some risks. Captain, do you remember the truck I drove in this morning? That truck was loaded with fertilizer. What? That's great. With fertilizer and the sawdust from the processing plant, we can make homemade explosives. Captain Yu stood up with shining eyes, rubbing his hands together. However, he felt a chill in his heart. Choosing the woodworking factory as the base, the truck he brought happened to be carrying fertilizer. Was this a coincidence? Or had he been prepared all along? If he had been prepared, that would be terrifying. No one expected such a dire situation to occur, but he. Captain Yu couldn't help but recall a name Jiang Wen had once told him. Demon Young Master. Major Situ, what should we do? I feel that these zombies seem to be controlled by something, so we only have one chance for this plan. If we fail, we might fall into a predicament of being surrounded. So this time we need to act with a do-or-die spirit. First, most of us will gather at the front to create the illusion of a forced breakout, attracting the zombies' attention. Then another group will enter the restaurant from the iron cable, and after entering, cut the cable. Then we will exit the restaurant to approach the truck, bringing the truck to the window below. The person waiting will lower the basket from the window to hoist the fertilizer to the second floor. Everyone, including Captain Yu, was stunned by Situ Zheng's outrageous plan, a complete gamble with no way back. The people going out would sever their own return path, while simultaneously cutting off the exit for those inside. Yet this plan seemed to have a considerable chance of success. But who would take on the task? They'll go, Captain Yu said. Among all of us, my skills are the best. I am the only one fit for this mission. Seemingly already aware that Captain Yu would take up the task, Situ Zheng nodded and said, be careful. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not open fire. The success rate of the plan will drop by over 40 the moment a gun is fired, and your survival rate will plummet by 90. Rest assured, Major, you know my skills well enough. Captain Yu smiled as he spoke. With the sun still shining, the plan quickly unfolded. Situ Zheng directed everyone to move some of the timber blocking the iron door, while starting the trucks parked in the factory, creating the appearance of a forced breakout. He ordered the soldiers to shoot the zombies blocking the entrance. As expected, stimulated by the gunfire, Captain Yu, who was looking out from the second-floor window, noticed a significant decrease in the number of zombies that had surrounded the factory. Most began to slowly move toward the front door. Looking around and finding no zombies watching him, Captain Yu jumped from the window in a fish dive, grabbing the iron chain, hanging in midair, using the momentum to swing forward with both hands, moving at a speed that was astonishing. In less than 15 seconds, Captain Yu reached the opposite side, gripping the window ledge to lift himself up, and quickly rolled into the room. Inside the room was only half a zombie, the remains of Peng Ziwei, who had covered for his comrades with his life. His lower body had been bitten off, and with bloodied hands he struggled to hold up his head, which had been half-eaten, crawling toward Captain Yu with an empty chest cavity and a small piece of spine. Without hesitation, Captain Yu took out his dagger and stabbed it into the zombie's brain. Silently paying his respects to the corpse, he crouched down and quickly loosened the iron chain embedded in the wall. Once all the rings were released, the iron chain fell, knocking down a few zombies outside the manager's office window, but it did not attract the attention of the horde. However, Captain Yu in the opposite room dared not make any movements. A cold sweat dripped down his face, and he even hesitated to breathe deeply as a mutated dog appeared at the door, baring its teeth and glaring at him. Captain Yu slowly turned around with almost imperceptible movements, not daring to show any weakness nor allow a hint of fear to surface in his heart, for even the slightest lapse in composure would let the mutated dog pounce on him. Finally, Captain Yu turned completely around, facing the mutated dog, both staring at each other. At last, the mutated dog lost its patience and lunged at Captain Yu. In response, Captain Yu also lunged at the mutated dog, suddenly sidestepping midair, evading the dog's attack, while swiftly extending his dagger into the back of the dog's head. Though the dog was already dead when the dagger pierced its brain, the momentum of its body propelled it forward, pulling the dagger out. In midair, Captain Yu lost his balance, but still thrust the dagger towards the door. Another mutated dog happened to leap in through the door, and the dagger pierced through its mouth and into its brain. The unconscious body collided heavily with Captain Yu, covering him in blood. But at that moment, Captain, you could not afford to relax. He quickly scrambled up, not even pausing to retrieve his dagger, disregarding his appearance. He pushed the body of the nearby mutated dog aside and rolled forward like a lazy donkey. As he threw the dagger, he caught a glimpse of another mutated dog following closely behind the first. Captain Yes roll and push caused the body of the mutated dog to collide with the incoming one while he used the momentum to roll towards the doorway. Using both hands and feet, he scrambled up, running to the staircase in leaps and bounds. He practically leaped half of the stairs down to the first floor. Without daring to delay, Captain Yu burst through the door and saw the truck parked right outside the door, slightly ajar. Fortunately, it was so. Captain Yu easily opened the door and dove inside. Just as he closed the door, a mutated dog pounced and crashed into the door as it shut. At that moment, Captain Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. From the time he encountered the first mutated dog to climbing onto the truck, it had been less than a minute, but Captain Yu had danced around the gates of death several times, his underwear soaked in cold and hot sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. He quickly started the truck. Although the speed was not fast, a large number of zombies had been drawn away by the gunfire at the front door. After crashing through dozens of zombies, the truck came to a steady stop beneath the window of the timber processing factory. Seeing this, the two people responsible for the rescue hurriedly lowered the prepared basket. Captain Yu parked the truck perfectly, and the basket landed right in the truck bed. Not daring to waste time, he stepped onto the truck door to place a bag of fertilizer into the basket. As one basket was lifted, another was tossed down. Soon several bags of fertilizer were transported up. However, the fastest mutated dog had already arrived at the truck side, making powerful leaps to try and jump onto the vehicle. Yet due to the height of the truck bed, it could not make it up. The situation was now secure. 5 minutes later, when the last bag of fertilizer was loaded into the basket, Captain Yu climbed into the manager's office with the help of the iron chain and those inside. The small office was almost overturned by the cheers of the crowd. It was magnificent. From the moment they opened fire at the front door to Captain Yes return to the manager's office, the entire process took less than 10 minutes, yet it determined the life and death of everyone. With these fertilizers and the readily available wood chips in the timber factory, it was set to create enough homemade explosives to open an escape route for everyone. At that moment, no one cared about the dead or the lack of sufficient fuel. Merely surviving was enough for everyone to feel satisfied. After a while of venting, Situ Zheng finally said, "All right, hurry up and make the explosives. Be careful not to blow yourselves up instead of the zombies. Professional soldiers will handle the operations, you others may only watch. Only those who have fully learned can assist. Additionally, divide into several small groups, and the explosives made cannot be stored together." Then he stepped forward, patted Captain Yes' shoulder, and said, "You've worked hard. It is not difficult to make explosives in the hands of professionals, or a whole night can yield a substantial amount. However, with the addition of making detonators and mixing iron pieces to create makeshift grenades, a single night seems rather insufficient." Moreover, the other walking corpses in the town were continuously closing in, and Situ Zheng knew he could not afford to wait any longer. After spending 2 hours on preparations, everyone boarded the truck. The driver was Soldier Wang Xiaohua, with Chef Zhang Zhengmin seated next to him in the passenger seat, as he had been assigned there due to feeling unwell. The others were seated in the cargo area. "Let's get started," Situ Zheng said to the squad leader. Due to the loss of power, the phones had long since lost signal, so several phones had been repurposed as remote detonators. With a loud boom, the back wall of the lumber factory collapsed, and the walking corpses, realizing their previous obstacle had vanished, rushed into the opening. The walking corpses from the other three sides also began to move towards the back wall. However, the corpses that poured in quickly discovered that they still faced a wall, as the warehouse door had been securely blocked. As the number of corpses at the front door began to decrease, the squad leader decisively activated the explosives again. The explosives placed under the iron door, due to their positioning, caused the door to tilt outward after the explosion, crushing the corpses that had been blocked outside, while the wooden materials used to reinforce the iron door formed a small slope. The truck had already been accelerating for quite some time. Seeing the iron door blown open, driver Wang Xiaohua slammed on the gas, causing the truck to surge up the slope. The entire vehicle momentarily soared through the air before crashing into the horde of corpses, and those caught under the wheels were instantly crushed with blood, causing the wheels to start slipping. At this moment, the people in the truck began throwing the makeshift grenades into the crowd of corpses, creating a clear area, and the somewhat slipping truck finally stabilized. As more and more makeshift grenades were thrown, the truck gradually broke through the encirclement of corpses. Then a massive explosion erupted behind them as the squad leader detonated the remaining explosives, causing the entire lumber factory to collapse, burying countless corpses that had rushed into the processing plant beneath the rubble. The sluggish corpses could not keep up with the truck. The corpses in front became increasingly sparse under the dual assault of grenades and gunfire, and the truck was about to break free from the encirclement. At this moment, the problem that worried Situzheng finally occurred. A mysterious colossal beast lurking in the shadows seemed unwilling to let its prey escape and finally appeared before them with the force of thunder. The event happened so quickly that a massive shadow suddenly burst forth from the horde of corpses on the left, violently crashing into the truck. Zhao Yuanxin, who was sitting in the truck and preparing to throw a grenade, stumbled and was knocked off the vehicle. He could only let out a scream before falling silent. At this point, everyone could finally see that the shadow was actually a dog, or rather a giant Tibetan Mastiff. Despite the mutated Mastiff being covered in blood scabs and swellings, the mane around its neck reminiscent of a lion's left no room for doubt. Known for its strength capable of battling bears, this Mastiff was undoubtedly a fierce beast among dogs, and this one was as large as a bull. It moved like the wind, and the speeding truck could barely shake it off. Quick! Use grenades to stop it from getting closer. As Situzheng shouted, a grenade fell near the gigantic Mastiff. The Mastiff seemed to realize the danger of the object, leaping aside. While it knocked over several corpses, it also avoided the main explosion radius of the grenade. The shrapnel had no effect on its body, but did slow its speed. Most of the grenades were used to deter the Mastiff's pursuit, leaving fewer to clear a path for the truck. Fortunately, the Mastiff itself blocked many corpses. Although the truck was somewhat bumpy, its speed did not decrease significantly. However, what worried Situzheng was the opponent lurking in the shadows. The mutated Mastiff that had appeared before them had lost its greatest advantage. Even though its speed and strength were astonishing, once it was taken away from the horde of corpses, its defeat under the combined fire of several guns and grenades was just a matter of time. Tens of thousands of corpses were indeed many, but as they surrounded the lumber processing plant from all sides, they inadvertently spread their numbers thin. Moreover, the previous tactic of blowing up the back wall had significantly reduced the number of corpses directly in front. Finally, blowing open the front door and crushing the most densely packed area of corpses completely ensured the successful execution of their breakout plan. The speeding truck soon burst through the encirclement of the corpses, leaving them far behind. Soon only the mutated Mastiff was relentlessly pursuing the truck. However, after the initial ambush, everyone was prepared, and when the Mastiff was about to crash into the truck, they all braced themselves. Immediately after the impact, they picked up their guns and grenades to fire at the Mastiff. Due to the recoil, although each collision caused the truck to jolt violently, the Mastiff also suffered. Each impact momentarily interrupted its movements. Additionally, having left the horde of corpses, everyone no longer needed to worry about surrounding corpses, while the Mastiff simultaneously lost the cover of the corpses, improving their shooting and throwing accuracy. In this back-and-forth situation, although the Mastiff was extremely agile and quick, able to dodge most bullets and the shrapnel from grenade explosions, the bullets and shrapnel lodged in its body continued to accumulate. Soon the once menacing and terrifying Mastiff appeared as pathetic as a drowned rat. Even the mane around its neck, resembling a lion's, had been singed by the flames of the grenades, making it look like a hairless, mangy dog. As the mastermind behind the imminent danger was about to be brought down, the speed of the bullets and grenades aimed at the Mastiff increased significantly. With the intensified counterattack from the truck, the pursuing Mastiff could barely withstand the blows, suffering continuous injuries, yet its bloodthirsty and ferocious instincts would not allow it to retreat. The chase grew further away from the horde of corpses, and its body had sustained several large wounds from the grenades it failed to dodge in time. Unfortunately for such a mutated creature, these injuries inflicted no real damage. If it were a normal creature, even bleeding would have long led to its death. Yet this giant Mastiff not only did not die, but showed no signs of fatigue, relentlessly pursuing the truck. However, the situation soon changed when a grenade exploded right next to the Mastiff's hind leg. Although the mutated Mastiff could ignore biological laws, it could not disregard physical laws. The explosion shattered part of its hind leg, and the resulting shockwave caused it to lose balance and crash to the ground. Seeing this opportunity, everyone could not let it slip by. Bullets and grenades poured fiercely towards the Mastiff. After throwing a round of grenades before the others could throw a second round, their truck suddenly made a sharp turn, causing it to tip over due to inertia. Not good. Jump out of the truck. At the shout of Lieutenant Yu, several people in the truck bed leapt out almost simultaneously. Fortunately, the thick grass on both sides of the road cushioned their fall. Except for Zhang Jianhua, who was unfortunate enough to break his leg, the others rolled upon landing. Though covered in dirt, none suffered serious injuries. Unfortunately, many weapons were left in the truck, and at that moment an explosion erupted from the vehicle. Get down. Upon hearing the explosion, Lieutenant Yu knew it was bad. It must have been a grenade that someone had dropped in the truck during the overturn. This was disastrous. The exploding grenade triggered the remaining grenades on the truck. The entire vehicle instantly transformed into a blazing fireball, with shrapnel flying in all directions. One unfortunate soldier had half of his head blown off by a flying piece of metal, and just as everyone was still in shock, a roar came from behind. They saw that the giant mastiff had somehow survived such a fierce assault. It had fallen to the right, so most of the attacks concentrated on its left side, leaving its left half of the face nearly obliterated, even its eye was destroyed. Its left legs were blown away, exposing chunks of flesh and bone. A massive wound was also visible on its left abdomen, with innards spilling out. Just as everyone was still in shock, someone shouted to run. Mayans along with the injured Zhang Jianhua turned to flee into the distance. The giant mastiff pounced on the leg-injured Zhang Jianhua, biting through his skull and feasting on his brain. Lieutenant Yu led the soldiers to spread out faintly, surrounding the feasting mastiff. Then they all raised their guns and fired at the mastiff simultaneously. It seemed to have been prepared, darting away. Despite its severely injured left legs slowing it down, it still leaped out of the encirclement, chasing after the fleeing people. "Be careful. Come back," Lieutenant Yu shouted. The fleeing Minjun turned back at the shout. The last thing he saw in his life was the ugly and terrifying face of the giant mastiff and its blood-soaked maw. Since the giant mastiff had burst out, Zhang finally relaxed. For him, losing control was his greatest fear. But he knew too little about the walking corpses that suddenly appeared in this world and the disaster they brought with too little information at hand. Thus, he made a mistake. The emergence of the mutated dog, the abnormal behavior of the walking corpses led his team into a predicament along with that mysterious beast. Zhang had immense confidence in his escape plan and Lieutenant Ye's skills, but if there was anything that could cause variables, it would be that mysterious beast. From the moment the giant mastiff appeared, Zhang quickly analyzed its speed and strength, even judging that the weapons he had on hand were sufficient to eliminate it based on the damage caused by bullets and grenades. As expected, shortly after the truck broke through the horde of corpses, the giant mastiff finally revealed its weakness, nearly dead. But then an accident occurred. The truck unexpectedly lost control and overturned at the most critical moment. At the instant the truck overturned, Zhang jumped out forcefully, shifting his center of gravity midair. As his feet landed, he lunged forward and rolled to dissipate the momentum. How could this be? Zhang was well aware of Wang Xiaohua's driving skills. How could the truck suddenly lose control in such an unobstructed situation? Zhang felt a chill in his heart. There was indeed an enemy plotting against him from the shadows, and at the moment he thought the situation was under control, it had instantly reversed. Who was so terrifying that they could manipulate him like this? How could they do all this? Who are they? It couldn't possibly be these zombies or the giant mastiff, who was behind the scenes helping these mutated creatures to plot against him, wanting to bring his team to their doom. Too many questions flooded his mind in an instant. "Get down," Lieutenant Yu shouted beside him, pushing him down to the ground. The explosives inside the truck were detonated. The massive explosion tore the truck bed into pieces, shrapnel and debris flying everywhere, while the truck's front was blasted away, landing far off. A soldier didn't even have time to scream before a piece of flying debris decapitated him. In an instant, only 7 out of the 10 people in the truck remained, hoping there would be enough ammunition to eliminate the giant mastiff. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the giant mastiff charged out. "Run!" Minjun's voice suddenly reached his ears. This was bad. Turning back, he saw that the untrained civilians had indeed scattered in all directions, while Lieutenant Yu and the others had evidently not yet finished setting up their shooting positions. As expected, the injured Zhang Jianhua was the first to fall victim, and the giant mastiff seemed to understand psychological tactics, starting to eat in front of everyone. Unfortunately, it was facing professional soldiers. Lieutenant Yu and the others quickly positioned themselves and opened fire on the giant mastiff. The mastiff did not hesitate to escape the shooting zone and chased after the fleeing individuals. Damn, this beast wants to eliminate those who pose a lesser threat first. Moreover, its speed had only decreased by about 30, making it difficult to hit or dodge. Zhang's eyes scanned the soldiers. Their ammunition was insufficient. The magazines were unclear, but there were only 3 grenades. The mutated giant mastiff could only be killed by attacking its head. Its left side was severely injured, its vision impaired, and its left limbs greatly damaged. It would show weaknesses when turning, and bullets could not penetrate the bones due to muscle barriers. Only attacks from the left side could potentially cause fatal damage. What exactly happened in the driver's cabin? Currently, the chance of eliminating the giant mastiff was only 40, and it had to be without any external interference. But would the mysterious enemy who caused the truck to overturn stay idle? "Be careful. Come back." As Lieutenant Ye's voice rang out, the giant mastiff caught up with the fleeing Minjun and bit down on his head. "Lieutenant, you conserve ammunition. Bullets fired from a distance cannot cause effective damage. Only close-range shots at unprotected areas can kill the giant mastiff. Target the 2 left legs as the primary attack to restrict its movement. The giant mastiff has blind spots on its left side, and its eyes are a vital point. While the mysterious force that overturned the truck had yet to appear, Sidu Zheng was not one to shy away from action. Moreover, they must first deal with the giant mastiff before contemplating strategies. If only there were other forces to draw upon. At that moment, Situ Zheng's eyes brightened. Sun Yi was actually a very insecure person, but his confidence began to swell unexpectedly when disaster struck, and he became an awakened. After gaining the attention of Jiang, when it seemed that success was just within reach. All of this became the nourishment for the morbid seed in his heart, twisting his inner self further. He often felt superior, deriving a peculiar pleasure from watching others struggle in hardship. Later in the cockpit of the Mingzhu cruise ship, his help in solving a major issue further inflated his arrogance. However, after being taken away from the cruise ship by Situ Zheng, he realized he was merely a frog in a well. He could not compare to Situ Zheng's extraordinary wisdom and cunning. He was just deceiving himself with the thought of his own power as an awakened. But later, when he single-handedly took on the dangerous task of acquiring fertilizer for making explosives, he certainly found himself in a situation where survival was far from guaranteed. This combination of literary and martial prowess crushed his inflated sense of superiority as an awakened, forcing him to experience a sense of inferiority he hadn't felt since becoming an operative, making him realize that in the entire team, he seemed to be a disposable asset. Envy, jealousy, hatred. No matter what happened, he maintained an indifferent demeanor. Even as team members fell one by one, he merely watched silently from the sidelines. Mr. Sun, as an awakened, are you still planning to stay out of this? Or do you think you have the confidence to single-handedly defeat this giant hound with your still unrefined powers? Suddenly, Situ Zheng's cold voice pierced his ears. He knows about me. Sun Yi was taken aback, but quickly recalled that since Jiang Wen knew he was an awakened, there was no reason for Situ Zheng to be unaware. The fact that Situ Zheng showed no intention of recruiting him only fueled a surge of anger within Sun Yi. However, he also knew that this was not the time to lose his temper. Besides, Situ Zheng was right. He didn't even believe he could defeat the giant hound alone. What does the Major want me to do? Your ability should be to instantly launch a large number of spikes. I need you to assist the soldiers in killing the giant hound. When I shout kill, you should unleash your powers to attack the hound's head. Do not use those small gadgets in the cockpit. Remember, the opportunity is only once. If you fail, you will attract the hound's attention. What might happen then, I need not say. Upon hearing Situ Zheng's words, Sun Yi was shocked again. He had only brought out a single spike and had never used it in front of Situ Zheng. How did he know about his powers? This person was truly terrifying. It seemed he could not hide any secrets from him. Yet he could not refuse the task given to him by Situ Zheng. Killing the giant hound would expose his powers, but in this chaotic world, strength must be displayed to gain others' trust. Moreover, the credit for slaying the giant hound would undoubtedly elevate his prestige among the survivors to its peak. How could he resist such a tempting reward? Furthermore, he was in a life-or-death relationship with the giant hound. With that thought in mind, Sun Yi began to secretly gather his strength, planning to make a decisive strike. He dared not hold back at this moment. Thinking of Situ Zheng's terrifying plans, he realized that if he held back, that very reserve might become part of Situ Zheng's calculations. While accumulating his strength, Sun Yi closely watched the movements of the mutated giant hound, daring not to relax for even a moment as it concerned his life. During this time, the giant hound caught up with the fleeing Hu Meijuan, easily killed her, and after consuming her brain, it gradually approached the group that had formed a defensive circle. At this point, the only ones left alive were himself, Situ Zheng, Yu Lian, and 3 other soldiers. The soldiers seemed to have received Situ Zheng's commands, and their formation was gradually changing. The original arc-shaped formation was turning into a triangle with Yu Lian at the back and the 3 remaining soldiers protecting him. Meanwhile, Situ Zheng and he were isolated in a strange position on the right side. If Situ Zheng had not been standing beside him at that moment, Sun Yi would have thought he was being used as bait. The mutated giant hound gradually approached the group, seemingly aware that the sticks in their hands posed a threat. After observing their positions, it began to walk towards Sun Yi. Had it not been for Situ Zheng's calm demeanor beside him, he might have bolted. But thinking of the fate of the 3 who had fled earlier, it was better to stay put. Sun Yi quickly realized that under Situ Zheng's deliberate arrangement, the formation had become strange, forming a triangle between himself, the soldiers, and the mutated giant hound, which exposed its heavily injured left side to the gunfire of Yu Lian and the others. Sure enough, as the giant hound moved, the rifles in the hands of Yu Lian and the others immediately fired along with a thrown grenade. Boom! The giant hound's attack was abruptly interrupted as it glared angrily at Yu Lian and the others. As it leapt toward Yu Lian and the soldiers, Yu Lian and the soldiers executed a roll, narrowly escaping the descending giant hound. It seemed that due to becoming an awakened, his vision and hearing had become extremely sharp, allowing him to perceive clearly the events that unfolded in the blink of an eye. That wasn't all. He also noticed a smoking grenade quietly lying where Yu Lian had stood. Boom. The giant hound suffered another heavy blow and did not immediately attack, but stared fiercely at Yulian. At the same time, he realized that even though he and Situ Zheng had not moved, they had shifted to the left side of the giant hound because of its charge. Seeing the giant hound's left eye, which had already been blown to pieces. Looks like it's time to act. Soon the giant hound's bloodthirsty nature drove it to charge at Yulian and the others again, but due to recent events, it was now hesitant to leap forward recklessly. As the giant hound gradually drew closer, Sun, he felt his mind sharpened like never before at that moment. Kill. Sunny knew that rather than saying he had killed the giant hound, it was more accurate to say it had fallen victim to Situ Zheng's schemes. Throughout the entire process, he had revealed no hint of threat, allowing the giant hound to unwittingly walk into his line of sight, which led to a successful strike. Even the 3 people killed by the giant hound, while trying to escape, were part of his plan. Sun Yi thought perhaps that shout of run was uttered by Situ Zheng. Moreover, he must have a backup plan. Even if Sun Yi did not act according to his scheme, he would have a contingency to force Sun Yi into action or to eliminate the giant hound. Watching Situ Zheng walk towards the wrecked truck's driver's cabin, Sun Yi's eyes revealed a deep sense of apprehension. Situ Zheng indeed had a backup plan. Upon seeing Sun Yi decisively strike and the giant hound fall, he quietly tucked away the 2 grenades in his hand. The mysterious black hand hasn't appeared. Does he still have a backup, or does he lack the ability to interfere again? As he pondered these questions, Situ Zheng walked toward the front of the wrecked truck. I hope to find some clues. The front of the wrecked truck was mostly deformed due to the collision, and the glass from the windows had long been thrown away. Peering through the shattered window, he saw some bloodstains at the driver's seat, while the 2 people inside had already been ejected from the cabin. Looking at the bloodstains, Situ Zheng furrowed his brow. It was evident that the cause of the truck's overturning was the driver Wang Xiaohua being attacked. However, from the distribution of the bloodstains, the attack had come from Wang Zaihua's right side, and to his right should have been Zhang Zhengmin. What force managed to evade Zhang Zhengmin and, avoiding the gaze of everyone in the truck, attacked Wang Xiaohua? Unless it was Zhang Zhengmin who attacked Wang Xiaohua. But it made no sense for him to do so. It would only cost him his life without yielding any benefit. Could it be that the mysterious black hand behind the scenes possesses the ability to control human thoughts and actions? This could also explain why the zombies seemed to be controlled as they surrounded the lumber processing plant. Thinking of this, Situ Zheng couldn't help but feel a chill. If such a terrifying enemy was truly watching him from the shadows, it would be too dreadful. From then on, he would not only face zombies or mutated animals, but even his comrades might turn against him at any moment. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass behind him. Situ Zheng turned to look and saw 2 zombies crawling toward him. These 2 zombies had shards of glass embedded in their faces. Despite having all 4 limbs, they struggled to crawl toward him. These 2 zombies were actually Wang Xiaohua and Zhang Zhengmin. How could they have turned into zombies? This thought flashed through Situ Zheng's mind as he decisively raised his handgun and shot them in the head. Having confirmed they posed no threat, Situ Zheng slowly approached, believing that he might find answers on them. Even corpses could speak. Situ Zheng squatted down to first examine Wang Zaihua's corpse. Due to the explosion, he had been thrown from the driver's cabin by the force of inertia, resulting in shards of glass embedded in his face. Most of his bones were broken, so even though the zombie had all 4 limbs, it could only crawl over. A very clear bite mark on his right neck confirmed Situ Zheng's judgment. Indeed, the attack came from the right, causing the truck to lose control and overturn. And the source of this bite mark? Situ Zheng turned his gaze to the corpse of Zhang Zhengmin beside him. It really was Zhang Zhengmin who attacked Wang Xiaohua. With this thought, Situ Zheng ceased further examination of Wang Zaihua's body and turned to inspect Zhang Zhengmin's corpse. At a glance, Zhang Zhengmin's body showed no signs of injury. If he was controlled, perhaps I could find clues to deal with this. Situ Zheng drew out a dagger and cut open Zhang Zhengmin's clothing. From the front, he appeared normal. Now to check the back. Flipping Zhang Zhengmin's body over, Situ Zheng quickly noticed what seemed to be a bite mark at his lower back, which had already begun to rot, indicating it was likely a wound from a few days ago. Seeing this wound, Situ Zheng realized his judgment was wrong. There was no mastermind capable of controlling human thoughts and actions. However, at that moment, he felt relieved and pleased about his misjudgment. The truth behind the truck's overturning finally surfaced. Zhang Zhengmin had been bitten by a zombie days ago, and he had concealed this fact. Although he had displayed some unnatural behavior along the way, he had found excuses to cover it up. Moreover, surviving in the apocalypse would indeed cause some issues, so no one paid much attention. It was only after the truck broke through that he mutated into a zombie and attacked Wang Xiaohua, who was focused on driving, causing the truck to lose control and overturn. At the same time, he thought of another person who had been bitten on the cruise ship, Ingenu. I hope that little guy is okay, Situ Zheng thought to himself. He was not worried about the others on the ship as the few remaining guards were armed and could handle a single zombie without issue. Having paid a bloody price, Situ Zheng gained an extremely important piece of information: a person bitten by a zombie would turn into a zombie in a few days. But the cost of obtaining this information was truly too great. At this point, the remaining people had already been drawn to the situation here. Yu Lianzhang said, "Major, we need to go. The zombies are coming." Upon hearing Yu Lianzhang's words, Situ Zheng stood up and looked back, discovering that the number of pursuing zombies was no longer as many as before, and they were no longer moving in unison. The zombies that were approaching his group continued to come this way, while those in the distance out of sight began to halt and wander aimlessly. It seemed that after the death of the mutated giant hound, the zombies had broken free from its control and returned to their previous aimless wandering state. However, this further confirmed that powerful mutated creatures had the ability to exert simple control over them. This was undoubtedly bad news for those in the apocalypse. "Let's set off. There's still quite a distance to the cruise ship. We must not let those tireless zombies catch up." After saying this, Situ Zheng turned and started on the path back to the cruise ship. Yu continued to stand at the ship's railing, gazing in the direction where Situ Zheng and his group had left, her worries intensifying. They had already exceeded the agreed time and had yet to return, and there had also been issues on the ship. In the morning, when the soldiers were delivering food to the feverish child, they discovered he had turned into a zombie. Although no casualties occurred, it put everyone on the ship on high alert. "It's the Major. The Major is back. Oh my God. There are zombies chasing them. Quick help." February's voice echoed from the ship's side as the soldier responsible for operating the vessel started the engine, slowly steering towards the shore. Situ Zheng suffered a crushing defeat. Not only did he fail to bring back any food, fuel, or medicine that he had planned to find, but he also wasted a significant amount of time and the limited ammunition available. More importantly, out of the 17 people who set out, only 6 returned alive, and those 6 were in a pitiful state, chased back by a horde of zombies from afar. Once aboard the ship, before Situ Zheng could catch his breath, a petite figure had already wrapped her arms around his thigh, sobbing. "Wu, you finally returned. I was so scared, Wu. I was so worried." Situ Zheng affectionately stroked February's hair and said, "Silly girl, why are you scared? Didn't I come back safely? But were you obedient while I was gone? Did you cause trouble for anyone?" "No, February was very well behaved." "All right, February, stop it now. Major Situ must be tired. Let them rest for a while," Jiang Wen said as he pulled February away from Situ Zheng's leg. Situ Zheng did not decline and walked alone towards the room. All right, team leader, you should also take a rest. The others can do their own things. There's nothing to see here." With just a few words, Jiang Wen managed to disperse the crowd gathered around. The ship gradually returned to silence, yet February felt an ominous sense of an impending storm in her heart. At night, in the cabin, the remaining 11 people sat around the dining table, intently listening as Situ Zheng recounted the experiences they had faced along the way, as well as some already confirmed deductions. Although Situ Zheng tried to explain the situation as simply as possible, it still took several hours. "In the end, we were pitifully chased back by a horde of zombies." After finishing this sentence, Situ Zheng fell silent, looking at Jiang Wen. "Major Situ, please don't blame yourself. We deeply mourn for those who perished. I believe everyone understands that if it were anyone else in the same situation, they definitely wouldn't have done as well as you did." Jiang Wen said slowly in a low voice. "What has happened can no longer be changed. The deceased are gone, but we who are alive must continue to plan for the future. What do you think, Major Situ? You are obviously asking me this as if you already have a plan, yet why ask me, the defeated general?" "Major Situ, you are being too humble. If it weren't for your insistence on looking for medicine for that child, you would have returned early, and perhaps such a tragedy would not have occurred. Your concern for your team members' lives and care for the masses is deeply admirable. However, while you were fighting bloodily against the zombies as your colleague, I naturally couldn't take advantage of your misfortune. After much contemplation, I have thought of a better solution. If you don't mind, I would be happy to share it with everyone." "Please, Major Jiang, go ahead. The idea of taking a cruise ship to the Nanjing military region is indeed clever. If Major Situ can bring back enough fuel this time, then going to Nanjing is certainly reasonable. However, we all know that the biggest difference between a cruise ship and a car is the type of fuel used. This was also one of the main objectives of our previous operation. But on water, if the ship runs out of fuel, it will be stuck, whereas on land, we can still look for other means of transportation. Moreover, fuel resupply and collection is quite simple. We just need to siphon fuel from other vehicles to store it for our long-term use. Therefore, my plan is to disembark as soon as possible, find cars, and collect fuel, then drive north directly to Beijing." Jiang Wen paused before continuing. "Everyone knows that disasters typically strike at 6 a.m. when most people are concentrated in cities while other areas have relatively fewer people. As long as we avoid approaching large cities and eliminate zombies along the way, searching for supplies from abandoned cars will be sufficient to support our journey. Furthermore, the Beijing side will definitely not stand idly by while zombies run rampant. They will arrange troops to sweep the surrounding zombies, meaning the closer we are to Beijing, the safer we will be. So why go to the survivor gathering point in the Nanjing military region, which may or may not exist? After all, we don't know where these gathering points are, but we do know that there are none on the Yangtze River. Moreover, forging paths through mountains and building bridges over water is a fine tradition of our army. Even if the main roads are blocked by vehicles, we can completely bypass them or find suitable paths to proceed. What do you think, Major Situ? Major Jiang's plan is indeed excellent, perfectly complementing the shortcomings of my own plan. We just need to continue sailing the cruise ship upstream along the Yangtze River. If we can find fuel along the way, that would be ideal. Even if we can't find any, we can abandon the ship and switch to land travel to Nanjing. All right, Major Situ, since you insist so firmly, we can only proceed to a democratic vote to decide our direction. No need to make it so complicated. I must go to Nanjing. Those who wish to go to Nanjing can follow me by boat. Those who don't want to go are free to leave. The crowd in the cabin gasped in surprise. It was clear to everyone that Situ Zheng and Jiang Wen were at odds. This time, Situ Zheng's team had suffered significant losses, and Jiang Wen sought the opportunity to seize power. Originally, it was expected that Situ Zheng might quarrel or compromise with Jiang Wen, but unexpectedly Situ Zheng's reaction was so intense, directly threatening to split, and he openly said such words in front of everyone, leaving no face for Jiang Wen. Situ Zheng's words left Jiang Wen momentarily speechless. He stared at Situ Zheng for quite some time without reacting. After a long while, he finally calmed down. Jiang Wen initially only wanted to adjust Situ Zheng's itinerary. As for the command, he had no intention of competing with Situ Zheng. Jiang Wen knew Situ Zheng's capabilities. If he were to leave the team, it was uncertain whether this group could truly reach Beijing. However, now that Situ Zheng had said this, if he were to back down, he would lose all face and credibility, making it nearly impossible to hold his head high in front of Situ Zheng in the future. All right, you little brat, you want to play this game with me? I will see who ends up losing face in the end. Besides, I am not just sitting idly by. I want to see what cards you have left, and after the showdown, who will truly lose face. Jiang Wen thought silently, though he said, Major Situ, this is no longer an era of absolute authority. We need to respect human rights, don't you agree? You should also listen to what the others think. All right, since Major Situ has made up his mind, I have nothing more to say. Everyone is free to choose where they want to go. However, no matter what we have endured together for so long, whoever wants to change their mind is still welcome. Jiang Wen, feeling even more humiliated, finally decided to tear off the facade with Situ Zheng, but then thought that Situ Zheng's terrifying cunning had still left him a significant backup. The crowd exchanged glances, for the two highest-ranking commanders here had unexpectedly fallen into conflict, contemplating a split. It is worth noting that the research institute where Situ Zheng worked was quite unique, as it was responsible for a component of the nation's latest secret weapon. Although Situ Zheng discovered that the component he was in charge of was undoubtedly the core part of this weapon and inferred its functionality, he dared not truly engage in it. As a core member of the Situ family, one of the four pillars of the nation, he could not recklessly involve himself in such technology without permission. Naturally, the guard assigned to oversee it could not belong exclusively to any one family. These soldiers were meticulously selected from various military units. It was precisely for this reason that the 6 surviving soldiers did not support any particular family. It could only be said that they were closer to certain factions in their daily lives. Seeing that no one reacted, Jiang Wen cleared his throat and said again, All right, please feel free to choose whom you wish to follow. Just as everyone was still hesitating, you had quietly stood behind Situ Zheng. Her small stature went unnoticed by the others, perhaps because her choice was not even considered by the crowd. The first to make a choice besides Yue was Sun Yi, who silently walked over to Jiang Wen's side. Seeing Sun Yi's choice, many people brightened up, for it had been publicly revealed that Sun Yi was an awakened one after Situ Zheng and his party returned. However, Situ Zheng and Jiang Wen tactfully explained that only a few had the fortune to become awakened due to the calamity. Sun Yi's choice stirred many to action. Although Situ Zheng's plan was well-crafted, this incident had unveiled many unexpected developments, diminishing his prestige significantly. Meanwhile, Sun Yi, who possessed the strength to slay the mutated giant eagle, seemed to be a reliable ally, and since Jiang Wen had also been promoted to major, he likely wasn't inept. Following Sun Yi, even Captain Yu chose to stand by Jiang Wen. Seeing these two stand behind him, a hint of smugness appeared on Jiang Wen's face. With Sun Yi as an awakened one aside, Captain Yu held great prestige within the military, and with his support, more people would certainly rally to his side. As Jiang Wen had anticipated, most people leaned towards the latter due to Situ Zheng's intelligence and the combined prowess of Sun Yi, and Captain Yu especially with his hidden depth. Situ Zheng, you have lost. You lost to your own glaring brilliance and to your compassion for others. Soon everything settled down to apart from Eryu. Everyone expressed their support for Jiang Wen's decision. If Situ Zhang continued to insist on his thoughts, he would have no choice but to take Eryu and walk the path to Nanjing alone. Major Situ, don't you think going to Beijing is what everyone wants? It would be better if we went together, it would be safer on the way. Moreover, even if you don't consider yourself, you should think about others, right? Major Jiang, both you and I have our reasons to return to the military alive. I believe you understand the principle of not putting all your eggs in one basket, no matter how good this basket may be. So my decision to go this time is firm. You need not persuade me anymore. You all can discuss your itinerary among yourselves and inform me by tomorrow morning. Eryu, let's go. With that, he picked up Eryu and left the dining hall, leaving the others with a somewhat lonely silhouette. Jiang Wen cleared his throat and said, "All right, everyone should rest early." Hearing Jiang Wen say this, the crowd had no choice but to disperse. At this moment in Situ Zhang's room, he remarked, "Following me will be a perilous and arduous road. As long as you don't mind being a burden to me, it's fine. I cannot guarantee that I can protect you. They can't either. You should get some good sleep now, as starting tomorrow it may be nearly impossible to sleep soundly." At this moment, if there were outsiders present, they would surely be astonished by the dialogue between the two, for Eryu's tone was hardly that of a child under 6. Instead, it resembled that of a colleague of Situ Zhang. The next morning, Situ Zhang was the last to enter the dining hall, with Eryu remaining silent as they quietly sat down to enjoy their breakfast. After they finished, Jiang Wen approached and asked, "Major Situ, have you made up your mind? We plan to take a boat downstream to find a suitable spot to disembark before seeking vehicles and other supplies, then head towards Beijing. You have a larger group, so all resources should be prioritized for your allocation. Eryu and I only need to prepare 3 days' worth of rations." "All right, since you, Major Situ, have made your decision, I won't try to keep you any longer." After running into several setbacks with Situ Zhang, Jiang Wen's patience wore thin, and he turned away with a stern expression, leaving a final remark. An hour later, only Situ Zhang and Eryu remained on the shore. Situ Zhang carried a bundle containing 3 days' worth of food for both of them, and a phone capable of receiving central satellite broadcasts. The only weapons they carried were a Type 92 pistol, a military dagger, several bullets, and 2 homemade grenades. Situ Zhang gazed at the gradually receding cruise ship with a contemplative expression, while Eryu beside him appeared somewhat indignant. "Little one, don't be upset. How can I not be angry? They clearly cannot use the cruise ship, yet they insist on seizing it from us. How much less distance we could have covered otherwise. And I don't like you calling me little one." Eryu pouted in anger. Situ Zhang chuckled. "Then let me ask you, what are the first 40 digits of pi? Recite them. Or can you tell me what chemical changes and physical changes occur during the oxidation of iron? How could I know such things at that age? I knew them when I was your age." Yes, young Master Situ, as the heir of the Situ family, you naturally had access to a wide range of knowledge from a young age. You talk much more than you did before, don't you? Or is this your true nature? As you said, we are actually the same kind of people. If we were on the ship, you wouldn't speak to me this way." Situ Zhang shrugged and opened his backpack, taking out a down jacket. He then removed his military overcoat and placed it inside the bag, donning the jacket instead, saying, "All right, from now on we are free and unrestrained survivors." Eryu was amused by Situ Zhang's words, squinting her eyes in delight. At that moment, she realized she had finally found a companion, no longer needing to suppress and disguise herself as she had before. Someone who could understand and accept her uniqueness. Situ Zhang held Eryu's hand as they walked across a desolate expanse of wildland. Their luck had been poor, and after hours of trudging, no highway had yet appeared on the horizon. "Are you tired?" Situ Zhang asked. "Not really," Eryu replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. "Are awakened ones truly so formidable? Eryu, do you ever think of your parents?" Situ Zhang suddenly changed the subject, glancing aside as he spoke. Eryu sensed at once that this abrupt question carried weight, that something vital was about to be revealed. She did not answer immediately, but paused thoughtfully before speaking. "I don't know. I've never seen my parents. Unless they themselves return to the place where I was abandoned and track me down at the orphanage, finding them amid the vast sea of humanity would be all but impossible. And now with the world in ruins, I fear I shall never lay eyes on them again. Still, if it were possible, I would wish to meet them just once." "Let's rest for a moment," Situ Zhang said, scanning their surroundings for danger before guiding Eryu to sit upon a clean patch of earth. "What about your own future? Have you given it any thought?" "My future? Before the cataclysm, I'd likely have been adopted by a childless couple. Now," she paused, then shot Situ Zhang a wry, knowing glance. "You're not planning to adopt me, are you? Given your status, adopting an orphan seems entirely unnecessary." "Huh?" Situ Zhang chuckled. "That's a matter of personal privacy. I'm still unsure how best to explain it to you." "Fair enough. Though being the eldest daughter of the Situ clan does carry a certain prestige." A sly smile flickered at the corner of Eryu's lips. Prestige is merely another word for responsibility. I understand. I'll learn well from you. His spirits lifted. Situ Zheng swept her up into his arms. Enough rest, we're off. Let me think. What name shall I give my obedient daughter? Bing Bing. Situ Bing Bing. How does that sound? Not bad. Better than Yu. Our family names follow the 5 elements generational sequence. My father Situ Yin belongs to the earth generation. I Situ Zheng am of the metal generation. And you, Bing Bing, shall bear the water character. As he spoke, Situ Zheng began recounting the history and structure of his clan. Let's pause for a bite to eat before continuing. The Situ clan, one of the nation's 4 great families, is a colossal entity. Beyond its extensive network of affiliated branches in defense industries, advanced technology, politics, and military command, even among its own bloodline, Situ Zheng has numerous cousins, male and female alike. They walked for hours, she listening, he speaking, encountering only scattered shamblers along the way, none of which posed any real threat. The two evaded them with effortless grace. Actually, son, is an awakened one, but he isn't the one I'm seeking. Are awakened ones truly so numerous in this world? Before the cataclysm, they were exceedingly rare, 1 in 100 million. But now, I can say with certainty their numbers will surge beyond precedent. Jiang, though a member of the Jiang family, remains outside its inner circle, so while he knows awakened ones exist, he lacks deeper knowledge. I, however, have met true apex awakened ones. The Dragon Corps, our nation's 2nd greatest deterrent force, surpassed only by nuclear arms. The Dragon Corps. Yes, each is a paragon among awakened ones, peerless in both martial prowess and mental acuity. It was through several encounters with them that I learned secrets known only to awakened ones, and precisely because of that insight, I recognized instantly that Sun E was not the one who had drawn my attention. A faint self-satisfied smile crossed Situ Zheng's face. Rightfully so, for extracting classified intelligence from the Dragon Corps was no trivial feat. What secrets? Awakened ones fall into 2 broad categories: physical awakened and mental awakened. Physical awakened possess abilities centered on bodily enhancement or mutation, granting them exceptional individual strength and progressively increasing resilience. With each passing day, their physical constitution grows sturdier, their survival instincts sharper. This grants them formidable combat and endurance capabilities, even without activating their powers. Consequently, when their abilities do manifest, the resulting energy discharge remains tightly contained, rarely extending beyond their immediate vicinity. Mental awakened, by contrast, represent the pinnacle of awakened evolution. Their powers command fire, ice, sonic waves, devastating against both single foes and swarms alike. In defense, they may temporarily transfigure their bodies into pure energy, rendering themselves impervious to harm. Yet their weakness is equally profound. Without active power usage, they possess little advantage over ordinary humans, and even in energy form, they remain vulnerable to targeted countermeasures. I recall one case. An ice element mental awakened lured and trapped inside a steel furnace where she perished. So the one you seek is the mental awakened whose power triggered the mass transformation of shamblers into skeletal remains, not Sun E, the physical awakened. And the sudden emergence of 2 awakened ones led you to conclude that the cataclysm will catalyze an unprecedented proliferation of awakened ones. Close, but I detected 3, not 2. Thank you. Regardless, because of me you chose to abandon 1 awakened one. A daughter need never thank her father for such things. Still near the epicenter of that zone, I found only 2 survivors, Sun E and you. Yet I felt nothing extraordinary within myself. Even the finest gemstone must be cut and polished before it reveals its full radiance. You possess innate wisdom and clarity, but lack the foundational knowledge required to master your gift. Mental awakened do not awaken with mastery. The understanding must precede control, and only then can true power emerge. There's the highway at last. It seems we won't sleep beneath the stars tonight. Dad, why don't the awakened simply eradicate the shamblers? Both physical and mental awakened expend tremendous physical stamina and spiritual energy when wielding their powers. Overexertion drastically compromises survival capability. Not all awakened act in unison, and when weakened they become easy prey for foreign awakened. It is precisely this mutual vulnerability that compels nations' awakened factions to regard one another with wary restraint. No side dares strike first. There are vehicles ahead. Perhaps we'll find one still clean. Daughter, perhaps you should be more concerned about the shamblers nearby. This is a stretch of highway with a wide view where over a dozen vehicles of various types, mostly large trucks, are haphazardly parked on a road wide enough for 6 cars to travel side by side. More than 20 zombies are wandering among the vehicles, with a few straggling zombies moving in the distance. Although visibility is not good for zombies during the day, Situ Zheng and Situ Bing Bing are quickly spotted by one of them. The zombies here seem to have been hungry for a long time. Upon discovering them, one of the zombies emitted a harsh howl and approached. Although Situ Zheng is not a professional fighter, eliminating such slow-moving zombies in an unknown situation is still quite easy, so he advances instead of retreating. As the zombie lunges at Situ Zheng, he swiftly sidesteps, hooks the zombie's leg, and brings it crashing to the ground. Then he steps forward and stabs it with a dagger into the back of its skull, rendering the fallen zombie motionless. After dispatching one zombie, Situ Zheng moves on to the next. He has already observed that 2 cars, an Audi A6 and a QQ, are parked by the roadside among the scattered vehicles. Both cars are not only parked together, but also have their doors wide open, indicating that their owners chose to exit the vehicles to investigate what had happened during the disaster rather than turning into zombies. As for their ultimate fate, Situ Zheng does not dwell on it. He only wishes to acquire these 2 cars. However, it seems that the area around these 2 vehicles has been the scene of a minor feast for the zombies, as aside from the initial zombie he dispatched, 4 more are lingering nearby, with 3 more straggling zombies further away. Situ Zheng cautiously approaches the zombies, being careful since the 2 straggling zombies are rather close together and he does not want to face them both at once. Though he is careful as he enters the line of sight of one zombie, another is attracted and follows behind. Situ Zheng does not dare to hesitate and turns to run away. However, when he sees Bingbing signaling to him, he is momentarily stunned. Her gestures indicate that he is in danger. As he runs, Situ Zheng looks back and realizes that the zombie from a distance is indeed following him. Damn, it shouldn't be able to see me from this distance. Situ Zheng does not pause, leading several zombies away from where there are none. After distancing them from the sight of other zombies, he turns to face them. Fortunately, one of the 2 zombies that had approached him was transformed from a person who had been bitten to death, and due to the considerable muscle loss in its legs, it moves slowly. As it lags behind the first zombie, Situ Zheng dodges the first zombie's lunge and delivers a powerful kick to its waist, knocking it down. He then sidesteps the second zombie's attack and kicks it in the rear, causing it to stumble and collide with the first zombie, entangling the 2 together. At this moment, Situ Zheng takes a glance at the third zombie that has arrived late, and he is utterly speechless. It turns out this zombie is wearing a pair of sunglasses. Thanks to the light-blocking properties of the sunglasses, this zombie has better visibility than ordinary zombies, even during the day. Ignoring the distant zombies, Situ Zheng steps onto the backs of the 2 grappling zombies, and with his dagger positioned upside down, stabs them multiple times, killing them. He then rolls forward to evade the lunge of the approaching third zombie. Seeing its prey escape, the zombie tries to pounce, but suddenly loses its balance and falls to the ground. Situ Bingbing, who has arrived unbeknownst to him, is holding a rock she picked up from somewhere and strikes the inner side of the zombie's knee with all her strength. Although only by destroying the zombie's brain can it truly be killed, attacks on joints and other areas affecting balance can significantly disrupt its movements. Seeing the zombie lose its balance and fall, Situ Zheng naturally will not hold back and approaches to stab it. He wipes the blood-stained dagger on the zombie's clothes without raising his head and says to Bingbing, "You shouldn't have come here, I can handle them. The weather is nice today." Bingbing evasively responds. With 4 zombies remaining around the car, Situ Zheng simply walks over and draws them all in. The 4 zombies, attracted by the fresh meat, step forward towards Situ Zheng. He skillfully leads them away from the highway and into the wilderness, while Bingbing hides among the grass by the roadside. The 4 zombies focused on chasing Situ Zheng do not notice Bingbing beside them, and they continue to follow him further away. After a while, Situ Zheng changes direction and runs back. Although he looks a bit out of breath, he has successfully shaken off the 4 zombies. "Let's go check our haul," Situ Zheng says. "Dad, it seems those zombies are getting faster. Did you notice that too? Their muscles are deteriorating, making them less stiff than corpses. Who knows, they might start running one day. It's best if they never do, otherwise I'm doomed." Without the zombies obstructing us, the 2 quickly run to the 2 cars. Situ Zheng does not recklessly enter the vehicles to check them. They first hide behind the A6 sedan, and then Situ Zheng gently taps the glass with his dagger a few times. Hearing no response from inside, he moves to the car door, which was left ajar in the rush, and looks inside to find no zombies. Situ Zheng then moves forward to the QQ, following the same method of lightly tapping the car window with his dagger. Reacting to the noise, a grotesque female face suddenly presses against the window. Noticing that the back door is not locked, Situ Zheng moves to the other side and taps the window again, causing the female corpse in the back seat to turn and lunge at the left window. Returning to the right side, Situ Zheng decisively opens the car door. Upon hearing the sound and seeing the door that had trapped it now open, the female corpse lunges out. Due to the drop between the seat and the floor, the female corpse tumbles down to the ground and is revealed to be a 6 or 7-year-old little girl. Situ Zheng steps on her back and decisively stabs down with his dagger, liberating her from her tragic eternal life. Hearing the commotion ahead, Bingbing, who was assigned by Situ Zheng to observe the zombies behind, turns around to look in Situ Zheng's direction, but he covers her eyes with his hand. Don't look, there's nothing to see, just a zombie. He'll transfer the usable supplies from the QQ, and then we'll leave here immediately. In the QQ, Sidu Zheng discovers a good amount of food. It seems this vehicle was preparing to take his daughter on a picnic. The Audi A6, however, reveals nothing of value. After placing the food in the A6 and siphoning the gasoline from the QQ to fill the A6's tank, he stores the excess gasoline in the trunk. Situ Zheng then decisively starts the car and drives it away before the zombies attracted by the noise can surround them. In fact, the first encounter with mutated animals did not involve Situ Zheng and his group, but rather Huang Lei's team, who established a base in Yixing. The events trace back to 3 days ago. Huang Lei was examining a military map in the command vehicle when he suddenly spotted a small hill marked as 18 Li Slope. At that moment, a nerve in his mind was triggered. He quickly ordered the troops should halt their advance. Political Commissar Lu Yifeng asked, "What happened? Did you discover something?" 18 Li Slope is just a small hill with no strategic value. Huang Lei seemed to be in good spirits as he replied with a smile. "Normally I wouldn't pay attention to it, but today I'm troubled about how to increase military supplies. It turns out there is actually a small secret arms depot beneath 18 Li Slope." "What? Such a thing exists? Is the information reliable?" "An old man told me. What do you think?" "All right, let's head to 18 Li Slope first." "No, only I will go. You must follow the original plan to the military camp near Yixing. If the troops there are still intact, incorporate them. If not, it will be our first base. I suspect other surviving troops might head there too. Then we can lie in wait." After all, aside from a few members of the Gongsun family, everyone else would give the old man some face. How many of them are there in the Nanjing military region? Even if we do encounter them, we need not fear. All right, you take a team to 18 Li Slope to transport the arms. I will head to Yixing and be cautious on the way. Thus, Huang Lei's troops split into two, while Lu Yifeng led the main force of over 400 people towards Yixing. The journey was remarkably smooth, and they arrived at the military camp, which was guarded by a battalion led by Commander Zhu Qian. He reacted quickly after the incident. He stabilized the troops, and after clearing out the corpses in the camp, there were still over 120 soldiers remaining. After sending people to scout near Yixing City, he found that it was not solved by them and communications were completely down. Reluctantly, he had to send his troops out to assist any civilians who had escaped from the city, managing to save over 500 people due to the small population of Yixing. When Lu Yifeng arrived, the opposing side saw they were outnumbered, lacked superior weapons, and had no rank to compare. Thus, they straightforwardly handed over command, allowing Lu Yifeng to take control of the troops. Meanwhile, Huang Lei faced trouble. The arms depot contained various weapons and numerous military vehicles, so the 50 soldiers Huang Lei led did not take vehicles, but instead walked. To avoid encountering the large number of corpses on the road, and realizing this was not the time for combat, Huang Lei forgot the taboo of not entering the forest. He decided to lead his troops through a forest in order to quickly reach the secret arms depot at 18 Li Slope. What Huang Lei did not expect was that this decision would lead to the first direct confrontation between human troops and mutated animals in this small, nameless forest. As Huang Lei's unit marched through the woods, he suddenly stopped in the front. He felt an inexplicable threat rapidly approaching. He looked around, but found nothing, the surroundings eerily silent. It seemed that since the disaster began, everything had been like this, with no birds chirping or insects buzzing. But where was this sense of crisis coming from? All troops form a defensive formation. Huang Lei shouted loudly. After receiving the order, the troops quickly rearranged, transforming from an advancing line into a circular formation that provided mutual cover in under 20 seconds. Everyone vigilantly scanned their surroundings, searching for any possible clues. "There's something in the trees," a soldier shouted as a burst of gunfire erupted. After the gunfire, the surroundings fell silent once more, with not a sound to be heard. "What did you see?" Huang Lei asked in a low voice. "I didn't see clearly. It seemed like a small beast. It darted by in the blink of an eye." Troops maintain vigilance, move towards the clearing over there, and remember not to get too close to the trees in case something pounces down. Huang Lei never doubted his soldiers' eyes. He was now certain that something was lurking in the nearby trees, waiting to ambush. Here it comes. The mysterious creature seemed unwilling to let the troops reach the clearing and suddenly pounced down as they moved. Da-da-da-da. The crossfire from several machine guns easily shredded the body of the descending creature. Huang Lei took a look and saw that the creature was clearly a cat. Damn, how can a cat mutated into a corpse be so agile? It moves like the wind and can hide and ambush through the trees. It's like it's become a spirit. Huang Lei cursed inwardly. Just as he thought, suddenly more figures came leaping down from the branches from behind the trunks and pouncing towards the troops from all directions. Fortunately, those following Huang Lei were all elite soldiers, carefully selected, equipped with powerful firearms. 50 guns fired simultaneously, creating an impenetrable wall of fire, and the incoming mutated cats fell to the ground, hit by bullets. Although many bullets did not hit their heads due to the small size of the cats, the shockwaves from the bullets still tore their bodies and limbs apart. Even if they did not die, they could no longer pose a threat. Meow, a hoarse and mournful cat cry echoed as the remaining mutated cats that had not yet fled stopped and slowly disappeared behind the trees. Huang Lei looked in the direction of the sound with keen eyes and spotted a cat the size of a wolf dog, which vanished between the treetops in the blink of an eye. These mutated cats seemed to be commanded by that strange cat. It looks like we're in trouble. If we don't eliminate it, we'll likely be entangled by it indefinitely. Moreover, if these mutated cats are so difficult to deal with during the day, they will be even more troublesome at night. Is this the reason why the mutated cats retreat? This cat seems too intelligent. Huang Lei furrowed his brow deep in thought, while a soldier remained vigilant and dispatched one person to kill the incapacitated but still living mutated cat on the ground. Troops maintained vigilance and advanced slowly. Huang Lei decisively ordered, thinking, I must come up with a way to eliminate these mutated cats, otherwise allowing them to wreak havoc here would be disastrous for any survivors hiding elsewhere. The troops slowly advanced, and seeing the number of corpses on the ground made Huang Lei think that the number of mutated cats must be significant. Otherwise, with such a small number, they wouldn't dare to attack the military. Just the deaths of a few wouldn't easily deter that strange cat. After moving forward for about several hundred meters, a scene of horrific bloodshed appeared before Huang Lei and his group. On a towering tree in the forest, dozens of human corpses were strung up on the branches, each one eviscerated, their skin flayed clean. Their eyes had been gouged out, and their brains seemed to have been hollowed from their sockets, which is why these corpses had not turned into zombies. The corpses were twisted in immense agony, as if they had been flayed alive, eviscerated, and had their eyes removed, tortured to death. Beneath the tree lay numerous white bones picked clean of flesh and sucked dry of marrow. Such a scene, akin to a hell on earth, sent shivers down the soldiers' spines, igniting a blaze of fury within their chests. Captain, several soldiers cried to Huang Lei with reddened eyes. I know, everyone, stay calm. These mutated cats are cunning and fear the strong. If we do not eliminate them, they will definitely cause great harm. Given the current situation, they would not dare confront us heathen. We must hold our position here until deep into the night to lure them out. At that time, the enemy will be hidden, and we will be in the light with life and death uncertain. Are the soldiers willing to fight? Huang Lei suppressed his anger and said, Captain, let's do it. We must leave no trace of this group of mutated cats. All right, now listen to my orders. Squad Leader, take a few men to clear all the low shrubs around us. Squad Leader 3, take people to trim the dense branches on the left and back. The other soldiers will stay with me to secure this area and protect those working. Time is short, let's get moving. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers quickly split up and began to work. A few soldiers were clearing the underbrush beneath the tree when suddenly 6 mutated cats pounced down from the tree towards them. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers on guard fired their weapons, their guns belching flames of fury, shooting down several of the ambushing mutated cats. However, this was just the beginning. Soon more mutated cats began to ambush the soldiers conducting the clearing operations. Several soldiers were caught off guard and scratched by the mutated cats. These mutated cats had exceptionally sharp claws. A single scratch could tear off a long strip of flesh. Fortunately, most soldiers were wearing bulletproof vests, preventing any fatalities. With no other choice, Huang Lei had to recall some soldiers responsible for clearing the area to bolster their defenses, which finally staved off the mutated cat's ambush. However, the progress of clearing the surrounding obstacles inevitably slowed down. As dusk gradually settled in with visibility decreasing, Huang Lei decisively called back the soldiers working outside. Although they only managed to clear the back and left sides of obstacles, the over 50-person team took this tree, the center of the mutated cats' feeding frenzy, as their stronghold. Everyone knew a fierce battle awaited them that night, and time quickly passed in anticipation. The soldiers lit a bonfire, and by the firelight they caught sight of numerous shadows gathering in the depths of the forest. Bloodthirsty, cruel red eyes flickered among the treetops and the underbrush. The bright moonlight fell upon the earth, but was obscured by the dark forest, casting a faint moonlit veil over it. Under the glow of the fire, Huang Lei stood in the center of the formation, his gaze sweeping around, eyes sharp as an eagle. The pack of mutated cats was still waiting, gathering. They were amassing in greater numbers, waiting for the night to grow darker. No one made a sound. The only noise in the woods was the crackling of the burning firewood. The night deepened, the darkness thickened, as dense as water, as heavy as ink. The several bright bonfires seemed to be suppressed by the gloom. The mutated cats moved like phantoms in the night, making no sound whatsoever, akin to deadly arrows shooting from their hiding places into the crowd. The prepared soldiers were not to be outdone, holding their guns filled with righteous fury. The bullets they unleashed carried the grievances of the fallen. The powerful firepower of over 20 machine guns wove a dazzling web of flames, and those mutated cats caught in the net fell to the ground like moths drawn to a flame. As the first batch of soldiers changed their magazines, the second batch immediately stepped in, reweaving the flaming net for everyone with barely a second's gap. Meowed. A piercing cat cry rang out again, and the mutated cat's assault intensified from all directions, countless mutated cats from the branches and treetops lunging towards the soldiers. As the assault of the mutated cats quickened, the recently reloaded soldiers began tossing grenades into the dense area of mutated cats, the explosions and flames causing a temporary halt to their advance. The assault of the mutated cats came wave after wave, repeatedly thwarted before the woven web of fire created by the soldiers. Finally, the enormous mutated cat lurking behind the scenes could no longer hold back. Leading a group of mutated cats into the fray, the massive mutated cat moved with incredible speed, weaving through the interlaced web of fire under the cover of numerous mutated cats, nearly breaching the ranks multiple times. The other mutated cats, witnessing their leader's bravery, surged forward recklessly into the formation. Seeing the gigantic mutated cat charging in, Huang Lei decisively waved his hand, and the soldiers who had been prepared immediately raised their guns towards the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air rang out as 3 flares shot into the sky, a glimmer of dawn breaking through the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The flares exploded in midair, illuminating the entire forest as bright as day. The sudden brilliance caught the rushing mutated cats off guard, rendering them momentarily stunned. Without a moment's hesitation, more than 10 guns were aimed at the enormous mutated cat, unleashing bullets of vengeance. The gigantic mutated cat was riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground like a tattered piece of cloth. The shocking turn of events left the remaining mutated cats in shock, and then they, losing their command, reverted to their bloodthirsty instincts, no longer hiding, but recklessly charging from their concealment into the soldiers' defensive formations, launching suicidal attacks. The soldiers felt no sympathy for these brutal mutated creatures, tightly gripping their steel guns as they unleashed a torrent of bullets upon them. As the gunfire gradually subsided, the sky finally began to brighten. The ground was strewn with the bodies of mutated cats, nearly 1,000 in total. After fighting through the night, without even having dinner, the soldiers finally relaxed their tense nerves. The troop then stayed here for half a day, cremating the remains of the poor civilians before continuing along the road to Shirbali-pu. In the evening, Huang Lei finally led his troops to the secret arms depot at Shirbali-pu, where they had a bountiful harvest, acquiring enough light and heavy weapons and vehicles to rearm an entire battalion, as well as a new set of communication devices. Not long after, Situ Zhang took Situ Bingbing away Jiang when clashed with Commander Yu. Major Jiang, how could you allow Major Situ to go off alone? Have you forgotten his identity and capabilities? Commander Yu stormed into Jiang Wen's room, filled with anger upon learning about Major Sita's departure. Commander Yu, please calm down. Sit down first, and I will provide you with a satisfactory answer to your concerns. Jiang Wen seemed to have anticipated Commander Yu's reaction, smiling as he invited him to take a seat. Hearing this, Commander Yu felt it inappropriate to continue his anger and complied. We are all aware of Situ Zhang's abilities. His cunning exceeds that of ordinary people. Losing him will undoubtedly weaken our team's capabilities. However, he often acts recklessly without considering the consequences. Otherwise, how could someone like him only be regarded as an internal member and not a core member of the Situ family? A person like him can only be used for strategy. If we let him command the entire team, he could lead us into danger. That's why I seized this opportunity to try to wrest power from him. I went to great lengths to create trouble for him, to discourage him from leaving, yet who would have thought he would remain unfazed and insist on going? Commander Yu, you know the value of our research institute. That data must be delivered to the central government. We cannot afford to take risks with someone like him in our team. You also understand that in times of national crisis, we must prioritize the bigger picture. Otherwise, you would not have sided with me during the vote, would you? Moreover, Situ Zhang said something before he left that resonated with me. He said, no matter how good the basket is, do not put all your eggs in one basket. In this chaotic world, no one can guarantee their survival. If something happens to us, he can still continue our mission. As for his identity, we need not concern ourselves with it. He has offended too many people, and even the Situ family cannot stand up for him. All right, Commander, you put away your lamentations. We must survive and return to Beijing. Thus Jiang Wen firmly grasped the hearts of everyone on the Mingzhu cruise ship, yet unbeknownst to them, this ship was headed towards destruction. The cruise ship sailed slowly down the Yangtze River, and by nightfall it had reached the area of Jingjiang. Jiang Wen ordered the soldiers to anchor the ship at the shore. The river was tranquil at night, with the cruise ship appearing like a giant beast creeping on the dark waters. Suddenly, the calm river surface began to churn, and dozens of eyes emerged from the water, gradually swimming towards the cruise ship like miniature submarines. Due to several days of tranquility, Jiang Wen had only assigned Zhang Hongjun to keep watch at night. At that moment, he was patrolling at the bow of the ship when the sound of splashing water reached Zhang Hongjun's ears. Although the sound of these mutated creatures splashing was not loud, the entire world had grown eerily quiet due to the lack of electricity, making the sound immediately alert Zhang Hongjun. Without having time to confirm what it was, Zhang Hongjun shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone wake up. We have trouble. Turn on the lights." As soon as he finished his sentence, the water suddenly erupted and several dark objects landed on the ship. One of these creatures landed not far from Zhang Hongjun, less than 10 meters away. He reacted quickly, firing a burst of bullets in its direction. At that moment, the lights on the cruise ship flickered on, revealing that the dark shapes were actually gigantic mutated frogs. Without time to examine them further, 5 more mutated frogs leaped from the river onto the cruise ship. Zhang Hongjun's marksmanship was remarkably accurate. He shot down 3 of the leaping frogs midair, and the other 2 might have been shot down if they hadn't jumped a bit farther away. However, there were not just a few mutated frogs. Zhang Hongjun's gunfire seemed to have sounded the charge for the mutated frogs. In an instant, countless mutated frogs began jumping onto the cruise ship. Just as Zhang Hongjun was killing frogs left and right, the other crew members had already rushed out of the cabin. The cruise ship's firepower intensified in an instant, and the mutated frogs jumping onto the ship were shot down on the spot. These frogs seemed different from the zombies and mutated dogs encountered earlier. Those zombies and mutated dogs were bizarre creatures that had come back to life. Apart from shooting them in the head, no other attack could kill them, while these frogs would die, even if hit multiple times. It appeared that these frogs had not died, but had merely been transformed by some force, becoming larger and more ferocious. Although the firepower on the yacht began strong, killing many of the mutated frogs that jumped up as more frogs continued to leap aboard, the deficiency in personnel on the yacht began to show. Whenever a soldier reloaded, the firepower would weaken, and moreover, a single cruise ship could not be defended by just these few people. Seeing the number of mutated frogs climbing aboard increasing, Jiang Wen had no choice but to shout, "Quick, get aboard. Let's abandon the ship." Hearing Jiang Wen's order to abandon ship, those who had been scattered around the cruise ship shooting at the mutated frogs gradually retreated toward the ship's edge. Among them, Sun Yi was the most relaxed. After killing the mutated giant dog, he gained a new understanding of his abilities. He realized that the black spikes could be launched from any part of his body, making him like a hedgehog capable of continuously firing spikes without making a sound. What excited him the most was that he found his physical attributes had significantly improved. The mutated frogs seemed to lack enough aggression, merely chasing after the people on the ship as they jumped out of the water. Under the relentless advance of the mutated frogs, the 10 people on the cruise ship quickly reached the shore. However, these mutated frogs did not seem willing to let them go, jumping onto the shore and pursuing them. At this point, everyone sensed a hint of conspiracy. These mutated frogs, undeterred by casualties, chased after them without attacking first, driving them off the cruise ship and now blocking their path to prevent their return. Just as everyone was bewildered, a scream pierced through the air and a figure as fast as the wind darted through the crowd. Following its path, they spotted a 2-meter-tall monster gripping a soldier. Its claws were enormous, completely piercing through the soldier's chest, and a tongue-like appendage was thrusting into the soldier's head, sucking out his brain matter. God, what on earth is this? The 9 survivors thought in unison. In the darkness, the faces of the monsters were obscured. Jiang Wen and his companions could only see the poor soldier convulsing a few times before falling still. It seemed that the monster had drained his brain matter completely as it pulled its tongue out of his head and carelessly tossed the body aside. The tongue continued to wriggle, as if savoring the deliciousness of its recent meal. Suddenly, everyone caught a whiff of a foul odor. Wu Bin had been so scared that he wet his pants. However, the others were oblivious to his condition, their eyes fixed on the monster, terrified that its tongue would pierce their own heads. At that moment, they couldn't even pay attention to the mutated frogs closing in behind them. The monster moved again, its speed astonishing. Ordinary people's eyes could barely keep up. Even elite soldiers like Team Leader, you could only catch a faint afterimage in the dim light. However, that was enough. Several soldiers opened fire on the monster without hesitation. As the shots were fired, they unexpectedly felt warm liquid splatter on them. When they touched it, it was slightly viscous and had a metallic scent. With Wu Bin's sharp scream, they realized that among the soldiers firing at the monster, one had lost his head. The headless body sprayed blood high into the air. Looking back at the monster, it was holding the soldier's head, playing with it, and despair was evident on everyone's faces. Just as they watched the monster plunge its tongue into the head to suck out the brain matter, its actions suddenly halted, and it violently tossed the head aside, darting off in another direction. It moved even faster than before, except for the awakened Sun, who caught a glimpse of a blurry figure the others couldn't see which direction the monster fled. In less than a second, the monster returned in a strange posture, seemingly having been thrown back. It landed on its back, creating a deep trench in the ground due to inertia. Faced with such provocation, the monster did not dare to resist, scrambling to its feet and fleeing in another direction. However, it was thrown back again. Undeterred, the monster attempted to escape dozens of times, but no matter which direction it tried, the only outcome was being hurled back to its original spot. Finally, the monster stopped fleeing, curling up in the pit it had created. Only when the sound of a helicopter's roar reached their ears did it regain some awareness. A military helicopter landed steadily above them, its powerful spotlight shining down on the monster. The gusts of wind created by the helicopter forced everyone to support one another to avoid falling. The previously advancing mutated frogs had vanished without a trace. Under the spotlight, only the 8 people supporting each other and the monster covered in mud and blood remained. It was then that they saw the monster in its entirety. Its faceless head with a long snake protruding from a dark hollow left a particularly deep impression on them. Suddenly, a man in a tight black suit appeared beside the monster, causing it to shrink even tighter. The helicopter lowered a massive iron cage, and the monster sprang into it, as if propelled by springs. Seeing that the mysterious man was ignoring them, Jiang, when infused with an unexpected courage, shouted, "Expert from the Dragon Team, I am the Deputy Director of Lab 04. Take me with you." The man in black paused at Jiang Wen's shout and suddenly appeared in front of him. He was about 1.75 meters tall, seemingly around 32 years old, with a well-proportioned figure, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and having slightly curly hair styled like a volcano. He exuded an air of superiority, and standing before Jiang Wen, he made him feel as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Just as Jiang Wen felt his legs weakening and was about to kneel, that sensation suddenly vanished. "Where is Situ Zheng?" the mysterious man asked, gently adjusting his glasses with his index finger. Director Situ said that the research materials are crucial and feared they might be lost, so he decided to act separately. Jiang Wen hurriedly replied, fearing that if he delayed, the man would turn and leave without him. "All right, in that case, come with me," the mysterious man said after a moment's thought. "Also, the awakened one mentioned in the report is here too." Jiang Wen pointed towards Sun Yi. "Really?" The mysterious man turned to look at Sun Yi. As he glanced over, Sun Yi, who had been standing, suddenly knelt down. From Sun Yi's body, several black spikes shot out towards the mysterious man, but unfortunately, they were halted in midair before they could travel far. "No!" Jiang Wen shouted. Hearing Jiang Wen call his name, Sun Yi instinctively looked his way, and he saw the man turn to look at him. However, in that moment, the man seemed to transform into an imposing mountain, pressing down toward him, while he felt like a tiny insect beneath it, as if a single thought from the man could reduce him to dust. Unintentionally, his knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. At that moment, it was the most humiliating experience of Sun Yi's life. Imagine a man in his 60s kneeling before a man in his 30s under everyone's gaze. This was not merely humiliation, it was disgrace. Anger surged within him, and the once dormant seed of defiance grew rapidly as the oppressive weight on him felt lighter. Fueled by rage, he unleashed his powers without reservation. But to his disappointment, those spikes that even the mutated giant dog couldn't evade were firmly restrained in midair less than a meter away. "Humph," the mysterious man scoffed, driven by anger. "Strength will inevitably lead to confusion. I hope you know better." He then turned to Jiang Wen, saying, "Let's go." But Jiang Wen began to protest, but upon seeing the mysterious man's slightly displeased expression, he decisively swallowed his words. "Head east for about 20 kilometers. There's a newly established survivor camp where you can stay temporarily." After saying this, he didn't wait for the group's response and pulled Jiang Wen's shoulder, jumping onto the helicopter. As the remaining few exchanged glances, the helicopter dropped a package and swiftly flew away. Although there was ample space in the helicopter, the presence of a large iron cage made it feel cramped. The mysterious man relaxed against the aircraft's exterior, leaning back with his legs crossed, taking up more than half of the row of seats. Jiang Wen had no choice but to squeeze himself to the side, carefully keeping his distance. At that moment, Jiang Wen witnessed a shocking scene as delicate and smooth arms unexpectedly emerged from the iron shell of the helicopter. These arms were as soft as if they had no bones, reaching out to embrace the mysterious man around his neck, while a woman's face gradually appeared from the shell. The woman had an oval face with a straight and upturned nose, slightly full lips, and seductive eyes. Her head gently leaned against the mysterious man's face, her hands wrapped around his neck. If it weren't for her bizarre appearance from the helicopter's outer wall, she would resemble a woman tenderly embracing her lover. "I say, Lao Air, you remain as ruthless as ever, don't you?" The woman softly whispered in the mysterious man's ear. "You just left those little ones behind as if they were nothing." The mysterious man seemed accustomed to the woman's behavior and coldly replied, "Humph, if a system-based ability user along with 4 elite soldiers and those 2 civilians cannot cover a mere 20 kilometers after receiving a supply pack, then let them be eliminated by this world. And by the way, I am Long Air, don't call me Lao Air. Oh, why are you still so resentful about this ranking? Look, you've scared someone already," the woman said in a flirtatious tone, casting a seductive glance at Jiang when causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but think, this woman must also be a member of the Long group. Why does she speak this way? If she accidentally reveals something she shouldn't, I could be in trouble. My family would never offend someone from the Long group for an internal member. All right, Xiao Wu, let's get to the point. You look so anxious. The woman known as Xiao Wu cast a resentful glance at Long Air and turned to Jiang when saying, "Fatty, there are only 3 of us here. You answer whatever I ask, and if you dare to deceive me, humph, you know what that means." 3 people. Jiang Wen was startled and secretly leaned forward to look. Indeed, there was no one in the pilot's seat. The helicopter was flying by itself. He broke out in a cold sweat and thought, these people from the Long group are indeed all monsters. I must answer their questions carefully next. If I anger them, I won't even know how I died. While Jiang Wen was pondering, he dared not slack off and said, "Please go ahead, I will answer truthfully and thoroughly." As for the term fatty, he chose to ignore it. Xiao Wu showed a calculating expression and asked, "Is there a handsome guy named Situ Zheng in your department? Where did he go?" "We parted ways this morning. Director Situ said he was going to Nanjing to find a survivor base." "Nanjing?" Long Air frowned and asked, "How many people does he have with him?" "Just a little girl." "Oh my God, has Situ Zheng turned into a creepy uncle who kidnaps little girls after not seeing him for years?" Xiao Wu immediately shouted upon hearing Jiang Wen's words, "This guy is too evil." While Jiang Wen was thinking about how to explain why he had soldiers, while Situ Zheng only took a burden like a little girl, a thin needle-like object suddenly protruded from the cabin behind him, gently pricking the back of his head, and he fainted. After Jiang Wen fainted, Xiao Wu immediately changed her demeanor and became serious. "Ergo, I can understand that Situ Zheng wants to go to Nanjing alone, but I can't comprehend why he would take a burden with him. Do you remember a few days ago when the boss and the others went to Shanghai and returned empty-handed? Are you talking about that class awakened mentalist?" "A little girl. I'm not sure, but with Yao Gongzi's character, he would never take a burden with him out of pity. Moreover, we don't fully understand the rules of awakened beings. Especially after the disaster, the emergence of many awakened beings is utterly chaotic. For example, just now that old guy who was half buried in the ground became an awakened being, didn't he?" Xiao Wu was silent for a moment before asking, "Should we inform the boss about this? He has always wanted to meet that class." "Forget it, Situ Zheng should have his own plans. This is a debt our Long group owes him. Even if the boss finds out, he wouldn't go, so why should we complicate things? Let's complete the mission and return to Beijing." Hey Lao Air, what do you think would happen if Yao Gongzi encountered this monster?" "I told you not to call me Lao Air. Guess. I really want to know who is more monstrous, Yao Gongzi or this monster." "Ha ha." Xiao Wu laughed in a manner unbecoming of a lady. Little did Xiao Wu know her words would indeed lead Situ Zheng to encounter such a mutated monster shortly after. Sun Yi knelt on the ground, motionless, haunted by the memories of his colleagues' flattery before the disaster, the ambitions after Situ Zheng's cold indifference, the agile actions of Captain Yu Jiang Wen's betrayal in crisis, and the arrogant solitude of the mysterious Long group. Each memory intensified the resentment, jealousy, and anger in his heart, feeding the already sprouted pathological seed within him. As the seed grew, his mind became increasingly twisted and sick. "I want to be powerful. I want strength. I want to make everyone who looks down on me pay the price. I want them to suffer more than death. The pain of others will be my happiness." Sun Yi's heart roared as that pathological seed finally grew into a towering tree. It completely twisted his mind. He had already succumbed to madness. He would not be the first to go insane in this dark and destructive apocalypse, nor would he be the last. A flurry of black spikes shot out from Sun Yi in all directions. The remaining survivors who attempted to comfort him found themselves facing utter disaster. The night provided the perfect cover for these spikes. Until their dying moments, they couldn't comprehend what had transpired. When Sun Yi came to his senses, there were no living souls left around him. Captain Yu and his team became the first batch of sacrifices under Sun Yi's command. Sun Yi simply stood up, kicked the corpses on the ground, fiercely spat, and said, "You got off easy dying so quickly." Then he picked up the package left behind by the helicopter and walked away without looking back. If anyone saw him, they would be startled, for this package, weighing dozens of pounds, was effortlessly carried on his back. A sedan sped across the grassy field, jolting violently over the uneven terrain. Its body bore dozens of dents and scrapes. The trunk lid and rear windshield were missing entirely, and the passenger side window gaped open. A jagged, blood-smeared hole where shattered glass, matted flesh, mud, weeds, and unidentifiable debris clung to the frame, leaving the vehicle looking as though it had just been dragged from a scrapyard. Survival in this apocalyptic world had deteriorated to an unimaginable extreme. Within less than 2 days, a nearly pristine car with fewer than 500 kilometers on its odometer had been driven to the brink of total collapse. Glancing back at the rear seat, Simu Bingbing's small frame curled tightly like a delicate kitten nestled in the corner. Her long, unwashed hair, tousled by the wind streaming through the broken window, drifted softly across her face, several strands clinging to her cheeks. Once clean and rosy, her little face was now smudged with grime and drained of color, pale and fragile. The rest of the rear seat was piled high with biscuits, instant noodles, snacks, and other provisions, alongside several plastic fuel cans brimming with gasoline. She seemed chilled, arms wrapped tightly around herself. With each violent lurch of the car, her slight body rocked helplessly, and a bag of potato chips shaken loose from the heap beside her tumbled onto her lap. Yet even then her eyes remained closed, her breathing deep and steady, as serene and untouched as a childlike sleeping beauty. Gazing upon her tranquil slumber, Simu Zheng could not suppress the ache that still throbbed in his chest, the sharp, hollow agony of near loss, as if a slender blade pierced his heart, twist after slow twist. His worst fear had come to pass. Not only had zombified animals mutated, but so too had human undead. And it was one such mutated corpse that had nearly stolen her from him forever. Once they'd left the paved highway, both speed and road conditions plummeted. Frequent detours, necessitated by impassable stretches, stretched what would once have been a short journey into an interminable crawl. Compounding this, Simu Zheng had initiated his nurturing plan for Simu Bingbing, deliberately slowing their pace further. Thus, after more than a day, their fuel reserves dwindled alarmingly, while their stock of food remained relatively ample. Faced with imminent fuel exhaustion, Simu Zheng had no choice but to steer the car back toward the highway in search of a gas station. It was precisely for this reason that he pulled into this very station, where they encountered for the first time a mutated human zombie. In the near future, such beings would be classified as Type II mutants, M2. This was a Sinopec gas station. 6 vehicles stood motionless within its lot, but from afar Simu Zheng spotted no signs of undead movement. The entire station lay eerily still. Yet that stillness unsettled him deeply. Cars implied staff. The station and its attached convenience store should have housed personnel, yet not a single soul remained. Had every person here turned into a shambling corpse and wandered away? Simu Zheng refused to believe it. Yet along his entire route he had found neither fueled vehicles nor alternative sources of gasoline. With no other option, he guided the car into the station. As Simu Zheng brought the vehicle to a halt, instinct took over. He began scanning the station's perimeter with meticulous care. The cars parked inside weren't all there when the catastrophe struck, Simu Zheng observed aloud to Simu Bingbing, who had just stepped out of the vehicle. 2 of them arrived later, driven here by survivors just like us. He pointed to the tires of the 2 outermost cars. Look, the dust on the ground beneath them is thinner than elsewhere, meaning they've been here far less time than the others. Also observe the mud and grass clippings caked onto their wheels and fenders, then compare them to our own car. Aren't ours equally coated? Therefore, I'm certain their drivers were survivors like us. After securing vehicles, they too avoided the highways and drove instead across wild, untamed land. People like you and me, refined, perceptive souls, are born with extraordinary acuity and insight, gifted with eyes capable of piercing the veil of intention. That is your greatest strength. But your age remains your gravest weakness. You lack the physical power and speed of ordinary adults. In this peril-fraught world, survival demands leveraging your strengths to compensate for your vulnerabilities. Remain perpetually vigilant. Track every shift in your surroundings, anticipate danger, identify escape routes, and above all, never place yourself directly in harm's path. That is your surest safeguard. So you must train yourself to observe, constantly analyze relentlessly, and glean vital truths from the smallest details. Do you understand? As he spoke, Simu Zheng began filling a fuel canister from the pump. That I understand. We should fill up and leave immediately. Oh, what did you deduce? Tell me. Simu Zheng harbored no doubt about Simu Bingbing's perceptiveness. His purpose was singular, to maximize her chances of surviving this chaotic, unforgiving world. This place is dangerous. We must leave at once. Saying this, Simu Bingbing swiftly opened the passenger door and slid into the front seat. Because the vehicle ahead blocked access to the pump, Simu Zheng had to fill cans manually before transferring fuel to the tank. Hearing her words, he continued pouring gasoline while asking, "Oh, how did you discern the danger?" As he said, those 2 cars were left behind by survivors. In this world, vehicles are indispensable, akin to a second life. That's precisely why we stopped here despite sensing something deeply wrong. It's the same logic. Survivors would abandon their cars only under absolute duress. So why were these two abandoned? Where did their drivers go? I noticed several bullet impacts on the nearby walls. Against ordinary zombies, firearms are unnecessary. Numbers alone suffice. Moreover, firing a gun at a gas station is recklessly forbidden. Those survivors must have faced something utterly terrifying. Something so horrifying that they broke every rule, opened fire right here, and fled without even reclaiming their vehicles. Good. Your observation was meticulous and your analysis sound. While they spoke, Situ Zheng had already filled the tank. We must leave this place at once. With that, he started the engine, engaged reverse, and the car slowly backed away. Suddenly, a humanoid object plummeted onto the trunk lid, jolting the vehicle violently. Oh no. Situ Zheng reacted instantly, slamming the accelerator as the car shot backward. Almost together, the windows erupted into a clamor of shattering glass. A long crimson tongue, bristling with flesh-like barbs, tore through the rear windshield, pierced the passenger seat's back, and finally slammed into the front windshield, leaving a great hole before it stilled. Bing bing. Situ Zheng cried, eyes burning with fear. Situ Bing Bing had been seated in the front passenger seat. He dared not look to the side, terrified of the sight he might see, afraid of suffering the same hurt again, afraid of losing himself. He stomped the brake. The inertia sent the object on the trunk tumbling, but it did not fall away easily. The screech of metal being torn showed it still clung to the rear. Then Situ Zheng whipped the gearshift, and the Audi lunged forward like a runaway stallion toward the gas station where 6 cars were parked. At that moment, a pair of small, warm, resolute hands gently settled on his clenched hand on the shifter. That I'm okay. Feeling the warmth on the back of his hand, Situ Zheng yanked the wheel. The car's nose carved a strange arc away from the pumps. After colliding with several parked cars, there came the sound of metal falling, and in the rear view, he saw the trunk being dragged down by a red bipedal monster. The car had forced its way through the 6 vehicles. On the exit ramp, a small truck stood parked. As Situ Zheng's car prepared to swerve around it and escape, the red creature suddenly leapt onto the truck's roof. Resolute, Situ Zheng scooped Bing Bing from the passenger seat, yanked open the door, and jumped out. He rolled twice on the ground, holding Bing Bing to shed the momentum. From the corner of his eye, he saw the Audi slam into the truck's side, and having lost power come to rest, the truck with the creature on top toppled leftward from the slope's impact. Without delay, Situ Zheng ran into the convenience store with Bing Bing, his strides hurried and unsteady. Behind the counter, he anxiously held her, checking carefully for injuries. Are you all right? Any injuries? He asked, voice tight. That I'm fine. Luckily I'm small. The thing passed over my head. It just scared me badly. What was that thing? I don't know. It looks like a monster born of human mutation, blindingly fast, enormously strong. It can shoot a tongue like a projectile, its claws can rip metal, and it can cling to and run along walls. Situ Zheng lowered his voice as he spoke. Bing Bing pointed and asked, Dad, what is it doing? Huh, he replied, straining to see. Following her finger, he saw the mutant circling the now dead car, occasionally climbing onto it and battering the bodywork. It seems to hunt by heat. Wait, it's very sensitive to sound as well. At that moment, a side mirror loosened by earlier impacts fell with a clang. The sound startled the creature off the hood. After scrutinizing the fallen mirror for a long beat, it turned and resumed its frantic hopping over the car. Situ Zheng thought it, through their brief safety in the store, was pure luck. The overturned truck had made a deafening noise that masked their footsteps, and the still warm engine had hidden their body heat. But once the engine cooled, in this powerless, heat-starved apocalypse, their body temperatures would shine out like beacons in the night. Perhaps when the engine's warmth dissipates, that will be the hour of their deaths. No, this cannot happen. Calm down, there must be a way, he told himself. Situ Zheng forced calm into his chest and scanned the surroundings with rapid, hungry eyes, refusing to miss the faintest clue. Perhaps salvation lay hidden among them. December's chill bled heat from the engine. Quickly, it was plainly visible that the mutant's bouncing on the hood was already beginning to slow. Temperature sound. Situ Zheng closed his eyes as every scrap of knowledge and the facts around him churned through his mind. Creating heat and noise can momentarily draw the mutant's attention, but it's cunning. It will not fall for the same trick repeatedly. It's too fast. There's no time to start the engine, and running on foot will only get us overtaken. The bullet marks at the station show firearms barely harm it. Grenades are folly. Its speed rivals that of the mutated mastiff. But if we want to live, it must die, he whispered. Bing Bing, it will be cold for a while. Bear with me, okay? Dad, let us face this together. Soon Situ Zheng had grabbed 2 carbon dioxide fire extinguishers from the shop and said, Bing Bing, close your eyes. Obediently, she shut her eyes as he sprayed the icy CO2 over them. The cold seemed to freeze her blood, yet her mind sharpened. She began to perceive the outline of Situ Zheng's covert plan. Indeed, a stealth plan. The mutant locates prey by heat and sound, and lowering their temperature with carbon dioxide can render them temporarily invisible. But that cannot be the entire scheme. Such concealment is fleeting. Extinguishers will run out, and the human body cannot endure prolonged cold. Situ Zheng must be engineering a chance to annihilate the mutant outright. Indeed, he was executing a plan to eliminate it in a single stroke. And that plan would likely blow up the entire gas station. Given Situ Zheng's nature, he would not risk them otherwise. At that realization, Bing Bing's mind cleared and his scheme unfolded before her. Lower their temperature to become invisible, create a delayed trigger bait to lure the mutant, then detonate the station, thus eradicating the creature. Situ Zheng was a man of decisive action, never hesitant, never wasteful of time, and also a natural risk-taker unafraid to stake everything on a single throw. In truth, his knowledge of the mutated creature was fragmentary at best, bordering on non-existent. Yet he had neither the luxury of time nor the opportunity to gather more. Thus he devised an ostensibly insane covert plan. One misstep, and there would be no grave left to bury them. After temporarily lowering his own and Bing Bing's body temperature with a carbon dioxide fire extinguisher, he swiftly affixed a hand grenade to a precisely weighted object and suspended it above a stack of mosquito-repellent sprays inside the supermarket, then took Bing Bing's hand and stepped out of the store, one careful footfall after another. He knew that carrying her would raise their combined body heat enough to jeopardize the entire invisibility scheme. So stealing his heart, he forced the shivering girl, her lips already bluish with cold, to walk unaided. By then the car engine's residual heat had fully dissipated. The mutated creature paused, sniffing the air, searching intently. And indeed, Situ Zheng's concealment strategy had succeeded. It failed to detect either Situ Zheng or Situ Bing Bing. After fruitless minutes of probing, it vaulted onto the gas station's canopy, allowing the two at last to exhale in quiet relief. Though numb with cold, they clenched their jaws and forced themselves forward, not rushing but advancing with deliberate slowness until they reached the fuel pumps. Each seized one pump and simultaneously activated them. Gasoline gushed forth instantly. Meanwhile, the grenade, suspended by its weighted tether, was slowly descending, its pin gradually drawing taut. Just as they prepared to flee, a blood-red figure dropped between them, facing Bing Bing back, turned to Zheng. The sound of the fuel pumps igniting had roused it. It recognized that mechanical hum with unnerving familiarity and sensitivity. This creature had lain in wait here for 3 human groups. Of the first 2, it had cracked open their skulls and devoured their brains, leaving their hollowed corpses strewn across the gas station's roof. It sensed the 3rd group still lingered nearby and waited, patient and ravenous, for their emergence and the feast to follow. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, the creature bore no trace of decay. Its skin had sloughed away entirely, revealing sleek, corded musculature thrumming with latent power, far from the flaccid rod of reanimated corpses. A translucent keratinous layer sheathed its flesh, through which pulsing crimson light shimmered faintly, tracing the flow of blood beneath. Its upper arms were grotesquely thick, nearly as massive as its legs, and each limb ended in 5 razor-sharp claws. Its head defied anatomy: no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Only a smooth obsidian-black aperture. From its center protruded a long crimson tongue, dripping viscous, translucent mucus, rendering its visage eerily reminiscent of an egg pierced by a writhing maggot. Now confusion flickered within it the moment it heard the fuel pumps engage. It had lunged down from its rooftop perch, yet found nothing. Situ Zheng's concealment had indeed worked. The creature looked straight through Bing Bing, blind to her presence, yet its primal instincts screamed that prey stood before it. It lifted a leg and advanced 1 step closer to Bing Bing, her small face contorted into a silent plea. Unaware, the creature did not notice that behind it Situ Zheng, who had already raised his pistol, lowered it again helplessly the instant he saw Bing Bing's expression. Firing a gunshot amid pools of gasoline would guarantee mutual annihilation, a fate Bing Bing could never accept. Now standing directly before her, the creature let its tongue dangle inches from her face. Barbed spines lined its surface, but now lay flattened inert. Hollow and tubular, the tongue was surely its instrument for siphoning the marrow from living skulls. Bing Bing dared not look further. She shut her eyes and stood motionless, frozen like a statue carved from ice. Inside the supermarket, the crude trap finally triggered. The grenade, pulled downward by its weight, struck the floor with a thunderous detonation, igniting several nearby cans of insecticide spray. The store erupted in a chaotic, percussive symphony, like firecrackers exploding in rapid succession during a festival. Lured by the commotion, the mutated creature abandoned its search at the fuel pumps and charged into the supermarket, its immense force shattering the entrance doors into splinters. Almost the instant the creature whirled and burst inside, Situ Zheng moved. He swept Bing Bing into his arms and sprinted. 3 strides compressed into 2. Out of the gas station, leapt off the highway and dove into a shallow depression below the road. For where he had just stood lay a disarmed grenade, its fuse sputtering white smoke. The creature soon realized it had been deceived and stormed back out enraged. At that very moment, Situ Zhang's grenade detonated with a deafening blast, igniting the spilled gasoline and triggering a cataclysmic secondary explosion. The entire gas station erupted into a roaring fireball. Situ Zhang pressed himself low against the ground, mouth agape, while using one hand to gently pry Bing Bing's frozen jaw open, helping the half-frozen child breathe. Only after the violent concussion subsided did Situ Zhang lead Bing Bing back onto the highway. Before them lay the smoldering ruins of the gas station, scattered debris still aflame, yet the interior itself eerily devoid of flame. The initial blast had created a vacuum, snuffing out all combustion within. Situ Zhang's original sedan, though its windshield had shattered, had merely been hurled several hundred meters by the shockwave. The small delivery truck, however, had overturned completely. Its cargo spilled across the asphalt. It appeared to have been restocking the supermarket. Crates of food and beverages littered the roadside. Fortune seemed to favor them. Though they had narrowly escaped death, the battered Audi remained operational, and now they possessed abundant provisions and fuel. The journey to Nanjing, once uncertain, now stretched before them clear and unimpeded. Yet the thunderous blast risked drawing nearby shamblers. With no time to waste, they coordinated swiftly. Bing Bing gathered scattered supplies, while Situ Zhang hauled the loads into the vehicle. Since formally acknowledging their father-daughter bond, they had journeyed as one. Situ Zhang drove by day, imparting his hard-won knowledge and experience to Bing Bing. By night, they took turns keeping watch. He slept less than 4 hours daily, though she no more than 6. Though he endured, the burden weighed heavily upon 6-year-old Bing Bing, still deep in the age where sleep came naturally and abundantly. Yet recalling what had transpired, Situ Zhang steeled himself, halted the car, and prepared to rouse Bing Bing from her deep slumber. Situ Zhang parked the car, stepped out of the driver's seat, and opened the back door. As he leaned in, he caught a faint whiff of gasoline, a bit pungent. Situ Zhang frowned, hesitated for a moment, then bent down to pat the small, icy face of Bing Bing, saying, "Bing Bing, don't sleep anymore, wake up." Seeing that Bing Bing showed no response, Situ Zhang pulled her small hand. "Bing Bing, wake up, it's time for class." Still no response. Is she really that deep in sleep? Situ Zhang rubbed his nose in frustration. "All right, I'll let you sleep a few more seconds." As he spoke, he leaned into the car, picked up the sleeping Bing Bing from the back seat, and placed her in the passenger seat, patting her back, while saying, "Bing Bing, Bing Bing, wake up, don't sleep." Finally, under Situ Zhang's relentless coaxing, the drowsy Bing Bing opened her sleepy eyes, mumbling, "Dad, let me sleep a bit more, you go eat first." Situ Zhang couldn't help but be amused by Bing Bing. This little sprite, half awake, showed such a comically sleepy expression, which made him feel both exasperated and entertained. He tapped her head, saying, "All right, wake up, it's time for class." After a while, Bing Bing had finally woken up, stuck out her adorable little tongue, smiled sweetly, and said, "Let's get started." At that moment, since the central government had released a message through a grand satellite network 5 days ago, the long silent car radio once again transmitted the authoritative voice of the chairman. "Dear compatriots, in these darkest days since the founding of our nation, I have been thinking of you and worrying about you every moment. I feel ashamed and saddened that I cannot provide you with enough security. But please believe that I have never abandoned you. Our army has established more than 30 gathering points across the country, assisting over 40,000 citizens. However, I know that compared to the number of people still in danger, this is merely a drop in the bucket. In order to help more people receive assistance, I will announce the locations of each gathering point to the public. Here are the 4 major gathering points: Beijing, Tianjin, Guangzhou, and Chengdu. These large gathering points have populations exceeding 1 million, with a permanent military presence exceeding that of a corps. They have at least reclaimed the city center and restored partial electricity supply and production capacity. Next, we will discuss the central gathering points. The above is the list of gathering points that have temporarily established contact with the central government. Nearby residents can go to these points for shelter. First, the central government will regularly airlift some civilian and military supplies to support the development of these gathering points, and will also airlift a batch of specialized communication equipment to enable connections between the bases for mutual support. Secondly, the central government will drop supply packages in areas that cannot be reached by the above gathering points. These packages will contain compressible biscuits for multiple people, drinking water, canned food, instant noodles, a rifle, 4 handguns with ammunition, and small radio equipment. This will help local residents gain survival and self-defense capabilities. However, the crisis we face is still immense. Our enemies are no longer just the foolish zombies, they are more savage and cunning. Our troops have obtained some of their information at the cost of much blood. We will unconditionally disclose this precious information to you. However, in the face of these more ferocious enemies, we are not without resistance capabilities. Some individuals have evolved during the crisis, gaining abilities far beyond ordinary humans. We call them awakened ones. Finally, as I mentioned a few days ago, I will fight alongside you until the end. Now Professor C2 Yin, the president of the Academy of Sciences, will present the latest research findings from his team. Shortly after the chairman finished speaking, another slightly weary and somber male voice came through the loudspeaker. I apologize, everyone. I am just a simple scientist. The chairman suddenly assigned me to explain the latest research data, and I find myself at a loss for words. Science is an extremely rigorous field, how any error or omission can lead to significant losses. What I can share are only parts of the research findings and some inferences. I am sorry that we do not yet have a conclusion regarding the cause of this disaster, nor an effective treatment method. Moreover, in the saliva of all the mutated organisms, we discovered an unknown virus, which has a high probability of transforming a normal person into a zombie upon entering the human body. The likelihood of this transformation is related to one's physical constitution. In other words, individuals with better physical conditions have a higher resistance to the virus. However, even a physically strong person, if infected multiple times at once, still has a significant chance of turning into a zombie. Additionally, the symptoms of infected individuals are similar to those of the flu. If a person does not turn into a zombie within 5 days of infection, it indicates that there is no danger of mutation this time. The scope of this biological mutation is extremely vast. 2 points summarize the rules of mutation. First, the mutation of mammals. Once these animals mutate, they lose their normal biological classification. Only by attacking the brain can they be completely killed. We refer to them as M1. In contrast, non-mammalian animals do not exhibit this condition, i.e., as long as their vital points are hit, or they lose a significant amount of blood, they can be killed. We refer to these creatures as D1. Moreover, we discovered that both M1 and D1 have the potential for continued mutation, and the mutated M1 and D1 become smarter, more cunning, and possess enhanced aggression and destructive power, as well as the ability to command M1 and D1 within a certain range. We call the evolved forms of M1 and D1 M2 and D2. It is crucial to note that among M2, those evolved from humans possess terrifying lethality, and they have lost their eyesight, relying on thermal and sound cues for tracking. When encountering them, it is best to use high-heat items to attract their attention before concentrating fire to eliminate them. Due to insufficient samples and data, we cannot currently prove whether M2 and D2 have the potential to evolve into M3 or D3. However, I hope they do not continue to evolve, because based on the abilities gained from the evolution of M1 to M2, if M2 were to evolve into M3, ordinary weapons would lose their deterrent effect. Only the awakened ones and large-caliber artillery could inflict damage on them from the front, though this is merely a prediction. As for the awakened ones, they are outside the scope of my research, so others will be responsible for explaining that. Indeed, a strange voice came to introduce the awakened, but his introduction lingered on the most basic aspects. Naturally, Situ Zheng felt a sense of disinterest, already familiar with it all. What a clever tactic to distribute communication devices and supplies to each survivor gathering point. This way, each point can directly receive commands from the central command, almost echoing the recent broadcast. The troops can autonomously establish bases and develop forces without awaiting orders from the central command, and have the authority over personnel appointments and dismissals. This was largely denied and was distributed alongside the supplies, leaving no option for rejection. Thus, the possibility of warlords emerging within the nation was significantly reduced, allowing the country to recover from chaos earlier and gain an advantage in the future. Unfortunately, current intelligence from abroad is unattainable. It seems we encountered M2 before the old man is surprisingly knowledgeable about M2, almost as if he has a sample. It seems the Dragon team has indeed been busy recently. It's truly disheartening how people can make you feel inferior. I almost lost my life. There are no survivor gathering points near Nanjing. Is it still overrun with corpses? This is troublesome. It seems we'll need to plan carefully. Dad, where are we headed next? Nanjing. Oh, Dad, is that Grandpa? Yes. You two don't get along. Why? It's an adult matter. Kids shouldn't concern themselves with it. All right, it's time for your lesson. Today we'll discuss the applications of magnetism. Let's conclude here for today. Reflect on it. Perhaps you'll find some inspiration. I understand. Hey, Dad, are you changing cars? Situ Bingbing looked out the window and suddenly noticed that Situ Zheng had his eyes on a nearby road. The engine of this car has some strange noises that must have been damaged by M2. I certainly don't want to break down halfway. This time Situ Zheng was lucky. He spotted a black Lamborghini Batmobile from a distance by the roadside. The car's door was wide open, and it seemed no one was inside. Situ Zheng parked his Audi A6 behind the Lamborghini and got out to check. The door was indeed open, and it was empty inside with the key still inserted. Situ Zheng glanced at the fuel gauge. The tank was empty, and a thin layer of dust covered the seats, indicating the owner had long abandoned the vehicle. What luck, it's just for me. Situ Zheng whistled proudly to himself, then returned to his car's back seat to retrieve a can of gasoline to refuel the sports car. At that moment, 4 cars approached, and a man in the lead car leaned out of the window shouting, "Need any help?" "Thanks, but no need," Situ Zheng replied, not wanting to complicate things. However, the 4 cars still parked nearby. The man who initiated the conversation got out of his car, and a total of 7 men emerged from the 3 vehicles behind. Yet Situ Zheng keenly noticed there were still a few people in the car. The ones who got out later stood far off, showing no intention of approaching. Only the first person to exit casually walked towards Situ Zheng while saying, "Hello, friend. I'm Wei Shuwen. Though my name implies scholarship, I was merely an unnoticed piano player in a bar before. We originally escaped from Nanjing and have been wandering nearby during the day to find food and avoiding corpses at night. We just heard on the radio that there's a survivor gathering point in Yixing, so we plan to go there together. How about you? Want to join us? It would be good to have someone to look out for each other." Situ Zheng squinted at the gradually approaching Wei Shuwen. He appeared to be in his early 30s, a man exuding a scholarly demeanor. He wore a gray suit, his beard neatly shaved with a slender and elongated face. His hair was long and tied back in a small ponytail, and his fingers were long and distinctly knuckled. His eyes shone brightly, without flickering, yet they betrayed a hint of confusion. "Can you really decide for this group? After all, more people means more food consumption." "Of course I can. Brother Wei is an awakened, everyone follows him. Moreover, at this time, how could we survive without helping each other? To be honest, my life was saved by Brother Wei. If everyone saves a bit of food, it should be manageable. Besides, we can find food on the way." The speaker was a chubby man. Due to the distance, Situ Zheng couldn't clearly see his face, but the tone of his speech was filled with admiration. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have other matters to attend to and won't travel with you." Situ Zheng shook his head and replied, "However, if you could provide me with some information about Nanjing, that would truly help me." "You're heading to Nanjing." Wei Shuwen's expression suddenly turned tense and fearful upon hearing Situ Zheng's words. "Brother, please listen to me. Come with us to Yixing. Going to Nanjing is absolutely a dead end. Could it be that there are many M2 in Nanjing?" Situ Zheng instantly deduced that there must be something terrifying there for an awakened person to show such panic. "Yes, at least 4 remain. Did you kill one?" "Yes, if I hadn't suddenly awakened and killed one, the other 4 might have killed us all." At this point, Wei Shuwen was no longer panicked, but spoke with a hint of lingering fear. "You're quite formidable too to kill an M2 in one go." Actually, I was also stunned at that moment. When I came to my senses, that M2 had tangled my hair into a lump. Looking back now, it's really disgusting. "Where did you encounter it?" "Probably near Yuhua Terrace." "You must not go there." "Thank you for the warning. I'll seriously consider your advice. However, I still want to see it with my own eyes." Seeing that persuasion was futile and the other party seemed determined to head to Nanjing, Wei Shuwen shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, brother, I wish you good luck." Saying this, he turned and walked towards his own car. As the others saw that Wei Shuwen's persuasion was ineffective and returned, they began to hiss and make remarks as they got into the car with the wind, carrying faint words like, "Idiot, tired of living, seeking death." Situ Zheng stood in place until he saw their convoy leave before continuing with his tasks. At that moment, as Wei Shuwen drove away, he realized he had divulged all his information without even asking for the other person's name. He thought to himself, this person is not simple. No wonder he dares to venture alone into a place infested with M2. "Dad, why don't we share some of our food with them? Once inside the underground research facility, there should be ample reserves, shouldn't there?" Besides, Wei Shuwen isn't a bad person. As the convoy departed, Situ Bingbing, having remained hidden inside the vehicle, stepped down and spoke. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Situ Zheng paused mid-motion, then abruptly set aside what he held and rushed to the vehicle to lift her into his arms. "My dear, though you possess the rare ability to perceive others' true intentions, remember this: the human heart is ever shifting. Given sufficient profit, many will betray their very nature. Therefore, always keep something in reserve for yourself. Never reveal all your secrets to another. Do you understand?" Situ Bingbing obediently nodded. "Dad, are you worried they'll covet our food and turn violent?" "Precisely. You must engrave this truth deeply: the world we inhabit is no longer the one we knew. Though it remains relatively stable now, as time passes and survival grows increasingly arduous, many minds will warp and fracture. Never expose anything that might provoke envy, especially when you stand at a disadvantage. This is the ancient wisdom: an ordinary man bears no guilt, yet possession of jade invites calamity." "I understand. Good girl. Still, I'm genuinely curious. How did you deduce I was heading to Nanjing specifically to locate an underground research facility?" Situ Zheng gently stroked his daughter's head as he spoke. I'm not only certain you brought me here to reach that underground facility, but I also know it lies in a relatively secure location on Nanjing's outskirts." Situ Bingbing tilted her small chin upward, eyes gleaming with quiet pride as she gazed at her father. "Well done. Continue." From your conversation with Lieutenant Jiang aboard the cruise ship, I learned both of you carried highly classified data. Information so critical it demanded transmission via an absolutely secure channel directly to a designated individual or department. Correct. The Shanghai Underground Research Facility's computers were connected to the external network, rendering them no longer inviolably secure. I could not risk transmitting such vital data through them. Situ Zheng nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this was one reason you insisted on separating from Lieutenant Jiang, but not the most decisive one. Even after learning via broadcast that no survivor enclaves existed here, you still chose to come. Hence, something about this place must have drawn you irresistibly. As director of the Shanghai Underground Research Facility, you would naturally know the precise locations and operational status of other such facilities, making another research site the most logical attraction. Moreover, such facilities house vast archives and specialized equipment. You've always said you'd impart your life's knowledge to me, but much of what you know cannot be mastered through speech alone. Thus, the probability that our ultimate destination is a fully equipped research facility becomes exceedingly high. Exactly. Not only do I know the exact coordinates of the Shanghai facility, I know the precise locations of all 21 national underground research facilities. Our final destination is indeed an underground facility buried beneath the Zhonghua Mountain Mausoleum on Nanjing's outskirts. A facility both comprehensive and remarkably far more expansive than its Shanghai counterpart. It even encompasses disciplines beyond conventional scope. Truth be told, I never imagined this facility had been abandoned. Also, though you occasionally embrace calculated risks, you would never deliberately trap yourself in absolute peril, as you refuse to remain within the Central City Research Facility in Shanghai. Nanjing has not been reclaimed by military forces, meaning the city center teams with reanimated corpses. Even if entry were possible, which is doubtful, the outcome would mirror Shanghai's inevitable compromise and collapse. Therefore, this facility must lie on the periphery, accessible and defensible with straightforward ingress and egress. Furthermore, the sports car you selected offers limited cargo space and high fuel consumption, but excels in speed and off-road resilience. That choice strongly implies the facility lies neither far from here nor along conventional roadways. Finally, selecting such a vehicle necessitated abandoning part of our food and fuel. Resources you yourself declared would soon become scarce and irreplaceable. You would not discard them lightly unless you were certain the underground facility already held abundant reserves of both. Dad, was my reasoning correct? Huh. Excellent. Truly exceptional. Your deductive and analytical prowess is now fully mature. In fact, you may surpass me sooner than I anticipated. Situ Zheng beamed with genuine pride and spared no praise for his daughter. Then his tone softened, tinged with quiet melancholy. Pity, though. If M3, or even M4, and M5 variants truly evolve, conventional computation will prove utterly futile. Perhaps in the end, only awakened ones will determine humanity's fate. Dad, moping doesn't suit you. Maybe someday you'll command an entire battalion of awakened ones against hordes of M3S and M4S. No, let us hope such variants never emerge. With that, Situ Zheng set Bing Bing down and resumed refueling the sports car while she helped load lighter supplies into its cramped interior. Before long, the vehicle's modest cabin brimmed with provisions. Glancing at the remaining supplies still piled atop the Audi A6, Situ Zheng remarked, "A shame. We missed the chance to leave those extras for the others. Come Bing Bing, let's go." M2 class entities are confirmed within Nanjing's city limits, meaning any survivors sheltering indoors have almost certainly perished. Judging by the direction those people came from, they likely encountered an M2 last night, near Yuatai. Once startled, such M2s either rally surrounding reanimated corpses for protection or summon them for vengeance. Thus, corpse density elsewhere should decline, creating a narrow window of opportunity. Yet if no survivors remain in the city, M2s will expand their hunting radius. Prolonged presence near Nanjing's outskirts would drastically increase danger. So, choose the lesser of two evils. At that thought, Situ Zheng glanced toward his daughter peacefully asleep beside him. Consider this merely the overture to the final gambit. In that instant, he felt himself slipping further into the skin of a gambler, betting on countless variables. Though his odds seemed overwhelmingly in his favor, it remained undeniably a gamble. Resolving his course, he gently roused Situ Bing Bing. Bing Bing, no more sleep. We press forward, straight into the facility. Oh, but didn't we agree earlier to formulate a plan first? We did. But Nanjing now hosts 4 M2s. If they disperse, or drift near the facility's entrance, our chances of entering will vanish. Better to strike now while they remain concentrated near Yuatai. The impact of the second broadcast was not limited to Situ Zheng and his group. Even Huang Lei's unit stationed far away in Yixing was urgently mobilized due to this announcement. With weapons and ammunition obtained from the secret arms depot, at Shur Bali Slope, along with the recruitment of 2 small units, Huang Lei's formal military force had reached 150 men, effectively filling up the original regiment, once more making him a legitimate commander. Subsequently, he arranged for his troops to launch operations to eliminate the walking dead in nearby villages and towns, saving many civilians, while also gathering substantial supplies, gradually establishing a sizable survivor settlement based at the military camp in Ichuan. This base was evaluated by the central authorities as a medium-sized gathering point. At this moment, Huang Lei was seated in the command center facing a massive sand table that marked the key high grounds and buildings around Yixing County. On the wall behind him hung a map of the entire country. Frowning, he held several small blue flags in one hand, unsure of how to proceed, as the sand table was densely populated with red flags. In his other hand, he held a cigarette that had burned for quite some time, with ash almost ready to fall. At that moment, the door was pushed open and a slightly shorter man dressed in a major's uniform with pronounced eyebrows and big eyes walked in. It was none other than Political Commissar Liu Yifeng. Upon entering, he stated, "Old Huang, what do you need me for? I'm currently arranging for the soldiers to build temporary shelters for the civilians." The sound of his entrance made Huang Lei's hand tremble, causing the ash from his cigarette to fall to the ground. He looked up at Liu Yifeng and said, "You're here, old Liu. Just the person I wanted to discuss something with. Let's sit down and talk." "All right," Liu Yifeng replied as he took a seat nearby. "Old Liu, what's your take on the current situation at our gathering point?" "It's not too bad. We have over 1500 troops and 500 civilians at the gathering point. The weapons and ammunition are sufficient for the troops, but we are lacking in food and housing. I have arranged for the troops to expedite the construction of shelters and search for food. Old Liu, our 1500-man force has to ensure the safety of 500 people while also building temporary houses and searching for food. In essence, we need to feed 500 people with just 1500 men. On average, each soldier is responsible for nearly 35 people's needs. The soldiers are exhausted, and this way of developing our gathering point is unsustainable." "I understand everything you're saying, Old Huang, but what can we do? In times of national crisis, as the People's Army, if we do not serve and protect them, who will protect them?" Liu Yifeng said passionately. "Do you know? Our gathering point is almost out of supplies, and the only reason we haven't run out yet is that the civilians brought what they could when we rescued them. If we maintain the current situation, we will run out of food within a week. Then what do you suggest?" Sighing, Liu Yifeng said, "We could select some civilians to join the military." "Absolutely not. How can we let untrained civilians join the army? How can we let them face the dangerous walking dead? So we just let them sit around. Allow 500 people to loiter in the military camp all day? What about our soldiers who are going hungry, poorly clothed, and unable to sleep well, without even a place to stay? What will happen to the entire gathering point if the army collapses? I'm not suggesting they do nothing in the camp all day. They should work in the city. As long as we can reclaim Yixing, these people can return to their jobs, can't they? Even if we let those civilians join the army, we can assign them to non-dangerous tasks like helping to construct the camp and searching for food. Look at this sand table, and then at my hands." As Huang Lei spread his right hand open to display the blue flags, he said angrily, "Look at this. These are our forces. And look at the distribution of the walking dead at the edge of Yixing, as reported by our scouts. With our current military strength, let alone reclaiming Yixing, if a few M2s come out commanding the walking dead to attack our gathering point, we don't even know if we can hold our ground. Every step we take and every decision we make affects the lives of over 500 military personnel and civilians. We cannot rely solely on idealistic perfection to guide our actions. All right, Old Huang, I won't interfere with this matter, but we absolutely cannot let those civilians take on dangerous tasks. I'll go check on the construction progress of the soldiers' temporary shelters." Liu Yifeng said helplessly and then walked out somewhat dejected. Just as Liu Yifeng was about to leave, a soldier rushed in swiftly. He reached the doorway, saw Liu Yifeng was present, and immediately saluted Commander Political Commissar. This soldier was assigned to Huang Lei personally with the sole task of swiftly reporting any intelligence from the scouts stationed around Yixing. His appearance indicated he had important news, and Huang Lei returned the salute, asking, "What's the situation? Is there any movement from the walking dead in Yixing?" "Report to Commander. According to reports from observation points 7, 9, 11, 0, and 15, there is a trend of large gatherings and movements of the walking dead in Yixing. Mark it on the sand table." Huang Lei frowned. "Understood." The soldier strode to the sand table, quickly pulled out over 10 flags from the sand table, and inserted them in different places. "What is this?" Political Commissar Liu Yifeng, lacking experience in commanding troops, noticed something was amiss. At this moment, a third of the originally scattered red flags had been divided into 5 large and small clusters. According to the broadcast, there are at least 5 M2s inside Yixing, and they have also taken control of some M1s, forming their own sphere of influence. Huang Lei quickly analyzed the current situation in Yixing, saying, so our opponents have transformed from 1.8 million disorganized M1s into 5 M2s, each controlling 100 M1s. Before he could finish, another soldier rushed in, exclaiming, Commander, there's trouble. What's going on? Don't panic, take your time to explain. A political commissar. The rushing soldier quickly straightened up and saluted Lu Yifeng. Is there any movement from the Walking Dead in Yixing? Quickly mark it on the sand table. Yes. The soldier acted promptly, walking briskly to the sand table. Upon seeing the markings, he pointed to the two areas with separated flags and said, this area and this area are both moving towards the city outskirts. Yes. The two soldiers saluted and turned to leave. Old Lu, the thing I've been worried about has finally happened. Our gathering point is too close to Yixing, and now M2 has appeared within Yixing, controlling a large number of M1 that are likely to attack our gathering point. When the time comes, we will be facing a full 2000 M1. We must mobilize all the survivors. You must not stop me with the excuse of keeping civilians out of danger. If we mishandle this, our entire gathering point will be lost. I understand, but old Huang, let me make it clear, this is the only time I will allow this. Got it, you old stubborn man. I'll leave the mobilization to you. Huang Lei gave a light punch on Lu Yifeng's shoulder and said, he good. Soon the troops had gathered, but Huang Lei and Lu Yifeng did not disturb the civilians in the gathering point. After all, for now, this disappearance was still just Huang Lei's speculation. The zombies had left the city, but their target might not necessarily be them. They needed to wait for further reports from the reconnaissance soldiers to determine the exact target of the zombies. However, soon what Huang Lei feared most truly happened. The leader of the surveillance reconnaissance team ran over and saluted, saying, report, Commander. About 200 zombies are heading towards our gathering point from the Yixing direction and are expected to arrive here in 5 hours. Understood, continue monitoring. Yes. The reconnaissance team leader took his orders and left immediately. Captain of the 1st Battalion, mobilize everyone in the gathering point. Captain of the 2nd Battalion and Captain of the 3rd Battalion, take out all the stored weapons and ammunition and prepare for battle. It must be said that humanity's potential in the face of life and death is immense. In less than half an hour, more than 500 civilians, except for a few elderly and weak individuals, had gathered together, nearly 400 men and women. After experiencing the initial despair and darkness of the disaster, most of the survivors had imprinted a mark of what could be called strength deep within their souls. Although they all knew that a large number of zombies would attack this gathering point, there was not too much panic. However, they could not maintain the quiet and orderly lines like the soldiers. Although only a few people nearby were whispering, the low conversations of tens of thousands made the whole scene appear extremely noisy. At this moment, political commissar Lu Yifeng stepped forward with a loudspeaker and said, folks, please be quiet. Lu Yifeng had a great reputation in the gathering point. He was friendly and very concerned about the livelihoods of the people, earning him an excellent reputation among them. So when they heard his shout, everyone fell silent. Folks, since the disaster began, we have endured many separations and hardships, and now we can finally gather here to live a few days of stable life. But those zombies that took away our loved ones and invaded our homes are not letting us go. Now they are gathering an astonishing number to advance on us. Can we remain indifferent to protect our newly built home and our deceased relatives? No, we must take revenge. Kill those damn things. Let's fight them. The gathered civilians shouted in unison. All right, everyone, listen to me first. After Lu Yifeng waited for everyone to quiet down, he continued, I understand your feelings, but as soldiers, we have the responsibility and obligation to protect you. Just not long ago, our commander Huang took the main force to actively intercept the approaching zombie forces. The soldiers are fighting bravely for us. Shouldn't we also do our best to provide a stable rear for them so they can fight without worries? Commissar Lu is right. Tell us what to do. Rest assured, just say the word and we'll follow. Thank you for everyone's support and help. I sincerely thank you on behalf of all the officers and soldiers. Please listen and do not panic. Follow the arrangements of Captain Lu Shichuan of the 1st Battalion. At this moment, Huang Lei was leading his 2 battalions to confront the 200 zombies coming from Yixing. After several encounters with the zombies, Huang Lei had also learned some patterns. The zombies' reckless and fearless nature combined with their astonishing numbers had caused Huang Lei's troops to suffer setbacks in the previous encounters. Although the zombies were hindered by their speed and had not caused much damage to his troops, they themselves suffered considerable losses. Huang Lei had to admit that in his encounters with the zombies from Yixing, he had always ended up retreating. In every battle, tens of thousands, or even more zombies charged forward without any tactics, directly pressing against Huang Lei's troops. Even if thousands or more zombies were exterminated, they did not care. That relentless momentum was overwhelming. There was no morale and no retreat, just a continuous charge that completely suppressed the space for the troops, leaving them with no choice but to retreat. With the attack of 2-0 gathered zombies, if they remained in one place like before, they would undoubtedly be swallowed by the tide of zombies. The loss of the gathering point would be incalculable. To deal with the shameless and unresolvable wave tactics of the zombies, they either needed overwhelming firepower to suppress them or solid fortifications for protection to hold their ground. However, Huang Lei had neither. His only method now was to layer resistance before the zombie horde reached the gathering point, weakening them to ultimately achieve their annihilation. The mechanized troops quickly arrived in front of the zombie horde, and looking at the densely packed zombies advancing like dark clouds, all the soldiers couldn't help but gasp. Seize the high ground, and the troops will attack from the right flank of the zombie horde, firing closer. The first to open fire were not the machine guns in the soldiers' hands, but the 105mm main guns of several Type 59 tanks. The shells capable of collapsing reinforced concrete buildings landed in the dense horde of zombies, immediately causing astonishing destruction, with blood mist erupting from the zombie group. The attacked zombie horde immediately turned their attention towards Huang Lei's troops. Continue firing at the densely packed zombies. Huang Lei, leading the troops this time, aimed to maximize the extermination of zombies, naturally directing his troops to fire at the most concentrated direction of the zombies. As the zombies gradually entered the shooting range of the machine guns and grenades, Huang Lei decisively ordered his troops to fire, and for a moment gunfire rang out like raindrops. The sudden fierce firepower seemed to daze the zombies, and Huang Lei felt that the speed at which the zombies were advancing had slowed down. Soon several thousand zombies fell on the path ahead, but Huang Lei felt that things wouldn't go so smoothly. 2nd Battalion Commander, you personally lead a squad to scout the area nearby. These walking corpses are acting strangely. The 2nd Battalion Commander, a burly man with a full beard, turned to the soldiers behind him and said, "Security squad, follow me." As the battle commenced, it swiftly entered a white-hot phase, with a modern army fighting for the lives of tens of thousands of civilians against hundreds of thousands of seemingly lifeless walking corpses. On one side were the roaring artillery and machine guns, while on the other lay a silent realm of death pressing down on all the living with an inexhaustible aura of despair. Huang Lei frowned, saying, "The advance speed of these walking corpses is significantly slower than usual." Just then the 2nd Battalion Commander rushed over, panting, and said, "Commander, a large number of walking corpses have been spotted on our left flank. They seem to be attempting to encircle us." Huang Lei clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, saying, "I was wondering why the attacking momentum of these walking corpses had been curbed, or it turns out they intend to surround us like dumplings. These M2 units are indeed becoming increasingly clever. Relay the order for the troops to withdraw from their positions as quickly as possible and head to the next high ground." Meanwhile, Liu Yifeng was leading nearly 400 civilians to dig pits around their gathering point. That's right, digging pits. Ever since Huang Lei devised the method of luring the walking corpses into trenches to eliminate them outside Shanghai, the tactic of digging pits became one of their best means of exterminating the corpses. After digging a massive pit, they would lure the walking corpses in and douse them with some flammable material before setting it alight. It is impossible to arm 400 civilians to fight the walking corpses, but getting them to dig pits together is feasible. Those with tools can use shovels, while those without can help move stones and transport the excavated soil away. People were bustling with energy, sweating profusely as if it were not the cold December, but a sweltering June. Liu Yifeng stood in a pit taller than a person, forcefully driving his shovel into the ground. He wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead and glanced at the busy crowd around him, filled with a sense of satisfaction. These hopeful individuals with resolute expressions in their eyes had just days ago been struggling on the brink of life and death, filled with despair. For Liu Yifeng, protecting and assisting these civilians was his most sacred duty. Unfortunately, he ultimately overlooked the corruption of the human spirit in an apocalyptic world, leading to significant losses for the entire gathering point. On the front lines, Huang Lei's brows had knitted into a tight knot. He had lost count of how many times he had frowned that day. Although he had successfully repelled the walking corpses 4 times, and their numbers had almost halved, the seemingly unstoppable tide of corpses pressed on. At this moment, the 2nd Battalion Commander rushed over and said, "Commander, the walking corpses are ignoring our attacks and are heading straight for the gathering point. Damn it, have these things become sentient?" Huang Lei cursed fiercely before ordering all troops retreat back to the gathering point and prepare for the final battle. Understood. An hour later, Huang Lei returned to the survivor gathering point with 100 soldiers. From a distance, the gathering point looked completely transformed. The entire terrain had been altered, and aside from the original road leading in and out of the military camp, everything else had been excavated. Huang Yifeng and his team had dug a pit 2 meters deep and 10 meters wide with a 2-meter high and 4-meter-wide earthen wall made from compacted soil and stones on one side, near the survivor gathering point. Many soldiers and armed civilians stood atop the wall numbering around 3000. It resembled a heavily fortified small town. Troops quickly move into the town, rest for half an hour, and then prepare for battle. After giving the order, Huang Lei finally felt a sense of relief. With this small town facing the remaining 1 walking corpses, he finally had some confidence. Huang Lei's troops quickly entered the small town, where Lu Yifeng had already prepared meals for them. The soldiers, having fought intensely on the front lines for 5 hours, were utterly exhausted, with some simply stuffing a few buns into their mouths before falling asleep. Huang Lei approached Lu Yifeng and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Old Lu, well done. Now I have confidence that we can hold this place." "Old Huang, you're mistaken. This isn't my achievement. I couldn't have built such a position. Only the people can construct such defenses. Only the people can utilize such positions." "All right, old Lu, it's not the time for movie quotes. Just tell me what's going on. With just your people and tools, it would be absolutely impossible to complete such a project in just a few hours." As the top leader of this gathering point, Huang Lei was naturally well aware of the situation within, and with the walking corpse army set to enter the visible range in less than an hour, he decisively interrupted Lu Yifeng's lengthy explanation and got straight to the point. "Hehe, I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Lu Yifeng, unbothered by the interruption, chuckled and said, "Old Huang, this is what you call a pillow falling from the sky. When you're sleepy, our 1st Battalion commander, Lu Shichuan, has awakened. Moreover, he awakened as a mental type with the ability to control earth. The soil was excavated by everyone, and he helped a bit by piling it up to form these earth walls. He's currently resting behind. I tell you, he's now a treasure in our army. Don't keep assigning dangerous tasks to him. What treasure or not jade needs to be carved to become a gem? I must take the time to train him properly." Although Huang Lei spoke sternly, the hand he rubbed against his chin and the smug expression on his face clearly indicated that he was quite satisfied with Lu Shichuan. Having just awakened and continuously using his mental power, Lu Shichuan was resting in a temporary shelter when he suddenly sneezed several times in quick succession. He rubbed his nose and thought to himself, so overexerting mental power not only causes dizziness and lack of focus, but can also lead to catching a cold. "Hey, old Huang, let's get back to business. You've been firing guns and cannons for a while. Oh, what's the situation?" After a brief relaxation of his tight nerves, Lu Yifeng returned the conversation to the walking corpses. "Isn't it so? We have no equipment to manufacture artillery and ammunition on our side. We need to find a way to procure more. These are valuable resources that can minimize casualties among our soldiers. This attack by the undead outside the city presents a crisis, but it's also an opportunity. Normally they remain within the city, and we dare not order the troops to bombard the city for fear of collateral damage. Now that they have emerged, it allows our artillery and tanks to unleash their firepower. However, if they all come at once, I will certainly prioritize covering the retreat of everyone without hesitation. Now let's finish off this batch, and ideally they could send a few more thousands for us to obliterate." Hey, stop right there, Lao Lu, you're getting more and more unrealistic. Sending a few more thousands for us to obliterate. If we run out of shells, I can't help the artillery with bayonets. Moreover, whether we can hold this city is still questionable. Lao Lu, when I entered, I noticed that you left that road open for troop movements, which is indeed convenient, but it also provides an attack point for the undead. I've had a few encounters with them, and once a breach is left open, sealing it becomes difficult. I think we should block that road and fortify this side as well. We need to transform the entire gathering point into an impenetrable fortress, leaving no gaps for them to enter." Lu Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "I agree. After all, the road can be rebuilt later. If we let the undead in, it would be disastrous." I was too hesitant before, not wanting to part with these jars and containers. As for Lu Shichuan, let him rest for now. If the undead pose a threat to the earthen walls, we can call him to help reinforce them. Also tell the soldiers to prepare the flamethrowers and incendiary bombs, as they will come in handy if the undead fill the trench. Additionally, if the assault drags on, the M2 hidden among the undead will definitely show up to launch a main attack. We should arrange a few snipers at high points to execute a decapitation strike against the undead. Don't place too many civilians on the earthen walls. Having too many people can backfire. Also, everyone should be prepared to break out at any moment. After saying this, Huang Lei turned and walked toward the command post. Lu Yifeng watched Huang Lei's retreating figure. He knew that Huang Lei was going to rest after directing the battle at high intensity for over 5 hours. He needed to take a break to handle the upcoming fights. 2nd Battalion Commander, 3rd Battalion Commander, relay my orders. Soon a series of commands were transmitted and executed, and the entire survivor gathering point became busy once again. This time Lu Yifeng had recruited 300 people from among the civilians. Most of them had previously been soldiers or were engaged in professions such as police or security. Liu Yifeng arranged them alongside the soldiers on the earthen walls accompanied by one ordinary civilian. The mass attack by the undead placed considerable pressure on Liu Yifeng. He originally thought that protecting the civilians would suffice, however this situation made him realize that when the military fails to protect them, civilians indeed need a certain level of self-defense capability. Moreover, many of these civilians viewed the war as a mere numerical game. A strange atmosphere was emerging among the survivor gathering point. Most civilians believed that 1-0 soldiers could eliminate 1-0 undead, and with 5-0 people in the gathering point, they could easily wipe out the remaining 1-0 undead. For such naive sentiments, many soldiers, including Liu Yifeng, could only respond with a wry smile. One cannot imagine the feeling when countless grotesque undead unburdened by death or fear surge towards you. That feeling of utter insignificance is not something that can be overcome in a single day. Soon the undead horde gradually came into view, initially just a dark spot on the horizon, but the spots multiplied, growing larger and closer. When the undead horde approached like a dark cloud, an emotion that could only be described as panicked fear surged within the survivor gathering point. Fellow villagers, rest assured that our troops can protect you and hold the gathering point. Please return to your temporary shelters and do not interfere with the troops. Thank you. Liu Yifeng shouted loudly through a megaphone, striving to maintain order and stability among the gathered people. Unbeknownst to Wen, Huang Lei was already standing atop the earthen wall, appearing invigorated and hardly resembling a commander who had directed battle for over 5 hours. Fire! With Huang Lei's command, the artillery that had long been set up erupted in a synchronized roar. With the heavy artillery's impact, a mist of blood erupted among the undead, and various scattered body parts were hurled into the air like raindrops. Good. Following this was the cheer of the newly recruited soldiers on the earthen wall. Their voices suggested that victory was within reach, but Huang Lei knew that the battle had only just begun. He had experienced such a beginning multiple times within a few hours, and indeed the artillery fire could not halt the advance of the undead. The undead paid no heed to the massive explosions that shattered their companions into pieces, nor did they care for those who were knocked down by the shockwave falling beneath their feet, trampling over them as they advanced. Hearing the cheers around him only made Huang Lei feel regret. Having lost support from electricity and satellites, the modern forces that could have employed long-range precision strikes could only wait for these undead to emerge from their hiding places in the city to attack within the limited visual range. The technology of the troops had regressed by more than a century. Soon the undead horde advanced through the artillery fire and entered the range of the machine guns. Knowing the attacking nature of the undead, Huang Lei dared not conserve bullets and ordered the soldiers to fire as soon as they entered range. In an instant, the machine guns placed on the earthen wall wove a net of fire, and the undead rushing into this fire net fell like cut wheat. However, there were still too many undead, and unless shots hit their heads, even if a few bullets struck them, the undead could still advance. Thus, the interwoven net of fire could not stop their charge. Fortunately, the trench that had been dug earlier proved effective. As the undead entered, they fell into it like dumplings, with the trench seeming to open its mouth to swallow all the undead attempting to cross it. Although the trench temporarily hindered the advance of the undead horde, it was not a true chasm, and after the relentless undead horde paid the price of tens of thousands of their kind, it was ultimately filled. The undead horde, stepping on the bodies of their companions that filled the trench, arrived at the base of the earthen wall, using their hands and mouths to gnaw at the wall. The earthen wall, 2 meters high and 4 meters wide, could not be easily shaken by the scratching and biting of these undead. The soldiers stood on the vertical wall and shot downward, and soon all the undead close to the wall fell under their fire. To prevent the undead from using the bodies as a foothold to climb the wall, Huang Lei specifically instructed the soldiers not to attack the few rows of undead tightly pressed against the wall. The battle seemed to have reached a stalemate, and over time the scales of victory began to tilt in favor of humanity. Under the overwhelming firepower, the number of ghouls rapidly decreased, and the pile of corpses even blocked the advance of the ghouls from behind. Finally, under the prolonged disadvantage of the ghoul attacks, the M2 hidden among the horde sprang into action. An M2, taking advantage of the ghoul crowd for cover, approached the earthen wall and easily climbed up using its strong limbs. The speed of the M2 was astonishing. Before the people on the wall could react, it unleashed its brutal assault. Its powerful limbs could tear through iron, and the fragile human body seemed like a thin sheet of paper before it. Even soldiers in bulletproof vests were easily ripped in half. Amidst the chaos on the earthen wall, another M2 appeared. This one had evolved from a canine, and its massive body slammed against the wall, shaking it violently. With just a few hits, cracks started to form on the wall. The commotion caused by the two M2s was quickly noticed by Huang Lei, who decisively ordered flame throwers target M2 fire. The sniper aimed at the head, preparing to shoot. Several soldiers carrying flame-throwers rapidly approached the M2 on the wall under the cover of other soldiers. Jets of intense flames sprayed toward the M2, causing it to falter as it was extremely sensitive to temperature. The snipers who had been waiting for this opportunity while struggling with the M2's swift movements among the crowd seized the moment, aimed and fired. Nearly 10 sniper rifles fired almost simultaneously, and the soldiers with sniper rifles could clearly see the M2's grotesque head explode into a cloud of blood mist resembling a smashed watermelon. The M2, which had been so imposing just a moment ago, fell heavily onto the earthen wall. However, before the crowd could cheer, the other K9 M2 had already smashed open a gap in the wall and charged inside. Yet it couldn't advance far. The M2 that had broken through the wall faced a Type 59 main battle tank Hedon. Almost without needing to aim, the 105mm main gun fired at close range, hitting its target directly. The M2 was blown into countless fragments while the gap in the wall was quickly repaired under Lu Zichen's ability. This was the first time Huang Lei had seen Lu Shichuan use her powers, as she raised her hands and shouted, "Rise." The scattered dirt transformed into mud balls falling onto the ruined wall and merging with it, as if molten steel were being poured into a mold. Soon the wall was restored to its original state, even burying a few ghouls that had stumbled in from the collapsed wall. Seeing the two M2s defeated one after the other, Huang Lei finally let out a sigh of relief. Although there were still tens of thousands of ghouls outside the wall, eliminating them was merely a matter of time. Victory! With the last few ghouls falling, everyone gathered began to cheer. There was still much to be done, such as clearing away the incapacitated ghouls that were not dead, burning the corpses, rebuilding the severed roads, and monitoring the status of ghouls, inishing, etc. However, these concerns no longer mattered to Huang Lei. With 22 soldiers and 35 civilians lost, he finally felt he could relax and take a good rest. Zhongshanling, located in the eastern suburbs of Nanjing in the Zhongshan Scenic area, is the tomb of Sun Yat-sen, a great politician of modern China and a leading figure in the democratic revolution, along with its accompanying memorial architecture. Covering an area of over 800 square meters, the main structures include a memorial archway, a burial path, a tomb gate, stone steps, a steel pavilion, a sacrificial hall, and a mausoleum, all arranged along a central axis reflecting the style of traditional Chinese architecture. This information is well known to most people, but few know that underneath Zhongshanling lies the largest scientific and biological research institute in China. However, Situ Zheng is one of the few who are aware of this. At this moment, he was speeding through the Zhongshan Scenic area in a Lamborghini. In the absence of human maintenance, the originally beautiful landscape had begun to erode under the encroachment of nature. The once shaded paths were now covered with weeds, and small vines had started to grow at the base of the statues. With a whoosh, the sports car raced across the grass at over 200 kilometers per hour, tearing apart the newly sprouted tender grass blades, which whirled into a small spiral behind the car before settling back down on the ground. Situ Bingbing appeared very excited, constantly gazing around at the rapidly changing scenery. Situ Zheng's earlier inference was indeed correct. After all, the disaster occurred at 6 a.m. And with the wandering and intervention of the M2s over the following days, there were not many ghouls around Zhongshanling. He drove straight in and quickly parked near a rockery. The two of them got out of the car one after the other. Situ Zheng walked ahead holding a handgun and carrying a long rope on his back. He carefully disengaged the safety on his handgun and cautiously approached the rockery. Situ Bingbing followed closely behind, holding several flashlights. Reaching the base of the rockery, Situ Zheng dug out the dirt that filled a hollow in the rockery, grasped a hidden handle inside, and pulled it hard. After hearing the sound of a mechanism unlocking, he pushed aside a decorative stone on one side of the rockery, revealing a dark hollow. This is an exhaust vent. Since there is no power in the research institute right now, we can only go down from here. It's so deep and pitch black. I can't see anything. Situ Bingbing also walked over, turning on her flashlight to shine down. All right, let's get ready to go down. Hold on tight. At this point, Situ Zheng had already tied the rope to the side of the rockery. After a firm tug to check its sturdiness, he called out to Situ Bingbing, who was frowning. Oh, okay. Looking at the deep dark hollow that seemed to lead to hell, Situ Bingbing nodded in agreement, though a hint of fear was evident on her face. After securing the pulley, Situ Zheng climbed into the hollow, exposing half of his body, and pointed to the pulley in her hand, saying, "It's very convenient to use. You just press down hard, and it will slide down. Let go and it will stop." "Dad, what is this red button for?" Situ Bingbing asked, pointing to a red button on the pulley. "If you press it, you'll fall straight down. Don't look so glum. Even if you accidentally fall, I'll catch you." The tunnel was merely a bit dark. After avoiding several stop fans, Situ Zheng and Situ Bingbing had already reached the bottom of the tunnel. In fact, this pitch-black tunnel concealed countless infrared alarm devices, surveillance cameras, and laser warning systems. Even the most well-equipped operatives would find it impossible to sneak in. However, now that the entire research institute's power supply was completely down, it allowed Situ Zheng and Situ Bingbing to descend to the bottom of the tunnel using only simple ropes and pulleys. In the dark and silent corridor, there was not a single sound, making it hard to imagine that this had once been one of the most crucial underground research facilities of a great nation. Like a grave, over 200 people were buried here, neither living nor dead. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from a ventilation shaft, illuminating the surroundings for a moment before retracting. The ventilation network throughout the research facility resembled a spider's web. Had it not been for Situ Zheng's remarkable memory and sense of direction, he and Situ Bingbing would have surely lost their way within this labyrinth. Gently removing the grate from the ventilation shaft, the two finally entered the underground research facility. With the fans in the ventilation shafts long since stopped, the air within the facility was somewhat stale. Situ Zheng frowned at the strange odor in the air, while Situ Bingbing covered her mouth, trying her best not to cough. In such a dark and quiet place, any sound could easily attract the wandering corpses, especially since the facility was typically occupied by nearly 200 personnel. We need to start the generator in the facility to restore power, then head to the control room, where we can find a way to deal with the corpses. Due to the nature of the research, this facility is equipped with automated weapons. Situ Zheng whispered to Situ Bingbing as they moved forward. Suddenly, Situ Zheng pulled Situ Bingbing back, slowly retreating while turning off his flashlight. The surroundings were immediately engulfed in darkness, but before this, both he and Situ Bingbing had kept one eye covered with their hands, allowing them to still see some shapes in the dark despite the absence of light. A corpse dressed in a soldier's uniform slowly emerged from around the corner, glanced around, let out a few indistinct growls, and then disappeared back into the shadows. Upon noticing the signs of activity from the corpses nearby, Situ Zheng dared not shine the flashlight forward any longer. Instead, he wrapped it in his clothing, allowing only a faint light to seep through to avoid attracting attention. After walking a few dozen meters, an iron door appeared before them, marked by a lightning-shaped symbol indicating its purpose. Situ Zheng tugged at the door, only to find it locked from the inside. Situ Bingbing also noticed the issue and said softly, "Dad, let me go through the ventilation window above to open the door. It's too dangerous. There must be corpses inside." "Maybe they're not corpses, just people who starved to death," Situ Bingbing replied with a faint smile. "All right, but be very careful. Take this with you, and if there's danger, don't hesitate to shoot immediately." With no other choice, Situ Zheng reluctantly agreed to Situ Bingbing's risky suggestion, passing her the gun in his hand. As for the possibility of starving people, even Situ Bingbing knew that was unlikely. The situation could easily be imagined during the disaster. A survivor who had not turned into a corpse hid in the generator room after being bitten, locking the iron door from the inside, only to later become a corpse and die within. No one would willingly hide away and eventually starve to death. The half-open ventilation window could not accommodate an adult, but Situ Bingbing, being a child, was just small enough to squeeze through. With Situ Zheng's help, she quickly crawled through the gap beneath the window lying atop it. Peering into the pitch-black space below, she couldn't help but swallow nervously, silently praying that the dead person wouldn't be right at the door before she rolled over and jumped down. She was fortunate, as she did not land on a corpse. After brushing off the dust from her clothes, she turned around and unlocked the iron door to let Situ Zheng in. Upon entering the generator room, Situ Zheng immediately locked the iron door behind him, then turned on his flashlight to look inside. The flashlight illuminated the dark generator room, and soon another beam of light appeared as Situ Bingbing also turned on her flashlight. As the room lit up, they spotted a corpse within. The corpse, stimulated by the light, noticed Situ Zheng and Situ Bingbing staggering toward them with part of its left hand bitten off. Situ Zheng quickly shone his flashlight to the side and found a metal rod. He grabbed it, took a couple of steps forward, and kicked the corpse in the chest. The corpse was knocked to the ground by the kick, and he gripped the rod tightly, plunging it into the corpse's head. After eliminating the corpse in the room, Situ Zheng quickly found a pile of diesel barrels, siphoned diesel into the generator, and finally got it running. The once dark and silent research facility was restored to light, and the exhaust fans began to operate, gradually dissipating the unpleasant odors within. "Dad, hey, raise your gun." Situ Bingbing handed the pistol to Situ Zheng. "No need, you keep it for self-defense. I have this now." Situ Zheng picked up a QBZ-96 modified automatic rifle from the ground and said, "Now that we have power, let's hurry to the control room." As he spoke, he peered out through the crack of the door, not seeing any corpses outside before opening the door and stepping out first. With light and sound, the gunfire would not attract distant corpses anymore. With his courage bolstered, Situ Zheng shot down any corpses he encountered with precise bursts. After all, the soldiers had plenty of ammunition, and eliminating the corpses was not difficult without them gathering in numbers. After eliminating over 10 corpses along the way, Situ Zheng and Situ Bingbing finally reached the entrance of the control room. They passed through identity card, iris recognition, fingerprint recognition, and password verification before Situ Zheng opened the large door to the control room. The large door to the control room slowly opened, revealing a female corpse dressed in a researcher's distinctive white lab coat with a ponytail. She bore a bite on her shoulder, and the blood that had flowed out had turned dark and black, creating a shocking contrast against the white coat. She wore black-rimmed glasses, and her face bore a few faint freckles. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. While not exceptionally beautiful, she was quite lovely. However, her blood-red eyes and pale face marred her beauty. Seeing this corpse, Situ Zheng was momentarily stunned, the gun in his hand failing to fire immediately. However, his moment of hesitation did not affect the corpse, which was approaching him with its mouth open. Just as it seemed ready to bite him, a gunshot rang out, and the corpse collapsed to the ground. But it was not Situ Zheng who fired. Beside him, smoke was rising from the barrel of the pistol in Situ Bingbing's hand. "Thank you." Situ Zheng swiftly operated the console, stepping over the fallen corpse. Soon a small cylindrical object rose from the console, accompanied by a mechanical female voice. Entering highest authority activation mode, please insert the master control key. Situ Zheng carefully pulled out a necklace from his neck, which was simple, consisting of a black string hanging a jade drop-shaped pendant. After placing the pendant into the rising cylinder on the console, the pendant got stuck inside, followed by a green light scanning it several times before the mechanical voice announced, "Verification successful. Welcome, Director Situ Zheng. Activate defense systems, eliminate designated targets." Situ Zheng decisively input the command and soon saw on the monitor that all the corpses in the research institute were eliminated by hidden defensive weapons within the walls. "Dad, you shouldn't be dazed, right?" Situ Bingbing suddenly said with interest, looking at the female corpse on the ground. "Do you remember the unfinished story on the ship?" There was a part missing. Do you want to talk about it now?" Situ Zheng suddenly replied. "You know, a person who is true to themselves is rare, while those who are contradictory are everywhere." On that snowy day, a young girl walked into the library, where he was hiding, braving the heavy snowfall. From the gaps between the bookshelves, her gaze was clear and bright, sparkling like stars, devoid of any worldly filth or deception. Her name was Jiang Shaoqian. Situ Bingbing noticed the name Jiang Shaoqian on the badge on the chest of the female corpse. Then the child hiding in the library became the director of this research institute, while Jiang Shaoqian was the deputy director. The Jiang family and the Situ family were a good match, but unfortunately some events occurred. At this point, Situ Zheng paused, his gaze flickering as if struggling before saying, "However, I still cannot tell you what exactly happened, but the final result was that the Jiang family lost their eldest son, while that young man forever lost his status as a core disciple of the Situ family. Subsequently, he requested a transfer to a secret research institute in Shanghai." Just then the electronic voice sounded again. "Director Situ, there are several messages from the deputy director for you. Would you like to play them?" Situ Zheng thought for a moment and chose to play them. A graceful female voice came from the speaker, but it sounded tired and sorrowful. "Zheng, I don't understand why you did this. Is it really worth it to step over my brother's corpse to achieve the empty fame of being the best among the 8 young masters? Are you really that kind of person? You didn't even leave me a single explanation before leaving this place. But I didn't have the courage to confront you. Perhaps one day in the future you will hear these words, but by then I will surely be gone." Her voice trailed off, filled with confusion and misunderstanding, sorrow and sadness, like the lament of a cuckoo. Situ Zheng listened expressionlessly to the first message, sighed softly, and chose the next message. "Zheng, I didn't expect they would come looking for me. Those lofty, heavenly favored people actually came to find me, and they spoke to me calmly." This time it was still the same female voice, but she sounded very happy and fulfilled. "I finally learned the truth. My brother. Forget it, I won't mention him anymore. Zheng, I will go find grandfather. We will definitely be together." Situ Zheng shook his head and chose the next message again. The outcome of Jiang Shaoqian and himself was already evident. Sure enough, the female voice in the third message was filled with disappointment. "Zheng, I don't understand. Is this what power and fame are? Clearly it's not your fault. You should be the hero, yet you have to bear such a crime and pay such a heavy price. How great it would be if we were just ordinary people. Silly girl, many things have no ifs or choices." Situ Zheng muttered to himself, as if answering Jiang Shaoqian's message. "Zheng, I wanted to sneak over to find you, but I was blocked by grandfather's people. I didn't expect grandfather to send someone to secretly monitor me. But don't worry, I will find another opportunity to see you. Zheng, how are you? I miss you so much. Are you thinking of me? Zheng, I can only numb myself with work now. Please forgive my incompetence." At this moment, Situ Bingbing looked at the timestamps of these messages, all dated between 2010 and 2011. "Zheng, it won't be long until the last day of 2012. Did you know? The Research Institute received a marvelous meteorite, which contains substances similar to biological genes, causing a stir worldwide. Unfortunately, you lost your status as a core disciple, otherwise you would definitely have been involved in researching this meteorite. But this meteorite isn't everything. Several major countries took a piece back for research. If you were here, you would surely have fought for an even greater share for us. Don't worry, I will record my research findings and show them to you in the future. You will definitely like them. Zheng, there's a major discovery. What a marvelous meteorite. When I virtualized the genetic map of the meteorite on the computer, biological entities appeared. You wouldn't believe what those beings are. I'll tell you, I virtualized a Pishio, a Yazia dragon, and a phoenix. Really, the animals I virtualized looked exactly like those described in myths. Additionally, through communication with other countries that obtain meteorites, I learned that the genes in their meteorites are also animals from their own myths, such as unicorns and the Great Sea Demon. It's truly amazing. However, the Central Authority has prohibited us from continuing our research. What a pity, otherwise we might have been able to create a legendary dragon. The innocent and lovely voice from the speaker made C2 Zheng feel a chill all over. No, this isn't magical, it's terrifying. C2 Zheng shook his head, muttering to himself. Dad, what's wrong? C2 Bingbing, noticing something off with C2 Zheng, asked. Do you believe in destiny, or that human effort can overcome destiny? C2 Zheng suddenly asked seriously. C2 Bingbing, seeing C2 Zheng's serious expression, began to think carefully, tilting her small head and pouting for a long time before answering. I believe in destiny. What's the reason? Though there are sayings like my fate is in my own hands and not controlled by heaven, how do you know that your so-called defiance against fate isn't precisely what fate has arranged? It seems you perceive this better than I do. C2 Zheng seemed to have come back to his senses and said, 5 years ago, a meteorite containing a peculiar genetic map fell to Earth, and several major countries divided it for their own research. The result of the research revealed that the genetic maps contained within the divided meteorite corresponded exactly to the creatures described in the myths of these nations. This is certainly not a matter to be explained by coincidence. It appears as though an invisible hand is controlling everything, and all of humanity is merely its plaything. C2 Bingbing's intellect was not inferior to C2 Zheng's, but their knowledge and experience differed greatly. Therefore, when C2 Zheng explained, she suddenly awakened, and a hint of fear appeared on her face. Bingbing, accompany me for a gamble. C2 Zheng suddenly grasped C2 Bingbing's hand and set his eyes, revealing a sense of determination. At this moment, in an underground research facility in Beijing, C2 Yin, dressed in protective gear, was studying a piece of red meat in a sterile chamber. Under the microscope, he could see that the cells within the piece of meat, which had seemingly lost all signs of life, were still contracting incessantly. A thin membrane appeared to envelop the cells, causing them to divide, and then consume the newly formed cells, creating a miniature internal cellular cycle. Is this the reason for the resurrection of the deceased? C2 Yin pondered. At that moment, a voice came from the laboratory. Director C2, there is a call request from Underground Laboratory No. 02 in Nanjing. Would you like to connect? Hearing the call, C2 Yan's hand trembled, nearly dropping what he was holding. He thought to himself, did not Underground Laboratory No. 02 fall at the onset of the disaster? Why is it suddenly able to connect? Yet he said, connect them, I will be right out. As he exited the sterile chamber, C2 Yin had no time to remove his heavy protective gear. He merely unfastened his mask and hurried to the main control computer. On the screen appeared a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him, dressed in a dirty and tattered military coat. The young man wore a cynical smile as he looked at him, and his eyes, as clear as the moonlight in a well, seemed to pierce through the depths of the soul, making it almost impossible to meet his gaze. He also noticed that one of the young man's hands rested on the shoulder of a delicate little girl resembling a porcelain doll, with long hair cascading over her face, showcasing a lovely visage adorned with a petite mouth beneath a dainty nose. Looking up further, he was met with another pair of penetrating round eyes, stunning C2 Yin in place. This was C2 Bingbing's first encounter with C2 Yin, the head of the nation's highest scientific research institution and the patriarch of one of the 4 prominent families, who was also her nominal grandfather. He wore heavy protective clothing, and though he should have been only 54, he appeared slightly older due to the strain of his work. His grizzled hair was disheveled, and coupled with his unshaven beard, he resembled a kindly elder. In his gaze towards C2 Zheng, there was a hint of guilt and evasion, while when he looked at her, he was completely stunned. Old man, has Jiang returned? C2 Zheng spoke, his tone devoid of any respect for his father. Yes, he returned a few days ago. He was quite lucky to have run into Long Air and the others. C2 Yin seemed to show no surprise at C2 Zheng's tone, or perhaps he had long since grown accustomed to it. That's good, it will save me quite a bit of time. I will transfer the research data from here immediately. Saying this, C2 Zheng entered a series of commands on the console, and a progress bar for data transmission appeared in the lower left corner of the screen. Who is she? C2 Yin asked in confusion. Her name is C2 Bingbing. Situ Zheng simply stated 6 words. Bing Bing is it? Good name, quick, call me Grandpa. Grandpa, Situ Bing Bing softly called out. All right, you two stay safe in the research facility. When Long Air and the others return from their mission, I will have them come to pick you up. No need, I'm tired. Moi. I have already arranged a perfect evacuation route for this child. Xiao Qian is dead. I've decided to stay here. You cannot do this. You still have too many responsibilities and obligations to fulfill. Situ Yin exclaimed, raising his voice. Bing Bing, it's time you must leave now. Situ Zheng did not argue with Situ Yin, but turned to Situ Bing Bing beside him and said, Situ Bing Bing obediently walked out of the control room, but she did not leave. She merely sat on the ground, quietly pondering the words Situ Zheng had spoken to her earlier. This was a high-stakes gamble between her and Situ Zheng. Victory meant rebirth from the ashes, but defeat meant. Situ Zheng had staked everything on her. Warning, the self-destruct sequence of the research facility has been initiated. All personnel must evacuate within 30 minutes. The shrill alarm echoed through the speakers. Situ Zheng, you cannot abandon everything for a woman like this. Your intellect and wisdom are precisely what this world needs most. You have a vast future ahead. Quickly shut off the self-destruct sequence. Moreover, the family needs you as well. Do you want your father to send off a dear one with gray hair? Situ Yin was filled with rage at Situ Zheng's disregard for him, as he independently initiated the self-destruct sequence, yet he dared not speak too harshly. In his helplessness, he did not want to provoke Situ Zheng. What future? I lost it long ago. As for you, father, what have you given me besides your genes? Situ Yin fell silent. He indeed had not fulfilled a father's responsibilities towards this special child. His dedication to research left him far too neglectful of caring for and nurturing his child. Even when that incident occurred, he had no choice but to remain silent. Warning, the self-destruct sequence has been initiated. The facility will be completely sealed in 5 minutes. That incident is our debt to you, but what about Bing Bing? That child is innocent. How can she survive alone without you? Situ Yin knew that the leverage he had to sway Situ Zheng was extremely limited, so he sought a breakthrough through Situ Bing Bing. Warning, the research facility is now sealed. The self-destruct system will lock in 5 minutes. She don't worry, her intellect is no less than mine, besides the person mentioned in the previous report is her. I have no concerns for her safety. Farewell, my father. No. After Sun Yi killed the squad leader and others, he did not head towards the direction pointed by Long Air, but walked into a dense forest. His instinct told him that this dark and complex environment suited him better. In the darkness, he could see far into the distance clearly, and being alone in the woods seemed a bit safer. Sun Yi swiftly climbed up a tree and chose a sturdy branch to lie down on. Perhaps due to the appearance of the long group, the forest remained very quiet throughout the night, allowing Sun Yi to sleep soundly on the branch. As soon as dawn broke, Sun Yi jumped down from the tree. Since he had awakened his abilities as a limb system awakener, he jumped down from several meters high without any danger. Upon landing, Sun Yi was pleased to see that the bundle he had left under the tree was still there. He grabbed it and took out a pack of compressed biscuits, eating as he walked. For him now, it didn't matter where he went, he just wanted to become stronger. The zombies that had been scared away by Long Air yesterday had returned. As Sun Yi was finishing his biscuits, several zombies approached him. However, these creatures posed no threat to Sun Yi. With a thought, several black spikes shot from his shoulder, piercing through the heads of those zombies. Since entering the demonic state, Sun Yi found his abilities becoming increasingly adept. Small spikes could be shot from any part of his body with just a thought, and their precision was remarkably high. However, larger spikes still required concentration to shoot from his hands. At the same time, he noticed that his vision had changed. It had become extremely sharp. Not only could he see even the tiniest details clearly from afar, but things that previously seemed fast also appeared slower in his eyes. His hearing had also become much sharper, as even the faintest sound seemed to reach his ears. At that moment, he suddenly heard the rustling of leaves and looked up into the treetops. Although there seemed to be nothing on the branches, his keen eyes spotted a pair of blood-red eyes among the leaves. Damn, there are zombies in the trees too. Where should I sleep from now on? Sun Yi's first thought was, it seems I need to find a few people to help me keep watch. Lost in his thoughts, he paid no mind to the zombie in the treetops watching him. Suddenly, the zombie lunged at Sun Yi from above. With a loud thud, the zombie fell limp to the ground, a black spike embedded in its head. Sun Yi looked down to see it was a cat that had mutated into a zombie. After kicking it, Sun Yi continued walking without caring that several shadows were chasing after him. Soon the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground filled the air, and more cat corpses lay scattered around. Just small fry, Sun Yi cursed as he continued to stroll leisurely forward. Only through battle can one grow stronger. These small fries should not bother me. Sun Yi's heart roared. Suddenly, he stopped licking his lips with an eager expression, his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty and cruel glint. He spotted a giant cat as large as a wolf dog in the thicket staring at him with its blood-red eyes. After a moment of standoff, M2 couldn't hold back and charged, unable to bear being looked at like prey. Meow. A screech rang out, sounding the battle horn. Dozens of mutated cats lunged at Sun E from the treetops and bushes. Humph. Sun E snorted lightly. His abilities were least afraid of attacks coming from all directions. He stood still like a fortress covered in gun barrels as the attacking mutated cats were shot down by spikes in midair. Seeing the first wave of attacks easily neutralized, M2 temporarily ceased its assault, arranging numerous mutated cats to circle around, attempting to confuse Sun E's vision. Sun E stood still, contemplating the battle that had just occurred. Although he had easily dealt with the mutated cats that had charged him, he realized a flaw: his accuracy was not high. Many mutated cats required dozens of spikes to hit their heads. If this continued, it would exhaust his stamina too much, making prolonged battles unfavorable. Just as he thought this, another wave of mutated cats attacked. A large number of mutated cats charged directly at Sun E from the front. Seeing a dark mass of mutated cats approaching, Sun E cursed and turned to run, releasing spikes to prevent them from getting closer. However, how could a human outrun the agile mutated cats? Soon he was caught up by several mutated cats. Ignoring the dense spikes shooting from Sun E, they lunged at him, determined to claw him even if it cost them their lives. Before long, Sun E's body was marked with scratches. Damn. Damn. Sun E cursed as he ran with all his might, but the mutated cats clung to him like leeches, refusing to let go. At this rate, I'm going to be killed by these mutated cats. How arrogant. However, with each use of his abilities, his understanding deepened. He discovered that the spikes he shot out were actually a form of keratinized hair, similar to how porcupines shoot their sharp quills at enemies. At that moment, a group of mutated cats appeared before Sun E. It turned out that M2, who was directing from behind, had stealthily divided some of them to intercept him as he tried to escape. Seeing himself surrounded, Sun E made up his mind to stop running and quickly pushed his abilities to the limit. Oh! He shouted loudly, dozens of long spikes protruding from his body. These spikes did not shoot out, but grew on him instead. Several mutated cats that lunged at him carelessly crashed into them and were impaled. Seeing that this method worked, Sun E became invigorated with spikes continuously sprouting from him, arming himself like a porcupine. The mutated cats surrounding him felt as if they were tigers trying to bite a porcupine, unable to find a way to attack. Seeing that the mutated cats had no way to deal with him, Sun E became pleased, continuously shooting small spikes at the encircling mutated cats, quickly killing many. Meow. A strange cry from M2 in the shadows made the surrounding mutated cats slowly retreat. As the mutated cats disappeared into the forest, Sun E let out a long sigh of relief. Withdrawing his powers, the spikes disappeared from his body. At this moment, his clothes were torn with numerous holes, some places scratched open by cat claws, his garments shredded into strips, and his body bore many blood marks, making him look disheveled like a beggar. Sun E realized the vastness of the mutant creatures surrounding him. The strength of one person was still too feeble. To become powerful, it was not enough for him to grow stronger. He needed to cultivate his own force. He picked up the rescue pack he had previously discarded, retrieving the handgun inside and tucking it into his waist. A chilly wind blew, making Sun E shiver. How come there are only a few cotton clothes in the pack? He muttered to himself, feeling helpless as he donned ragged clothes that resembled a beggar's and hurriedly walked out of the woods. He dared not linger there any longer. The woods were not very large. After walking for most of the day, Sun E finally emerged from the trees and spotted what seemed to be a small village nearby. He felt a surge of joy. A few zombies would surely not be his opponents. Perhaps he could find some clothes and even a vehicle for transportation. Upon entering the village, he did not see any wandering zombies. Looks like I can save myself some trouble. With that thought, he stepped into a nearby house, only to be greeted by the dark muzzle of a gun, followed by a voice dripping with menace. Oh dear, I didn't expect a pathetic beggar to dare come into our village to steal. You really don't take us seriously, do you? You've got some strength, beggar. Put down what you have on your back and let my brothers have a look. A young man with dyed red hair and a large metal hoop in his left ear, clearly a little gangster, held a handgun directly aimed at Sun E's forehead. He also noticed about 7 or 8 other people in the room holding iron rods and kitchen knives. However, they were all lazily sitting or squatting, either perched on chairs or leaning back with their legs on the table, laughing and watching him. Sun E had not yet taken a good look at the people's faces when the little gangster, losing patience, shoved the gun closer to Sun E's forehead and said, "Pathetic beggar, do you hear me? Put down your pack." With a loud thud, he casually dropped the pack on the ground. Seeing this, the little gangster burst into laughter, extending a hand to pat his own face, and said, "Ha ha ha, this beggar is quite obedient. Stick with the big brother, and he'll make sure you enjoy the good life." Oops oops. As Sun E saw the little gangster let his guard down, he decisively struck, grabbing the gun-wielding hand with his left hand. Not to mention that as an awakened individual with enhanced abilities, his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. At the same time, several sharp spikes shot out from his palm, piercing the little gangster's hand as he forcefully twisted the little gangster's arm into a pretzel shape. "Brothers, grab your weapons. Get him!" cried the little gangster in agony. Seeing the commotion, the other little gangsters quickly stood up, weapons in hand, rushing to save their comrade. "I dare anyone to move, son," he said as he drew out the handgun from his waist, pointing it at the little gangsters rushing toward him. They immediately recoiled in fear. "Big brother, calm down, calm down. It's all a misunderstanding." Upon seeing Sun E holding a gun and knowing their only armed leader had been incapacitated, the little gangsters hastily tried to smooth things over. "There's no misunderstanding. From now on you will follow me. Remember to call me brother Sun from now on, son," he said, releasing the blood-soaked left hand and letting the little gangster, who had fainted from pain, fall to the ground. "Huh." The little gangsters exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing Sun E's words. "What? You don't want to?" Sun E said coldly. The intense killing intent emanating from Sun E made the little gangsters tremble with fear, and they hurriedly expressed their loyalty. "We will definitely follow Big Brother from now on." Sun E nodded in satisfaction, pulling up the little gangster who had fainted on the ground. Then in front of everyone he extended a long spike from his palm and impaled it into the little gangster's shoulder, pinning him to the wall. "Ow!" The sharp pain jolted the little gangster awake from his stupor, letting out a terrifying scream. "Could we have some debts to settle?" Sun E, with his bloodied left hand, patted the little gangster's pale, twisted face from blood loss and pain, speaking ominously. Big brother, I was blind and did not recognize your greatness. Please let me go and ill-treat this as a fart." Sun E had no intention of letting the little gangster who had offended him off the hook. He drove another spike into the other arm, nailing him to the wall. Then he turned to the others and said, "Since you all said you want to follow me, you must listen to me. Each of you needs to cut a piece of flesh from him. Consider it your token of loyalty. Big brother, please no. You will die a terrible death." Sun E abruptly drove a spike through the little gangster's face, lodging it in his mouth, rendering him speechless. Witnessing Sun E's cruel actions, all the little gangsters trembled uncontrollably. "What? Do you want to end up like him?" Sun E coldly regarded them. "Brother Sun will do whatever you say," the little gangsters said in unison, glancing at each other. "Very good, you're all quite clever. Now go ahead." Sun E stepped aside a few paces, revealing the little gangster he had pinned to the wall. The little gangsters hesitated for a moment, but then picked up their weapons and approached the one nailed to the wall. Woo. The nailed gangster looked on with despair and pleading in his eyes, shaking his head desperately. In that small room, chaos erupted in an instant. With knives falling relentlessly, the little gangsters seemed to enter a frenzied state, hitting harder and faster. The gangster pinned to the wall had long since died, yet they showed no signs of stopping, their clothes splattered with blood and flesh, continuing to hack away with even more vigor. Sun E noticed that there were some canned beers and canned food on the table where the little gangsters had been sitting. He walked over without hesitation, sat down, opened a can of beer, and gulped it down, then picked up a piece of meat from the can while enjoying the little gangster's frantic performance. Ha, this is the life that a true strongman should enjoy. Sun E laughed proudly to himself. "That's enough." Sun E, feeling slightly bored watching those little rascals perform, spoke up. A few mesmerized little rascals finally came to their senses upon hearing Sun E's words. They looked at the tragic scene they had caused and saw that the little rascal who had been their leader just a few days ago had now turned into a bloody skeleton. They couldn't help but squat down and start to vomit, filling the small room with a strong sour stench. The pungent smell made Sun E lose his appetite. He spat out the canned meat in his mouth and cursed, "Useless little brats, you have half an hour to clean this place up, or I'll take care of you myself." With that, he strode out the door. The little rascals exchanged glances and, disregarding the vomit at the corners of their mouths, hurriedly began to clean up. Half an hour later, Sun E comfortably sat back in his previous position. Not only was there beer and canned food on the table, but there was also a plate of peanuts. The bloodstains and filth in the room had been cleaned up, and the unpleasant smell had dissipated thanks to the little rascals opening the doors and windows wide. He casually picked up a peanut and tossed it into his mouth, chewing as he looked at the little rascals standing in a row before him, trembling. Sun E proudly crossed his legs and asked, "Why are there only you few in this village?" In response to Brother Sun, "Our village is called Limbian Village. There were originally about 500 people here, but on the day of the disaster," one of the little rascals began to explain, but he was interrupted by Sun E. "Get to the point." Right. There are probably only over 70 people left in the village now, living at the other end. The leader is called Zhang Deju. He is the nephew of the original village chief. This guy is a brute with some strength, and he was the one who killed the most when clearing the village of the undead. Most of the food and drink in the village is also with them." "Oh, then why aren't you guys with them?" "It's all because of that Zhang Deju. After everyone wiped out the undead in the village, several widows and unattended girls were left. Brother Sun, you've been through this too. We just wanted to have some fun, but that hypocrite Zhang Deju came out and caused trouble, making us end up in a mess and getting kicked out. That's why we came over here. Are there still women over there? Sun Yi's eyes brightened. Logically speaking, Sun Yi was nearly 60 years old and had long since lost his potency years ago, but after becoming an awakened one, it seemed that the functions he had lost had returned. He always felt a stir of desire. During the time on the ship, he often found it hard to sleep because of the little girl named February and who Maywan. Perhaps it was due to being the first he encountered after the disaster, but Sun Yi oddly felt that a delicate and charming person like February was his true love. However, there were too many people on the ship and most of them were armed soldiers, so he had to bury those little thoughts deep within himself. Later, that charming girl followed Situ Zheng away, or else he wouldn't have felt so lonely. Thinking of this, Sun Yi felt a heat rising in his lower abdomen again. He thought of many things, but in reality, it was just a fleeting moment. His words and actions caught the attention of the little rascals. Those who were out in the world had a keen sense of observation, didn't they? One of them quickly said, yes, a few of them have some charm. Although there are a lot of them, they are just a bunch of poor fools who can only use brute force and have no guns. With Brother Sun's super abilities, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Although the central government had not yet announced the existence of awakened beings who in this era had not seen some movies or TV shows about ability users, the little rascals concluded that Sun Yi must be one of them since he could conjure sharp spikes out of thin air. After all, they already had man-eating undead, so the appearance of a few more ability users was nothing to be alarmed about. This was also one of the reasons why they quickly followed Sun Yi with such loyalty. Indeed, Brother Sun, as long as we take care of the leader Zhang Deju, the rest will be like a pile of mud, easily molded as we wish. The little rascals seemed to despise Zhang Deju deeply, their expressions showing a desire to see him dead, constantly provoking Sun Yi with their words. There's no rush now, let's visit Zhang Deju tonight. Sun Yi was not blind to the little rascals' instigating words, but he knew that in order to control the remaining villagers, a demonstration was indeed necessary. However, he couldn't let those little rascals look down on him, so he decided to delay action until nighttime to let them know who was really in charge. Indeed, upon hearing Sun Yi's words, the little rascals fell silent. What Sun Yi didn't know was that it was precisely because he delayed that he encountered the person who would significantly enhance his strength. It was also due to the appearance of that person that everything in this world would take a different path. However, that is a story for another time. For now, Sun Yi, after deciding to look for Zhang Deju at night, asked about the situation surrounding the village, but unfortunately, these little rascals were mostly idle and not very familiar with the surroundings, so he had to give up. He happily ate his fill under the covetous gazes of the little rascals, leaving the remaining scraps for them. At night, Sun Yi strolled leisurely with the little rascals to the other end of the village. Due to the lack of electricity and people's discovery that the undead could see better at night than during the day, there wasn't a soul in the village. Everyone had hidden away in their homes. They were either sleeping or doing things that didn't require lights. The little rascals were quite familiar with matters in the village and led Sun Yi swiftly to Zhang Dazu's house. Is this it? Exactly, this son of a gun Zhang Deju lives here. Seeing the door tightly shut, Sun Yi couldn't be bothered to be verbose. Given his strength, why would he fear a few ordinary people? So he directly lifted his foot and kicked hard at the closed door. With a loud bang, the empowered Sun Yi easily kicked the door open. He then led the little rascals inside. The room was dark, but Zhang Deju was not asleep. He was sitting in a chair and quickly stood up, shouting, "Who is it?" Sun Yi had no concern for Zhang Deju at all. To him, he was already as good as dead. Sun Yi's keen eyes caught sight of a figure quickly hiding in the dark corner of the room as he kicked the door open. If it weren't for his eyes having become so distinct, he might not have noticed that there was indeed another person in the house. "What do you want?" Zhang Deju was a rough man, tall and strong with dark skin and muscles that clearly indicated great strength. He had been bold since childhood, fully aware that the newcomer meant no good, yet unwilling to show weakness. He glared with his large copper bell-like eyes and demanded an answer. As previously noted, Sun Yi was actually a very insecure person. Therefore, after gaining power, he despised anyone acting arrogantly in front of him. He preferred everyone to bow and scrape before him, relishing in turning others into his playthings. Thus Zhang Dazu's utterance of "I already touched Sun Yi's taboo." Sun Yi had no intention of leaving Zhang Deju alive, and thus he didn't hold back. He flicked his right hand, sending two sharp spikes flying towards Zhang Deju. The spikes were swift and accurate, piercing into Zhang Dazu's shoulder. The impact lifted his body, pinning him against the wall. Zhang Deju let out a heart-wrenching scream due to the intense pain, which immediately alarmed the entire village. Not only was Zhang Deju respected among the villagers, but in such a critical moment, anyone hearing such a horrifying scream would instinctively rush to investigate. Although there were no electric lights, the villagers hurriedly grabbed flashlights or torches and headed towards Zhang Daz's house. However, Sun Yi ignored the gathering villagers and turned towards the shadowy figure he had seen earlier. The room was small, and in just a few steps Sun Yi reached the corner where the person was hiding. The man could no longer conceal himself and attempted to flee with hands and feet, only to be grabbed by Sun Yi by the throat and lifted up. The man was wearing a tattered, dirty jacket about 40 years old, standing roughly 1.8 meters tall with a skinny build. His long face sported a patchy beard that hadn't been shaved in a while, and his buzz cut made his head resemble a football. "Please don't kill me, I'm an awakener from China," the man shouted in desperation. Upon hearing his words, Sun Yi was moved. He had noticed that although this man appeared robust, he was merely a decorative pillow stuffed with straw. He lacked real strength. Therefore, fearing his escape, Sun Yi tossed him directly at the feet of a few small thugs and commanded, "Keep a tight watch on him. If he escapes, none of you will survive." Hearing Sun Yi's order, the small thugs dared not delay, hurriedly finding ropes to tie the man securely. At this moment, the villagers finally gathered at Zhang Daz's doorstep. Initially, when there were few people, they hesitated upon seeing Zhang Deju pinned against the wall, uncertain of what to do. However, as more villagers arrived armed with farming tools such as hoes and shovels, they mustered their courage and gradually approached Zhang Daz's house. The small thugs who had been watching at the door grew anxious as the villagers continued to gather, terrified, and running into the house shouting, brother son, it's bad. So many people are coming outside. What's there to panic about? Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up." Sun Yi spoke with utter disdain, dismissing the villagers gathered at the door. "As an awakener myself, if I can't handle a few disorganized rabble, how will I have the face to survive, eh?" Sun Yi thought to himself. "What do you want?" Finally, as the villagers neared the door, a few bold ones spoke up. "I am here to take over this village." Sun Yi stepped out of the room, blocking the doorway. His unmasked killing intent and aura caused the villagers to involuntarily take a step back. "What do you want?" The few villagers stammered, asking. "Isn't what I said clear enough? From now on, I am your master. Those who obey will live, and those who defy me will die. What do you think you are?" Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted angrily, but before he could finish, a spike pierced through his head. His death immediately caused a panic among the surrounding villagers, mixed with several women's screams. "Now, does anyone among you have any objections? Step forward and let me see." Killing someone seemed as trivial as crushing an ant to Sun Yi as he coldly surveyed the panicking villagers. The villagers gazed at the corpse before them and the merciless demon, falling silent in fear. Naturally, no one dared to joke with their own lives, standing there with heads down, maintaining silence, terrified of attracting the attention of this killer and losing their lives for no reason. Is everyone silent? All right, then we shall proceed as such. With that, Sun Yi revealed a devilish smile, taking a few steps forward, causing the villagers surrounding the door to retreat in fear. Sun Yi left the doorway, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd extended sharp black spikes from his palm. He drove these spikes into the ground one by one, then stepped aside, revealing Zhang Deju still pinned to the wall once more to the villagers. Sun Yi pointed at Zhang Deju, who was nailed to the wall, and said, "Do you see that person over there? Those who obey me come and pull the spikes from the ground and stab him. From now on, follow me, and as long as you obey, I guarantee you a life of luxury and indulgence." With a hint of menace, he continued, "Humph, the corpse on the ground is your example for those who refuse to comply." Seeing no reaction from the villagers, Sun Yi intensified his threat, casually shooting a spike that killed an elderly man in his 70s on the spot. "My patience is limited. From now on, I'll kill one every minute." As he spoke, he shot another spike, killing a villager who tried to flee. "Those who attempt to escape will also die." The villagers were momentarily at a loss for what to do, standing frozen in place. However, time was not on their side, and Sun Yi would not wait. Soon a minute passed, and another villager fell under Sun Yi's spike. The death of this person finally broke the villagers' last moral barrier. In the choice between life and death, under the pressure of time, a few bold villagers reluctantly stepped forward, pulling the spikes Sun Yi had driven into the ground, approaching Zhang Deju. "I'm still a good man after 20 years. This was Zhang Daz's last words, marking Sun Yi's complete control over this small village. Although he had taken control of the village, Sun Yi did not immediately indulge in his spoils, nor concern himself with how the village would be tormented by a few small ruffians. Instead, he rushed to find the mysterious person he had encountered at Zhang Daz's house. Sun Yi had asked those small ruffians, and they all claimed to have never seen this person. Yet he appeared to be an ordinary individual, but Sun Yi's intuition told him that this person was not simple. Sun Yi sat high on his chair, looking down at the bound mysterious person who lay on the ground like a dog. Coldly he said, "Speak, who are you, and what are you doing here?" "Please spare me, my lord. I am just a worker named Lei Guang from a paper factory. After the disaster struck, I ended up here without a place to stay, so I was living at Zhang Daz's house. I have no connection to him, my lord. Lei Guang crawled up and knelt on the ground, banging his head like a pestle, while crying, as if he bore endless grievances. Sun Yi suddenly lunged in front of Lei Guang, grabbing his collar and lifting him from the ground. Looking down at his face, he angrily said, "Are you testing my patience or insulting my intelligence? If your intention is to provoke me, let me tell you, you have succeeded. But believe me, you do not want to see me angry. You will regret it deeply." Sun Yi's words sent a chill down Lei Guang's spine. Seeing the bloodthirsty glint in Sun Yi's eyes, Lei Guang firmly believed that if his next words did not satisfy him, he would not hesitate to kill him. Lei Guang knew well that what he had said was indeed true. He had worked at that paper factory for over 10 years. However, he also had another identity and past that he could not easily disclose. After swallowing hard, he weighed the preservation of his secret against the value of his life. In the end, he chose to protect his precious life, but he still did not want too many people to know his secret, so he subtly shifted his gaze towards the small ruffians standing nearby. Seeing the look of fear on Lei Guang's face, Sun Yi was very satisfied with his expression. Moreover, the feeling of controlling someone else's life and death was utterly captivating. However, now was not the time to be captivated by this feeling. He needed to extract this person's secret. Noticing Lei Guang gulp heavily and shift his gaze to the small ruffian standing aside Sun, he realized that the person in his grasp had decided to confess his secret. "You all can leave." Once the small ruffians had exited, Sun Yi smiled at Lei Guang and said, "All right, now you can speak. Lei Guang is just a pseudonym. My real name is Yu Tianpingchuan." With a loud slap, Sun Yi struck Lei Guang's face, causing a trickle of blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. "Do you think you can fool me? Are there people from Ko country who look that tall?" The murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. "Please, my lord, let me finish speaking before you strike or kill me." "Speak, Sun Yi," replied, his murderous intent slightly abating upon hearing Lei Guang's plea. "My father is Yu Tian Di King, a ninja from the IGA clan. My mother is Wang Mei, a Z country national. She originally came to Ko country to seek fortune, but was deceived by a snakehead and sold to the peripheral organization of the IGA clan, where she was later given as a reward to my father. I may look a bit taller because I have some Z country genes." As Lei Guang spoke, he cast a glance at Sun Yi, who had returned to his seat, and seeing his expression normal, he continued. "Then I was born. Due to my father's influence, I also joined the IGA clan to undergo ninja training. From there, I learned some information about awakeners. After completing my training, I executed various tasks in the country. When I was 30 during a mission, I failed due to cowardice, which was supposed to result in my execution. Thankfully, my father had some feelings for me. In the end, I was stripped of my ninja skills and exiled. As a cripple, I wandered to Z country and worked at a paper factory for 10 years. Until this disaster struck, I fled here. It seems you little scoundrel are of no use." Sun Yi said coldly as he stood up. "My lord, although my ninja skills have been stripped, I can teach you all that I know. With your powers combined with my ninja skills, you will surely be greatly enhanced. Our Ko country's divine ninja is also an awakener. This coward has already admitted to being a mixed breed. He doesn't seem to be lying to me. But I like this. Such people are easiest to control. Moreover, he is powerless, posing no threat. If I can learn ninja skills from him, it would indeed be quite useful. I'll keep him." After a moment of thought, Sun Yi made a decision. "All right, your life is temporarily in my hands. If you dare to be lazy or deceive me, I will make you wish you were dead. Should I call you Yu Tianpingchuan or Lei Guang? My lord, you can call me whatever you like." Hearing that he wouldn't die, Lei Guang, feeling joy, did not dare to show too much excitement. Upon hearing Sun Yi's question, he hurriedly flattered him. "At least you know your place." Sun Yi's question was also a test. He did not want too many people around him to have independent thoughts. Although he thought this, he said, Yu Tian, seeing rain above and rice fields below is like thunder. I think I'll just call you Lei Guang to avoid anyone knowing I have a little scoundrel by my side. For today, let's leave it at that. Starting tomorrow, write down all the ninja skills you know and teach them to me. If you utter a single falsehood, I will ensure that you suffer immensely. Yes, I will give my all until death." Although bound, Lei Guang kept nodding and bowing. Sun Yi called out, "Sun Ge, do you have any instructions?" Hearing Sun Yi's call, the small ruffians guarding the door hurried in and asked, "Take him downstairs to change clothes and eat something. He will be one of us from now on." Yes. The small ruffians smiled obsequiously as they helped Lei Guang up and swiftly untied his ropes. Once everyone had left the room, Sun Yi casually reclined in his chair, one hand pressed against his forehead, a smug smile on his face. He seemed to envision a future where he learned ninja skills combined with his powers dominating the entire Earth. At an altitude of 120 meters, a Y-20 large transport aircraft soared through the endless azure sky. Over the past 5 days, this transport plane had airdropped a substantial amount of supplies to 5 registered survivor gathering points and delivered materials to several designated drop zones. However, its mission at this moment was not merely to transport supplies. Within the cabin, a large number of soldiers and researchers were gradually approaching their destination, the Jiuquan satellite base. Indeed, their target was the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center located in the Aegina Banner of Inner Mongolia. It serves as one of Z country's launch trial bases for scientific satellites, technical experiment satellites, and launch vehicles, being the earliest and largest comprehensive missile and satellite launch center in Z country, as well as the only manned spacecraft launch site currently in use. Unfortunately, this vital base had fallen on the very day the disaster occurred, leading to the loss of control over numerous satellites and rendering communication with foreign satellites paralyzed. With the domestic situation gradually stabilizing, the Central Authority finally decided to retake the Jiuquan satellite base, aiming to regain control over the satellite system and obtain the latest intelligence from abroad. The 150 soldiers and 10 researchers in the cabin wore excited expressions. To them, this mission seemed quite easy to accomplish. However, their confidence did not stem from themselves or the equipment around them, but rather from the two individuals in the cockpit, members of Z country's most mysterious and powerful organization, the Dragon Group. If they were to walk into the cockpit at that moment, they would undoubtedly be terrified, for the aircraft, which should have been piloted by the captain, was flying autonomously with the captain's seat completely empty. The man in the co-pilot's seat had a rather avant-garde hairstyle, with his curly hair styled like a volcano, paired with a gray suit and gold-rimmed glasses that gave him an air of scholarly charm. Who else could he be but Long Air? At that moment, he had kicked back with his legs crossed on the control panel, soundly asleep. Strangely, a mass of metal emerged from beside his seat, gradually morphing into a humanoid figure, albeit only the upper half resembling a half-formed statue. In the blink of an eye, this metallic figure transformed into an enchanting beauty, sporting a ponytail and clad in a tight-fitting red suit that accentuated her alluring curves. She extended a delicate hand to stroke the face of the sleeping man, leaning slightly to press her face against his while playfully tugging at a small lock of her hair to tease him. "Xiao Wu, stop messing around," Long Air murmured, swatting away Xiao Wu's hand that was grasping her hair. Xiao Wu pouted, saying, "Air, good, don't sleep, I'm so bored." Seeing that Long Air was unresponsive, she thought of a cunning idea and stuck out her adorable little tongue, gently licking Long Air's face. Long Air, still half asleep, felt a warm, soft object suddenly press against his face and lips, and as it attempted to invade his mouth, he awoke with a start, startled. When he reached out to embrace the teasing little sprite, he found only empty air. "Little sprite, next time you do that, I'll have to take action against you right here." Long Air put on a fierce expression. Yet Xiao Wu was not intimidated, as she maintained a distant, defiant look, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Long Air knew that if he truly wanted to catch Xiao Wu, he would have to dismantle the plane to do so. So, he didn't dwell on the earlier matter and shifted the topic, saying, "All right, are we almost there? Is that why you called me up? Humph, do I have to wait until we arrive to wake you? You don't know how boring it is to fly alone without anyone to talk to." Xiao Wu pouted again, saying, "Ergo, why do we have to carry out such tasks? The boss and the others are having a great time abroad." "Xiao Wu, don't say that. The boss and the others aren't going out for fun. Their mission is even more dangerous than ours. But in that place, we can't use our abilities freely. At least we can trust our comrades to cover our backs here. It's a pity. If Sidu Zheng were here, the boss and the others probably wouldn't be so worried. By the way, Ergo, do you really think Sidu Zheng is dead? That genius, I've never been able to see through his thoughts. I can only say that his death is something that is reasonable yet unexpected." "I see, I didn't expect, huh? What is that?" "Long Air. Not good." Upon hearing Long Air's response, Xiao Wu appeared to contemplate something, but suddenly her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. Hearing Xiao Wu's shout, Long Air immediately stood up and looked out the window, his expression shifting as well. He saw that countless flying birds had appeared in the formerly boundless blue sky, and although they were still quite far away, his keen awakened senses recognized their distinctiveness. These birds were covered in shiny black feathers with a wingspan of over a meter. At the base of their wings were sharp, backward-facing hooks and keen claws, while their beaks resembled razor-sharp sickles, long and curved. Their crimson eyes revealed their identity as mutated creatures. "Flying type D1, huh? This is bad. I hope their numbers aren't too many," Long Air said with concern. "Xiao Wu, let me go out and test their strength." "Be careful, Ergo," Xiao Wu said worriedly, just as a hatch in the cockpit ceiling opened without warning. Long Air then leapt out of the opening, soaring towards the approaching flock of mutated birds at a speed faster than flight. Meanwhile, the Y-20 transport aircraft was slowing down significantly, eventually hovering in midair. After flying a distance, Long Air headed straight for the flock of mutated birds, which had initially been flying towards the Y-20 transport aircraft. Upon seeing a person charge towards them, they all turned their attention to him. The distance between Long Air and the flock of mutated birds rapidly diminished, and an overwhelming aura began to emanate from him. However, the powerful aura that had always been effective against the undead seemed to have lost its effect. The mutated birds showed no signs of being affected by the overwhelming aura as they swiftly broke through its range and charged directly at him. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Long Air's pupils constricted sharply. He raised his right hand, grasping one of the mutated birds from the flock, and with a squeezing motion the bird was instantly crushed into a pulp by an invisible force. Seeing Long Air crush the mutant bird from afar, Xiao Wu's heart finally relaxed. Previously, when he witnessed the mutant bird ignore Long Air's imposing aura, he was startled. However, the subsequent actions of Long Air and the performance of the mutant bird displayed an absolute disparity between the two. On Long Air's side, he was already close to those mutant birds. With their speed not being slow in the blink of an eye, the mutant birds had completely surrounded Long Air. From Xiao Wu's perspective, he could only see a dark mass of mutant birds unable to locate Long Air. After surrounding him, the mutant birds began to attack, clawing and pecking at him with all their might. Yet it seemed that there was an invisible force protecting Long Air as the attacking mutant birds were flung away. All that could be seen were swarms of mutant birds filling the sky, their hoarse cries echoing in his ears. Long Air softly muttered noisy. He then slowly closed his eyes. An invisible force emanated from his body, and as this force spread out, it felt as though something was added to the air, yet nothing could be seen or felt. However, this seemed to indeed have a tangible presence. Xiao Wu aboard the Y-20 transport aircraft turned pale as he sensed the invisible changes in the air. He hurriedly pulled the hovering aircraft back, even though he didn't understand why Long Air suddenly used this move. Now was not the time to ponder this issue. The massive swarm of mutant birds blotted out the sun, numbering no less than 300, drawn together by Long Air into a gigantic sphere. At the center of this sphere, Long Air felt that Xiao Wu had safely maneuvered the aircraft to a secure position and took a deep breath. Suddenly opening his eyes, he found that they emitted a bright glow. The sky around him twisted, radiating red, orange, and blue hues like the aurora. Die! Long Air shouted as if a large electromagnet had suddenly activated amidst iron sand, pulling the massive swarm of mutant birds towards him with immense gravitational force. In an instant, countless mutant birds collided with one another, compressing, and were crushed into a mushy pulp by an invisible massive force. The originally huge sphere composed of black mutant birds shrank to less than 1/10 of its original size. Get lost! Long Air shouted again, and the shrunken sphere instantly expanded and exploded, turning into countless broken bones and feathers mixed with chunks of flesh and blood raining down from the sky. In just a few seconds, the sky that was once filled with mutant birds had disappeared. Only Long Air remained suspended in midair before he quickly flashed and landed on the aircraft. Xiao Wu had already opened a hatch for him to enter the cockpit. As Long Air stepped inside, Xiao Wu quickly assisted him, noticing that he had a slight pallor. "Are you okay? Why did you exert yourself so much?" Xiao Wu asked with concern. "I'm fine, just used up a lot of my abilities at once, so I just need to rest a bit." At this moment, the pallor on Long Air's face disappeared. He sat in the co-pilot's seat and continued, "These mutant birds are faster than regular transport aircraft and can fly to heights of 1,200 meters. Their claws can tear through thin steel plates. If I hadn't eliminated them, all the hard-won air supremacy would have been completely lost. At that time, the various gathering points that had just stabilized would face severe survival difficulties without supplies from the Central Command, not to mention that those with ulterior motives would start to stir again." Exactly. It's because the Central Command currently controls the Air Force and has the advantages of supplies and support that they can suppress those people. If we lose air supremacy, someone will definitely come up with other ideas. Listening to Long Air, Xiao Wu immediately understood his reasoning. But are these really all the mutant birds? There can't be many left, right? Long Air, who had changed to a lying position, gave Xiao Wu a glance and said, "I can only do my best, the rest is up to fate. If there are really more, there's nothing I can do." "But Xiao Wu, after I've worked so hard for half a day, can't you say something more auspicious?" "You rest, they'll keep flying the plane." Xiao Wu stuck out her cute little tongue and said, then seamlessly blended into the cockpit floor. However, it must be said that Xiao Wu's jinxing had once again succeeded. In the following weeks, this type of mutant bird appeared frequently around the globe, completely forcing humanity's air force back to the ground. Only powerful awakeners like Long Air's group dared to fly at high altitudes, while others, including those not very strong, would be besieged and killed by countless mutant birds if they flew too high, making the sky a complete no-fly zone for humanity. At this moment, the soldiers and researchers inside the cabin were completely unaware of what was happening outside and were still discussing how to act once the plane landed. They had no idea they had walked through the gates of death, because even a few dozen mutant birds could easily destroy the transport aircraft, leaving them with no place to be buried. The subsequent journey went relatively smoothly. As they approached the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, Long Air first left the aircraft to clear some debris on the runway before instructing Xiao Wu to land the plane. Whoosh! The massive Y-20 transport aircraft landed on the spacious tarmac with a loud roar. As the rear hatch opened, the soldiers and researchers who had long been prepared jumped off the plane one after the other, then lined up on the left side of the aircraft, waiting for further orders from the members of the Long Group. They were also filled with anticipation to see the true forms of the Long Group members. After all, they knew their captain would be two awakeners from the Long Group, but until now they had not been able to see these mysterious and powerful Long Group warriors. Click! The cockpit door opened, and several researchers couldn't help but look towards the doorway. They had imagined countless times what the Long Group members would look like. Were they muscular Iron Men? Or strange-looking people with long limbs? Or valiant and formidable warriors? What would they be wearing? Mysterious combat suits, or wrapped in steel armor like futuristic warriors? At this moment, their feelings were akin to waiting for the last digit to be revealed after having already won the first 5 lottery numbers. Including the soldiers, everyone's gaze was fixed on the cockpit door, where a red figure jumped directly from the cockpit door to the ground, instantly drawing everyone's attention downwards. The red figure turned out to be a woman about 1.7 meters tall, clad in a red bodysuit that perfectly outlined her curves, accentuating her flawless-shaped silhouette. The red high heels and black stockings she wore made several researchers gulp in awe. Her long black hair was tied into a beautiful ponytail. She slowly turned to face everyone, her oval face, paired with slightly thick lips and a smile that seemed both charming and seductive, adding to her allure. Heavens, she is simply a goddess among mortals. Almost everyone looking at Xiao Wu thought this in their hearts. However, upon realizing that this woman was a member of the legendary Dragon Team, one of the strongest Awakener organizations worldwide, they instinctively lowered their heads, fearful of offending her, only daring to sneak glances with their peripheral vision. "Xiao Wu, you love to make a scene," came a gentle reprimand that drew everyone's attention. At this moment, they noticed a man in his 30s dressed in a gray suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing before them with an air of scholarly demeanor. He raised a hand slightly and said, "Comrades, there's no need to be nervous. We Awakeners are also part of humanity. We merely possess abilities that ordinary people do not. There are many Awakeners appearing in the world now, and perhaps in the near future new Awakeners will emerge among you as well. So don't feel any psychological burden. We have just taken a few steps ahead of you." With Long Air's friendly demeanor and approachable speech, the soldiers and researchers quickly shed much of their unfamiliar fear of his identity as a Dragon Team member. "I am ranked 2nd in the Dragon Team, and you can call me Long Air. She ranks 5th, and you can call her Long Wu. Although the recovery of the Jiuquan satellite base is under our responsibility, we will need your full cooperation to clear the base and restore the satellite system's operation. If you have any questions about the task, feel free to ask now." Hearing Long Air say this, everyone noticed something was amiss. It was too quiet around them. As the largest satellite base in country Z, the Jiuquan satellite base was vast and housed many personnel. After the disaster struck, there would surely be a large number of ghouls around, yet now there were no ghouls in sight, not even a significant piece of debris. "Commander, I have a question." A soldier raised his hand and asked. "Please speak." Long Air gestured lightly for him to continue. "Commander, a powerful Awakener like you could easily clear this area. Why do we soldiers still need to recover the base internally?" The question was posed by a slightly shorter soldier with dark skin who appeared quite robust. "You asked a great question. What is your name?" Long Air smiled at the questioning soldier. "Lieutenant Li Zhixing, at your service." Li Zhixing replied, standing tall, as he saluted Long Air with a standard military gesture. "My ability is to control gravity, while Long Wu's ability is to manipulate metal. Under normal circumstances, our powers can easily eliminate those ghouls. However, inside the Jiuquan satellite base, there are numerous delicate instruments and equipment. Our abilities could easily damage these precise devices if used recklessly. Therefore, our powers will be greatly limited once we enter, which is why we need your cooperation to clear the ghouls inside the Jiuquan satellite base. Moreover, we cannot stay here for long. After reclaiming the base, the defense and subsequent maintenance will also require your efforts. Do you understand now?" Long Air initially spoke simply, but his last sentence was suddenly articulated with great emphasis. "Understood." All the soldiers responded loudly. "Let's move." Long Air waved his hand, leading the team toward the entrance. As they approached the main entrance, they found the doors tightly shut, with even the alloy gate used for isolation lowered. Clearly, the staff inside the Jiuquan satellite base chose to seal the base to prevent the terrifying ghouls from spreading when the base was about to be overrun. Unfortunately, their efforts and sacrifices were in vain, as this was a global disaster. Opening such an alloy door which could withstand even armor-piercing rounds was beyond human capability. "Xiao Wu, I beg you," Long Air said to Long Wu, who was behind him. Long Wu gave Long Air a flirtatious glance, and quickly walked to the door. She placed her hand on the alloy gate, and then, as if a liquid were seeping into a sponge, she directly melded into the alloy door. Soon they heard the mechanisms inside the alloy door moving despite the lack of electrical power, and the tightly shut door gradually opened. As light from outside streamed into the base, the ghouls lingering at the entrance immediately noticed the food at the doorway. They rushed towards the entrance, collapsing before the armed soldiers at a faster pace. Xiao Wu take a team of soldiers to the power room to activate the backup generator and restore power to the base. Li Zhixing take a team of soldiers to clear the ghouls in the surrounding area. The rest will come with me to the central control center. Remember, once we approach the center, firearms must not be used under any circumstances. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The team quickly split into 3 groups and entered the Jiuquan satellite base. As they advanced, the light streaming through the entrance made it difficult to see the surroundings. The soldiers put on their night vision goggles, revealing the previously dark and invisible corridor in sharp clarity. However, the eerie green glow seen through the goggles was somewhat disorienting in such a terrifying environment. As they delved deeper, the 3 teams quickly separated, heading toward their respective destinations, while the ghouls along the way were utterly exposed under the assistance of night vision goggles. The ordinary M1, having lost the element of surprise it had during the initial disaster, now exposed its fatal weakness in the presence of well-equipped and prepared soldiers falling prey to a single shot from a safe distance. Among them, Long Wu's team advanced the fastest. She was heading towards an area with fewer personnel, and the metal isolation doors along the way became meaningless against her abilities, allowing her to cover half the distance in no time. Li Zhixing had the largest number of personnel under his command. Since he was responsible for clearing the ghouls on the outskirts, he divided his soldiers into 3 groups after parting ways with Long Air and Long Wu to enhance the efficiency of the clearance. Conversely, Long Air's team moved the slowest. Upon nearing the core area, they were blocked by metal isolation doors. Although Long Air's abilities could easily destroy these doors, doing so was obviously illogical. Therefore, Long Air temporarily instructed his team to stand by and wait for Long Wu to restore the base's power before using the privileged code to open these isolation doors. As Li Zhixing cleared the base of the walking corpses, they remained unaware that 2 dangerous assassins had already set their sights on them. One of the M2s, hiding in the shadows, had been lurking at the entrance of the living area. When it spotted Li Zhixing and his team, it did not attack immediately, but stealthily followed behind them. Only after seeing their group split into 3 did it quietly tail one of the teams. Like a ghost in the night, another M2 roamed between the walls and the ceiling. The night vision goggles granted humans the ability to see in the dark, yet greatly limited their field of vision. The soldiers remained oblivious to the fact that death had raised its scythe above their heads. The first casualty was a soldier at the back. From the darkness, a powerful claw suddenly reached down from the ceiling and snatched him away with blinding speed, leaving him no chance to utter a sound. The soldiers in front were oblivious to the absence of one of their own. Moments later, a corpse drained of its brain was discarded in the corridor, and the M2 targeted another soldier. Using the same method, but this time a slip occurred. The night vision goggles worn by the soldier fell to the ground. When he was captured, the sound immediately drawing the attention of the soldiers. All they found was the night vision goggles on the ground, and upon counting they realized 2 soldiers were missing. The commanding soldier immediately ordered a search, and they soon discovered a soldier's lifeless body in the corridor. As this group of soldiers searched for the assailant in confusion, they were unaware that the M2 had swiftly dashed off in another direction. At this moment, another M2 also sprang into action, silently trailing behind that group of soldiers. When they turned a corner, it suddenly shot its tongue forward, piercing the head of the soldier in front. However, its ambush could not last long, as the squad quickly received a warning over the radio from the previously attacked unit. An unidentified creature has attacked 2 members of the team, likely an M2. The squad leader, a decisive individual, immediately noticed one less person in the group and commanded, "Use the glow sticks." Hearing the command, the soldiers quickly took out their glow sticks, snapped them, and threw them into the distance, illuminating the surroundings with their bright light. The hidden M2 was immediately spotted by the soldiers. Since the glow sticks did not emit much heat, the M2 remained unaware that it had been discovered. Only when the soldiers raised their guns and began firing wildly did it come to its senses, fleeing back along the path it had come from, wounded by gunfire. Just as the captain was about to command the soldiers to pursue, they heard a soldier's anguished scream from behind. Unbeknownst to them, the first M2 had circled around to the front of their group, its long tongue piercing a soldier's heart and sending him flying. Damn it! The soldiers turned to fire at the other M2, while simultaneously informing their teammates that there were 2 M2s. At that moment, the previously panicked M2 returned, and the squad found itself trapped, attacked from both the front and back. To make matters worse, the M1 that had been hiding in the building emerged at this time, desperately intercepting reinforcements from the other two squads, clearly intent on eliminating this squad first. As the saying goes, when it rains it pours. The soldier who had been killed by the M2 earlier slowly rose from the ground, and the surrounding soldiers, busy firing at the approaching M1 and the two M2s, who failed to notice that their comrade had become their enemy. After rising, the soldier's corpse lunged at a nearby soldier, causing the already precarious defense circle to collapse entirely. Taking advantage of the chaos, the two M2s seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, killing several more soldiers. Just as they attempted to expand their victory, a cold male voice told their death knell. Die, vile creatures. The two M2s, lunging towards the nearby soldiers, were suddenly repelled at greater speed, crashing into the walls while the heads of the surrounding corpses exploded. In the glow of the glow sticks, the soldiers saw that Long Air, who had originally been with another group, had now arrived on their side. He hovered in midair, crushing a corpse's head with his hand, as if it were being pressed by a hydraulic machine. The two M2s were like toys in his hands. As they tried to flee, he pointed at them, causing them to rebound back to their original positions at even greater speeds. One M2, after being thrown several times, lay on the ground, shooting its long tongue at Long Air. Long Air, hearing the sound of the tongue slicing through the air, raised his hand in a defensive gesture. The long tongue seemed to hit an invisible wall, bouncing back and piercing its own head, creating a large hole. Long Air's swift execution of the M2 stunned the soldiers. The seemingly scholarly Long Air turned out to be so formidable. The terrifying M2 was like a helpless infant in his hands. In the eerie green glow, Long Air appeared as a messenger from hell, bringing those creatures that should have existed in hell back to their rightful place. What are you standing there for? Shoot! Seeing several soldiers staring blankly at him, Long Air shouted while crushing a few M1 heads. Upon hearing Long Air shout, the soldiers finally snapped out of their daze and raised their guns, firing wildly at the surrounding corpses. The M2 was particularly targeted, first being immobilized by Long Air's binding ability, then being riddled with bullets in a hail of gunfire. Perhaps this M2 was the most disgraced among all M2s. After clearing the surrounding corpses, Long Air casually remarked, "Continue the mission." He then swiftly departed. After a while, the power in the satellite base was finally restored. Although over 10 soldiers were lost, all the M2s hiding in the satellite base had been eradicated, and the remaining M1s posed no significant threat, allowing the mission to reclaim the Jiuquan satellite base to be completed smoothly. However, Long Air's expression was grim. The corpses had unknowingly ceased to be affected by his dominance, meaning that even high-level awakeners like him could no longer roam freely in dangerous areas. Moreover, the emergence of flying mutated animals had made this world even more perilous. The only good news now was that the nation could finally engage in basic communication with countries on the other side of the earth. In this regard, the nation was at the forefront globally, even surpassing the so-called most developed country on the other side of the earth. 3 months have passed since the recovery of the Jiuquan satellite base, allowing global communications to become possible. However, this has not changed the plight of survivors worldwide. The situations in various countries are quite similar. Apart from a few major powers capable of reclaiming several large cities, most survivors in other nations have been pushed out of their original living circles by mutated creatures hiding in small towns or military bases. New mutated creatures are emerging one after another, with traces of them appearing in the sky and oceans, while the threat posed by the original zombies to the survivors has significantly diminished. However, this does not mean that the zombies no longer pose a threat. On the contrary, their presence is synonymous with disaster. These zombies seem to be guided by some force, appearing in numbers ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and among them are various mutated creatures, as well as M2 and D2. Many survivor gathering points lacking sufficient defenses have been overwhelmed and destroyed by the endless waves of zombies. But this is not the most disheartening thing for the survivors. As the first batch of crops they planted after the disaster gradually ripens, a sense of despair begins to take root in everyone's hearts. The plants, which appeared no different from normal crops, quickly turned black and foul-smelling just seconds after harvesting their seeds, looking nothing like food fit for consumption. Even some who dared to eat this food, thinking it better to risk poisoning than to starve, soon turned into zombies. A famine is sweeping across the globe. Food has suddenly become scarce, and the temporary order established with great difficulty has collapsed in an instant. Many survivors have fallen into despair, unable to grow new food, knowing that the remnants from before the disaster will eventually be consumed. Those who cling to the belief that living one more day is enough are becoming increasingly numb, degenerate, and indulgent. Violence, theft, murder, and other crimes are rampant. For a mere morsel of food, people kill others or betray themselves. The world has plunged into another wave of chaos. The only way to survive is to venture into the zombie-infested cities in search of the dwindling food supply. Food and ammunition have replaced dollars and gold as the most valuable currency in this world. Despite the harsh conditions, many awakeners have emerged. However, the newly awakened are still far from the M2 level, and reports of awakeners perishing in battles against M2 have surfaced in various countries. What is even more chilling is that many high-level awakeners who mastered their powers before the disaster have also suffered great losses, including 2 members of the Dragon Group. In a secret underground base in Beijing, a stern old man stood before a giant screen, his face grave, his tightly clenched hands resting at his side, the flickering light in his eyes, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. The screen displayed a tall, slender black man, the president of the M country, who in the presence of this stern old man felt a sense of trepidation and was hesitant to speak. Although M country suffered the greatest losses in this incident, he could still deeply feel the immense pressure even from a distance, yet he could not evade it. The reason for his anxiety is that just a few hours ago news arrived that the Pacific Fleet encountered countless mutated marine creatures while on a mission near the Atlantic, resulting in the complete annihilation of the entire fleet, including 8 elite awakeners from various countries aboard the ships. This mission was proposed by M country. The 8 fallen awakeners included 2 from M country, 2 from Europe, 2 from E country, and 2 from C country, all of whom were powerful and renowned. Yet even so, they could not escape this calamity over the vast ocean. Suddenly, the ocean has become a forbidden zone for various countries. In the end, the old man said nothing. He gently released his tightly clenched hands, waved at the black president, and bowed deeply before shutting off the communication. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Dragon Group, 9 figures were gathered around a large round table, either standing or sitting. Big brother, we must avenge 4th brother and 11th brother. The one speaking was Long Wu. Avenge? Who do we seek? M country? Or those mutated sea beasts? Should we cause a ruckus like before in the Co country? Have you forgotten why Long 13's name remains unclaimed to this day? Long Yi's voice was cold, but those familiar with him knew that he was desperately suppressing his inner fury. Upon hearing Long Yi mention Long 13, Long Wu immediately closed her mouth, unable to utter a word, looking pitifully at Long Air beside her. Big brother Xiao Wu is just upset about our brothers, which is why she is so agitated. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on her. Find 3 suitable substitutes from the reserve personnel to restore the original 13-member structure. Big brother, does Long 13's position also need to be filled? As soon as Long Yi's words fell, 9 different voices immediately echoed in the conference room, and surprisingly, these 9 voices all spoke in unison. Since 13's death has been confirmed by his father, there's no need for the position of Long 13, which has been vacant for 7 years, to remain unclaimed. Do not forget that we are not only the sword of the nation, but also its shield. We must never allow personal feelings to cause irreparable losses to the nation. Yes, big brother, you are right. Everyone in the conference room echoed in agreement. At the same time, on a desolate rocky mountain in Shanxi country, a large hole suddenly erupted, and more than 10 figures shot out from the hole, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, in a hidden cave in a valley in Europe, a heavy alloy door was making a thundering noise as if it had been violently struck outward by some unknown creature, resulting in huge bulges on the alloy door. Then, with a thunderous crash, the entire door was knocked to the ground. A strange creature with the body of a lion and claws and the head and wings of an eagle flew up into the sky, resembling the griffin from European mythology. Following its departure, a chimera, a giant lizard, a massive rooster-like creature, a bipedal goat, a bipedal cow, and many other bizarre beings followed suit, ultimately causing the entire cave to collapse. A gigantic black dragon soared into the sky from the collapsed cave. Moreover, the emergence of mythical creatures is not limited to Europe. In the secret bases of E country and M country, various forms of mythical beings are also appearing. These countries that obtained mysterious meteorites did not cease their research after discovering the secrets of the meteorites, but continued on. Now, after more than 3 months, the heavily sealed secret research facilities have finally been breached by these artificially created mythical creatures. The demons have been unleashed, and those countries are about to reap the bitter fruits of their own actions. On a huge computer screen on the left side is a 3-dimensional virtual image of a rice plant, and on the right side is a strange genetic diagram where red dots appear one by one under the control of a mouse, and then the entire genetic diagram abruptly collapses into numerous red, green, and blue dots. Damn it! A hand slammed heavily against the control panel. Looking up from the hand, the owner of this hand turned out to be Sidu Zheng, who was supposed to have perished in the self-destruction of the Nanjing Underground Research Institute 3 months ago. At this moment, Sidu Zheng's hair was disheveled, his eyes were shadowed with dark circles, and it appeared he hadn't shaved in a long time, giving him a very unkempt appearance. He let out a long breath, twisted his slightly stiff neck, and leaned back. The reclining chair immediately tilted backward, transforming into a lounge chair. As Situ Zheng lay down, his head was positioned directly facing the ceiling, where a noticeable note was affixed boldly stating the words "Time is running out." Situ Zheng sighed again, straightened up, and moved his chair to the right side to another computer. This computer displayed a double helix structure of DNA on one side and a virtual green male human figure on the other. Anyone who saw this image would certainly think it was the human genome, but in front of a professional scientist, he would immediately spot the anomaly, for that double helix DNA structure actually composed 24 pairs of chromosomes. Then Situ Zheng began to operate quickly at the control panel, and the images on the screen changed rapidly. The virtual human figure kept altering with height, weight, and gender continuously shifting. Although the DNA sequence also changed slightly without exception, it was still 24 pairs of chromosomes. It wasn't until the virtual blue male figure appeared that it finally halted, while the DNA sequence on the other side displayed 23 pairs of chromosomes. In the lower right corner of this image, a small line reads "Storage time, December 1, 2012. After that, all the data showed 23 pairs of chromosomes. Then he pressed a few more keys, and all the data quickly restored, with those originally displaying 24 pairs of chromosomes, now showing 23 pairs of chromosomes. Why is this happening? Situ Zheng muttered in confusion. He knew that the samples sent to this research institute were completely normal before the disaster occurred, but when he re-examined these samples, the ones that originally had 23 pairs of chromosomes bizarrely displayed 24 pairs. This strange phenomenon persisted until the samples sent in on January 1, 2013. Samples from before and after the disaster were identical. First, the tests at that time could not have been wrong, and his own tests could not be wrong either. The only explanation is that these samples changed after the disaster occurred. Moreover, the dividing line of the changed genetic samples is between the ones sent on December 1, 2012 and those sent on January 1, 2013. In other words, something must have happened between December 2012 and January 2013 that caused all the genetic samples sent to change. Or on a larger scale, something must have occurred that altered all human genetic samples, and this change could likely be the culprit behind this disaster. At that moment, a piece of information he had previously overlooked leapt into his mind: December 21, 2012, the end date of the ancient Mayan calendar, also the legendary Doomsday, and the day of humanity's end. Although it seems a bit incredible, if I incorporated it appears I might be able to sort out some clues. Moreover, that meteorite also appeared around this time. Situ Zheng muttered to himself. Suppose that on December 21, 2012, a mysterious force intervened in the development of humanity. Strictly speaking, humans are a species with 23 pairs of chromosomes, and this mysterious force's intervention caused all humans to possess 24 pairs of chromosomes from that day onward. In other words, from a scientific perspective, humanity has already gone extinct once. But this chromosomal change is hidden, and it is concealed very well. Even in these 5 years, no one has noticed this until the disaster broke out over 3 months ago, and this long-hidden gene finally appeared. What is its purpose for appearing? Thinking of the mysterious force that deployed the meteorite, Situ Zheng felt a chill again. Before such a mysterious force that orchestrated all this, he felt as small as an ant. It certainly does not wish to exterminate humanity. With its power, it could easily eliminate us without such trouble. Wait a minute, the proportion of awakened individuals significantly increased after the disaster occurred. Could it be that it wants humanity to evolve? But why are there so many walking corpses? Also, other non-human creatures have mutated into walking corpses. Yet none of the samples in the database show this kind of change in humans. Why is that? If we reverse the reasoning, comparing the changes before and after the disaster, first a large number of humans turned into walking corpses, then the proportion of awakened individuals among humans began to increase, followed by the evolution of the walking corpses. As for the changes in plants and animals, initially the mammals closest to humans became walking corpses, followed by the mutations of non-mammalian species and their evolution, eventually leading to changes in crops. Setting aside everything else and taking humans as an example, treating walking corpses as a type of human change, we can classify them into 4 categories. First, ordinary humans with no changes. Second, humans who became awakened. Third, humans who became walking corpses. Fourth, humans who evolved after becoming walking corpses. Thinking of this, Situ Zheng flicked a 1 yuan coin high into the air, then let it drop to the ground, where it rolled around before coming to a stop with the front side facing up. Then he took out another coin, placed it face down on the table, followed by yet another coin, which this time he carefully stood upright on the table. Throwing a coin can yield at most 3 outcomes, yet now there are 4 variations. With this thought, Situ Zheng's eyes lit up, and he stopped pondering. The only conclusion. Situ Zheng said with a confident gleam in his eyes, enunciating each word, there is more than one force involved. Then Situ Zheng shifted to the right, where the screen displayed countless strange components. He casually pressed a few buttons on the control panel, and these components rapidly assembled into a uniquely shaped gun. Seeing this, Situ Zheng proudly stroked his chin, but soon realized that the feel of his bearded chin was quite unpleasant, so he lowered his hand. He muttered to himself, "I secretly completed this thing and the old man will surely be astonished, his jaw will drop. It's a pity there's not enough equipment here, otherwise once it's made, even encountering an M3 wouldn't be a problem. I need to think of a way to send it to the old man." At that moment, the door of the laboratory opened, and a little girl around 6 years old walked in. She wore a pair of white rabbit-shaped slippers and a pink pajama set adorned with numerous Hello Kitty patterns. She held a brown fluffy teddy bear that was nearly her size in her left arm. The newcomer was none other than Situ Bingbing. At this moment, she was no longer as disheveled as she had been over 3 months ago. Aside from being slightly slender, her long black hair shimmered with a radiant luster, and her complexion appeared rosy, making her look like a little beauty. The only flaw was that her eye sockets were a bit red and faint tear marks on her face indicated that she had likely cried not long ago. Hearing the sound of the laboratory door opening, Situ Zheng turned to look. After staring blankly at Situ Bingbing's appearance for a moment, he asked with concern, "Bingbing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is it a side effect from the ability you used 3 months ago?" Hearing Situ Zheng mention the events from 3 months ago, Situ Bingbing couldn't help but recall that grand gamble she had with him back then. "Bingbing, it's time. You should go." Situ Zheng's voice pierced her ears. After saying this, she turned and walked out of the control room, but she didn't go anywhere in this gamble. There was nowhere for her to go. After walking out the door, she simply sat quietly at the entrance. Warning, warning, the self-destruction protocol of the Research Institute has been initiated. All personnel must evacuate within half an hour. The harsh alarm blared through the speakers. The alarm did not elicit any reaction from her. Her mind was occupied solely with Situ Zheng's plan from not long ago. "Bingbing, gamble with me." Situ Zheng suddenly grabbed her hand, his eyes filled with determination. "What's your plan? You seem lacking in confidence." Although she sensed something different from before, she still asked this question. During the time she spent with Situ Zheng, although his plans were fraught with risks, she could always feel his immense confidence. But this time, despite the determination in Situ Zheng's eyes, she could clearly sense his current lack of confidence. "I know I can't hide this from you. When formulating the plan, considering the variables and probabilities usually yields over an 80% success rate. However, this time the probability and variables are too nebulous and the success rate is only about 30. Is it related to my ability?" "Exactly. I can confirm that you were the psychic awakened being in Shanghai at that time, but your ability hasn't manifested since the awakening. Based on my understanding of awakened beings, there are 2 possibilities. First, your ability is too common, so no one senses it, similar to how people don't feel the air around them. Second, it relates to our personalities, as many awakened beings encounter significant danger during their first awakening, only awakening at the brink of life and death. However, when we are together, it is almost impossible for us to fall into such a life or death situation." Situ Zheng spoke slowly, as if every word was carefully considered. "Are you trying to create a desperate situation to force out my ability? Aren't you afraid that even in a desperate situation, I still won't be able to utilize my powers? Moreover, even if you did force out my abilities, it might not change the desperate situation you created. It's also possible that this ability, even if it manifests, can only protect myself. No, your understanding is still too limited, which leads you to underestimate your own abilities. Although I still cannot ascertain what your ability is based on its first awakening and its range of influence, I can confirm that your power level is extraordinarily high, at least reaching Shrank, and there are only 2 people with Shrank abilities in the whole world. Moreover, your ability has a characteristic that I call a strong self-selective denial of danger. A strong self-selective denial of danger. Don't forget how complex the environment was around you before your awakening. There were ordinary people, zombies, various buildings, food, and so on. However, after your awakening, all the zombies around you were eliminated while everything else remained unharmed. This means your ability automatically chose to eliminate the zombies that posed a threat to you while preserving everything else that was safe. Of course, there are other possibilities such as deliberate targeting, but such situations are rare during the first awakening. And I also need an opportunity to make my identity vanish, allowing me to do things that I cannot do with my current identity. 7 years ago, I had to carry out a plan out of necessity, which made me shine like a beacon internationally, putting me in a passive position. I need to hide in the shadows to possibly turn my passivity into initiative. Because I know that the mastermind behind it at that time has not been completely severed, they could strike again at any moment. So you need a highly reputable witness, which is why we are here. This place allows us to contact the higher-ups of the country so they can witness your disappearance. However, if there is even a hint of suspicion about your disappearance, the country might send people from the Dragon team to investigate. It is hard for ordinary people to hide from those extraordinary beings, And even if we leave, they will uncover traces, so you need my ability to ensure the destruction of this research institute while denying its destruction. That's right. I'm placing all my hopes on you. If we win, we will be reborn from the ashes. If we lose, we return to nothingness. Of course, the final decision is in your hands. If you are unwilling to take the risk, I will set up a riddle here and take you away to hide elsewhere. But the effectiveness of that approach is nowhere near as good as this gamble. Essentially, I am a scientist, and my research requires equipment. There are only a few secret research institutes in the country, and once the Dragon team makes a move, it won't take long for them to find me. Then let us gamble our lives as father and daughter. Bing, 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 what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly lost in thought? If you're not feeling well, please tell me. Her reverie was interrupted by Sidu Zheng. At this moment, Sidu Bingbing, who was in a daze, realized that Sidu Zheng, who had originally been sitting in a chair, had come to her side, squatting in front of her with his hands resting on her shoulders, his concern evident on his face. Breaking into a sweet smile, Sidu Bingbing said, "Dad, I'm fine. I just suddenly wanted to hear you talk about 3 months ago and remembered our grand gamble. Well, I didn't expect you to perform so excellently, far exceeding my expectations. I increasingly feel that I've truly struck gold." Hearing Situ Zheng speak of her like that, Situ Bingbing couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. Seeing that Situ Bingbing was fine, Situ Zheng then asked, "Bingbing, why are you here instead of sleeping? Just now your eyes looked red. Did you cry? Tell me what happened." Situ Bingbing, after all, was still childlike in nature. Her emotions changed rapidly. Upon hearing Situ Zheng ask why she cried, her expression shifted dramatically, and in a state of panic she said, "Dad, I just had a nightmare." "What did you see?" Situ Zheng also became anxious. Although it was common for children to have nightmares, Situ Bingbing was an exception because of her abilities. "I dreamt of the country being destroyed and our family perishing. Beijing falling, Grandpa, and the members of the Dragon Group all dying." Situ Zheng was greatly alarmed. "What else did you see?" "It was very vague, but I only remember countless corpses with sharp blades rushing towards Beijing City, and then I saw those wearing Dragon Group combat uniforms one by one falling dead, and then Grandpa and the others all died." At this point, Situ Bingbing's eyes reddened again, as if she was about to cry. "All right, don't cry, it's okay, it's just a nightmare," Situ Zheng said tenderly, hugging Situ Bingbing's little head. However, Situ Zheng's efforts were in vain. His actions instead caused Situ Bingbing to completely release the pent-up feelings and cry loudly. Faced with Situ Bingbing's outburst, Situ Zheng had no choice but to hold her tightly. After a while of crying, Situ Bingbing finally stopped. "Do you feel better now, eh? Good, you should know that if we do nothing, nightmares will indeed become reality." Although it was still too early in the plan, time waits for no one. "If I let you go alone to the surface, now do you have confidence?" I understand." After crying, Situ Bingbing gradually calmed down from her fear upon recalling such a terrifying scene. She thought carefully and said, "If I move alone on the surface, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Didn't I go out a few times this month and bring back a lot of supplies?" "All right, then it's night now, you should rest a bit more. We'll set off at dawn." After Situ Bingbing agreed, she walked out. After seeing Situ Bingbing leave, Situ Zheng sat back down in front of the control panel. A whole night quickly passed. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Situ Bingbing was already prepared. She wore a light purple wool sweater, a pink plaid skirt paired with white tights, and a pair of red round-toe shoes, carrying an orange backpack, as if she were ready for a spring outing. Seeing this, Situ Zheng furrowed his brow, but ultimately said nothing about Situ Bingbing's attire. Instead, he solemnly placed a pendant around her neck. Then he pulled her to the control panel and pointed at the screen, saying, "Bingbing, do you see what this is? This seems to be some kind of sniper rifle." Although Situ Zheng had crammed a lot of knowledge into her during their 3 months of hiding, she still couldn't recognize this object. "Take a closer look. Think about what I taught you." Situ Zheng affectionately placed his hand on Situ Bingbing's head. Hearing Situ Zheng's words, Situ Bingbing calmed down and began to study the object on the screen carefully. It was a weapon that looked somewhat like a sniper rifle, but its barrel was square with a spiral structure on top. The rear part was also considerably larger than a normal sniper rifle, giving it a somewhat bulky appearance. The most peculiar feature was that it was connected at the back to a backpack resembling a flamethrower. Situ Bingbing hesitated for a moment before tentatively saying, "This seems to be some sort of man-portable railgun." "Exactly. I call it the Man-Portable Heavy Connection Improved Railgun. This is also a project that our country has been secretly researching in recent years. To prevent other forces from coveting it, it has been developed in 21 underground research institutes across the country. Its basic structure is nearly completed, but there have been bottlenecks in the ammunition and power supply. Due to permission issues, I couldn't participate in the development of these two aspects, so during the months I disappeared from people's sight, I did some research on these two projects. Now it can be used in a computer simulation, but we lack the necessary facilities here to manufacture the physical object, so I need you to deliver this information to Beijing to your grandfather. Additionally, there are research materials from 5 other research institutes. Saying this, Situ Zhang stroked his chin, looking somewhat pleased, and continued, I secretly obtained 15 of the documents from the 21 research institutes. Together with the materials here and from the other 5 research institutes, we can truly complete it, so I also need to trouble you to make this trip. Saying this, Situ Zhang took a chip from the control panel along with a magnetic card and handed it to Situ Bingbing. The chip contains my research data, and the magnetic card will help you enter those research institutes to obtain the information. If this weapon is paired with the corresponding satellite and positioning facilities, its power will not be less than that of a small intercontinental missile. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of outsiders, and if necessary, the chip can be destroyed. Situ Zhang said extremely seriously to Situ Bingbing. Situ Bingbing took the chip and magnetic card, saying, Dad, don't worry. As long as I don't want to, no one can obtain what I am hiding. Remember, there are always people beyond people and skies beyond skies. Your abilities are indeed powerful, but as a mental type ability user, your weaknesses are also quite apparent. In the future, when you act alone, be extra cautious. I don't want you to encounter any accidents, understand? I understand. Go now, be careful on the road. Watching Situ Bingbing standing at the door smiling as she said goodbye, a strange emotion suddenly arose in Situ Zhang's heart, a feeling that he would never meet her again. Yet in the end, he still did not call out to Situ Bingbing as she left. Forget it. Although it's a bit hasty to let you face the outside world alone, now staying by my side is not beneficial for your growth. You are increasingly showing childlike temper and becoming more dependent on me. Your round wisdom is being unconsciously worn away by me. Perhaps leaving to explore on your own will be more beneficial for you. It may be cruel, but in this world I hope you can be as cautious and reserved as when we first met. Situ Zhang clenched his fists, resting his elbows on his knees with his head slightly lowered onto his fists, murmuring to himself. Suddenly a familiar yet strange face appeared in his mind. Perhaps this is also the reason he abandoned me. Stepping out from the secret exit of the underground laboratory, Situ Bingbing lazily stretched and inhaled the fresh air. With the outbreak of disaster and the cessation of human activities, the Earth gradually began to reclaim the world polluted by humanity. The sky became bluer, the water greener, and the familiar yet repulsive strange smell in the air gradually disappeared. The traces of human existence were slowly being erased, with some sculptures and benches covered in vines and weeds amidst which buds of flowers were beginning to bloom. So beautiful. Situ Bingbing was momentarily lost in thought by the scenery before her. Although she had ventured into Nanjing a few times 2 months ago to search for enough supplies for the laboratory, those actions had been hurried and lacked any deep impact, especially as it was still winter at the time. Now in the midst of spring and March, the vibrant renewal of life made it impossible for her not to be enchanted. This beautiful and boundless spring scenery also led one to ponder whether this sudden disaster was a form of retaliation from the Earth against humanity's greed. Regaining her senses, Situ Bingbing took the pendant that Situ Zhang had hung around her neck and carefully examined it in her palm. The pendant was not large, resembling a 1-cent coin made from a silver-glossed alloy with the front depicting a dragon's head carved in relief. The dragon's head had its mouth wide open as if to swallow the heavens and devour the earth, its eyes glaring, whiskers flowing, and horns standing tall, looking vividly lifelike, surrounded by several clouds engraved around it. The back was blank, but upon closer inspection one could faintly see traces of wear, indicating that something had been ground off mechanically. Dad gave this to me without telling me its purpose, but hanging it around my neck evidently shows it is some sort of identification only recognizable by certain individuals. And he hoped it would be found. With this thought, Situ Bingbing put the pendant back around her neck. Dad said the detailed design components missing for the railgun are located in the underground laboratories of Nanchang, Chengdu, Yinchuan, Urumqi, and Guiyang. With this in mind, she took out a map from her bag, and after carefully confirming the locations of several cities, decided to head to the laboratory in Nanchang first for the materials. But before that, I still need to collect some daily necessities. She then took a gentle step forward, and strangely it seemed as though an invisible door appeared before her. As she stepped through it, she vanished from her spot and reappeared on a street several kilometers away in downtown Nanjing. The street had completely transformed, with green grass sprouting from the cracks in the asphalt and the flower beds by the road resembling a small botanical garden. Vines had also climbed onto cars parked by the roadside. When Situ Bingbing appeared on the street, the wandering corpses immediately noticed this sudden appearance of food, and they approached her without hesitation, having been hungry for a long time. But at this moment, Situ Bingbing was no longer the helpless little girl from a few months ago. The deep round gaze in her eyes contained a hint of disdain for all living beings, and the gathering corpses appeared as mere ants in her view. Centered around herself, the corpses within several dozen meters instantly had their flesh wither and crack, turning into clouds of dust, leaving only a ground of dry bones behind. After surveying her surroundings and finding no corpses in sight, Situ Bingbing turned and walked into a nearby multifunctional shopping building. The first floor housed shops selling digital products like mobile phones and cameras, which had lost their value in this apocalyptic world. However, due to her youthful nature, Situ Bingbing still selected a cute little phone to hang on her backpack before taking the now inactive escalator down to the first basement level. The first basement level was a food street, but after more than 3 months the food left out had rotted and spoiled. Even the refrigerator in the kitchen had not preserved any food due to power outages. Fortunately, Situ Bingbing's goal was not those foods, as she rummaged through the kitchen for various seasonings, as well as flour and rice. Situ Bingbing's method of collecting these items was quite peculiar. Whenever she set her sights on something, it would vanish right in place. However, if one observed closely, they would find that she would first approach the items until she was less than half a meter away. It must be mentioned that Situ Bingbing's ability was actually a composite ability of time and space. As long as it was an inanimate object within 1 meter of her that was stationary, she could store it within a storage space of approximately 100 square meters. It was precisely because of this space that she was able to prepare a large amount of supplies for Situ Zheng in the underground laboratory. After collecting enough food, she rushed up to the second floor, which sold women's clothing. After casually selecting a few beautiful outfits and shoes, she headed to the third floor, which was the men's clothing section. After loading up on many clothes there, she found a spot to sit down and rest. Situ Bingbing's ability was very powerful. However, as a composite ability, it consumed her mental energy much more than a single ability would. Having loaded many items into her storage space, and having eliminated several waves of corpses, nearly 1/3 of her mental energy was already depleted. As a solitary mental type awakener, excessive consumption of mental energy could be very dangerous. Fortunately, due to her composite ability, her mental energy recovery rate was relatively fast. After resting for about an hour, she proceeded to the fourth floor. The fourth floor was where Situ Bingbing spent the most time. It was the food section. There she collected a large amount of candies, chocolates, cookies, and drinks, and even took away many cosmetics and other daily necessities from the large supermarket on the fourth floor. As for the fifth floor, which housed children's clothing, and the sixth floor, which sold appliances, she bypassed them and directly left through the space door. A few kilometers after passing through the space door, Situ Bingbing found herself on the roof of a 5-story residential building. Looking down from the high building, she unexpectedly spotted several familiar faces. A military jeep and a truck were parked in front of a supermarket, with several soldiers in military uniforms vigilantly observing their surroundings, while others continuously entered and exited the supermarket loading supplies onto the truck. This group was none other than Wei Shuwen and his companions, whom she and Situ Zheng had encountered on their way to Nanjing. Though they were wearing military uniforms now, who else could the leader be but Wei Shuwen? After 3 months, his hair had grown longer, his skin darker than when they last met, and it had dragged down to the ground. Somehow he had acquired a scar on his cheek that looked somewhat terrifying, but Situ Bingbing recognized him at a glance. The other few were also those who had been with him at that time, except for the fat one who was missing from the group. It was unknown whether he had met with misfortune or had not followed them. Remember those who initially went to the Yixing gathering point? It seems they had a smooth journey. Now they have even been recruited into the army, but anyone would seize the opportunity to recruit an awakened individual from the system. Situ Bingbing looked at the busy people below and thought to herself she had no intention of meeting them at this moment. First, they should be from the Yixing gathering point, heading in completely the opposite direction. If they were to meet and then part ways, it would be troublesome. Furthermore, she planned to act alone and had no intention of seeking companions. However, they actually ran from Yixing to the outskirts of Nanjing in search of supplies. It seems that resources are truly hard to find now, and it will only get more difficult as time goes on. Moreover, the situation in Yixing may not be very good either. At that moment, Wei Shuwen, who was on the ground, seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up at the building where Situ Bingbing was, but he saw nothing when he looked up. On the roof, there was only an M2 cut neatly in half, and Situ Bingbing had already left. "What's wrong, Wei Go?" A person next to him asked curiously when they saw Wei Shuwen suddenly looking up with a contemplative expression. "It's nothing. I might have been mistaken." Just a moment ago, Wei Shuwen felt an extremely dangerous sensation, but that feeling vanished immediately. When he looked up again, he found nothing. To avoid any unnecessary complications, he decided not to pursue the matter further. Once again stepping through the spatial gate, Situ Bingbing arrived on the highway. The road was now almost devoid of wandering corpses, with various plants growing in the cracks of the asphalt. The traces of human existence were gradually being erased by nature. Perhaps soon this road will no longer exist. With the absence of human activity, the dust on the ground had also significantly decreased. She casually found a relatively clean spot and sat down quietly to recover her depleted mental energy. C2 Bingbing's time and space abilities were powerful and convenient, with much potential yet to be discovered, but correspondingly, there were many limitations stemming from her own insufficient abilities. Perhaps things will improve in the future, but for now she felt powerless. For example, this very convenient spatial gate can only reach a maximum of 10 kilometers away for now, but in general C2 Bingbing would not do that, as it would consume all of her mental energy. However, when the teleportation distance was around 5 kilometers, the mental energy consumed was only about a quarter. Her abilities were peculiar like that. The further she crossed, the exponentially greater the consumption. Moreover, if the spatial gate opens in an unfamiliar location, you cannot be certain of what you will face when you step through. Thus, it is not a very safe skill for traveling. Thinking about her first target, Nanjing City, which is nearly 500 kilometers away in a straight line, C2 Bingbing began to feel a headache. It turns out this is not an easy task. If she purely used the spatial gate, who knows how many times it would take before she might be bitten by a wandering corpse upon stepping out. As for vehicles, that's even more absurd. Those cars around her covered in vines and rust certainly do not look like they can be driven. Moreover, with her small arms and legs, she would probably not even be able to reach the pedals while sitting in the driver's seat. It seems she can only use point-to-point spatial movement to get there slowly. C2 Bingbing pouted reluctantly, thinking. Determining the direction, she vanished and reappeared already a kilometer away, then sat down to wait 15 minutes before vanishing again, reappearing. 15 minutes for 1 kilometer means 500 kilometers will take 7,500 minutes, which is approximately 5 days, without sleep. After 2 teleportations, C2 Bingbing felt frustrated again, but this is the limitation of spatial skills. Mental energy consumption increases with consecutive teleportations. Forget it, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. C2 Bingbing began to accept her fate and walked forward. The country hasn't broadcasted anything for a long time, and I don't know the current situation of the gathering points. But then again, air transport is now impossible. Which gathering point would report its situation and bring itself trouble? Even those registered gathering points would mostly be complying on the surface. What kind of monsters were those in the dream? So many of them. How much time is left until the dream event occurs? Will I be able to catch up? What did my dad do 7 years ago? What was his relationship with the dragon team? When he learned about the deaths of Long Si and Long Shi, his Jingyu realm shattered. A person traveling alone is so boring. Usually at this time, Dad would definitely be giving me a lesson. Is he doing well now? I wonder if he's been eating on time. Probably not. As C2 Bingbing walked, she teleported, thinking about various useful and useless things, and casually eliminated the wandering corpses around her. Whenever she got tired, she would stop, eat something, and rest for a while. After walking for about 50 kilometers, it was already dark. I'm so tired, let's call it a day. Traveling at night is extremely dangerous. Although C2 Bingbing, as an awakened individual, had her hearing and vision greatly enhanced under the subtle transformation of her powers, she could see clearly even at night, but she didn't want to keep herself in a state of exhaustion, so she decided to rest for the night. She took out an inflatable tent from her storage space, and after inflating it, set up a simple warning net around the tent made of fishing line and tin cans before crawling inside. After zipping up the tent door from the inside, C2 Bingbing took out a sleeping bag, changed into her pajamas, and then went to sleep. She didn't sleep well that night, often waking up at the slightest sound. Even though she had set up a warning net, she still dared not sleep too deeply, as a mental-type awakened individual is extremely vulnerable when their powers are not activated. As soon as dawn broke, C2 Bingbing woke up. Today she changed into a blue sports sweatshirt and put on a pair of white sneakers, as her feet had felt sore after walking all day in small leather shoes yesterday. At that moment, she remembered that before going out yesterday, C2 Zheng had looked at her with a strange expression. No wonder Dad looked at me with that kind of gaze when leaving in the morning. He must have done it on purpose. Bad Dad. Achoo achoo. After staying up late researching the genetics of crops, C2 Zheng had just fallen asleep when he was awakened by a series of sneezes. He must have suffered a loss while talking about me. C2 Zheng revealed a mischievous smile as he rubbed his chin. I need to find time to shave as well. After packing up the tent and sleeping bag used last night, C2 Bingbing luxuriously took out a bottle of mineral water to wash up. Then she moved forward for 3 kilometers using spatial movement before stopping to have breakfast and rest. Soon the morning passed, and as noon approached, C2 Bingbing noticed a strange phenomenon. A large number of zombies seemed to be commanded by something moving in one direction, ignoring her even though she was nearby. Based on the abnormal behavior of these zombies, C2 Bingbing quickly concluded that they must be under the command of M2, intending to attack the survivor gathering point. We cannot just stand by and do nothing. This was the first thought that flashed in C2 Bingbing's mind. After several instances of teleporting in the direction the zombies were heading, she arrived at an area devoid of the undead. The tactics employed by the zombies during their siege had become increasingly diverse. Some would drive people within a certain radius together, then surround them from a distance to force them out of fortified positions for a showdown, while others would use aerial birds or fast-moving beasts in the form of D1 to forcibly open gaps, letting M1 swarm in. Some even had several M2 mingling among M1 to seek out weak points and defenses and strike at opportune moments. In short, these zombies had become increasingly intelligent, which was one of the reasons many established gathering points had been breached, overestimating themselves while underestimating their opponents. Situ Bingbing estimated she was nearing the survivor gathering point about to be attacked by the zombies, so she stopped using teleportation and proceeded on foot. However, before that she had a small issue to address. This brand new sports outfit was definitely not suitable to be seen at this time. So helplessly she rolled around on the ground a few times to make her clothes look unrecognizable. Soon the roar of a car engine sounded behind her. As the zombies gathered, the nearby survivors were compelled to crowd towards the gathering point for shelter. Situ Bingbing seemed to be in luck. The car stopped as it passed by her. Little beauty, need a ride. It was a small convoy consisting of 3 jeeps and a truck, seemingly a team searching for supplies with machine guns mounted on the rooftops. The few visible individuals were dressed quite casually, wearing various types of clothing. The one speaking to her was a middle-aged man sitting in the front passenger seat of the lead jeep. He was slightly shorter with darker skin, his hair parted in the middle, and a mustache, appearing to be about 34 to 35 years old. His gaze towards her revealed a hint of pity. He seems to see me as a child abandoned by my team. He doesn't seem bad. Oh, I might as well go with them to the gathering point. Is it really okay? Situ Bingbing asked timidly. Come on, there's still space here, said someone in the back seat as the door was opened. Thank you so much. While saying this, Situ Bingbing looked towards the voice. The speaker was a slender young man, probably around 20 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a prominent nose, and hair styled casually that made it hard to discern any specific hairstyle. She jogged a couple of steps to the car door, but before she could hold on to it, the young man had already reached out and pulled her into the vehicle, closing the door behind her as the convoy moved forward. There were already 2 people sitting in the back. One was a very ordinary-looking middle-aged man around 30 years old. Upon seeing Situ Bingbing enter, he squeezed in a bit to make room for her. Once Situ Bingbing got in, she squeezed into the corner of the seat, resulting in a space being vacated in the back seat, which originally could accommodate 3 people due to everyone squishing together. Little sister, where are your companions? You can't tell me you've been alone for the past 3 months, right? If that's the case, we'd all have to admire you greatly. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit dull, the young man casually brought up a topic. Situ Bingbing noticed the middle-aged man in the front passenger seat slightly furrowed his brows. Companions? I can't find them anymore. Situ Bingbing replied in a broken voice, sounding wronged and sad. Upon hearing her words, the others in the vehicle understood it must be that this girl's companions felt she was slowing down the team's progress, and in the interest of reaching the gathering point as soon as possible for safety, they had sneakily abandoned her. Noticing Situ Bingbing's somewhat lonely demeanor, the young man said to her, Don't worry, we'll definitely take you to the gathering point. Someone there will arrange a place for you to stay. However, as he said this, he seemed to lack confidence. After all, at this time the scattered people around had been driven to the gathering point by the zombies, and a child without any survival skills would indeed be hard to accommodate. Moreover, the situation in the city was not optimistic. Their search for supplies had not even reached the destination before being forced back by the horde of zombies. Yet Situ Bingbing's loneliness stemmed from the fact that she had to deeply disguise her true self. It was a feeling of hypocrisy and helplessness that she hadn't felt in a long time. Soon the 2 men who had initially squeezed together in the back seat moved away from each other, leaving Situ Bingbing still crammed in the corner, making her appear even more isolated and helpless. Captain, will we be punished for not finding supplies this time? The young man, clearly unable to sit still, soon asked the middle-aged man in the front seat. Don't worry, with the zombie siege at the gathering point, they won't punish us at this time. Instead of worrying about that, you should think about what to do when the zombies attack. The man simply replied and fell silent. It seems this survivor gathering point was not established by the military, otherwise they wouldn't have failed to provide even a single military uniform for those seeking supplies, and the notion of punishment for teams that couldn't find supplies is clearly not the military style. Moreover, it was concerning that the leader of the gathering point did not seem to be a kind person. I hope we don't encounter any trouble later. Additionally, they haven't introduced themselves or inquired about my situation, or I seem to be just a stray cat picked up on the road. Soon a small earthen city gradually came into view for Situ Bingbing. The city walls were about 3 meters high, and based on the length of the walls, it could accommodate around 300 to 500 people. From a distance, Situ Bingbing could see that the city walls were built from locally sourced materials, seemingly a mixture of bricks with stones and dirt, with several machine guns mounted on top, where many people were gathered, appearing ready for battle. The city gate appeared wide enough for 2 trucks to drive side by side, but at this moment there were quite a few armed guards standing on either side of the gate, and a long line of people wishing to enter the city had already formed. The convoy that Situ Bingbing was in was originally part of the forces gathered at this point, so they faced little questioning when entering the city gates, and the captain appeared to hold some authority. Situ Bingbing clearly saw that before the convoy reached the city gate, the guards had already begun to disperse the survivors gathered there to clear a path for them. After entering the city, the convoy parked directly at the roadside. Situ Bingbing looked around and saw the remnants of demolished houses, indicating that these structures had given their all for the earthen wall. Nearby, many survivors who had fled were already gathered around the ruins of the houses. As the group of 17 disembarked, a young man in a leather jacket approached them. Situ Bingbing sensed trouble was brewing. "Captain Wong, what's going on? I thought you would return empty-handed, but it seems you brought something back." The young man in the leather jacket had a somewhat prominent jaw and sunken cheeks resembling a skeleton. He approached them with a sinister smile and said, "But how should we classify this little thing? Even if Captain Wong wants to improve our rations, it seems a bit insufficient, right? Zhao Liang, take this little guy to process a residence permit." As expected, Captain Wong is generous. However, while you were out collecting things, the city lord ordered that the current residence fees have doubled. The skeleton man said in a strange tone, watching Captain Wong with an expression of amusement. Captain Wong's lips twitched slightly, but he still took out 5 bullets from his coat pocket and handed them to the young man, named Zhao Liang, who took the bullets and pulled Situ Bingbing toward a nearby newsstand surrounded by armed guards. Even so, Situ Bingbing still noticed a hint of reluctance and regret in Captain Wong's eyes. "You just picked up a little kitten and you're already regretting it. What my father said is true, people's hearts are truly fickle." The newsstand was not far, and Zhao Liang quickly led her to the entrance, whispering a few words to the person inside, which were nothing more than where they had found her. He then handed the bullets to the person inside the newsstand and received a hexagonal copper token in return, on which a number 1 was drawn in red ink. Zhao Liang stuffed the copper token into his hand and then turned to walk back towards Captain Wong. Situ Bingbing rubbed her wrist, which was slightly red from being grabbed by Zhao Liang, and followed him. While Zhao Liang was speaking with the person at the newsstand, Situ Bingbing noticed a sign hanging at the entrance stating that 5 bullets could secure a 1-week stay, a pack of instant noodles for 2 weeks, and a block of compressed biscuits for 1 week, with other items to be negotiated on the spot. At this point, the skeleton man had already arranged for several vehicles driven by Captain Wong to be taken away. Seeing Zhao Liang and Situ Bingbing returning one after the other, Captain Wong shrugged and made a look of amusement before leaving. After the skeleton man left, Captain Wong coldly uttered a single word: "Leave." The group of 16 walked ahead without a glance at Situ Bingbing, who promptly followed. They walked approximately 500 meters in this eerie atmosphere. Zhao Liang suddenly turned to Situ Bingbing and said with some irritation, "All right, now that we are in the city, you can rest easy and stay here. We still have a mission and you don't need to follow us anymore." This road was crowded, and upon hearing Zhao Liang's words and seeing this strange group, those around could roughly guess what had happened, as they had seen similar scenes multiple times over the past months, some even having experienced it themselves. It seems that watching a commotion is human nature, and even in this apocalyptic world, many people pause to observe the unfolding situation, with all eyes focused on Situ Bingbing. Although they already knew that the poor little girl would be driven away, she stood there crying. Then she would helplessly search for the next person who could take her in, or simply perish in some corner. But as an awakened one, how could Situ Bingbing easily allow others to guess the entirety of her story? Situ Bingbing took off her small backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out a pack of 8 blocks of compressed biscuits. The moment she took out the biscuits, she could distinctly feel all eyes shifting from her to the small backpack in her hand. "Thank you, uncle, for bringing me here. Although it's only a little, please accept it." Situ Bingbing revealed an innocent smile and handed the biscuits to Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang was momentarily stunned, but quickly grabbed the biscuits as if they would fly away if he didn't. At that moment, Captain Wong stepped in front of Situ Bingbing and coldly asked, "Do you have any more?" Situ Bingbing feigned a look of confusion. Captain Wong then directly snatched the small backpack from her hands and rummaged through it, quickly pulling out a piece of chocolate and a candy before stuffing the backpack back into Situ Bingbing's hands. "We're leaving," he said, turning to walk away. The audience on the street soon dispersed. The farce had ended, and despite some twists and turns, the outcome was just as they had imagined, wasn't it? A tear quietly rolled down Situ Bingbing's fair and delicate face. Willingly offering up biscuits only to be met with greater greed and plunder. Are such people and places truly worth risking one's life to help? C2 Bingbing's heart questioned herself. I finally understand why my father so ruthlessly drove away Wei Shuwen when we encountered them near Nanjing. If a large amount of supplies had been discovered by them at that time, both I and C2 Zheng might have faced a threat from an awakened one along with more than a dozen armed civilians. But Captain Wang's actions protected himself. Without his intervention, I certainly wouldn't be standing here safely with my small backpack. At the very least, I wouldn't have been able to keep it. Was he trying to help me? Or was it pure greed? Or was he giving me a real lesson in survival in this apocalypse? C2 Bingbing gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and stepped into an empty alley. This copper token could only allow her to remain in this small city. All the necessities for survival, housing, food, would require a price to obtain, and that price might be blood, sweat, purity, dignity, or even life. Stepping out of the alley and onto the street once more, C2 Bingbing's confusion had vanished. She was not here to save someone or to help anyone, but simply to do what she needed to do. She arrived again at the city gate where the bustling crowd made it the perfect place to gather the information she needed. Suddenly a commotion drew her attention. Several guards were dragging a middle-aged woman toward the city gate. The woman was crying desperately, pleading for mercy, while a young boy around 18 or 19 with a severed arm was frantically bowing to the guards and the woman, but the guards remained unmoved, ruthlessly driving the woman out of the Earth City. It seemed these two had some notoriety within the Earth City. After analyzing the gossip from the onlookers, C2 Bingbing finally understood the whole story. They were a mother and son. When they first arrived, the son had joined a search team to provide for his mother, going out to gather supplies and feeding her by taking food from the corpses while living inside the city. However, during one mission, he was bitten on his right hand by several corpses and had to amputate his arm to save his life. It must be noted that although humanity has developed some immunity to the virus carried by the corpses, those who were only bitten could generally survive. However, being bitten multiple times would inevitably turn one into a corpse. Yet if the bitten area is severed immediately after the bite, one could escape death, which resulted in fewer people turning into corpses. Unfortunately, many others became disabled as a consequence. After losing his arm, the boy was expelled from the search team, and with no income, the mother and son faced being driven out of the Earth City to starve in the wilderness. In desperation, the mother had to resort to selling her body to barely survive with her son in the city, and suddenly the city lord raised the living fees by double. This meant that the pair, already living in cramped conditions, could only scrape together one person's living fee, resulting in the soldiers expelling the mother for not paying. The corpses are about to attack the city. Those outside are doomed. What a pity that it will be hard to find such cheap living arrangements in the future. Truly thoughtless. If you die, you leave a disabled son in the city, just letting him wait for death. Surviving is the most important. Keeping such a disabled person is just wasting food and resources. Hearing the whispers of those around her reveling in misfortune, C2 Bingbing quietly left the crowd and followed the one-armed boy. The boy's home was not far from the city gate, a room in a building that had been mostly torn down. He walked in lost in thought, leaving the door wide open. However, it seemed there was no need to close it. Looking in from the doorway, C2 Bingbing saw that there was nothing inside except for a straw mat. As she gently stepped to the doorway, C2 Bingbing sensed a strange odor wafting from within. It was a scent she had never encountered before, yet instinctively made her feel uncomfortable. Recalling the words of the people in town, she seemed to have an epiphany, her face slightly flushed. Out of politeness, C2 Bingbing did not step inside, but gently knocked on the door. "Get lost, you horny dogs. There's nothing left here," the boy shouted angrily without lifting his head. C2 Bingbing, who was inexplicably scolded, felt no anger. Instead, sympathy showed on her face. With a crisp sound, a hexagonal copper token was tossed in front of the boy, a particularly glaring red character drawn on it. The boy's eyes turned red as he lifted his head toward the doorway, where he saw a little girl around 6 or 7 dressed in a filthy tracksuit and carrying an orange backpack. Her fair complexion, paired with long black hair cascading down her shoulders, made her seem like a fairy descended from the heavens. As the boy, who had been squatting on the ground, suddenly stared at her with blood-red eyes, C2 Bingbing felt no panic. Her abilities had long been awakened. Seeing the boy's gaze gradually soften, C2 Bingbing spoke. "I can give you the item, but in exchange you must answer a few questions. If you find any question awkward or impossible to answer, you may refuse to respond, and I will still give you the item. However, I hope you will answer truthfully." "Damn, old man, handing me this nonsense as if I were something." 20 minutes later, the boy grabbed C2 Bingbing's hand and dashed toward the city gate. "All right, since you willingly give up your right to reside to that woman, we will let her move back in. But you must leave here immediately." The guard at the gate toyed with the copper token in his hand, squinting at the girl before him. "Have you thought this through?" C2 Bingbing's hand was beginning to hurt. It was the second time today that someone had gripped her forcefully, without her abilities to protect herself. Calmly she replied to the guard's question, "Yes, please allow that ant to move back in." Only after she said this did the hand that was tightly gripping her wrist gradually loosen. The woman who had been expelled from the city had nowhere to go. The guards simply called her name at the entrance and quickly found her. Seeing the mother and son weeping and embracing, the guards ignored them and turned to Situ Bingbing saying, "Now you should leave here." Situ Bingbing nodded slightly and walked toward the gate. At that moment she heard the woman's voice behind her, "Son, come kneel and bow to our benefactor." Hearing the words and the sound of knees hitting the ground, Situ Bingbing dared not look back. She feared that turning around would shatter her tranquil realm. The selfless love of a mother was something she yearned for too deeply. The package of compressed biscuits she had secretly discarded at the door should help them survive for a while. What a pity I missed another opportunity to test people's hearts and ended up pulling myself out of the city. Fortunately, the needed information is sufficient, but in a way it's for the best. Originally, that package of compressed biscuits was the leverage Situ Bingbing intended to use. She wanted to test whether everyone could resist temptation. But at the critical moment, she hesitated and faltered. What if the boy could not control his greed? Could she really bring her spatial blade down upon a living human? And what about that mother who sacrificed herself? Humph, damn old man teaching me all this nonsense, drawing circles to curse you, drawing circles to curse you. Achoo, achoo. Just after finishing shaving and looking at himself in the mirror, Situ Zheng sneezed several times. Could it be a cold? I need to check if my obedient daughter has prepared cold medicine for me. As she slowly walked out of the city gates, a comforting smile gradually appeared on Situ Bingbing's face after she distanced herself from the city's perimeter. At that moment, she sensed the gaze that had been watching her from afar since she left the alley had vanished. It seems this world isn't so bad after all. Half an hour later, Zhao Liang entered their barracks, and all 15 team members stared at him blankly until Captain Wang finally spoke up asking, "Why are you back so soon?" "The child has left the city, and there's nothing I could do to follow her," Zhao Liang replied gloomily. "Left the city? Alone? What happened? Could you share the details?" "Here's what happened." Zhao Liang recounted how Situ Bingbing had transferred her residency rights to someone else. Since he had only followed her from a distance, he was unaware of the conversation she had with the one-armed youth, and simply assumed that Situ Bingbing was hesitating internally about whether to take that step which delayed her. "I didn't expect the child to be so naive. It seems the lesson you gave her wasn't enough, Captain. It's pointless to discuss it now. Given her personality, it's a miracle she's survived this long. It's no wonder she would abandon her teammates. All right, everyone rest. If the undead start attacking the city, we might not have a chance to close our eyes day or night." After leaving the city, Situ Bingbing quickly teleported twice when no one was watching nearby. She needed to first understand the scale of the impending undead assault. After spending over 2 hours, Situ Bingbing arrived near the gathering point of the undead and estimated there were about 100,000 of them. However, the gathering of the undead was not yet complete. Situ Bingbing estimated that the final count might reach around 200,000. With the potential appearance of D1, the attacking force could reach nearly 300,000. The Earthen City might eventually gather over 100,000, and the undead would likely choose to besiege rather than launch a direct assault, forcing humanity to emerge for a decisive battle. If she could locate and eliminate the hidden M2 and D2, this siege might be thwarted prematurely. However, they were very cunning, making it nearly impossible to find them among the tens of thousands of undead. "Since I'm here, I might as well leave you all a little memento before I go." Situ Bingbing teleported to hover above the horde of undead, and she saw a glimmer in her eyes. Instantly, the flesh and blood of the hundreds of undead within a radius of several dozen meters of her dissolved into ashes, leaving only bones scattered on the ground. She then teleported twice more and vanished from the undead's line of sight. After landing, Situ Bingbing breathed heavily. What seemed a simple gesture earlier was a perfect combination of time manipulation and spatial abilities. Theoretically, Situ Bingbing's time ability could alter the time position and flow of all things, even reverting the entire universe to its initial void. However, this was merely theoretical. In reality, altering the position and flow of time faced significant limitations. Firstly, no one's mental energy could support time changes across the entire universe, necessitating the involvement of spatial abilities to isolate a specific area from the universe, allowing time manipulation within that isolated space. This way, time could change in a certain area without affecting other regions. Moreover, whether accelerating the flow of time or reversing it, the further one moved from the current time point, the more difficult it became. It was akin to a spring. You could stretch or compress it, but the further you went in either direction, the harder it became. Additionally, when you compress a spring, the moment you release it, the spring will rebound, exerting a certain effect on the body known as time backlash. Fortunately, accelerating the flow of time does not experience the backlash of time. The reason those undead turned to bones was entirely due to Situ Bingbing abruptly increasing their time flow rate by dozens of times, causing their cellular energy demands to surge dramatically, leading to a collapse of the cells due to the overwhelming demand and unchanged supply. It was like gently sipping liquid from a sealed jar where the jar would remain unaffected, but if you suddenly drained all the water and sucked hard, the jar would deform. Situ Bingbing referred to this ability as the temporal spatial domain. The only regret she had was that the temporal spatial domain could not be applied to herself, thus thwarting her wish to grow taller. However, after inquiring with Situ Zheng, she learned that all mental-type Awakeners' domain abilities are ineffective on themselves, which brought her some psychological balance. Thinking back, it made sense. If her domain could affect herself, wouldn't she also perish as the undead turned to ashes within that domain? As she slowly walked towards the Earthen City, Situ Bingbing observed that more and more people were being driven out. Most of them were elderly or physically impaired. All of them sat outside the city with faces full of despair. When the undead would attack, those behind the city walls might have a slim chance of survival, but for those outside, it was certain death. Situ Bingbing only watched them from a distance without approaching, as she couldn't guarantee whether some of these people might act out of desperation. In this apocalyptic world, without power, survival was impossible. Although she felt pity for those people, Situ Bingbing did not offer any resources from her storage space to help them. While those supplies seemed sufficient for her alone, they would be merely a drop in the bucket for the nearly 10,000 gathered outside the city. Looking at the Earthen City before her, Situ Bingbing decided to take the risk of approaching the city lord Guo Wanchuan for a discussion. Previously, from her conversation with the one-armed youth, she had learned that this Earthen City was called Wanquan City, and the city lord Guo Wanchuan was a mental-type awakener with the ability to manipulate metal. This was also why Wanquan City used such hexagonal copper tokens as proof of residence. As for whether his subordinates had other awakeners, that was beyond the knowledge of that youth. Approaching one or several unknown mental state awakeners was a rather dangerous endeavor. Furthermore, if Guo Wanquan were truly a benevolent person, this city would not be in its current state. Moreover, the undead would not launch an attack immediately, so Situ Bingbing did not act right away, but instead sat quietly to restore her mental energy to its optimal state. While resting, she was not merely resting, she was constantly pondering other uses for her abilities. Her composite power held many possibilities, and only through continuous exploration and learning could she advance further. Wanquan City is built upon a small town, the name of which has long been lost to history. Guo Wanquan chose the tallest building in the town as his palace, living like a local emperor. 2 months ago, he gathered a group of idle survivors through his formidable abilities, then eliminated the M2 that had occupied the small town, completely reclaiming it and renaming it Wanquan City. Afterward, he fortuitously discovered a significant amount of weaponry in an abandoned military camp, arming a batch of civilians. His reputation grew, attracting nearby survivors to join him. From those who had followed him from the beginning, he selected a few individuals to help manage the city. One of them was the skeletal man that Situ Bingbing had encountered. It must be said that this skeletal man was an expert in amassing wealth. He requisitioned all the cars, and anyone wishing to venture out for supplies had to rent them. He also devised a method of collecting a residence tax to gather bullets and food. The bullets and food he collected were used to arm new troops and cover the expenses of maintaining the forces. Though achieved through harsh exploitation, he managed to gather an armed force of nearly 10,000, the only downside being the lack of heavy weaponry, such as tanks and artillery within the city. After handing over his affairs to others, Guo Wanquan became a hands-off manager. To others, it seemed he spent his days indulging in feasts and revelry. While there weren't many beautiful women around him, he did gather a few attractive women who had fled to him, some willingly and others by coercion. Yet this was merely the surface. Guo Wanquan was acutely aware that everything he possessed was entirely due to his extraordinary abilities, which is why he never ceased training them. His training took place in an activity room on the top floor of the building. In the dead of night, Guo Wanquan had already drifted into slumber, holding one of his concubines, completely oblivious to the impending assault of the undead, contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere both inside and outside Wanquan City. Unbeknownst to everyone, a small figure appeared in the activity room on the top floor. Situ Bingbing, who had teleported into the activity room, using her spatial abilities, took in everything with the faint light. The walls of the room were covered with metal plates of various bizarre shapes, some concave, others protruding with sharp spikes. Scattered across the floor were numerous round bullets and hexagonal metal pieces. Even the main door was sealed shut with a large block of alloy. There was one particularly flat area on the wooden floor, while the surrounding areas were slightly raised. Situ Bingbing's eyes focused on that spot, and her round eyes began to slowly rotate counterclockwise. Then a proud smile appeared on her lips as she vanished from the room. The next morning, Guo Wanquan awoke, gently pushing aside the woman who clung to him like an octopus, donned a clean set of workout clothes, and approached the door of the activity room. As he pressed his hand on the doorknob, the metal block that had sealed the door melted away to create an opening. He then strode into the activity room, closed the door behind him, and sealed the metal block, once more beginning his day of training. With one hand, he grasped a piece of metal as if his hand were a sponge, the metal melting away like ice in a warm room absorbed into his hand. Then with a flick of his wrist, dozens of bullets shot from his hand, striking the metal plates on the wall with a loud clatter, leaving tiny dents in the metal while bullets scattered across the floor. Next, he crossed his arms over his chest, two long iron spikes emerging from his forearms, hovering in midair, soaring high, and then pausing intermittently. After flying for half an hour, they plunged forcefully into the nearby metal plates. He then moved to the center of the activity room and sat cross-legged right on that notably flat area that Situ Bingbing had observed the night before. As he remained still, beads of sweat began to roll down around him. In just 2 short hours of activity, he had already expended about 70 of his mental energy. Guo Wanquan needed to rest to recover. However, he had barely sat down when a sense of crisis washed over him. Before he could react, a sharp object was already pressed against his neck. "Don't move." A voice clearly disguised and sounding somewhat aged reached his ears. "Who are you? What do you want?" In a state of disarray after having his mental energy nearly drained, Guo Wanquan could not help but feel anxious, asking with a hint of nervousness. "Let all those driven out of the city in to avoid the undead assault." "That's impossible. If the undead don't attack immediately, the city will be paralyzed within 3 days with everyone crammed inside. I will ensure that the undead attack the city quickly. I hope you will be on the battlefield as soon as they do." "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose?" "I'm merely passing through, not wanting to see innocent people die." "What if I refuse?" "Unless your head is harder than that, I would prefer you not to refuse my request." Guo Wanquan swallowed hard and said, "All right, I agree, but if the undead do not attack within 2 days, I will still drive them out." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the sense of crisis lift, and he quickly turned around only to find that there was nothing behind him. At that moment, Guo Wanquan realized that his clothing was drenched in cold sweat. Panting heavily, he took a while to calm the turmoil within him, channeling his abilities to open the door and step outside. At that time, Situ Bingbing had already reached the city gate, sitting casually in an uninhabited area, closing her eyes to reflect on her recent actions. From the words of the one-armed youth, she learned that the Lord's mansion prepared several sets of workout clothes daily, and the Lord rarely ventured outside, leading her to deduce that Guo Wanquan must often practice the use of his mental energy within the mansion, quickly determining the room he used for training. At night, after entering through her spatial abilities, she found the spot where Guo Wanquan was accustomed to resting, then used her time abilities to ascertain his approximate timing, setting up a spatial marker. Indeed, she easily subdued Guo Wanquan, who had expended a significant amount of mental energy, with a single strike, using her spatial blade to coerce him into compliance, while slightly altering her voice to prevent Guo Wanquan from discovering her presence too soon. However, Situ Bingbing did not intend to conceal herself for long, as she would certainly be in plain sight when the undead attacked the city. Being overly dramatic now would only detract from her image. The only concern of Situ Bingbing was whether the pressure exerted on Guo Wanquan would be too great, potentially causing him to rebound. Although she had clearly told him that she was merely passing through and had no intention of contesting power. "But still, I cannot be careless," Situ Bingbing silently reminded herself. At that moment, a commotion was heard at the door as a large group of armed guards, along with 2 soldiers struggling to carry a large basket of hexagonal temporary residence copper tokens, approached, led by the skeletal man. "Everyone listen, the city lord has generously allowed you to temporarily reside in the city during the siege of the undead. However, this is limited to 3 days. If the undead have not attacked after 3 days, you must pay the residence fee to enter. Now everyone is to line up in order to receive their identity tokens. Anyone who dares to make noise or disrupt the order will be killed on the spot." As he spoke, the guards behind him synchronously pulled back their gun bolts, and the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Situ Bingbing, observing the skeletal man's actions, couldn't help but regard him with a higher esteem. He mastered the essence of using strict laws in chaotic times exceptionally well, and under his implementation of both grace and severity, the grievances of those previously driven from the city had lessened considerably. They all lined up to enter the city, but it would still take some time for the tens of thousands at the entrance to get inside. Situ Bingbing decided to confront the gathering undead first. Who knows how long they would take to attack if left unchecked. After several instances of teleportation, Situ Bingbing was now very close to the horde of undead. Observing the densely packed undead, she quietly concealed herself until her spiritual energy was fully restored, then decisively teleported above the horde. Immediately the realm of time and space was opened, and in the blink of an eye the dozens of meters of undead below turned to ash, leaving only a ground covered in bones. However, this time she did not leave. Instead, she remained in place, quietly waiting for the undead to gather beneath her feet before sending them back to the cycle of reincarnation. After repeating this 5 times within a short half hour, at least 400 undead had been eliminated. It seemed as though the undead had received some sort of warning, for they no longer approached Situ Bingbing, who was floating in midair. Situ Bingbing understood that this was certainly the doing of the nearby M2, but she did not search for M2's abilities amidst the sea of corpses. Feeling that her spiritual energy had already depleted by a third, she decisively teleported away. Upon teleporting back to a blind spot beneath the city wall, Situ Bingbing noticed that there were not many people queuing to enter the city anymore, so she leisurely walked toward the city gate. When it was her turn to collect her residence token, there were almost no one around. The skeletal man seemed to have issued residence tokens for a good part of the day. While in line, Situ Bingbing clearly saw him frequently tapping his left hand against his legs and waist. Little one, you're quite lucky, aren't you? In a world where kindness was almost unseen, the act of the Captain Wang picking up this little girl and gifting her residence rights to an unrelated person was nearly unheard of. Thus it became a topic of conversation among those who were still somewhat kind-hearted, and the skeletal man had vaguely heard of it. Thank you, uncle, but unfortunately, I don't have any biscuits to give you right now. Situ Bingbing sweetly smiled as she accepted the copper token handed to her by the skeletal man, her face revealing a hint of regret. The innocent and adorable expression of Situ Bingbing left the skeletal man feeling somewhat frustrated as he thought to himself, how has this little fool survived until now? He then turned back to resume his own tasks, never regretting his method of exploiting others to sustain and develop his forces, for he believed that without such actions perhaps the city of Wanquan could not stand tall. As the crowd at the entrance all entered the city, Wanquan City became crowded with people standing or leaning against the city walls. Even some previously empty alleys were now packed tightly. Situ Bingbing frowned slightly. Such a population density would cause considerable trouble for troop movements, and Guo Wanquan's decision to restrict entry was not without reason. Many people tend to choose the majority when faced with the dilemma of the majority versus the minority, but for Situ Bingbing, life was equally precious regardless of how many there were. After some effort, she finally found an empty corner where Situ Bingbing buried her copper token beneath a pile of construction debris before teleporting out of the city. At night, Guo Wanquan did not seek the company of his wives, but sat in a dark room with the skeletal man. He slowly opened his eyes and said, all residence tokens are within the city, no one has exited. Brother Wanxuan and the other party may not have even collected their residence tokens. Forget it, she will eventually reveal herself. You have worked hard distributing residence tokens today. Too bad, no suspicious individuals were found. By the way, Brother Wanxuan, an interesting incident occurred these past few days. Oh, what incident? It's about a little girl. What number was her residence token? 67843. Why do you suspect her, Brother Wanquan? She is in the city. Alright, it's getting late, you should rest. Oh, by the way, call Captain Wang over. Ooh, I have something to ask him. Sure, Brother Wanxuan, you should take care of your health. If what that woman said is true, then the undead will likely attack the city within the next few days. At this moment, Situ Bingbing's residence token was indeed in the city, but she herself was among the horde of undead. She slowly flew above a group of undead, and then those undead inevitably turned to bones. Today she had already eliminated over 400 undead alone. She could confirm that the M2 hidden within the horde of undead had reached the brink of explosion. They could no longer tolerate Situ Bingbing's provocations. If they continued to passively wait, the subsequent undead that had not gathered would be devoured by this food source. However, they still remained in place, unwilling to budge until dawn, when the M2 commanded all the undead to advance towards Wanquan City. Situ Bingbing, floating in midair, quickly noticed the movements of the undead, and a contented smile appeared on her face. She had finally achieved her objective. The next step was to identify and eliminate the M2. Of course, achieving such results was also thanks to Situ Bingbing's unique abilities, which allowed her to evade the undead while also eradicating them over a wide area with a quick recovery of her spiritual energy. Had it been any other awakened individual, they might have been overwhelmed and killed by these over 100 undead. However, before that, Situ Bingbing had something more important to do, so she remained in place, watching the horde of undead gradually move away, and began to quietly restore her spiritual energy amidst the over 500 skeletal remains. Unprecedentedly, Guo Wanquan did not enter the activity room on the top floor for cultivation today. Instead, he sat in the conference room, a place he hadn't occupied for a long time, pretending to meditate. As lunchtime approached, the skeleton man rushed in and said, Brother Wanxuan, it's terrible. The walking corpses are really attacking the city. Guo Wangquan opened his eyes slightly disappointed and said, "Got it. How are the arrangements inside the city?" Clearly, until this moment, Guo Wangquan still had not noticed any unusual movements among the people inside the city. "I have gathered those seeking refuge in several larger buildings within the city to prevent them from affecting the redeployment of the guards. Now the guards have all entered battle positions ready to engage the walking corpses at any moment. Moreover, those responsible for reconnaissance have discovered that the number of walking corpses seems to be somewhat fewer." Guo Wangquan's body trembled slightly as he nodded and said, "Good. I will personally command from the city walls." The skeleton man was startled. "Brother Wanchuan, what are you?" At this moment, Guo Wangquan was indeed extremely wary of that mysterious individual. An elusive awakener can force M2 to attack the city through the mass slaughter of ordinary walking corpses within just one day. Guo Wangquan thought of the promise he made yesterday and had no choice but to head to the city walls himself. He believed that the powerful individual would soon appear before him. When Guo Wangquan arrived at the city walls, the army of walking corpses had already entered his line of sight. From a distance, there seemed to be nearly 100,000 of them. Guo Wangquan's pupils slightly contracted. He had long known that there were approximately 100,000 walking corpses surrounding the area. Given the accumulation over this period, the number should have reached at least around 150,000, yet now only about 100,000 remained. A terrifying powerhouse had eradicated nearly 50,000 walking corpses within a day. Guo Wangquan was already imagining that after this battle, Wangquan City might change hands. He would never willingly hand over the city he had painstakingly built. The dense horde of walking corpses gradually approached. Inside the city, without heavy artillery, the people on the city walls could only watch helplessly as the walking corpses drew near. The feeling of impending doom weighed heavily on them, almost making them feel like they would vomit blood. Had it not been for the city lord standing calmly at the front, someone might have already fled. It was Guo Wangquan's first experience witnessing such a large-scale assault by walking corpses, and he felt as though he was being suffocated by the approaching horde. However, the pride of being an awakener prevented him from displaying any sign of cowardice, so he stood firm in his place. Soon someone could no longer endure the suffocating feeling. The gunfire erupted before the walking corpses were within range. One person took the lead, and soon the machine guns on the city wall erupted in a cacophony of sound. The skeleton man remained relatively calm. He scolded and kicked to stop those firing their weapons from wasting bullets. However, after the earlier commotion, the invisible pressure gradually eased, and no one fired their weapons without permission before the walking corpses entered the firing range. Meanwhile, at a distance where Situ Bingbing was located, she suddenly opened her eyes after meditating with them closed. "They're coming." In the distance, a dense swarm of birds was flying towards Wangquan City at an incredible speed. Last night, Situ Bingbing had already noticed that the M2 could no longer endure her provocation, yet they remained steadfastly in place. This unusual behavior immediately caught Situ Bingbing's attention. They must be waiting for something, and what they are waiting for is worth enduring such provocation. Moreover, until last night, Situ Bingbing had not discovered any trace of D1, leading her to conclude that they must be waiting for D1's arrival. Even after the horde of walking corpses left in the morning, D1's figure still had not appeared within her line of sight. This indicated that D1 was incredibly fast, able to catch up with the assault on the city. After analyzing the movement speed of the walking corpses and the distance to Wangquan City, Situ Bingbing could almost confirm that D1, which was cooperating with M1 to attack the city, was likely some kind of bird. If a large number of birds coordinated with the walking corpses to attack Wangquan City, it could cause devastating losses, as the city walls could not stop birds. Thus, Situ Bingbing resolutely decided to remain here to snipe D1. Heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. The target she had been waiting for finally appeared. Although still far away, Situ Bingbing could already see that this batch of D1 should be a mutated variety of sparrow, quite small, about the size of an adult's palm, with brown feathers and a beak that, while not long, was very sharp. This type of D1 was most feared by the defenders of the city. They were fast and small targets. Without sufficient flamethrowers, it would be impossible to inflict enough damage on such a flock. Moreover, even if there were flamethrowers, they would still pay a heavy price if caught off guard, potentially losing the city in one fell swoop with the help of M2. It could be said that ordinary small gathering points could hardly withstand such an assault from this batch of D1. However, Situ Bingbing's special ability was precisely the bane of this type of D1. She instantly teleported to the front of the D1 swarm, rapidly expanded her spatial domain, and the first few dozen D1 immediately turned to bones falling from the sky. Upon receiving the attack, the D1 swarm went berserk, charging towards Situ Bingbing in the air. Yet she showed no reaction, allowing the D1 to close in and surround her, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, until the leading D1 passed through her body. Situ Bingbing stood among countless D1, allowing them to surround her and pass through her without any reaction. At this point, she had employed another ability of her special power, which she referred to as the spatial barrier. It isolated a portion of space from the normal space, allowing others to see, but unable to attack unless the opponent's attack was powerful enough to break the spatial barrier and harm Situ Bingbing, who was isolated in another space. One must know that even the immense power generated during the self-destruction of the Nanjing underground research facility could not break the spatial barrier to harm Situ Bingbing and Situ Zheng, who were isolated outside the space. As Situ Bingbing's most relied upon defensive capability, the spatial barrier was certainly not something these D1 could break. However, Situ Bingbing's spatial barrier did not completely isolate her into another space, though otherwise her figure would not have left a projection in the normal space. Thus, her spatial barrier was not absolutely unbreakable. Seeing that almost all the D1 were gathered around her, forming a spherical object over 100 meters wide, she noticed a bird with very fast flying speed, golden brown feathers, and a long beak repeatedly flying past her. Situ Bingbing knew that the time had come. As several birds passed through her projection and the others had not yet approached, Situ Bingbing decisively deactivated the spatial barrier, and then the spatial domain erupted violently. It seemed as if the sky was raining hail, countless bird bones crashing down to the ground. They piled up into a medium-sized mountain of bones, blending with the myriad of corpses scattered around, resembling an open-air graveyard. Only after the bird bones fell did Situ Bingbing release the spatial barrier, once more her face slightly pale, clearly shaken by the scare. Due to the overwhelming number of birds attacking her, she had almost been pierced through by several of them the moment she unleashed the spatial barrier and activated her time and space domain. Fortunately, as the time and space domain unfolded in time, she quickly retreated into the spatial barrier, thus avoiding a disastrous outcome. At present, Situ Bingbing could not open multiple spaces simultaneously, so while she could move within the spatial barrier, she was unable to use spatial skills such as teleportation, nor could she attack enemies outside from within. If her projection was continuously attacked, it was entirely possible for her to be sealed within the spatial barrier and unable to escape. The battle at Wanquan City should be starting soon. Although my mental energy is quite drained, I need to hurry over. After calming herself slightly, Situ Bingbing vanished from midair in a flash. At this moment, the battle at Wanquan City had indeed erupted in full force, yet Guo Wanchuan, standing atop the city walls, did not feel particularly pressured. The ordinary corpses posed no threat to the city walls of Wanquan City, and they were unceremoniously blocked by the walls, subsequently falling victim to the firepower stationed atop. Everyone within Wanquan City felt that the siege by the corpses was not so formidable after all. They believed that it wouldn't be long before they could repel the attack, and then take advantage of the numerous corpses around to venture further for more supplies. Many people only realized how fortunate they were when they discovered a large number of bones while searching for supplies after the siege had ended. An unknown powerful being had decisively eliminated the most threatening attacking force far from the city. It seemed that there was a strange connection among various mutated creatures that humans could not yet comprehend. Just as Situ Bingbing eliminated the D1, the attacking M2 seemed to sense that their reinforcements had been completely wiped out, prompting 3M2 hiding among the corpses to make a desperate gamble, suddenly revealing themselves. With a terrifying roar, a swarm of cat-like M1 surged forth, darting out from under the ordinary corpses, using the uneven city wall to swiftly climb alongside an M2. Quick, stop them, fire. The people on the city walls immediately spotted this new batch of formidable enemies and swiftly turned their guns to unleash a torrent of fire upon the M1 and M2 charging towards the wall. The powerful firepower temporarily suppressed them midway, preventing them from reaching the wall. However, this caused the firepower in other areas to weaken, leading to another M2 managing to breach the wall with a team of mutated cats. This immediately incited chaos atop the city walls as the small-sized mutated cats mingled among the crowd, inflicting injuries, while the M2, with its devastating power, caused dozens of casualties. Damn beast, die. Guo Wanchuan, standing atop the walls, of course, could not remain uninvolved. He activated his unique abilities and flew upwards, unleashing a barrage of iron bullets, each one seeming to have laser-like precision, striking straight at the heads of the mutated cats. This singular action was no less lethal than the firepower of several machine guns, and there was not the slightest collateral damage. At that moment, had it not been for the ongoing siege, many on the walls would likely have erupted in cheers. The M2, which had been slaughtering amidst the crowd, sensed Guo Wanquan's arrival and immediately tensed up as if facing a formidable foe. However, surrounded by the crowd, it was clearly not a chance for confrontation, and it decisively lunged towards Guo Wanquan. Guo Wanquan shot a batch of iron bullets at the M2, but the M2 suddenly dodged midair, turning to avoid the incoming projectiles. However, having personally killed M2s before Guo Wanquan was well aware of their abilities and had long prepared a backup plan. The iron bullets in midair unexpectedly altered their trajectory, flying straight towards the M2's head. At this moment, the M2 was powerless to evade, and it could only raise its sturdy arms to shield its head. With a series of thuds, the iron bullets pierced through several holes in its arms, black, foul blood gushing forth from the wounds. Having sustained heavy injuries, the M2 let out a howl and jumped down from the city wall. Guo Wanquan, however, was not about to let the tiger return to the mountain. He transformed a piece of iron into a platform, stepping on it to pursue down the wall. Controlling the descent of the iron sheet with his abilities to prevent injury, he also fired several iron bullets into the M2's back, provoking another furious roar from it. The people on the city walls, seeing their lord personally stepping in to drive back the M2 and pursuing it, immediately erupted in excitement, raining down bullets like they were free. However, they noticed that at that very moment the onslaught of corpses became even more intense, with many mutated cats climbing towards the city walls without the M2 leading them. Guo Wanquan focused on pursuing the M2, inflicted severe injuries upon it, and the surrounding corpses were unable to stop him, further boosting his momentum, leading him quickly to a dead corner beneath the city wall. Feeling a twinge of unease, Guo Wanquan hurriedly concentrated his abilities to make the iron sheet beneath him rise rapidly. But just as he looked up, his expression changed drastically. The M2 that had launched the first attack earlier had actually circled around to confront him from the front, descending upon him. At the same time, the M2 he had been pursuing also turned around to chase after him. In a moment of carelessness, he found himself sandwiched between two M2. This is bad. Guo Wanquan realized the dire situation and shot 2 steel spikes at the M2 in front, trying to push it away. However, unexpectedly, his footing suddenly lightened, and he lost his balance, falling down. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of another M2 hidden among the corpses. The iron sheet beneath him had been pierced and taken away by the long tongue of that M2. Meanwhile, the M2 that had started pursuing him from behind was already raising its robust arms, intending to rip him apart. I underestimated the intelligence of the M2, and I was lured out from the safety of the city wall, chasing into a dead corner below, falling into the absolute kill trap of 3 M2. It's all over. Guo Wanquan's heart sank. Black foul blood splattered upon the city wall. Guo Wanquan fell to the ground, and the M2 that had been about to rip him apart was already sliced in two, its foul blood and entrails splattered everywhere. Lying on the ground, Guo Wanquan saw a small figure standing in front of him. She looked no more than 6 or 7 years old, wearing a tracksuit that had lost its original color, her long hair flowing in the breeze like a dancing sprite. Instinctively, Guo Wanquan thought of the little girl assigned the number 67843. Am I being saved? Is this little girl truly the powerful and mysterious awakened one? It makes sense. If she weren't such a formidable awakened one, how could she have survived until now with her temperament? Just as Guo Wanquan was lost in thought on the ground, a sweet child's voice entered his ears. Are you okay? I'm sorry for being late. I dealt with a batch of D1s earlier. C2 Bingbing's words pulled Guo Wanquan back from his chaotic thoughts. He looked at the small figure blocking him, and a glint of ferocity slowly emerged in his eyes. I'm fine, thank you. Be careful. An M2 is coming down from above. Guo Wanquan shouted, quickly condensing a steel spike in his hand. Hearing Guo Wanquan's words, C2 Bingbing quickly looked up and indeed saw an M2 diving towards her from above. With few zombies nearby, she decisively faced the approaching M2 without using her spatial domain. As the formless spatial blade sliced through, the diving M2 was torn into pieces midair. Almost simultaneously, the steel spike in Guo Wanquan's hand was also launched, but his target was not the M2, it was C2 Bingbing's back. The sharp steel spike penetrated C2 Bingbing's body without any hindrance, but this was merely her projection in normal space. The moment she sensed danger, C2 Bingbing had already hidden within the spatial barrier, thus avoiding this heart-piercing calamity. However, she could not escape the pain it inflicted. The person who had just saved her life moments ago was now ruthlessly attempting to take her life in this place teeming with zombies and surrounded by M2s. C2 Bingbing's heart, as exquisite as a colorful crystal, shattered into countless pieces. Seeing his steel spike penetrate the girl's body without drawing a single drop of blood, Guo Wanquan felt a sense of foreboding and immediately focused intently on the girl before him, wary of her potential counterattack. However, he did not witness C2 Bingbing's counterattack. Instead, he saw the girl slowly turning around, her beautiful face filled with disappointment and confusion, yet devoid of any intent to kill or anger. Suddenly, Guo Wanquan felt a rush of wind behind his ears and hurriedly turned around, only to find the remaining M2 had stealthily approached and launched a surprise attack from behind. Just as Guo Wanquan intended to conjure an iron plate to block the M2's assault, the flesh and blood of the M2 withered and crumbled into a pile of bones falling straight to the ground. Guo Wanquan turned back to look in the direction where C2 Bingbing had been, but there was no trace of her petite figure in midair, only heaps of bones left behind. With the death of the 3M2s, the zombie army began to descend into chaos. Guo Wanquan dared not linger beneath the city and used his abilities to create a piece of iron to fly up to the city walls. He appeared before everyone with the demeanor of a victor, shouting loudly, "All M2s have been slain by me." Guards seized the opportunity to eliminate all surrounding zombies. "Oh, the Lord of the City is mighty. The Lord of the City is invincible. Victory is assured." Hearing Guo Wanquan's declaration, everyone became excited. The crisis in Wanquan City was over, and they had now entered the stage of cleaning up the battlefield. It wasn't until the day after the zombie siege that Guo Wanquan learned from the skeletal man that the search team had discovered over 50,000 zombie skeletons and more than 100,000 bird skeletons at the original gathering point of the zombies, leaving him stunned for quite a while. If 150,000 zombies along with 100,000 birds had attacked simultaneously, Guo Wanquan believed that Wanquan City would undoubtedly have fallen. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for his actions. His daily ability training was interrupted for several weeks because of this. In his shock, Guo Wanquan also gained some understanding of the scale and situation of the zombie siege, which is why Wanquan City managed to survive in the future during several zombie sieges. On the other side, after C2 Bingbing eliminated the last M2 with her spatial domain, she immediately stepped into the spatial gate and reappeared at the original gathering point of the zombies. Amidst the sea of corpses, she did not pause for a moment and stepped into the spatial gate once again. After 2 consecutive jumps, C2 Bingbing finally stopped in a vast open field. C2 Bingbing suddenly sat down on the ground, pressing her hands tightly against her chest. Her delicate head was slightly lowered and her mouth was slightly open as she greedily and rapidly breathed in the fresh air of the open field. At this moment, C2 Bingbing felt as if a ball of flame had been stuffed into her chest, so hot and searing. After a long while, she finally regained her composure, slowly standing up. Although her face still bore a hint of desolation, there was no trace of resentment. After sensing her location through spatial fluctuations, she set off on the road to Nanjing. In the following days, C2 Bingbing encountered no other unexpected events. With the help of her abilities, she easily entered the secret underground research facility located in the Qingshan Lake scenic area on the outskirts of Nanjing and obtained the information within. Since she arrived in the evening, C2 Bingbing stayed at the research facility for the night. After taking a nice hot shower, she enjoyed a good night's sleep on a Simmons bed, not waking up until close to noon the next day. Walking alone on the road to Guiyang, C2 Bingbing suddenly thought of a strange question. Why hasn't the central government recovered the underground research facility in Chengdu, which has a large survivor gathering point? However, C2 Bingbing quickly realized that as a national secret research facility, it was natural that not everyone would know its exact location, and the central government would not assign people with low loyalty to obtain the information within. Thus, the central government would willingly allow those valuable materials to be buried underground. At this point, it had been 7 days since C2 Bingbing left Nanjing, meaning she had been traversing the wilderness and the ruins of the city alone for nearly 10 days, without any contact with anyone. The only sights she witnessed were the devastation and the zombies. Huff huff. C2 Bingbing took deep breaths. Seeing the shadow of a gas station not far away, she finally decided to take a rest. The relentless journey over the past few days had left her quite haggard, with faint bloodshot appearing in her eyes, and even her spirit often felt a bit dazed. However, thanks to this, she had managed to reach the borders of Guizhou within these 7 days. This was a method she had discovered to enhance her mental strength after helping Wanquan City out of danger, which was to keep her mental energy in a state of exhaustion at all times. It can be said that C2 Bingbing's discovery of this method was also thanks to Guo Wanquan's assistance. It is known that C2 Bingbing usually takes great care to manage her mental energy consumption, but during the final rescue of Wanquan City, she first eliminated the D1 group from a distance, and then hurriedly used her spatial abilities to reach Wanquan City. At that time, although the number of wandering corpses around was not high, using the spacetime domain did not yield good results, and her mental energy was already more than half depleted. Therefore, when she appeared, she did not immediately unleash a large-scale spacetime domain, but chose to attack M2 using the less energy-consuming spatial blade. However, Guo Wanquan's ambush completely disrupted C2 Bingbing's plans. In her sorrow, she opted for the fastest spacetime domain. After the rescue, she immediately used her spatial abilities to flee from the place that saddened her and traveled a considerable distance. This series of events left C2 Bingbing's mental energy completely drained. After this, she did not wait for her mental energy to fully recover, but pushed on as soon as it restored to one-third, only pausing for a proper rest after arriving at the underground secret research facility in Guiyang. Upon awakening, she was astonished to find that her mental energy had miraculously increased. Recalling Guo Wangquan's training methods for his abilities, Situ Bingbing quickly grasped the reason for her situation. However, she also understood that this rapid enhancement of mental energy was a double-edged sword of falling into an ambush by wandering corpses when her mental energy was depleted would be extremely dangerous. Yet the undeniable fact remained that her insufficient mental energy severely limited Situ Bingbing's spatial abilities. Should she steadily and slowly improve herself or rapidly enhance herself amidst crises? Seemingly inheriting Situ Zheng's love for adventure, Situ Bingbing resolutely chose the latter. Moreover, she could clearly sense Situ Zheng's good intentions in allowing her to venture out alone. Gathering her spirit at the gas station, she directly unleashed her space domain to clear the nearby wandering corpses. She then set up 2 layers of barbed wire and tin can warning nets around the gas station. After placing another layer of warning net at the entrance of the supermarket's warehouse, Situ Bingbing retrieved her sleeping bag from her storage space, crawled in, and began to rest while recovering her mental energy. Night fell silent as water, devoid of even the sound of insects in this apocalyptic world, as if all the insects had perished in the disaster. In the dark night, only a waning moon and countless stars continued to emit their light. At that moment, the sound of headlights and the roar of car engines shattered the tranquility of the night as a car sped down the road, faintly submerged in vegetation. The vehicle rushed past the first layer of warning net set by Situ Bingbing, the rolling wheels snapping the thin wire and the discarded cans hanging from the wire clattered before being drowned out by the roar of the car's engine. Suddenly, Situ Bingbing opened her eyes wide in her sleep. Dressed in her clothes, she quickly crawled out of her sleeping bag and stored it away in her storage space. Hearing the sound of the car's engine, Situ Bingbing quickly confirmed that the newcomers at the gas station were not wandering corpses, but humans. She swiftly retrieved some biscuits and drinks from her storage space and placed them on a shelf in the corner of the warehouse. At this moment, the car had already stopped at the gas station. Situ Bingbing saw 5 individuals, 2 men and 3 women, getting out of the vehicle through a narrow gap she had intentionally cut with her spatial blade. The first man to get out of the car didn't even notice the second layer of warning net set by Situ Bingbing and walked right past it, resulting in him almost falling after getting tangled in the wire. Damn it, he cursed, kicking the can that tripped him. Zhang Xingchuan, we need to be careful, there might be someone inside. The second man to get out of the car said as he drew a handgun from his waist and disengaged the safety. Ji, since there might be someone inside, maybe we shouldn't go in. Or what if we encounter bad people? A girl with long hair who had just gotten out of the back seat grabbed the handgun-wielding man's hand and said, "Let's go in and take a look. There shouldn't be too many people out here in the wilderness. Those things might have been left behind by previous survivors. Moreover, our fuel is running low and we have no food left. We must find some supplies, otherwise we won't be able to stay in the city even if we get in." The man with the gun shook his head, firmly squeezing the girl's hand to reassure her. He then took the lead and walked towards the supermarket. The other 4 followed closely behind him, armed with flashlights. Seeing them approach the supermarket, Situ Bingbing quietly hid in a ventilation duct in the warehouse. The ventilation duct was rather small, but fortunately she was not very tall, so hiding inside was not too arduous, though it was certainly not comfortable. However, she decided to observe these individuals for a while. If possible, she wanted to catch a ride, so she had to endure a bit for now. The supermarket was not large to begin with, and the supplies had long been taken by previous survivors. The group of 5 quickly found the warehouse. This type of supermarket warehouse was also not very big, and the pile of biscuits and drinks left by Situ Bingbing, though tucked away in the corner, was quickly discovered. "Look, there's food here." With the aid of the lights, Situ Bingbing saw a short-haired girl excitedly waving her flashlight, calling out to her companions. "Great. This is enough for us to eat for several meals." This time, it was a man approximately 1.78 meters tall who was the same man that had tripped over her warning net, named Zhang Xingchuan, who spoke. "We should fill up the car and leave this place. There must be someone here, or else there wouldn't be food piled up like this. Moreover, I saw a warning net deliberately placed at the entrance of the warehouse. If someone comes back, we might run into trouble," spoke the girl who had initially been urging everyone not to linger. "Even if there is trouble, we can deal with it later. I haven't eaten for 2 meals, and if you don't eat, I will eat first." After saying that, Zhang Xingchuan opened a packet of biscuits and stuffed some into his mouth. After a few bites, he opened a bottle of drink and started gulping it down. Seeing him eat so heartily, the others couldn't help but be tempted. Finally, the man holding the gun, named Ji, he said, "It's late, let's rest here. Generally, people don't venture out at night. Those here must have left due to some incident. Since everyone is hungry, let's eat something first." Tomorrow morning, we'll fill up the car and leave. Hearing this, the others finally stopped holding back and eagerly grabbed biscuits and drinks to devour. The only one who remained still was the short-haired girl who hadn't spoken a single word and had kept hidden behind the others. After the 5 people had eaten, they seemed to believe that the vigilance net set by Situ Bingbing would allow them to relax, and each found a place to sleep. They seemed very tired and soon fell asleep, not long after lying down. Their slumber did not mean that Situ Bingbing was asleep. At this moment, she began to analyze the personalities of these individuals. This group seemed to be led by a man named Ji, but another man named Zheng Xingchuan did not submit to him. If it weren't for the gun in Ji's hand, he might have already usurped power. The long-haired woman and Ji were likely in a romantic relationship. Her personality was rather gentle, and if she wanted to join this team, she could be a good breakthrough point. The short-haired woman had a straightforward personality, making her an easy person to approach. The 4 of them should know each other. The remaining woman had been hiding in a corner resembling an injured small animal. She had likely suffered harm from others, and she should have crossed paths with the other 4 by chance, as apart from the long-haired woman, who offered her some biscuits and a bottle of drink, the others had no reaction to her. As spring gradually approached, the sky began to brighten earlier. Soon a ray of morning light pierced the night sky, heralding the arrival of a new day. Among the 5 sleeping in the warehouse, Ji was the first to wake up. After waking the others, he said, "All right, let's move the food to the vehicle and fill it up with fuel before leaving here." Upon hearing Ji's words, the first to react was Zheng Xingchuan, who grabbed a large handful of biscuits and drinks and rushed outside. Then the long-haired woman and the short-haired woman took action, while the silent woman stood aside without any response. The food left by Situ Bingbing was not much. After they ate some last night, Zheng Xingchuan took away a large handful, leaving less than 1/3 of the original amount. Thus, each of the 2 women took some and finished it off. They then walked toward the door, and as they approached the entrance of the warehouse, a timid, slightly trembling child's voice reached their ears. "I'm sorry, can you leave some for me?" Who else could be speaking but Situ Bingbing? Upon hearing the voice, the 4 people in the warehouse became tense. Ji pulled out his gun without even turning off the safety and shouted, "Who is it? I'm coming out. Please don't shoot." Situ Bingbing quickly said as she crawled out from the hidden ventilation duct. When they saw that it was a dirty little girl, they relaxed. Ji also lowered the gun and asked, "Are you living here alone?" "Yes," Situ Bingbing timidly nodded and said, "The people who came took away everything here but refused to take me with them." "What should we do?" The long-haired woman looked at the helpless girl and the surrounding packaging and empty drink bottles left by their eating, suddenly feeling at a loss while holding the biscuits and drinks. Ji also frowned. Their group of adults came here to take away the food that was the lifeline for this little girl. Was this not simply pushing others toward death? Thinking about how they had fled here with their original group of over 10 people now reduced to just 5, he couldn't help but feel how difficult it was to survive in this apocalyptic world. As he contemplated their situation, he steeled himself to turn and leave. At that moment, the long-haired woman seemed to see through his thoughts, suddenly reaching out to grab his arm and gently shaking her head. Under the gaze and silent plea of his lover, Ji ultimately chose to compromise. "Little sister, we need to take these items with us, but if you are willing, we can take you to the nearest survivor gathering point. Okay, there are sometimes monsters that run in here. I didn't want to stay here any longer." In the apocalypse, staying outdoors is always dangerous, as no one can predict whether a mutated animal will pass by at any moment. Thus, after filling the car with gas, they quickly set off with Situ Bingbing. Among the 5, Zheng Xingchuan drove the car. Ji sat in the passenger seat, while the other 3 women squeezed into the back seat. Situ Bingbing was held on the lap of the long-haired woman. Seeing another person in the car, Zheng Xingchuan felt a bit displeased, but since Ji had said they would only take the little girl to the nearest survivor gathering point, he said nothing further. After all, their destination was also a large survivor gathering point in Chengdu, which was only a few days' journey away. In the car, Situ Bingbing quickly pretended to be extremely tired and fell asleep while secretly eavesdropping on the conversation among the others. From it, she learned that they were originally classmates from a university who had fled here. She also learned a few of their names. The long-haired woman was named Dai Xiujing, and the short-haired woman was called Wang Lily. Besides that, she did not gain any useful information. Situ Bingbing began to reflect on her experiences during this time. First, regarding the upper limit of her mental strength. After a week of training, her mental strength had improved significantly, enhancing the endurance of her abilities. Secondly, concerning her own behavior, Situ Bingbing felt a sense of confusion. Her ability to perceive people's hearts and see through their true intentions made her fundamentally disdain such people. However, due to her age and abilities, ever since she became aware of her surroundings, she had to disguise herself as someone who was not true to her feelings. Is this the nature of humanity? Situ Bingbing asked herself, now that I clearly have the ability to protect my own safety, why do I still have to repeatedly disguise myself and compromise in order to get close to others. Is this way better for self-protection? Or has the habit formed in the past subconsciously influenced me? What should I really do? Situ Bingbing's heart was in turmoil as she continuously questioned herself, and thus she spent a day and a daze. After leaving Situ Zheng, she had to find her own path, establishing her own sense of right and wrong and her own sense of good and evil. Let's camp here for tonight. If we get up early tomorrow and travel for another couple of days, we can reach the survivor gathering point in Chengdu. As the sky began to darken, Ji chose a relatively open area to stop and called everyone to get out and rest. There was a tent in the trunk of the car, and after setting it up, they had a little bit of biscuits and water. The three women and Situ Bingbing entered the tent to rest while the two men took turns keeping watch outside. Notably, the warning nets set by Situ Bingbing were also collected and placed around the campsite. After seeing that the three people in the tent had fallen asleep, Situ Bingbing stealthily teleported away from the tent. At this moment, their location was actually situated between Guiyang and Chengdu, even closer to Guiyang, so Situ Bingbing decided to take advantage of the night to visit the underground research facility in Guiyang to retrieve the data there. Situ Bingbing's spatial gate is a method of long-distance movement, but its unstable landing points make it inconvenient to use without detailed coordinates. Situ Bingbing has been trying to improve it and has now achieved some results. The first method is to set spatial markers at places she has visited to guide the opening of the spatial gate, but this method only addresses the transmission issues of places she has already been to, and the establishment of spatial markers is limited in number and time, as each one consumes a portion of Situ Bingbing's mental energy and continuously drains her mental power until the marker disappears. For the spatial gate transmission to unknown areas, Situ Bingbing could only think of a foolish solution, which is to try to make the landing point of the spatial gate high in the air, so even if she accidentally teleports into a horde of zombies, it would be less likely to result in an accident. Chongpoling Forest Park is located in Jinyang New District, Guizhou Province, 15 kilometers away from the center of Guiyang. With a total area of 3,486 acres, it spans the Baiyun and Wudong districts and is part of the forest belt surrounding Guiyang. It boasts the finest natural forest grassland in the entire southwestern region. With a forest coverage rate of 82.96, it is known as Guiyang's Ecological Museum. The underground secret research facility in Guiyang is built beneath Chongpoling Forest Park. Upon teleporting into the forest park, Situ Bingbing couldn't help but shiver. The temperature in the forest at night was surprisingly a few degrees colder than outside. Situ Bingbing rubbed her arms together with her hands, and after a while she felt that chill gradually fade away. Oh no, I can't find the entrance. Situ Bingbing furrowed her brows, thinking to herself. With no human interference for more than 3 months, the plants in the park were growing wildly, and many originally well-hidden markers had been covered by vegetation. Situ Bingbing sighed helplessly and looked towards a direction where a marker might exist. The round moon in her eyes began to rotate counterclockwise, and after a few minutes, she suddenly let out a muffled grunt, closing her eyes tightly and covering them with her left hand. A painful expression appeared on her face. Sure enough, the markers were buried by the plants a long time ago. Even if I push my past vision to the limit, I can't see the location of the markers. Situ Bingbing thought to herself. When using the time aspect of Situ Bingbing's space-time ability alone, she has only developed one method, which is to see events that happened in the past or future. When the round moon in her eyes rotates counterclockwise, she can see what happened in the past at her focal point, and this feeling is like rewinding a video. Her past vision can now see events that occurred within a week. When the round moon in her eyes rotates clockwise, she can see the future, but the future she sees is too bizarre. After trying it once, Situ Bingbing never wanted to look again. Situ Bingbing swiftly teleported into the air. Looking down from above, the situation improved somewhat. Although the small markers were no longer visible, some large buildings were still vaguely discernible. Thus, in midair, Situ Bingbing managed to find the approximate location of the secret test facility. Like a swallow diving into the forest, she swiftly descended towards the confirmed location of the research facility. As soon as she entered the forest, Situ Bingbing immediately felt that chill again. Something was wrong. Situ Bingbing sensed something unusual. When she first entered the forest and felt the chill, she simply attributed it to the coldness of the nighttime forest. However, entering the forest again, that chill was once again enveloping her, which was completely abnormal. Although Situ Bingbing is a mental type ability user, her powers have very limited physical enhancement, but she certainly wouldn't feel cold due to a few degrees of temperature change in a prepared situation. She landed on the ground preparing for battle, even though she still didn't know what was lurking in the shadows. Nevertheless, she felt a hint of danger. Situ Bingbing stood quietly in place, carefully sensing the changes around her. She seemed unaware that the temperature around her was slowly decreasing at a very slow rate. Is this the trick of boiling a frog in cold water? Situ Bingbing thought with a cold smile. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Although Chompoling Forest Park is a tourist attraction, it doesn't seem to be a good time for a vacation right now. Dear Mr. Polar Bear and Miss Arctic Fox. As soon as Situ Bingbing finished this sentence, the surrounding temperature suddenly returned to normal. Hee hee. Little sister, you're so cute. Come, let sister give you a hug. A towering man of 2 meters tall with a robust build emerged from behind a few large trees. He was wearing only a pair of knee-length white cloth shorts, barefoot and bare-chested. His body was covered with thick fur resembling a giant gorilla, with a big nose slightly flat and soft with curly hair. His eyes were a striking blue. On his shoulder sat a mature woman looking to be around 30 years old, but well-preserved with smooth skin and no wrinkles. Her hair was light golden, closely shaved to the scalp and tied into a ponytail at the back. She wore tight jeans on her lower body and a bandeau on her upper body, tightly binding her ample bosom, giving a suggestive impression. At this moment, she was smiling at herself while gazing at her own reflection. All right, Annie, you're at a certain age, so don't make such expressions. I won't be able to eat. There's nothing here for you. I advise you to leave early. What did you say? The woman referred to as Arctic Fox flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, but she quickly calmed down and showed a provocative smile at Situ Bingbing, puffing out her ample chest with a hint of pride. Little sister, are you jealous of your sister? Jealousy is not a good virtue, but don't worry, sister won't hold it against a child. Come, let sister help you massage your breasts. Situ Bingbing, clearly not prepared for such a topic, conceded defeat immediately. However, she only slightly furrowed her brows, her eyes still fixed on the two. While Situ Bingbing observed them, they were also watching her, and she distinctly felt 2 pairs of eyes scanning her from head to toe several times. The strong Russian man said, Philomena, stop messing around. Isn't there an old Chinese saying, isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar? Our country has historically been a friendly neighbor to your nation. We are merely here to retrieve some items that you have discarded. Little sister, why do you have to be so aggressive? Moreover, it seems you are currently separated from your companion. Engaging us would not be wise. We only need copies of the data within the research facility. What do you say? In this disaster, shouldn't all nations unite their available forces? As he spoke, he took a threatening step closer to Situ Bingbing. Situ Bingbing knew she was facing a formidable opponent. These two were Russian awakeners who had awakened before the disaster, codenamed Arctic Fox and Arctic Bear. One was an ice-type physical awakener, and the other was an ice-type psychic awakener. Their combined powers were exponentially enhanced. Thanks to Situ Zheng providing Situ Bingbing with the data on awakeners from various countries, she was able to deduce their identities from this slight clue at the first moment. Mikov stopped wasting time with her. She is merely a newly awakened individual and cannot be compared to us veterans. Let's take her down directly and then find the data. After all, as long as we don't harm her life, country Z won't turn against us. Philomena, don't be too confident. Her companion will never be too far from her. It's possible that her companion is right beside us. Mikov whispered to Philomena. Are you talking about Shadow? Philomena instinctively turned her head to look around upon hearing Mikov's words. They seem to think I have other companions hiding nearby. Seeing Philomena's actions, Situ Bingbing immediately deduced the reason why they had not acted immediately in a unknown situation. How could that be? Is that so? Well then, Situ Bingbing suddenly spoke, drawing the gaze of both opponents towards her. One of you can fight me. As long as you can defeat me in a move or two, well, gladly hand over the copies of the data. If you accidentally lose, then please return from whence you came. Situ Bingbing spoke as the two opponents looked at her. Philomena and Mikov suddenly caught an extremely sensitive term from Situ Bingbing's words. A thought stirred in their hearts. Indeed, Shadow is her partner. All right, we accept your terms, Mikov said. At the same time Mikov spoke, Philomena jumped lightly from his shoulder, landing a few dozen meters in front of Situ Bingbing, smiling. As she said, little sister, I am an ice-type physical awakener. If I make you cry, don't say I bullied you. As for me, I am a wind-type psychic awakener, Situ Bingbing. Situ Bingbing quickly replied, let's begin. Before leaving Nanjing, Situ Zheng had hardly given Situ Bingbing any instructions, but one thing he had repeatedly emphasized was to keep her time-space composite abilities a secret. Due to the phenomenon caused by Situ Bingbing's time-space abilities being somewhat similar to wind-type, Situ Zheng specifically advised her to identify herself as a wind-type awakener when necessary. Little sister, are you eager to get close to your sister? Well, just don't fail too quickly, that would disappoint me. Saying this, Philomena's figure flickered, leaving a small patch of sparkling ice on the ground before directly appearing behind Situ Bingbing. At this moment, her hands were covered with countless ice blocks resembling a giant crystalline sword slashing towards Situ Bingbing. Situ Bingbing activated teleportation, moving into midair, while Philomena struck down, without hesitation, at the empty space. Auntie, your speed is too slow. Humph. Philomena let out a soft snort as the ice crystals in her hands burst apart, shooting towards the airborne Situ Bingbing. At the same time, her figure flickered using the burst ice crystals to bounce and quickly close the distance to Situ Bingbing. In midair, Philomena resembled a target, and Situ Bingbing decisively shot out a spatial blade, which sliced through Philomena's body into two halves. However, the severed body did not splatter a single drop of blood, but instead transformed into two large chunks of ice that fell from the sky. At that moment, the ice crystals launched by Philomena had already surrounded Situ Bingbing, forming an implicit net. Then these ice crystals exploded again, shooting out countless fine needles towards Situ Bingbing. The attacks of a physical-type awakener came in wave after wave, and what Situ Bingbing initially thought was merely to attract her attention and serve as a landing point transformed into a killing move. If struck by such a multitude of ice needles, she would certainly lose her combat capability immediately. And using teleportation again would consume considerable mental energy, so Situ Bingbing decisively chose to retreat into the spatial barrier. The storm of ice needles penetrated the spatial projection left by Situ Bingbing without obstruction, not harming her in the slightest. It's actually the wind shadow. Not good. On the ground, Philomena suddenly sensed a hint of danger and immediately knew something was amiss. She hurriedly dodged just as a figure shot out from the second batch of ice crystals she had left behind. That figure was none other than Philomena herself. Almost simultaneously, a spatial blade descended from above, striking the ice crystals and shattering them into a pile of fragments. At the same time this pile of ice crystals turned to fragments, the first ice crystals left by Philomena were also sliced apart by another spatial blade. Damn it! Philomena shouted angrily, and then a large expanse of ice crystals appeared beneath her feet. At the same time, her hands were no longer just covered in a layer of ice crystals, but transformed into a deep blue resembling millennium ice. The ice crystals in her hands gradually melted and reshaped, finally forming a gigantic beast head akin to a fox made of ice and snow. Enough! Philomena stopped fighting. Mission aborted. At that moment, Mikov suddenly intervened to stop Philomena. Why? I could have defeated her. Philomena halted her assault upon hearing the words, her arms gradually reverting to their natural form. Yet she remained indignant as she demanded of Mikov. What would victory even achieve? Even acquiring those documents would fall far short. And if she sustained any injury, could you truly bear the fury of him? She was already a master of both Shunfeng and Wind Shadow. Upon hearing Mikov's words, Philomena fell silent. With a light tap of her foot against the ground, she leapt gracefully onto his shoulder, leaving behind a shimmering trail of sapphire ice crystals. Once settled upon his shoulder, she turned back towards Situ Bingbing hovering midair and said with a teasing smile, "Little sister, this round doesn't count. Next time we meet, we'll get properly acquainted." Mikov in turn clasped his fists in the traditional manner of ancient Chinese cultivators and bowed respectfully towards Situ Bingbing aloft. "Until we meet again." In an instant, they dissolved into two gleaming azure ice crystals. Just like that, they're gone. How elegant. Situ Bingbing descended calmly to the ground, approached the lingering ice crystals, and gently placed her palm upon one. A wave of crisp, penetrating cold surged up her arm, refreshing her mind and sharpening her senses instantly. She harbored no suspicion that these two awakened beings from a country would lie to her. Most awakened individuals who had emerged before the cataclysm carried profound pride. Such matters were beneath their dignity to falsify. What followed was straightforward. Having identified the general coordinates, Situ Bingbing swiftly located the subterranean cavity using her spatial ability and infiltrated the clandestine underground research facility. There she retrieved all classified data before racing back to Jiyi's group. Her timing proved fortunate. Their campsite remained undisturbed and her discreet departure went entirely unnoticed. Notably, while downloading the data, Situ Bingbing also thoroughly scoured the entire underground facility, stowing away weapons, ammunition, rations, and fuel into her spatial storage, then initiating the facility's self-destruct sequence. This protocol had been instilled in her by Situ Zheng. Should foreign forces ever target such facilities, immediate self-destruction was mandatory, not only to prevent data leakage, but also to serve as an urgent alert to Central Command. The facility's central control system employed military-grade encryption. Any unauthorized forced breach would trigger instantaneous detonation. And once detonation occurred, Central Command would instantly verify its authenticity. After an exhausting night, both battling foreign awakened beings and conducting a covert operation, Situ Bingbing felt weary. Yet the return journey consumed considerable time, and she had scarcely settled into sleep at Jiyi's temporary camp before dawn broke. The group was soon roused by Jiyi to resume their march, while Situ Bingbing continued feigning slumber inside the vehicle. Her apparent drowsiness drew no suspicion from Jiyi and the others. After all, her youth naturally aligned with such lethargy. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, entertainment was non-existent. Back at their former small settlement, idle days had been spent in little more than sleeping and drifting through thoughtless hours. Had they not later learned of the approaching zombie siege, prompting mass dispersal, their days might still have passed in perpetual napping and vacant staring. A young girl living alone for weeks at a gas station would inevitably develop such habits. It was perfectly understandable. As she continued pretending to sleep within the vehicle, Situ Bingbing mentally revisited her earlier duel with the two country awakened beings, analyzing their abilities with meticulous precision. This had been her first direct confrontation with awakened individuals whose powers had manifested long before the cataclysm. Their mastery was absolute, refined over years of relentless practice, utterly incomparable to someone like Guo Quan. Soon she reached an inescapable conclusion: had the battle with Philomena continued, defeat would have been inevitable. Philomena's comprehension and application of her ability far surpassed her own, allowing her to conserve energy with surgical efficiency. Furthermore, her longer awakening period granted her exceptional physical endurance as a limb-type awakened being, far exceeding what a mere months-old novice like Situ Bingbing could muster. Their disparity in combat experience was equally vast. Philomena bore the scars of countless battles, assassinations, frontal assaults, engagements with military units, and clashes against awakened beings of other nations. Situ Bingbing, by contrast, possessed only fragmented intelligence provided by Situ Zhang, general profiles, and rough capability assessments of awakened individuals. Moreover, their skirmish had not been a life-or-death struggle, giving Philomena greater control over her power's intensity. To incapacitate or wound Situ Bingbing without killing her, Philomena likely needed only 8/10 of her strength, whereas Situ Bingbing attempting the same restraint might manage no more than 6/10 or less. For instance, during that very fight, Situ Bingbing dared not unleash her ultimate technique, Temporal Domain. Yet this improbable retreat, achieved solely by a seemingly weak individual, stemmed entirely from the awe-inspiring reputation of China's Longzhu Dragon Squad among awakened communities worldwide. She had merely played the part of the fox borrowing the tiger's authority. The two country awakened beings clearly mistook her for a Longzhu operative, hence their assumption that she possessed an unseen comrade. Across nations, awakened operatives always deployed in teams of at least two. Even if one fell in battle, survivors invariably reformed squads or integrated into existing domestic units, unless a nation possessed only a single awakened being. Recently, China had lost 2 Longzhu members, making it highly probable that emerging awakened individuals would now be recruited into the squad. And once recruited, Longzhu would never abandon them to fend for themselves. Seasoned, formidable awakened mentors would inevitably be assigned as partners. Situ Bingbing's precise appearance at a national secret research facility, and her immediate recognition and thwarting of their intent, sealed their conviction that she was a Longzhu envoy. The sole reason for her solitary presence, they surmised, was that her partner must be the most enigmatic and universally feared awakened being on Earth, Long 12, codenamed Ing, a darkness-affiliated limb-type awakened being whose victims never knew when a blade would pierce their hearts. Another decisive factor compelling their withdrawal was Long 1, the Longzhu commander himself, a wind-affiliated spiritual-type awakened being universally acknowledged as the world's strongest. His signature techniques, Shunfeng and Wind Shadow. What is father's true identity? Why does he possess such extensive knowledge of the awakened across nations? Much of the material he handed me could not have been learned merely from being friends with members of the Long group. It was as if he had deliberately collected, studied, and analyzed their dossiers. By now, Situ Bingbing was certain there were countless threads binding Situ Zhang to the Long group, yet she still could not discern the exact role Situ Zhang had played in it all. At the same time, Situ Bingbing found herself unusually curious about Long E and Long 12. One could wield wind abilities with a finesse akin to spatial powers and be the world's strongest, and those two techniques were not even his ultimate skills. The other was the most enigmatic awakener in the world, mysterious and formidable like an assassin in the night, whose mere possible existence could cow two awakened from country E into trembling silence. The car suddenly braked to a violent halt, followed by a raucous chorus of shouting from outside. Still feigning sleep, Situ Bingbing had no time to wake before Dai Shoujing pulled her out of the vehicle. Upon stepping down, she saw that G.E. and his party had been boxed in by a massive convoy. 2 large buses sat before their car, along with a container truck, an oil tanker, and 3 jeeps. Every vehicle had been modified gun mounts welded to their roofs and machine guns affixed atop them. Wire mesh had been welded over the windows and windshield. The fronts had been reinforced and fitted with triangular rams. The machine guns on those vehicles were trained on them. More than a dozen figures leapt from the buses, each clutching a submachine gun, their faces savage and fierce. Only the lead jeep discharged 2 people. Situ Bingbing glanced over. One wore a relatively clean black suit, sunglasses, and long hair, a lit cigarette between his fingers. With him descended a woman, her hair coiled into a bun and her attire provocatively revealing. Her upper body was clad in a tight purple top, her lower half in an ultra-short skirt. Black stockings and high heels completed an overtly seductive ensemble. She was not strikingly beautiful, but carried a certain allure, her figure excellent. She clung to the man like a water snake and produced a lighter from the cleavage between her breasts. With a snap she lit it, the man used the flame to ignite his cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then blew the smoke gently into her face. Her expression became one of languid, sensuous intoxication. The man, apparently pleased, raised a hand and slapped her rounded hips a few times, drawing a coy squirm from the woman. He then turned his gaze to Ji and the others and said in a leisurely voice that chilled the air, "Bind the men and load them onto the vehicle, put the fat sheep into the pen, and be gentle with our lovely little lambs." After speaking, he wrapped an arm around the woman and climbed back into the jeep. There was no need for further orders. Those wolfish men had already closed in on Situ Bingbing and the others. Under the threat of dozens of cold muzzles, Ji and Zheng Xingchuan offered no resistance and were bound, then shepherded by a short man toward one of the buses. 3 burly men stepped forward and each hoisted a captive, Dai Xiujing and the others, onto their shoulders, prompting shrill screams from the women nearby. Perhaps because of the suit man's special attention, no one came to seize Situ Bingbing. Still feeling the malicious glances around her, she obediently followed the burly men. Strangely, Situ Bingbing and Dai Xiujing's group were not taken onto the buses, but were led past them toward the container truck farther back. With a heavy clang, the container door was thrown open. Those slung over shoulders, Dai Xiujing and the others, were shoved inside. Situ Bingbing, still walking behind and not yet able to see the container's interior, was grabbed by one of the men and tossed in as well. Then the container door was locked once more. The interior of the container was brutally inhospitable. With no natural ventilation, small holes had been bored into its sides to allow a trickle of air. Only a meager amount of light and air seeped in. Dark and fetid, the air was thick with stench and a faint peculiar odor reminiscent of the scent in the home of the one-armed boy from Wanquan City. It was dim. Situ Bingbing saw Dai Xiujing and the others huddled in a corner, trembling in terror. More than a dozen disheveled women sat or lay crowded together. They seemed to have lost all responsiveness to their surroundings, indifferent even to the arrival of new captives. Soon the container was filled only with the soft sobs of Dai Xiujing and the others embracing one another. Situ Bingbing felt the vehicle begin to move again. What do they intend to do? Where are they taking us? What does that suit man's talk of sheep and a pen mean? Although the convoy's direction was the polar opposite of Situ Bingbing's destination, the predatory looks on their faces and the bleakness of her surroundings left no doubt that these were no decent people and that they had surely committed atrocities against those women. Determined to help those unfortunate women, Situ Bingbing resolved to stay and assist them. "Can someone tell me what is happening?" she asked. The women inside the container had become like walking corpses and paid her no heed. Perhaps they thought she would soon suffer the same hell and felt it kinder to let her enjoy a bit more of normal life before plunging her into terror. Suddenly, the short-haired woman who had remained silent until then cried out, "They are plunderers, they are devils, they deserve to die." "Plunderers? What are those? Xiaowei, tell us quickly." Dai Xiujing and Wang Lili, suddenly halting their sobs, anxiously urged the short-haired woman known as Xiaowei for an explanation. Having spent some time with them, Xiaowei, pressed by repeated questions, at last stammered out what she knew of the plunderers and of her own experiences. Her account was disordered and fragmentary. She would lapse into long fits of crying at the saddest parts, and at times her words tumbled out so confusedly they were hard to follow. Even so, what she revealed turned Dai Xiujing and Wang Lili pale. They went limp and collapsed to the floor, utterly stunned. Upon hearing Xiaowei's words, Situ Bingbing's fury surged uncontrollably. Her small fists clenched tightly, her teeth biting deep into her lower lip. Were it not for the last vestiges of reason, she would have shattered the shipping container and slaughtered the entire convoy without mercy. Murderous intent blazed in her eyes like wildfire, so intense that even the full moon reflected within them could not fully veil its ferocity. Had the container's interior not been shrouded in profound darkness, any witness would have been paralyzed by sheer terror. The so-called raiders were bands of marauders and brigands who roamed the peripheries of survivor enclaves, lawless, unrestrained, and universally reviled by every settlement. They gathered in packs, preying upon every vulnerable convoy or enclave they encountered their passage, leaving devastation in its wake, like a locust swarm sweeping across barren fields, leaving only desolation and wailing in its trail. They slaughtered all who dared resist. The surviving men were given a grim ultimatum: join their ranks, or die like the others, only to be consumed as sustenance. Yes, food. From Xiaowei's trembling lips, Situ Bingbing learned with chilling clarity that human flesh was one of their primary sources of nourishment. Their conduct mirrored that of shambling corpses. Yet far more monstrous, they devoured not only their victims, but also their own fallen comrades, feasting upon them moments after death. Though armed with firearms and vehicles, they rarely ventured into cities or towns teeming with the undead. Instead, they hunted the defenseless, survivors stripped of weapons and will alike. Women captured by them suffered unspeakable fates. The raiders regarded them not as human beings, but as livestock, calling them sheep. Only a rare few, those deemed exceptionally beautiful and willing to surrender their dignity, might earn the favor of a warlord. All others were either used as vessels for lust and forced breeding while alive, or butchered and eaten when dead. Some raiders, warped by twisted psyches, inflicted atrocities too vile to name. Xiao Wei herself had once been seized by such a band. Timid by nature, she lacked the courage to end her life, and endured relentless violation. What shattered her utterly was the betrayal by her own boyfriend, who had once cherished her tenderly, yet abandoned her to join the raiders and aid their cruelty. Later, her captor's unit was ambushed by M2 forces. Seizing the chaos, she fled, and was soon rescued by Dai Xiujing and her companions. Xiao Wei was merely an alias. In her own words, the girl she once was had died. Her original name was buried forever, never to be spoken again. She had believed escape meant rebirth, only for fate to mock her cruelly. Just as Qingdu Enclave shimmered on the horizon, she fell once more into the raiders' clutches. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted to a halt. Situ Bingbing looked up. The sliver of light piercing the container's ventilation slit had dimmed to near nothingness. Xiao Wei's narration had been slow, fragmented, punctuated by long silences. By the time she finished, night had fallen. The raiders had stopped to set up camp, preparing for their nocturnal rites. Dai Xiujing and Wang Lili turned ashen, their faces drained of color, as if standing at the precipice of doom. Dai Xiujing especially recoiled, inwardly drawing parallels between Xiao Wei's treacherous lover and Ji Yi. She feared Ji Yi might betray their vows as the other man had, yet trembled at the thought of him harmed. Around them, the camp buzzed with activity. Nearly 100 figures moved with purpose, erecting shelters, kindling fires, shouting orders, their voices rising in chaotic chorus. The clamor swelled, crates thudding to earth, raucous laughter, sharp commands, until gradually the din subsided into uneasy quiet. For Dai Xiujing and Wang Lili, those silent minutes stretched like an executioner's countdown, each breath a step closer to the scaffold. Xiao Wei offered a remark. Whether solace or bitter irony, none could tell. Some things pass if you close your eyes and endure. So long as you draw breath, there remains a chance. A heavy silence followed, then the metallic rasp of a lock yielding. With a thunderous clang, the container door swung open. Several burly men stood silhouetted in the frame, leather whips coiled in their hands, barking, "You out now." Dai Xiujing and Wang Lili froze motionless, until a sharp crack split the air. A whip lashed across Dai Xiujing's back, leaving a livid weeping welt. "Move faster. I won't repeat myself," snarled the lead thug, his voice thick with menace. Stung into action, Dai Xiujing and Wang Lili leapt down from the container. Then the men selected 5 more women from within, before slamming the door shut again. They locked the container without a second glance, so accustomed to this ritual that they failed entirely to notice how a 6-year-old girl, Situ Bingbing, had leapt unaided from the towering container onto solid ground. 2 men flanked her front and rear, while 3 more closed in behind, herding the 9 captives across the open ground toward a makeshift camp. The clearing had been transformed. Perimeter warning nets stretched taut. 7 roaring bonfires blazed at the center, their flames casting long dancing shadows over clusters of seated figures. 10 tents, large and small, sprawled nearby. Beyond the firelight, armed sentinels patrolled the outer edges. One bonfire towered above the rest. Before it rose a wooden dais, shaded by 2 massive sunshades, beneath which sat 3 chairs. From afar, Situ Bingbing recognized the man in the suit, the same one she'd encountered earlier, seated on the rightmost chair. To his left sat a corpulent man, nearly 2 meters tall, clad only in a sweat-stained tank top. His bare arms bulged, his beer belly straining against fabric, his shaved skull gleaming faintly red in the firelight. The central figure was a middle-aged man, around 185 meters tall, dressed in a long gray trench coat. His face was deeply tanned, bristling with coarse stubble, a long knife scar slashing diagonally across one weathered temple. The leader rose as the captives were marched forward. Clapping sharply, he commanded, "Brothers, silence." His authority was absolute. Instantly, all chatter ceased, hands stilled, tools lowered, leaving only the crackle and pop of burning timber echoing across the hushed expanse. "Today the Falcon Convoy claims new spoils." He boomed, arms raised high. 2 men and 4 lambs now stand before their moment of choice. Let us bear witness to this sacred rite. His tone suggested this was no anomaly. It was ritual, rehearsed, codified. Even distant sentinels who should not have heard his voice hurried in from the perimeter. Situ Bingbing watched cold and still as the patrolmen converged, drawn not by urgency, but by habit. Bring them forward, the cloaked man bellowed. The burly men shoved Dai Xiujing forward, gesturing for the group to move ahead. With no choice, Situ Bingbing and her companions were led into the center of the campfire circle under the watchful eyes of over 100 onlookers. Almost simultaneously, Ji Yi and Zheng Xingchuan were dragged and bound tightly with ropes. They bore the marks of brutal treatment, swollen bruises, split lips, oozing blood, clothes stained with dust, and boot prints. Their hands were bound behind their backs. When they reached the open ground, their captors shoved them hard, sending them crashing onto the earth. One captor then straddled them, swiftly untying the ropes before rising with a cryptic, knowing smile and walking away. Situ Bingbing watched as the men who had escorted them also withdrew, while the other women who had emerged earlier from the shipping container did not follow. Only 6 of them remained now, standing alone in the firelight. Seeing she was finally free, Dai Xiujing rushed forward and gently lifted Ji Yi from the ground. Gazing at his battered face, her eyes welled with tears. She tenderly wiped the wounds on his cheeks. When Ji Yi saw the whip marks across her body, silent tears traced their own path down his own cheeks. Oh, how touching, truly heart-wrenching. I almost hesitate to interrupt, the trenchcoat leader sneered. Brothers, bring forth the equipment. At his command, 4 men emerged from behind the large bus carrying a massive iron slab. They expertly balanced it atop the leftmost campfire. Meanwhile, 2 others carried a huge cauldron forged from an iron drum, placing it over the rightmost fire. He stepped forward twice, halting at the edge of the wooden platform, and addressed the 6 captives standing amid the 7 fires, gesturing toward the iron slab and cauldron. Welcome, newcomers. The Falcon Convoy is an organization that deeply respects human rights. Every soul who joins us may choose their own fate. You may join our convoy and become one of us, or you may refuse and become our meal. My brothers have surely already explained what joining the Falcon Convoy demands and what it offers. I see no need to repeat it. Then he turned his gaze upon Situ Bingbing and the others. My dear little lambs, do you know what you must do? Though Dai Xiujing and the others had already learned the truth about the raiders from Xiao Wei, hearing those words, Faceta face still drained the color from their faces. Splendid expressions, so you already understand. Huh, then I'm spared the trouble of explanation. He clapped once, then pointed again toward the slab and cauldron. Behold, the welcome ceremony is prepared. The iron slab, searing hot above the flames, bore darkened stains, as if it had recently roasted meat, exuding a rich, greasy aroma. The iron drum cauldron steamed gently, releasing a thick, savory scent of simmering meat. Yet despite having fasted for an entire day, the 6 captives felt no hunger, only revulsion. For protruding from the cauldron's rim, whether by accident or design, was a human hand. Choose freely, he declared. To your right, broth for new recruits. To your left, the roast we still lack for tonight's feast. As I said, we are democratic. You hold absolute sovereignty over your own destiny. His voice swelled with theatrical fervor, arms raised high as though bestowing divine grace. Seeing their hesitation, he lowered his arms, folded them behind his back, leaned slightly forward, and took a single deliberate step closer. Dear friends, choose swiftly. Our patience wears thin. Should you fail to decide, we won't hesitate to decide for you. His words triggered immediate compliance. The surrounding henchmen advanced in unison, tightening the invisible vice around the 6 trembling figures. I'm sorry, Xiao Wei whispered, and stepped forward first, moving to stand beside the cauldron on the right. Her act broke the silence. Zheng Xingchuan and Wang Lily followed, each stepping to the right. Only 3 remained in the center, Situ Bingbing standing alone, and Dai Xiujing and Ji Yi clasping hands tightly. Ji Yi closed his eyes, drew a deep, steadying breath, and gently withdrew his hand from Dai Xiujing's. Xiao Jing, take care of yourself. When I am no longer beside you, guard your heart well. Then, without looking back, he turned and walked resolutely to the left, tears slipping unseen from his lashes. Dai Xiujing's eyes flooded instantly. Tears streamed unchecked as she sprinted after him, flinging her arms around his waist from behind. Her voice trembled with raw devotion. Fool, how could you leave me behind? Didn't we vow it? Never let go, ever. But Ji began to turn, seeking words. But before he could speak, Dai Xiujing rose onto her toes and pressed her lips fiercely to his, silencing him utterly. They melted into a long, tender kiss, until an intrusive voice shattered the moment. How moving, truly overwhelming. The trenchcoat man exaggerated his awe, theatrically dabbing imaginary tears from his cheeks, then abruptly stilled and waved sharply to his men. Brothers, escort them to the grill. Right away. At his orders, several hulking brutes surged forward from the crowd, reaching for Dai Xiujing and Ji. Wait. Situ Bingbing, who had stood in silence until now, spoke suddenly. Her voice held quiet resolve, her expression burned with righteous fury. Yet her youth lent her anger and almost endearing innocence. "Oh, what does our precious little lamb wish to say?" He waved his men back, then turned to her with a wide mocking grin. "Why, oi." Situ Bingbing enunciated each word with icy precision. "Moi, why do this? You number so many, and you possess guns vehicles. You could easily scavenge food and supplies from the cities and survive decently. Why inflict such suffering upon others? You ask why? Why indeed? No reason at all. This is simply a world where men devour men. Yes, we have guns and cars. But why risk our lives battling feral corpses for scraps, enduring starvation one day and surfeit the next? We feast daily on meat and claim women at will. So tell me, why wouldn't we do this?" The trenchcoat man answered without shame, his tone smug, self-assured, utterly untroubled by her moral indictment. "In this hour of peril, you shirk contribution and worse, slaughter civilians and feast on the living. How are you not the same as those shambling corpses? Do you not know that even in obscurity heaven's will is manifest, and that within cause and effect good and evil come full circle? I urge you to rein in your course and return to the righteous path." Although Situ Bingbing's words rang with passion, her youth and the timbre of her voice robbed them of any real menace. A burst of contemptuous laughter swept the camp. The man in the windbreaker laughed, arrogantly amused. He had not expected such sharp tongue from so small a thing. "You say we do not contribute? Nonsense. We have always been contributing to the future of humanity," he mocked, setting off peals of laughter around him. "And as for heaven's will and karmic balance, I do not believe in such things. If fate and retribution truly existed, why has the world become like this? The world is what it is. The weak are prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. Now then, my little lamb, the endless game of asking why ends here. Have you decided? Live or die? If you cannot decide, perhaps I will grant you a small favor. Watch a good show before you choose." Situ Bingbing paid him no heed and spoke on. "One last question. Do you feel not even a trace of remorse for what you have done? Have you never yearned for a normal life?" For a heartbeat, there was dead silence. Then the camp erupted in thunderous laughter. They laughed as if they had heard the world's most ridiculous joke, doubled over in mirth. Situ Bingbing ignored their derision and merely swept a calm gaze across them. Even the fat man who had sat on the wooden platform leaned to the right and murmured to the man in the suit, "Old Three, you really found an amusing little thing. I haven't heard such a joke in a long time." Dai Xiujing and the others watched Situ in astonishment. She seemed utterly transformed, a stranger to the timid girl they had rescued at the gas station. When their laughter finally subsided, the man in the windbreaker grinned and said, My little lamb, you are special and clever. You have piqued my interest. If you are willing to join me, I promise you need only accompany me alone. Consider it a tremendous favor." At his words, the looks directed at Situ Bingbing shifted. The raw hunger in their eyes dimmed, replaced by envy and a new grudging awe. Situ Bingbing even noticed the envy in Xiao Wei's gaze. She drew a soft breath and began to walk forward, step by measured step, toward the iron cauldron where human flesh boiled. But she did not pause. Instead, she skirted past it and strode straight for the raised dais. Her eyes were fixed only on the man in the windbreaker. At last, she stopped before him, her eyes like the moon reflected in a well, unblinking and unwavering. Her heart lay as still as deep water, indifferent to the gazes around her. Beneath that placid surface, however, a violent undercurrent churned. "I have too many things left undone," she thought. "Oh, I cannot die here." The man above sneered down at her. A very wise choice," he said, his voice dripping condescension. "Believe me, tonight will be a night you will never forget," he added, as if promising a spectacle. "Indeed, I will remember this night forever." As Situ Bingbing's final words fell, the heads of two ringleaders behind the man in the windbreaker clattered to the ground. For the first time, Situ Bingbing unleashed her ability against human beings. If the hardest alloys could not withstand her spatial blade, how could mere flesh endure? As the two heads dropped, Situ rose and hovered midair. The one who had been looked down upon became the object of every upward gaze. Only then did the camp erupt into chaos. "My God, the child isn't awakened. Help! Don't be afraid, shoot. Run! What have we provoked? Spare us!" 100 voices rose at once. Some begged, some gaped in horror, some made futile attempts at resistance. But it was all too late. The fate of every soul there had been decided by the last question Situ had posed. To her credit, she had shown mercy. Anyone who had displayed the slightest remorse or yearning for a normal life was spared. Even so, after the sweep of Situ Bingbing's spatial blade, only 7 of the nearly 100-strong convoy remained unscathed, a sorrowful reality. The camp lay in ruin like a battlefield of Azuras, whose severed bodies littered the ground, and the metallic stench of blood overpowered the scent of meat broth. The surviving raiders trembled in abject terror as they stared up at the hovering Situ Bingbing, while Dai Xiujing and the others gazed at her with reverent awe. Among the survivors apart from the 7 repentant men was the leader himself, the man in the windbreaker who stared at Situ with vacant hollow eyes. Their positions had been utterly reversed. Situ floated high, expressionless and composed, while the man who had a moment before wielded life and death lay ensnared by spatial restraints, unable to move or speak. He had become a thoroughly vanquished captive meat upon the chopping block. When the spatial bonds dissipated, he collapsed to the ground, and he did not beg. He knew himself to be doomed. The powerful awakened before him had only wished to grant him the chance to speak as he had done moments earlier. Why, he rasped bitterly. You are so powerful, yet you consort with these weaklings and feign harmlessness. Aren't awakened supposed to be proud and aloof? You can command wind and rain. Even the leaders of large survivor enclaves treat you with deference. And you? Enough. Situ Bingbing's voice cut through him like clear ice. As I said, even in obscurity heaven's will is manifest, and within cause and effect good and evil turn upon themselves. You who have heaped evil upon evil without repentance will meet such an end someday. If not by my hand tonight, then by fate's. Ha 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 ha. How poetic. Fate's decree resounds in the void. Of cause and effect weave an unbroken tapestry of virtue and vice. Yet at its core it is but another grim spectacle of the strong devouring the weak, the mighty crushing the frail. Today I misjudged you and walked straight into your grasp. I accept that. But remember this, you are no different from us. Your hands too are stained with the blood of ordinary people. A blade of spatial energy sliced cleanly through the trenchcoat man's neck. With his death, unrepentant to the very last, the Marauder Syndicate vanished forever from this world. Your 7 lives are now held in trust with me. Should you transgress again, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and claim your lives without mercy. Now release everyone imprisoned inside the shipping containers. Gather all usable supplies. I will escort you safely to the nearest survivor enclave. Sister Xiao Jing apologizes for the fright you endured. Rest easy now. We depart at dawn tomorrow, and I shall stand watch over this camp tonight. With those words, Simu Bingbing vanished in a flash of spatial displacement. She had not traveled far, though she longed desperately to flee. Yet if she abandoned them now, what would become of the rest? And so though her spirit ached, she remained, sitting motionless beneath a towering ancient tree, her eyes dull and hollow, as if her soul had already drifted far away. Her thoughts were a tempest, her heart racked by torment. Indeed, the trenchcoat man's final venomous words had struck deep, leaving indelible fissures in her convictions. Just as in Wanquan City, she had known full well that admitting refugees beyond the walls would risk catastrophic overcrowding, crippling command during the zombie siege, triggering chaos, even precipitating the city's fall and mass slaughter. Yet she insisted that Wanquan open the gates to all. In her moral compass, life was inviolable. No calculus of numbers could justify sacrificing the few to save the many. Whether 1 or 1,000, life held equal weight, equal sanctity. But what of these marauders? Though evil, they too were living souls. Could quantity, or even morality, serve as a verdict on whether they deserved death? She refused to cloak her actions in the hollow piety of killing evildoers to protect the innocent. No matter how one framed it, her hands, this lifetime, were irrevocably stained with human blood. In this fractured, shadow-drenched apocalypse, where greed and wrath bloom instinctively and desire awakens unbidden, good and evil may not be opposing paths but converging currents. If only sustenance were abundant, perhaps they would not descend to such horrors. At that thought, Simu Bingbing's mind turned, inevitably, to the person who anchored her existence, Simu Zheng, still concealed in a secret underground research facility in Nanjing, feigning death. With their current power, awakened beings can only stave off total collapse, not restore balance. Perhaps only science holds the key to steering this world back onto its true course. He had spoken those words late into the night, hunched over his workbench, words she'd then grasped only dimly. Now they resonated with profound, crystalline clarity, though every phrase he'd ever uttered seemed imbued with quiet, immutable wisdom. Even possessing the same luminous intellect, the Yuanrui wisdom, she knew she fell infinitely short of him. If guilt gnaws at you, pause, and ask yourself, if given the chance to relive this moment, would you choose differently? Should your answer remain unchanged, then lay guilt aside. You made the best choice possible. Should it shift, then weigh both paths anew and discern which aligns most truly with your will. As Simu Zheng's voice echoed in memory, so too did his teachings, and slowly, steadily light rekindled in her eyes. Yes, if this was the resolution her conscience deemed most just, why condemn herself? All she need do was hold fast to her inner truth. In truth, the root of all this suffering lay not in individuals, but in the world itself. Deep within her heart, Simu Bingbing swore an unbreakable vow: whoever bore responsibility for this ruin, no matter their station, would pay to the utmost of her power. Yet another question coiled coldly in her mind as food dwindled. Such atrocities would inevitably recur. What then? Would she look away, or strike with the same merciless finality? Once more uncertainty gripped her, and when dawn's first light pierced the night's shroud, she still stood at the precipice of decision, undecided. Enough! I cannot bind every choice to a single standard. Let the future decide. Simu Bingbing murmured softly, then rose and reappeared atop the camp in a silent warp of space. The 7 surviving marauders, interpreting her earlier words as a chance at redemption, had labored through the night, restoring order to the camp with feverish diligence. They freed the women from the shipping containers, offered them shelter in the tents, and prepared instant noodles and biscuits from the 2 buses' stores as their first proper meal. They gathered the scattered remains and buried them alongside the grotesque caches of human flesh, collected weapons, and stacked them neatly inside the containers. Yet the thick coppery stench of blood lingered indelible and heavy in the air. To any outsider unaware of the truth, the sight would appear merely an unremarkable convoy, slightly better armed, slightly undermanned. At Simu Bingbing's sudden reappearance, the marauders instinctively recoiled a step, gazing at her with raw, trembling awe. 8 figures stood locked in silent, distant confrontation, until Simu Bingbing broke the stillness. You have done well this time. Relief flooded them, their restless, sleepless night finally yielding to calm. One young man, roughly 25 years old, stepped forward. Elder, he began hesitantly. Simu Bingbing, though outwardly composed, nearly stifled a laugh. To a 6-year-old girl, being addressed as elder by a man nearly 4 times her age was absurdly ironic, though she understood his intent was reverent, not literal. Still, the incongruity softened the weight pressing upon her heart. Seeing no rebuke, the youth gathered courage. Elder, we've carried out your orders. Dawn has broken. Shall we rouse them for departure? Yes. Wake them and prepare to leave at once. Each of you will drive 1 vehicle. The one I rode in shall remain with its original occupants. Simu Bingbing assented instantly. If anyone here yearned to depart faster than she did, she had yet to meet them. In this apocalyptic world, vehicles have become a scarce resource, though they consume a lot of fuel and often break down. Nonetheless, they are an excellent tool for transportation or for moving supplies, so the vehicle belonging to Ji Yi and his companions was not discarded by the raiders. Additionally, the raider convoy originally had 7 vehicles, so the car belonging to Situ Bingbing was still arranged for their own use. Originally, this raider convoy, along with the women imprisoned in containers, numbered over 100. After nearly 100 were killed by Situ Bingbing last night, the convoy was left with only those pitiful souls who had suffered severe abuse. As a result, the seating in this convoy was quite ample. Apart from the 8 people driving, the others nearly all chose their preferred seats. This led to the convoy being divided into several small groups, with the women who had been imprisoned together forming one group that boarded the same bus. Some women, like the one who snuggled up to the man in a suit during their first meeting and gained favor from several leaders due to her looks or other factors, formed another group that boarded a different bus. Due to the different choices made in the face of life and death, there was also a slight rift among Ji Yi and his companions. Ji Yi drove his own car, with Dai Xiujing sitting beside him, gazing at him with affection. Zheng Xingchuan sat alone in a jeep, occasionally chatting with the raider driving the vehicle. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei and Wang Lili shared another jeep. Only Situ Bingbing stood out in this group. Wherever she went, she was met with looks of reverence. However, she did not pay much attention to this, although the words of the raider leader yesterday stirred confusion in her heart. It also awakened her to the reality that the world was no longer harmonious. In this apocalypse, zombies and mutated animals were everywhere. Awakeners were no longer the ultimate deterrents hidden by the state, as she had no need to feign weakness to pity herself. She should fully display her strong side and not worry that her words, which did not match her age, would provoke others' doubts and astonishment. Ultimately, Situ Bingbing decided to choose an empty jeep and sat down in the back seat, closing her eyes to rest. Thus, this seemingly large convoy sped towards the survivor gathering point in Chengdu. The raiders were akin to ancient bandits, although they roamed and committed crimes everywhere. They would not stray too far from the gathering point, as their primary targets for plunder were those who ventured out from the gathering point in search of food or those intending to enter it. Straying too far made them susceptible to large groups of zombies. Therefore, although Situ Bingbing and her group were blocked by the raiders while on their way to the survivor gathering point in Chengdu, their activities over the past half-day had actually brought them closer to the gathering point. The drivers, eager to impress Situ Bingbing, drove the vehicles rapidly, and by dusk, they had already reached the gathering point. This was Situ Bingbing's first sight of a large gathering point. Rather than a gathering point, it resembled a large military fortress with towering concrete walls rising 10 meters high, seemingly endless from a distance, and equipped with shooting holes in the middle, clearly not entirely solid. Numerous heavy artillery and soldiers responsible for lookout and reconnaissance were stationed on top, The city gate was made of iron wide enough for 4 trucks to pass side by side, but currently blocked by wooden barriers, leaving only a narrow passage for one vehicle to enter with soldiers inspecting nearby. Within the walls, several tall buildings stood prominently. Clearly, this gathering point was established on the basis of a small city. Before Situ Bingbing's convoy could reach the city gate, they were stopped by soldiers guarding it. The Falcon Raider group seemed to be quite notorious in this area, and their modified vehicles were very conspicuous. Though there were no laws punishing these people in this chaotic world, the soldiers inside the city held a deep disdain for the raiders. "What's going on?" Situ Bingbing asked curiously as she saw the convoy being halted from afar by soldiers with several machine guns pointed at them, and even the soldiers on the city walls aiming their weapons at them. "Milady, as you said, raiders are extremely unwelcome. If it weren't for the soldiers being cautious about attacking us, they would have opened fire by now. As long as the convoy makes any suspicious move, they will shoot. So normally raiders seldom drive their vehicles close to the city. Even if they need some supplies, they send people to walk there to buy them, or use vehicles without any markings." "I understand. They'll go negotiate with them." With that, Situ Bingbing opened the car door and stepped out. The guard soldiers were momentarily stunned when they saw a girl resembling a little princess emerge from the raiders' vehicle. She wore a brand new pink lace dress, her hair tied into 2 ponytails, and sported a pair of red leather shoes. Her fair face showed no signs of dirt, and her large eyes sparkled like jewels. Such an outfit might not have been remarkable before, but in this apocalypse, how many people could wear new clothes and new shoes? Moreover, although most places now were not lacking in water, few could afford the luxury of washing their faces with clean water. Furthermore, there were also clean spots on the little girl that were not covered by the princess dress. If not for the fact that she came from the raiders' vehicle, the soldiers would have almost thought she was a girl out playing from the affluent area in the city. Thus, although the soldiers regarded Situ Bingbing, who was gradually approaching, with suspicion and vigilance, they did not aim their guns at her. "Hello, let me introduce myself first. I am Situ Bingbing, an awakener of the wind and spiritual system. During my travels, I encountered this gang of self-proclaimed raiders known as Falcon. I eliminated their leader and most of them. The remaining are just some pitiful people who were coerced or are willing to repent. I would like to bring them into the city to live. Please facilitate their entry as soon as possible." Situ Bingbing had a good impression of ordinary people, especially those soldiers fighting on the front lines to protect civilians. Therefore, she spoke politely, not appearing overly arrogant, and although her speech was fast, it was clear enough for the soldiers to understand. The soldiers were momentarily taken aback. They had seen awakeners before and believed that an awakener could indeed wipe out a raider squad, but they had never encountered such a young and approachable awakener. Most of the awakeners they had seen were proud, as if trying to grow their eyes to the top of their heads. Situ Bingbing's words had already convinced the soldiers to nearly 90%. Though raiders were unwelcome, large settlements like Chengdu did not prohibit their discreet entry. They had no reason to resort to such deception merely to infiltrate the city. Moreover, even if they entered, what real threat could 100 men possibly pose within its walls? As for the girl's claim to be an awakened one, there was no need for suspicion. Any falsehood would be exposed in moments. The soldiers exchanged brief glances. Then the squad leader stepped forward and said, "Esteemed lady, we fully believe your words, but duty compels us to ask you to demonstrate but a trace of your awakened ability." This sense of integrity was precisely one reason Situ Bingbing held such genuine respect for these pure-hearted soldiers. Unlike many leaders who shielded themselves by delegating awkward tasks to subordinates, these men bore responsibility themselves. They would never cast their brothers as scapegoats. Of course, Situ Bingbing replied with a faint, serene smile, and with that her body lifted effortlessly, hovering 1 meter above the ground. "Is this sufficient?" "Absolutely, absolutely. Now we'll simply conduct a routine inspection of your passengers and cargo. Then you may proceed." Relieved at having confirmed her status as an awakened one, the soldier felt immediate goodwill towards Situ Bingbing. Not all awakened ones were so approachable and gracious. Clashing with arrogant, haughty awakened ones would place the military command in an untenable position. They would seldom risk antagonizing such figures, even when wronged. At the squad leader's signal, several soldiers swiftly moved to inspect the vehicle. Everything matched Situ Bingbing's account. Few passengers aboard, and most were women. The handful of men appeared harmless, and the cargo consisted mostly of everyday essentials. The loathsome raider paraphernalia had already been removed. Yet complications arose during the inspection of the shipping containers. Upon opening one, they discovered a compact arsenal, enough weapons and ammunition for over 100 fighters. The soldiers promptly reported their findings to the squad leader, who in truth had spent the interim wrestling with discomfort. Confronting a newly emerged awakened one, he'd first requested a demonstration of power, then left her waiting idly while struggling to find appropriate words. Surely he couldn't treat her like a child. But after hearing the whispered report, he reluctantly cleared his throat. "Esteemed lady, are the weapons in the containers the issue?" Situ Bingbing responded with effortless empathy. Yes, I know. Noting the sly, knowing glint in her eyes, the squad leader inwardly cursed. He should have spoken to her, as though she were a child after all. Actually, this matter may spare you considerable trouble. Might I suggest you and your convoy enter the city, first register at the checkpoint, and remain nearby? I'll summon my superior to speak with you directly. He recited the lines like a memorized script, then stood frozen, staring blankly at Situ Bingbing. Very well, thank you. With a quiet word of gratitude, Situ Bingbing turned and walked back to her jeep. Moments later, the convoy rolled through the city gates. She noticed the squad leader did not return to his post. Instead, after speaking briefly into his radio, he fell into step beside the convoy. Leaning out the window, Situ Bingbing called to him, "Please join us in the vehicle. It will be easier to guide us to our destination." Without hesitation, he accepted and took the front passenger seat. As the convoy passed through the gates, Chengdu's layout unfolded before Situ Bingbing. The settlement had indeed been built atop a small pre-collapse city. A wide buffer zone, left deliberately vacant within the city walls, allowed for rapid troop deployment should the undead ever breach the defenses. The outermost district resembled a peri-urban fringe, scattered single-family homes surrounded by fallow farmland now barren and unyielding. Weeds choked the fields, rendering them desolate. Some plots even hosted makeshift shelters, while distant high-rises pierced the horizon. The registration post was little more than a temporary structure within the buffer zone manned by soldiers issuing blue waste tokens to newcomers. Situ Bingbing weighed hers lightly in her palm. It was plastic, simply crafted into a hexagonal shape bearing only the characters Chengdu and nothing else. All civilians entering the Chengdu settlement receive this token as official identification. Kindly park your vehicle over there. We expect my superior momentarily. Situ Bingbing followed his gesture. A row of prefabricated buildings heavily guarded and ringed with parked vehicles, occasionally punctuated by civilians wearing green waste tokens moving in and out. Her convoy halted. As onlookers spotted their vehicle, they froze mid-stride, gazing with unmistakable hostility. So the Falcon convoy truly is despised, Situ Bingbing mused aloud. She knew precisely why such glares followed them. Indeed, esteemed lady, you've done a great service. The vehicle came to a stop. Around it a crowd surged, furious, impassioned. The squad leader descended first, drawing stunned silence. Citizens recognized him instantly as the gate commander. Then Situ Bingbing stepped down. The soldier raised his voice, "Comrades, disperse. The infamous Falcon convoy has been eradicated by this awakened one. These survivors are merely victims. Please show them mercy." At his words, the crowd's gaze converged upon Situ Bingbing. Some studied her thoughtfully before turning away, while others regarded her with open awe. Only a dozen remained. Then abruptly they dropped to their knees before her. "Thank you, great lady, for avenging our friends. There is no need for such formality. I merely did what was right." Situ Bingbing spoke quietly, visibly ill at ease with the spectacle. The kneeling figures rose without hesitation. Having settled their debt of gratitude, they departed in silence. After locking the car, Situ Bingbing and her group, led by the captain of the soldiers, entered an empty temporary room. It was spacious, yet simple, furnished only with 4 chairs and a table. Situ Bingbing did not hesitate and directly took a seat on one of the chairs. The others regarded Situ Bingbing with a sense of reverence. No one attempted to sit with her. They each found a spot against the wall or simply sat on the floor. "It's been a while, but I still don't know your name." "My surname is Lu. You can call me Lu Chong or Xiao Lu, my lord." "All right, Lu Chong, let me ask you about those wearing green waste tokens we saw earlier." Situ Bingbing smiled and asked. To be honest, being referred to as my lord felt quite strange to her, especially as a 6-7-year-old child addressing a 30-something team leader as Xiao Lu was also something she found hard to say. "Oh, it's like this at our gathering point. Waste tokens represent individual identities. The blue waste tokens signify temporary visitors who might leave at any moment. The green waste tokens you saw earlier were worn by those who prefer to go out in groups to search for food, weapons, and other resources. Additionally, our military personnel wear yellow waste tokens during their off-duty hours. Ordinary residents who live permanently at the gathering point wear red waste tokens, while some wealthy individuals residing in the city center are known to wear purple waste tokens." "Oh, so you have a hierarchy here. What are the differences?" Situ Bingbing asked, puzzled. Lu Chong sighed and said, "No matter when, there are always differences between people. Regardless of the waste token, everyone can receive a bucket of clean water daily in the city. Except for those with green waste tokens, others can also receive food worth 5 yuan each day along with the water. You have currency issued here." Situ Bingbing was increasingly intrigued. Lu Chong's face displayed a proud smile as he continued, "How could we possibly issue currency without the government's permission? This is entirely thanks to Professor Situ Ping from the Technology Institute, who rewrote a program to encrypt a transportation card system. In fact, the waste tokens issued to you all contain a small intelligent chip that records the remaining amount of money. The chips have been specially processed, except for the unactivated green waste tokens. The other colored tokens will automatically increase by 5 yuan each day once activated. In that case, electricity supply must have been restored here. That's right. Manufacturing these items requires electricity. We found some diesel generators, but due to fuel and power issues, they only supply electricity to the wealthy area in the center. The card readers used elsewhere operate on dry batteries. What about the wealthy area? Most residents in the wealthy area have some background, such as being relatives or friends of high-ranking officials in the city or awakened ones working in the city. Additionally, some individuals who entered the city with a large amount of supplies exchanged them for a significant amount of virtual currency. There are also some individuals with foreign nationality. I understand. It seems concessions were made for the compatriots from abroad. My lord, I didn't expect you to understand this so well. Many newcomers are quite dissatisfied with this and have raised numerous complaints. Lu Chang said with a bitter smile. At this moment, the sound of a powerful car rushing outside caught their attention. Soon the car stopped at the door, and through the open doorway, Situ Bingbing saw a middle-aged man in military uniform disembarking from the military command vehicle. He had a large belly and a slightly stout build lacking the aura of a soldier. His face beamed with a smile that gave off a refreshing feeling. His somewhat deformed figure did not make him unpleasant. Instead, combined with his slightly round face and clean-shaven beard, he resembled a smiling Mithriya Buddha. Upon entering the room, he immediately glanced at Situ Bingbing, who was sitting alone by the table, and quickly scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision. He quickly confirmed that the main character was not hiding in the shadows, then walked towards Situ Bingbing with a smile, stopping about a meter away from her. Instead of speaking directly, he slightly nodded at Situ Bingbing. After she smiled back at him, he gently bowed and said, I am Wang Youcai, the logistics supervisor and reception officer at the Chengdu Survivor Gathering Point with the rank of Major. You may call me Xiao Wang or Youcai, my lord. Major Wang, you are too kind. I am also new here and have much to rely on your assistance with. Situ Bingbing stood up politely, returning the greeting. Just from the simple greeting, Wang Youcai had already preliminarily judged that Situ Bingbing was a very easygoing person. He wasn't pretentious and laughed as he said, Haha, assistance is not a big deal. If my lord needs anything from me, just feel free to ask. Please have a seat, my lord. Situ Bingbing did not decline and smiled, saying, Major Wang, you too, please take a seat. After Wang Youcai sat down, Situ Bingbing finally spoke up. Since you, Major Wang, have said so, I won't be pretentious. I happen to have a small matter I need you to clarify for me. Please don't find it amusing. My lord, feel free to ask anything. I have been wandering outside for a long time, and I just arrived here recently. However, I don't understand why you all call me my lord. Actually, it's nothing much. You see, awakened individuals are considered to be above ordinary people. Those M2S and D2S that are extremely terrifying to us are insignificant in your presence. Out of respect, we ordinary people generally refer to awakened individuals as my lord, and it gradually evolved into a title exclusive to awakened ones. Wang Youcai answered without hesitation. Though he spoke without pausing, Situ Bingbing could sense that he was holding back some information. However, she chose not to press the issue, knowing that the withheld part was likely due to some domineering awakened individuals. This also led her to abandon the thought of inquiring about information from Wang Youcai, as someone in his position would likely have too many considerations to speak freely. Asking too many questions at a first meeting could create awkwardness between them. Of course, once they became more familiar, it would be a different situation. With someone of Wang Youcai's status, he could certainly provide Situ Bingbing with a wealth of internal information. Although Situ Bingbing did not plan to stay here permanently, she did not want to create a tense relationship, so she decided not to ask any further. In fact, Wang Youcai had been wanting to say something, but he found it difficult to bring it up directly. His original plan was to answer some of Situ Bingbing's questions within his authority and then smoothly present his own requests. Wang Youcai's abacus clicked loudly, yet he unfortunately encountered the naturally astute Situ Bingbing. As her silence filled the room, the atmosphere turned somewhat heavy and awkward. In the past, everyone might have buried themselves in tea, but in this apocalyptic world, they could only sink into silent anguish. After several hesitations observed by Situ Bingbing, she quietly pondered that the timing must be ripe. At this moment, Wang Youcai mused to himself, this little girl is truly hard to fool. I merely retained some unfavorable aspects regarding awakeners in my previous question, and she detected it immediately. Now, with her silent demeanor, if I were to broach the subject of military supplies, I would lose the initiative. However, prolonging this stalemate was not a solution. What if she became upset and left? More crucially, what if I left a negative impression on her? Just as he was in a dilemma, Situ Bingbing's voice reached his ears. I observe that Colonel Wang does not seem to possess the demeanor of a soldier. It appears you are not from a military background. Situ Bingbing, who had kept Wang Youcai waiting, finally spoke. Her simple statement was like a melody to Wang Youcai's ears. He quickly replied, you have sharp eyes, my lady. Before the disaster, I was indeed a merchant. In such a vast gathering point with countless individuals coming and going, the head here has old ties with me, thus assigning me this task. Well, since Colonel Wang is a merchant, you must be here to discuss a business deal with me. Unfortunately, I have little of value to offer. The only items that might catch your attention are those vehicles and weapons outside. Seeing Situ Bingbing take the initiative to bring up this matter, Wang Yukai was naturally overjoyed in his fondness for her sword. Though he understood her previous silence was deliberate, her ability to act this way in the battlefield-like marketplace was already commendable. Moreover, her actions hinted at her subtle guidance. While pondering, Wang Yukai spoke quickly. Indeed, while bullets and shells can be produced here, the production of firearms is more complex and lacks the necessary production lines. Moreover, due to wear and tear, the army's demand for firearms cannot be met. This inability hampers the expansion of the army. As you know, when facing hordes of corpses attacking the city, the survival of the million residents heavily relies on the army's maintenance. I see that your group is not large. I wonder if you can part with some of these weapons. Oh, I see how it is, Situ Bingbing replied thoughtfully. These weapons are of no use to me, and I only hope that they can ensure the safety of those living here, as many of them have endured great hardships. However, I still do not quite understand the badge system here. If possible, could you explain it to me in detail? Of course, the badge system is actually a personal information system established by Professor Situ Ping to prevent resource wastage or duplicate claims. Aside from these blue badges, which only provide drinking water, all other badges require personal information and photos to be registered before issuance, along with a month of free accommodation, and each person receives only one. Of course, the free food provided is minimal. To live better, one must contribute. As you can see, a city of this size cannot function properly relying solely on our army. Upon formal registration, individuals generally have two choices: the green search team or the red internal affairs team. These are our internal designations. At this point, Wang Yukai paused, glancing at Situ Bingbing. Seeing no further response from her, he continued. Typically, those who choose to join the search team possess their own vehicles and weapons. They can freely leave the city to search for supplies. Upon finding resources, they must surrender a portion to the army, while the remainder can be exchanged for virtual currency to be stored in their badges for everyday living or purchasing other supplies. They can choose at will whether to go out or rest. In contrast, those opting for the internal affairs team will be asked about their skills or strengths, and the army will arrange suitable work for them within the city. Such individuals must report to designated locations on time and complete tasks to earn virtual currency. Naturally, due to the differing nature of the work, the amount of virtual currency earned will vary, and if one becomes lazy for an extended period, they may end up with nothing and be dismissed from their department. Once dismissed, the only option left to find work would be to join the search team. What about children, the disabled, or those without skills? Situ Bingbing inquired. For those individuals, we can only apologize. We can only arrange some manual labor for them, or they may choose to become apprentices. A portion of virtual currency will be granted based on daily work output. This is the utmost we can do, Wang Yukai replied helplessly. What about the wealthy district? The so-called wealthy district is actually in the city center, where power is supplied from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Around this area, we have established another wall. Individuals with green, yellow, or red badges will have one virtual currency deducted from their badges every hour if they enter. Blue temporary badge holders are not allowed to enter, while those with purple badges will not have any virtual currency deducted. Individuals holding purple badges will not be assigned work. If they wish to earn additional virtual currency, they must find ways themselves, either by joining the search team or finding work independently. Wang Yukai explained clearly, without reservation, laying out the pros and cons of the various badges in front of everyone present. He then addressed Situ Bingbing, saying, since some awakeners dislike restrictions, we do not proactively issue identity badges to those like you unless you choose to join our army. However, if you join the army, you will immediately enjoy the treatment of a major and can exchange experiences with other awakeners in the military to improve yourself. Furthermore, awakeners serving in the army have no regular tasks. Help is only requested when facing large-scale assaults by corpses, or when the army is attacking a gathering of corpses where there is a significant chance of encountering M2 or D2. Situ Bingbing pondered for a moment, then stood up and addressed those around her, saying, I promise to take you to the Chengdu gathering point. Now that my promise is fulfilled, the resources outside will be distributed equally among you. The path you choose in the future is in your own hands, and how you decide is up to you. I am merely passing through here, taking a brief rest before I leave. Although Wang Yukai felt a bit regretful about not being able to keep Situ Bingbing at the Chengdu gathering point, he was still very satisfied with the successful resolution of the weapon issue. Once these supplies were distributed to the common people, it would be quite easy to collect them back from their hands. My lord, if you need to stay in the city for a while, you can go to the Divine Craft Pavilion in the central area, where free food and accommodation services are provided. It is easily recognizable as the tallest building. Wang Yukai said. All right, now that this matter is settled, I will go out for a stroll. As she spoke, Situ Bingbing jumped off the chair and walked towards the door. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Dai Shoujing seemed to want to say something to her, but in the end she did not say anything. However, those pitiful women who had been rescued all knelt down as they saw Situ Bingbing truly about to leave, speaking in unison, "Thank you, my lord, for your grace of rebirth." Situ Bingbing's footsteps slightly hesitated, but she still walked out. At this gathering point, people do not need to carry their valuables with them or store them at home, but instead use virtual tokens, greatly enhancing security. Unlike in Wanquan City, where just taking out a pack of compressed biscuits drew everyone's envy. Moreover, the method of collecting supplies through this virtual currency system prevented resources from being hoarded by a few individuals, allowing the majority to benefit and accelerating the flow of goods within the gathering point, facilitating smooth and safe transactions. The person who devised this method was indeed a genius. Situ Bingbing soared into the sky, looking down at the gathering point, which covered an area of about 1,500 square kilometers and had 5 city gates. The urbanization level of this small town was not very high, with relatively few tall buildings in the center. By now the sky had gradually darkened, and Situ Bingbing planned to check out the Divine Craft Pavilion that Wang Yukai mentioned. With continuous training over this period, Situ Bingbing was becoming increasingly adept at using the spatial gate, with the intervals and distances between 2 gates gradually decreasing. Situ Bingbing noticed that her abilities had improved significantly with use, but she could not determine whether this enhancement was due to her increased mental strength or simply from becoming more skilled. When Situ Bingbing arrived at the city center, the sky had already darkened, but the place resembled a pre-disaster urban scene, with lights flickering on in several buildings. The other shorter houses also lit up, making the whole city stand out and appear particularly charming amidst the desolate apocalypse. Situ Bingbing quickly found the tallest building, the Divine Craft Pavilion. There were not many people in the central area, so Situ Bingbing landed in a nearby unoccupied spot and walked towards the pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance of the Divine Craft Pavilion, Situ Bingbing noticed that it seemed to be a star-rated hotel standing about 20 stories tall. Many cars were parked outside, mostly SUVs, though there were also some uniquely styled sports cars. A black Cadillac Batmobile, which Situ Bingbing's brother had once chosen, was parked inside. Although there were some people around, no one stopped Situ Bingbing as she walked over, for she was dressed neatly and did not appear dirty like those living outside. Entering through the automatic doors of the Divine Craft Pavilion, the interior featured a Chinese-style layout with marble floors and a red carpet leading from the entrance to the front desk. 2 young ladies in kipayos stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Situ Bingbing come in, they immediately smiled and bowed, saying, "Welcome to your arrival." Then the lady on the left gestured with her hand and said, "My lord, please follow me. Would you like to rest in your room first or dine first?" Hearing this, Situ Bingbing felt a bit speechless. Dining? It's not like she's from ancient times. However, she thought that since this was someone else's territory, she would just go along with the customs. Situ Bingbing took a closer look at the Qipao girl guiding her. She appeared to be around 20 years old, with an oval face, big eyes, wearing light makeup, and a few faint freckles on her cheeks, her long hair styled into a bun on top of her head. She wore a red qipao with distinct Chinese characteristics embroidered with large Chinese knots. On her feet were red high heels with nude stockings underneath. The name tags on their chests did not have names, but rather a number, 2722. "Let's go eat something first. I'm a bit hungry too." Situ Bingbing was not surprised that her identity as an awakened had been recognized by the employees here. After all, since the power supply had been restored, wireless communication within the city naturally could also be conducted. If Wang Yukai had not reported her situation, it would be suspicious. Situ Bingbing chose to settle here partly out of curiosity about other awakened individuals, and partly because she had been in a tense state since leaving the Underground Research Institute in Nanjing over 2 weeks ago and needed to relax a little. Awakened individuals are also human. They have their own social interactions, whether with other awakened or with regular people. Thus, when Situ Bingbing appeared in the dining hall, she did not attract the attention of those already dining. They merely assumed she was a child looking for her family, as ordinary children had a hard time surviving in this apocalypse, while some children from influential families still received good care. Situ Bingbing glanced at the people sitting at the dining table, estimating there were more than 30 of them, mostly aged between 20 to 40, with more men than women. At that moment, the guiding Qipao girl gently whispered in Situ Bingbing's ear, "My lord, there are currently 113 lords residing in the Divine Craft Pavilion. This area is the main hall, primarily used for gatherings and casual chats, hence it is quite crowded. If my lord prefers a more elegant place, please follow me to the back hall or to a private room upstairs for dining." Although the main hall was noisy with many people, the guiding girl's voice was not loud. However, most of the people in the hall were awakened, and under the subtle influence of their abilities, their hearing had reached the point where they could hear a pin drop. Thus, they focused their attention on Situ Bingbing. As their focus shifted, some visitors in the hall also sensed something and turned to look in the direction they were gazing. Suddenly, the hall fell silent due to a single sentence, with all eyes turning towards Situ Bingbing, causing the guiding Qipao girl to instantly pale in fright. At a loss for what to do, she secretly glanced at Situ Bingbing, but saw no hint of emotion on her face. At this moment, although most of their gazes were not directed at him, any single person who found him displeasing could easily lose their job and be forced to join the life and death search team. In the worst-case scenario, those who awakened could take revenge, leaving him with nowhere to be buried. As for those who looked at him, perhaps they would disregard him as if he were an insignificant insect. But what about the adult beside him, who was suddenly under the scrutiny of so many because of his words? Though she was quite youthful, one could even say she was still a child. Who knows what kind of personality such an awakened one would have? Would she be the type to be capricious? Just as the flag-draped girl leading the way was anxiously overthinking, a small figure appeared before her, effortlessly blocking all gazes with its presence. That figure was none other than the adult beside her. Everyone, I have just arrived, and am feeling a bit tired. If you have any suggestions, why not discuss them another day? Although Situ Bingbing's voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the quiet setting. The awakened individuals withdrew their gazes and began chatting among themselves. After all, for them, a new awakened one was not an uncommon sight, and since the other party had explicitly stated a desire for limited conversation, who would be foolish enough to approach and make things uncomfortable? One must understand that while awakened individuals may seem arrogant, this is mostly directed at ordinary people. Among themselves, they communicate as equals and would never provoke others without reason, as abilities are too unpredictable. Perhaps a seemingly insignificant ability could unleash terrifying effects under specific circumstances. Thus, awakened ones generally do not underestimate each other, as they have all awakened around the same time, and no one can be certain when another might surpass them. Please arrange for me a room on a higher floor with a view of the surroundings, and just send some food to me, Situ Bingbing gently instructed the flag-draped girl behind her. Yes, my lady, the flag-draped girl eagerly nodded in response. The flag-draped girl quickly contacted the front desk through her earpiece with Situ Bingbing's request, and soon received a response. She cautiously asked, "My lady, your room has been arranged on the 20th floor in the southeast corner. It's a double room. Does that work for you? If you're not satisfied, I can have them rearrange it for you." "That sounds perfect, just there will do," Situ Bingbing casually replied. "All right, I will instruct the kitchen to send the meals to your room. Do you have any special preferences for the meals?" No scallions, ginger garlic, or cilantro." What Situ Bingbing didn't know was that the chef, upon hearing her request, broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself how fortunate it was that she didn't ask for scallions, ginger garlic, or cilantro, or else it would have been hard to find those things in this world. Situ Bingbing's decision to eat in her room rather than the dining hall was mainly due to witnessing the state of the awakened individuals there. She felt their strength was somewhat lacking, and their abilities could at most handle 2 to 3 M2 at a time. If they encountered 4 M2, unless they turned and fled, it would surely lead to death. After taking the elevator, the two soon arrived at the door of the room. The flag-draped girl used a universal key card to unlock the door for Situ Bingbing, and after turning on the power, asked, "My lady, do you find this place satisfactory?" Upon entering, Situ Bingbing saw that the room was spacious, and as expected of a star-rated hotel, it was well decorated. There was also a wide balcony outside where one could gaze far into the distance. "Yes, I am very satisfied here, thank you. You flatter me. Serving you is an honor. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. The key card to your room will be brought along by the person delivering your meal," the flag-draped girl said somewhat nervously. "You don't need to be overly formal. I am quite easygoing. Come sit down and talk with me." Situ Bingbing pulled her hand, guiding her to sit on the sofa in the living room. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Situ Bingbing couldn't help but chuckle and said, "What are you afraid of? I want to eat you." Saying this, she unexpectedly produced a lollipop from somewhere and offered it to her, saying, "Come smile, and I'll give you some candy." With this playful interaction, the once reserved flag-draped girl couldn't help but giggle. However, she quickly reined in her smile and said shyly, "I apologize for my momentary loss of composure, my lady." Situ Bingbing feigned an innocent expression and said, "All right, let's drop the titles. In some places, girls your age already have children as old as me. You keep calling me my lady. Oh, I'm really not used to it. Since there are no outsiders here, just call me Bingbing, or you can call me sister." "Well then, I hope you can forgive my boldness, my lady." "Oh, you're at it again." Situ Bingbing covered her head in a mock display of helplessness, then, with a fierce expression, she said, "Next time you call me my lady, I'll make sure to punish you." With a playful smile, she then asked, "By the way, what is your name? Or do you want me to call you sister?" "Oh, my lady, I dare not." "Oh, really? Let's see if I don't punish you," said Situ Bingbing, lunging at the flag-draped girl and tickling her. "Uh-huh. My lady, don't. I. Huh. Realize my mistake. Huh. I won't dare again. Huh. Still chattering, just wait to see my wrath. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it. Enough. Bing Bing, dear sister. I was wrong, please spare me this time. Ha ha ha. Hearing the flag-draped girl finally speaking as she wished, two Bing Bing stopped, and after some playful antics both of their faces were flushed from the vigorous activity. Suddenly the flag-draped girl exclaimed, "Oh no, the food should have arrived." Without caring that her high heels had been kicked off during their earlier tussle, she ran to the door in her stockings. She flung open the door and indeed saw the delivery person standing there with a shocked expression. It turned out she had originally intended to leave, so she had not fully closed the door, but merely left it ajar, resulting in the delivery person hearing every bit of their playful banter. Thinking about how her earlier words could be misunderstood, her face turned even redder with her ears flushed bright. Just as the two stood facing each other, Bing Bing walked out, her two ponytails disheveled from her earlier frenzy. She glanced lightly at the waiter at the door and said, "What are you standing there for? Bring in the food cart." Hearing Bing Bing's words, the two finally remembered that the main person was still behind them. One made way, while the other pushed the food cart into the room. The waiter was a young man about 25 or 26 years old. He cautiously pushed the food cart into the room, and then said, "My lord, your dinner has arrived. I shall take my leave now." "Wait," Bing Bing said gently, but to the waiter it sounded like a thunderclap. "My lord, do you have any instructions?" The waiter's face stiffened, and he thought gloomily, "What's meant to come will come. How long did you eavesdrop at the door?" Bing Bing fixed her gaze on his eyes and asked, "In response to my lord's words. I just arrived. I didn't hear anything. I heard nothing really." "Is that so? That's for the best, you may leave." Bing Bing seemed to believe his words and waved her hand, signaling him to go. The waiter felt as if he had been pardoned and turned to leave, but before he did, he didn't forget to say, "My lord, enjoy your meal. I take my leave now." Just as the waiter was secretly pleased, thinking he had escaped, a slightly cold voice from Bing Bing reached his ears. "I remember your face. If any gossip reaches my ears, you can imagine the consequences." The waiter nearly collapsed, feeling weak in the knees, and he rushed out in a flurry. Seeing his embarrassed state, the girl and the Chi-Pao and Bing Bing exchanged amused glances. "I still have work, so I'll head back now." "No worries, sister, please stay a while longer," Bing Bing said to herself, then picked up the internal phone in the room and dialed the front desk, saying, "Is this the front desk? I just arrived here and need to understand some situations. 2722 will stay with me for now." After finishing, she hung up the phone directly, then turned to the girl and the Chi-Pao and said, "All right, sit down. Now no one dares to say you are slacking off. Let me see what delicious food we have." Bing Bing pretended to be very greedy, running to the food cart and lifting the lids off the dishes one by one. Although the meals were prepared for those who had awakened, they were not particularly good. A bowl of seaweed soup, a small plate of braised beef made from canned meat, a small plate of pickles, a bowl of white rice, and 2 steamed buns. "So much. I can't finish it all. A sister, come sit and eat a bit with me," Bing Bing called out. "My name is Lin Kier. Just call me Kier." All right, Kier, you might find it strange why I am treating you so well. I won't hide it from you. I had a strange feeling when I saw you that we might have a closer connection in the future. Though this is just a feeling and may not be true, it also has the potential to become a reality. Moreover, I really like your personality. Bing Bing, can all those who have awakened see future events? Lin Kier's doubts were unveiled, and she was moved by Bing Bing's honesty. She finally let go of all her burdens and boldly spoke her mind. Not everyone has that ability. Of mine is just relatively special. Actually, I haven't interacted with as many awakened ones as you, so I'm not very familiar with it. Sister Kier, hurry and eat, otherwise it will get cold soon. After saying this, Bing Bing used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of beef and started to eat slowly. Lin Kier did not decline and sat down at the dining table to eat. She imitated Bing Bing, picking up a piece of beef and eating it. So delicious. I haven't had meat in a long time." Before Lin Kier could swallow the meat in her mouth, she reached her hand back to the plate, unaware of the sly smile that appeared in Bing Bing's eyes. "By the way, Bing Bing, how old are you really?" Lin Kier asked while eating. Hearing Lin Kier's question, Bing Bing struggled to swallow the food in her mouth before speaking off topic. "My dad said, don't talk while eating, don't speak while sleeping." Lin Kier could only transform her confusion into appetite and desperately eliminate the food on the table. In fact, there wasn't much food, and it was soon cleaned out. At this point, she suddenly realized that something seemed a bit off. Stealthily lifting her eyes, she saw the rice divided into 2 portions, and nearly all the rice in Bing Bing's bowl had not been touched. Looking at the clean plate of dishes on the table, "I'll have the kitchen send over some more dishes. No need, I have food here," said Bing Bing as she pulled out a pile of canned goods from somewhere, including canned luncheon meat, canned tuna, and canned beef with potatoes. Where did this come from? Lin Kier looked at the suddenly appeared cans on the table, in surprise, gazing at the little girl before her with curious eyes. "Stop dazing. Open and eat." "Oh, Saying this, Lin Kier picked up 2 of the cans from the table and opened them. Then she placed them on the table and said you should hurry and eat too. And then buried herself in eating again. Soon the meal was finished, and after putting down her chopsticks, Lin Kier patted her slightly bloated stomach and said, so delicious. I really haven't felt full in a long time. By the way, Bing Bing, can you now tell me how old you really are? I am 6 years old this year. So impressive. It's nothing much. Sister Kier, why do you deliberately make yourself look unattractive when you are clearly very beautiful? Situ Bing Bing looked at Lin Kier's face and asked, those who come in and out of here are either the frightening awakened ones or some powerful figures from the gathering points. We commoners can't afford to offend any of them. If they were to do something excessive, we could only swallow our grievances and keep quiet. So to avoid trouble, we can only do this. Lin Kier said helplessly. I see. Then why didn't you choose other jobs in the first place? Initially, it was because the salary here is relatively high, but who knew there would be these situations? Now they no longer arrange for a different job, and I can only endure here. By the way, Sister Kier, aren't you a resident of the Central District? So you have to be deducted virtual currency to come in. No, our badges are kept outside the Central District. When entering, we exchange the badge for a work ID, and when we leave for home, we exchange the work ID back for our badge. Lin Kier said seriously. Seeing Lin Kier's serious expression and recalling her earlier greedy and cute demeanor, Situ Bing Bing's eyes narrowed. Thinking about the strange feeling she had upon first meeting Lin Kier and her crystal-clear eyes, Situ Bing Bing seemed to understand a bit about how Situ Zheng felt at that time. Bing Bing, where did you get that can just now? Lin Kier suddenly asked. I promise. Situ Bing Bing leaned her head to the side and said in a mysterious tone, actually my ability is not wind-based, but rather a space-time composite ability. Those things were taken from my storage space. Dad told me not to tell untrustworthy people about this. Lin Kier was taken aback, as she never expected this little girl to share such an important secret so easily. In this world where everyone lives in fear, she hadn't enjoyed such unreserved trust for a long time, and she secretly vowed to protect this secret. Kirji, are there any fun places around? Let's go out and play. Situ Bing Bing suddenly said. But I still need to. It's okay, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Situ Bing Bing said confidently. Well, alright. In truth, Lin Kier also longed to go out and have some fun. Ever since the disaster, she had worked hard at this gathering point to secure a shelter and food, yet she had never had the chance to enjoy the vibrant life outside. Every day she lived in fear of trouble, but now seemed like a good opportunity to take a stroll. Kier, Jia, we can't go out like this. I have some clothes for you, I change into one. As she spoke, Situ Bing Bing took out several beautiful outfits and some cosmetics and perfumes, handing them to Lin Kier, saying, Kier, Jia, pick a few that you like to keep and wear slowly. Lin Kier blushed slightly, but still rushed into the bedroom, holding the pile of clothes. During this time, Situ Bing Bing went to the bathroom to tidy her originally messy hair, then collected the dining cart and pushed it to the door. Then she walked to the balcony and gazed down from above, and she had to admit that the view here was indeed beautiful. Although the city had restored power, it was only partially, and even with the power back on, it was impossible to waste it casually in the current situation. Thus, the lights in the central urban area did not shine as brightly as during the prosperous times, illuminating the night and covering the beautiful starry sky. Instead, they twinkled like stars scattered across the dark night, corresponding to the starlight in the sky. Of course, this was from afar. Near the Divine Craft Pavilion, the streets were bustling with lights and activity. If it weren't for the absence of many advertisements and neon lights, it seemed as if the disaster had never occurred. Lin Kier quickly changed her clothes and came out wearing a pink one-shoulder dress adorned with white floral patterns, having taken off her tights and donned a pair of pink sandals. Her hair was let down, cascading long and dark down to her chest, and the faint freckles she had on her face were wiped away. Kier, Jia, you look so beautiful. Situ Bing Bing turned to see Lin Kier bouncing out of the bedroom and ran over, taking her hand, saying, Let's go. Okay. Lin Kier replied, holding Situ Bing Bing's hand as they walked out. By the way, Kier, Jia, I saw such beautiful scenery outside just now. Why is there no one living in such a nice room? Situ Bing Bing asked as they walked. In the past, many people like to live in high-rise buildings, but since the power supply in the central urban area cuts off at 6 a.m., many awakeners find it troublesome and choose to live lower down. As she spoke, she pulled Situ Bing Bing into the elevator. The two stepped out of the elevator. Although it was past dinner time, there were still many people in the lobby. Some of them brightened up upon seeing Lin Kier come out of the elevator. At that moment, Lin Kier felt a little uneasy under their gaze, gripping Situ Bing Bing's hand tighter. Sister, let's go. Situ Bing Bing took a step forward, standing in front of Lin Kier with a warning look at those who were staring at her. As those people receiving Situ Bing Bing's warning gaze quickly averted their eyes and busied themselves with their own matters, the two were still called over by the front desk as they passed by. Sir, please wait a moment. A woman in a suit at the front desk politely called out. What is it? Sidu Bingbing stopped upon hearing the front desk and pulled Lin Qiu over. Sir, Mr. Wang Yukai asked me to give you this token. As she spoke, she took out a purple token from the front desk and handed it to Sidu Bingbing. He is quite thoughtful. Sidu Bingbing accepted the token without hesitation, pulling Lin Qiu out. The previous batch of weapons would have posed a problem for Wang Yukai if they were in the hands of a single awakener, but once Sidu Bingbing distributed them among dozens of people, it became much easier for the military to reclaim them. Sidu Bingbing had given Wang Yukai enough face in this matter, and naturally he returned the favor by preparing a purple token for her with a significant amount of virtual currency stored inside. The two walked out of the Divine Craft Pavilion hand in hand, glancing at the somewhat deserted street, unsure of where to go. After all, one was new to the area, and the other was always engaged in the routine between the work and living points. Amid the slight awkwardness, they couldn't help but chuckle, and then they casually began to wander around. Originally, they had just decided to go out to have fun, and the destination wasn't important, so they decided to go wherever there were more people. The sight of the two beautiful women, one tall and one small, wandering aimlessly down the street drew the attention of those around them. However, those who could be active near the Divine Craft Pavilion were not without their wits. Who would dare to come and find trouble with a combination of a resident wearing a purple token and an awakener without one? Kirjia, look, there are so many people over there. Let's go see. Sidu Bingbing tugged at Lin Qiu's hand and ran forward. Hey, slow down, be careful not to fall. That place isn't going anywhere. Lin Qiu was pulled along by Sidu Bingbing running ahead, while looking forward, and indeed saw a crowd gathered there. However, Lin Qiu found it a bit strange because she often passed this road during the day and there wasn't anything particularly attractive about it. Indeed, Lin Qiu's memory was not mistaken. This place had nothing appealing about it, just some events that had transpired. As Sidu Bingbing pulled Lin Qiu closer, they overheard the surrounding crowd buzzing with discussions, seemingly eager to watch the unfolding drama. From the cacophony of voices, it seemed that some peripheral civilians had come to the central area to shop. In truth, it was not a significant issue if some seekers would also come to the central area to indulge themselves after obtaining a wealth of supplies. However, the problem was that they had brazenly bumped into a newly awakened individual. Bingbing, let's squeeze in and have a look, Lin Qiu said softly to Sidu Bingbing. Although I cannot meddle in every injustice since we've encountered this, perhaps I should intervene. Sidu Bingbing nodded effortlessly, using her powers to push through the crowd blocking their way, pulling Lin Qiu along. As they pressed into the crowd, Sidu Bingbing and Lin Qiu finally spotted the confrontation, though it was less a standoff and more a group of 7 ordinary people being thoroughly suppressed by a single awakened individual. The group of 7 stood tensely together, casting fearful glances at the awakened individual across from them, yet their eyes betrayed a suppressed anger and resentment that did not escape Sidu Bingbing's notice. Here, you stay here, I can handle this alone, Sidu Bingbing said gently to Lin Qiu. All right, be careful. Ladies and gentlemen, while there may not be many vehicles on the road at the moment, blocking the way like this doesn't seem right. It's a twist of fate that we can survive in this apocalypse and meet here. Why not resolve this peacefully? Sidu Bingbing released Lin Qiu's hand and walked toward the center. Her abrupt interjection immediately caught the attention of the awakened individual, who glanced over and saw only a 6 or 7-year-old girl approaching. With a purple waist token at her side, he did not take her seriously and quickly redirected his gaze back to the faces of the others. Oh dear, how unfortunate to be looked down upon, Sidu Bingbing said with a self-deprecating tone suddenly appearing between the two groups. Her sudden appearance drew everyone's attention. Although there were several awakened individuals in the city, few openly demonstrated their abilities in front of the crowd. Sidu Bingbing floated calmly in midair, saying, "Those who are unrelated, please disperse. I do not enjoy being the center of attention." With her words, many of the onlookers began to scatter. However, a few individuals wearing purple waist tokens remained nearby. Sidu Bingbing looked at them and asked, "Do you have something to say?" The remaining bystanders immediately retreated further away. Now that there is no one around, let us each take a step back and resolve this matter amicably. Sidu Bingbing addressed the awakened individual. "Oh, are you the newly arrived awakened one in the city? I have heard of your deeds. You seem quite fond of meddling in others' affairs. Is that typical of your kind?" The awakened individual looked at Sidu Bingbing with a provocative glance, implying that it did not seem characteristic of people from Z country. His unusual demeanor and words caught Sidu Bingbing's attention. She observed the awakened individual, who appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, handsome, yet somewhat unreal. He had medium-length hair and wore a white tracksuit with a blue belt around his waist which held a purple waist token. He stood barefoot on the ground, seemingly unconcerned about the small stones or other sharp objects that might injure his feet. So you're not from Z country, Sidu Bingbing thought to herself, feeling dissatisfied that a foreigner dared to oppress his compatriots in her homeland. Without the slightest regard for the other's dignity, Sidu Bingbing turned to the 7 seekers and asked, "How did this conflict arise?" Do not hold back. I will take charge of everything. My lady, some time ago the country reported the Atlantic tragedy and warned all coastal gathering points to evacuate. Are you aware of this? Of course I am aware of that. Situ Bingbing nodded in response, realizing that without the nation's announcement she and Situ Zheng would not have known of the deaths of Long Si and Long 11, nor would she have witnessed Situ Zheng's uncharacteristic loss of composure. Just a moment ago he had the audacity to shamelessly criticize the fallen, awakened members of the Long group. In our anger we approached him for a lesson only to discover he was an awakened one himself. One of the younger seekers pointed at the awakened individual. So that's how it is, you did well, and he indeed deserves a lesson. Situ Bingbing said softly. With her words the atmosphere around them grew tensed. It was as if she was directly declaring war. As Situ Bingbing spoke the crowd that had previously scattered began to gather again, yet this time she paid them no mind, welcoming their numbers. Previously Situ Bingbing had dispersed the crowd mainly to diminish the conflict, hoping that without onlookers the awakened individual would grant her some face, and the ordinary people, if they had any sense, would apologize to resolve the matter. After all, Situ Bingbing could not assist them forever. If ordinary people caught the attention of awakened individuals, it would not bode well for them. But now that the situation had unfolded this way, Situ Bingbing decided to give this individual a severe lesson, ensuring he would not dare to act recklessly on Z country's soil. At that moment, the awakened individual, seeing more people gathering, began to boast again. You Z country people are only capable of talking big. How do you compare to us from H country? If it weren't for our smaller population resulting in fewer awakened individuals before the disasters, we would have long become the dominant power in Asia, standing against country M across the sea. What does the Long group even amount to? They are still dead, aren't they? What? Can you deny it? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Enough. Situ Bingbing was truly furious, cutting him off with a loud reprimand. Although Situ Bingbing did not yet know the exact relationship between Situ Zheng and the Long group, there must be countless connections. Moreover, Situ Zheng often spoke to Situ Bingbing about many Long group members sacrificing their lives for the country, their loyalty unwavering even in death, which made Situ Bingbing proud of the Long group. In addition, the brief encounter with the awakened individuals from country E not long ago had filled her with admiration for the Long group's strength. Now seeing her heroes being slandered even in death was something that would surely ignite her fury. What? Do you want to fight me? Given your little arms and legs, perhaps it's best to just stand aside and watch me deal with these foolish individuals, lest I accidentally injure you and be accused of bullying the weak. The interruption came from Situ Bingbing's sharp reprimand, causing the H country awakener to feel a twinge of anger, yet he had no intention of truly clashing with her. He thought to himself, teaching a lesson to a few ordinary people may not be significant, but if I offend the Z country awakener despite their unimpressive strength, I am alone here and would be outnumbered, ultimately suffering the consequences. Humph. Situ Bingbing scoffed lightly and said, I now give you two choices. First, immediately kneel and apologize to the heroic martyrs of the Dragon team, and vow never to speak disrespectfully of them again. Second, I will knock you down and systematically peel away your flesh until you utter words that satisfy me. Ha! Jin Junxing laughed in anger, saying loudly, if that's the case, let me Jin Junxing see what capabilities you boastful Z country awakeners truly possess. Let the short-sighted Z country understand the power of the earth-based limb system awakeners. As he spoke, his body suddenly swelled, his muscles appearing as solid as stone. Situ Bingbing did not immediately launch an attack. She was conflicted about how to defeat this boastful character without killing him. In her eyes, he was even less threatening than an M2. Because Situ Bingbing's abilities were too destructive, one spatial blade could easily sever his head. However, she soon devised a plan. What's the matter? Are you scared, silly? I'll let you take the first move. The H country awakener continued to shout recklessly. Since you are so unaware of the situation, don't blame me. Situ Bingbing revealed a sinister smile and slowly floated towards Jin Junxing. Before the gathered crowd, a scene unfolded. The adorable little girl wore a smile akin to a little demon as she floated towards the boastful H country awakener, who stood frozen in place, his expression one of sheer terror, resembling a statue. Situ Bingbing came to a stop in front of him and said, do you know, there is an ancient saying in China, silence is golden. Your understanding of it seems insufficient, so I have temporarily bound your ability to speak. Although Situ Bingbing's voice was soft, those around her heard it clearly. Since you claim to be an earth-based awakener, becoming a statue seems like a fitting choice. Of course, as a statue you should not move, so I have also temporarily bound your ability to act. Situ Bingbing continued to speak in her gentle voice. She showed no concern for the impact her words had on those around her. As a fellow awakener, binding both the actions and speech of her opponent so effortlessly was akin to having complete control over his life and death. Once regarded as powerful and mysterious by ordinary people, the Awakener now appeared as helpless as a newborn in her presence. Oh, I suddenly forgot, didn't I give you 2 choices earlier? You have remained unmoved until now. It seems you have chosen to give up on the first option. What a pity. Oh, I am not one to resolve issues with violence. Why must you force me to act this way? Situ Bingbing lifted her hand, and with her fingertip made a swift motion through the air, revealing a thin scratch on Jin Junqing's rock-like muscles from which droplets of blood began to seep. Oh, you remain utterly still, not even flinching. You truly are a tough nut to crack. The onlookers fell silent, a chill running through them as they thought, devil. If that's the case, let's try a few more times. Situ Bingbing's finger continued to strike, leaving several long thin wounds on Jin Junqing's arms, chest, and thighs. At this moment, Jin Junqing, though his body and speech were bound by Situ Bingbing, could still feel pain. A sensation of both hurt and numbness flooded his entire being. He had long wanted to plead for mercy, but was unable to move or speak. In his panic and fear, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Oh, it seems I might have been too gentle. You show no reaction at all. Perhaps it's more effective to cut off a few of your body parts. Situ Bingbing smiled wickedly, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she scanned Jin Junqing from top to bottom, seemingly contemplating which of his body parts to remove. So what do you think? I'm being democratic here. I'll let you choose where to cut. Please tell me which part would be best to remove. Hearing this, the onlookers could not help but shout inwardly, too evil. You just bound his ability to speak. And now you claim to let him choose. Oh dear, you didn't choose, and instead made this strange expression. What does that mean? Do you still want to play a guessing game with me? Fine, I'm bored anyway, I'll play along with you. Saying this, Situ Bingbing pretended to ponder. Your eyes are fixed straight ahead. Oh, does that mean you want me to cut off your nose? Situ Bingbing asked with a smile. Oh, your eyes shifted to the side. Could it be your ears? Oh dear, why are your eyes darting around? Did I guess wrong? Do you mean for me to cut out your eyes? That's a bit challenging, but since you brought it up, I might as well give it a try. Hey, don't roll your eyes at me. Oh dear, why are you crying? You are quite strange, crying without making a sound. Situ Bingbing tilted her head slightly, pondering, and suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming, Ah! My apologies, I forgot that I had bound your ability to speak and act. The onlookers thought simultaneously, you didn't forget, you did that on purpose. It seems you have a lot to say, so fine, I'll release your binding shortly. I hope what you say next will be somewhat pleasing to hear. Situ Bingbing said, slowly floating backward. She would not allow a freely moving limb system awakener to remain near her. As Situ Bingbing released the spatial binding, Jin Junqing suddenly collapsed to his knees, simultaneously retracting his powers. He wiped the tears and mucus from his face, prostrating himself on the ground. While weeping and wailing incoherently, he pleaded with Situ Bingbing, saying, Your Majesty, I am blind to your greatness, unable to recognize the towering Mount Tai or the brilliance of Jin Xiangyu. Please, esteemed one, do not hold my ignorance against me. I am but a mere speck, let me go. Jin Junqing's voice, desperate and shrill, combined with his nonsensical words, provoked laughter from those around him. In that moment, the image of the once exalted awakener was utterly shattered. What nonsense are you spouting? Is the lesson not enough? Situ Bingbing had already withdrawn her previous playful smile, looking down from her lofty position at the kneeling Jin Junqing. Please, esteemed one, show mercy. I was wrong. The heroes who sacrificed in the dragon team were all gallant men of iron and steel. Their deaths weigh heavily like Mount Tai. Their sacrifice is a loss for all humanity. We must all remember their virtues and take their words and actions as examples. Just now I was momentarily blinded by ignorance and spoke disrespectfully. It was my folly, my ignorance. Please forgive me, esteemed one, I shall never utter another disrespectful word again. As Jin Junqing spoke, he struck his own face with great force. At this moment, the onlookers finally understood the cause of the commotion and began to reproach the kneeling Jin Junqing. Tell me, what does a person from H country seek here? What are your intentions? I see you speak quite fluently. You hardly sound like a foreigner. Esteemed one, I am merely in awe of your country's culture. Your rich heritage compelled me to cross mountains and valleys to come and learn. Please understand, I harbor no ill intentions. I am just an ordinary student here to study because I admire your culture and joined the literary society. All of this was cultivated in me through the influence of fellow members in the literary society. You barbarians lacking education do not recognize that our citizens abroad need your support to enjoy such privileges. You do not recognize the blessings from heaven, yet dare to act tyrannically here. With even a modicum of power, you show no gratitude and repay kindness with resentment, uttering wild words that disgrace the sages. Do you truly think that our great nation is devoid of capable individuals? Situ Bingbing's impassioned words immediately garnered agreement from the surrounding onlookers. Even the kneeling Jin Junqing paled, as Ash dared not raise his head. However, my great nation also has the capacity for forgiveness. This time, seeing it as your first offense, and knowing you have a repentant heart, I shall grant you a chance to redeem yourself. If you offend again, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Now be gone. Yes, thank you for your mercy, esteemed one. I will never offend again. Upon hearing Situ Bingbing's words, Jin Junxing felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly scrambled into the crowd, fleeing in embarrassment while those around him mocked his retreat. This matter is settled. You all have tarried here long enough, it would be best for you to disperse. Situ Bingbing stated. Esteemed one, at such a young age you possess such profound wisdom. You surely have a boundless future ahead of you. An elder appearing to be around 70 years old with white hair said as he bowed to Situ Bingbing. He then turned to the crowd and raised his voice, since the esteemed one does not wish for too many people, let us disperse. With the elder's words, the crowd erupted in cheers before dispersing. Before long, only Situ Bingbing, Lin Qier, and the 7 seekers who had previously clashed with Jin Junxing remained. The 7 approached Situ Bingbing and clasped their fists, saying, "Thank you for saving our lives, esteemed one. If you ever need us from the Flying Dragon team, we will not hesitate to go through water or fire. You are too kind. You are all valiant men who risk your lives for the nation. You are the true examples that everyone should learn from. I appreciate your sentiments, and since this matter has startled you, please return home early." Situ Bingbing replied politely. "In that case, we shall not disturb your enjoyment any longer. Farewell." The group turned to leave in the direction they had come from. Finally, only Situ Bingbing and Lin Qier remained. Situ Bingbing held Lin Qier's hand and complained, "Sister Qier, what is going on here? They all act like ancient people, making me so tired." She glanced up at a tall building next to the Divine Craft Pavilion before retracting her gaze. "TCH, isn't it all caused by those awakeners? They all think they are superior, yet they make it uncomfortable for everyone to speak while they themselves are enjoying it. I really can't stand them." After saying this, she suddenly covered her mouth cutely and looked at Situ Bingbing with her big adorable eyes, saying, "Bingbing, I'm not talking about you." Situ Bingbing laughed, her eyes squinting in delight as she replied, "Sister Qier, your bamboo pole has knocked over not just one boat, but even an aircraft carrier. Huh, a little girl daring to mock me. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Lin Qier released Situ Bingbing's hand, feigning anger, and rolled up her non-existent sleeves, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she looked at Situ Bingbing. "Let me see if you are ticklish. Hey, don't run." At that moment, in a room on the 15th floor of the tall building, Situ Bingbing was looking at a man in a dark green military uniform and another in a white lab coat, stood by the glass curtain wall gazing down. Watching the two run out of sight, he slowly turned around. The man in military uniform appeared to be about 55 or 56 years old, standing at 180 centimeters tall, with sharp eyes like an eagle and thick brows. He did not wear a military cap, sporting a standard flat-top hairstyle that did not seem out of place, exuding an aura of authority. Looking at his shoulders, 2 shining stars of rank were visible. This man was none other than Major General Huang Xiaohua, commander of the Chengdu military region. He slowly spoke, "Lao Ping, what do you think of that little girl from earlier?" Lao Ping, the man referred to, turned around. He looked to be about 52 or 53 years old, bearing a resemblance to Situ Yin, but without glasses. As his name suggested, he was Professor Situ Ping, the inventor of the badge system. He placed the binoculars on the table, then took a miniature sound receiver from his left ear and slowly remarked, "Such a young age, yet with a heart of a hero, truly remarkable. Old Ping, it's rare to hear you praise someone. I heard from the people below that this little girl is named Situ Bingbing. Hee, could she be your granddaughter?" Huang Xiaohua said with a playful smile, "Come on, old Huang, you know how many little rascals I have at home. The youngest is already 11 years old. But why have you suddenly changed your mind and brought this old man along to spy on the little girl? Are you hoping to find a child bride for your son?" "You sharp-tongued old Ping. My son is already over 30. Am I looking for a wife or a granddaughter?" "PFF, you've twisted my words again." The two of them exchanged quips before getting to the main topic. "Old Ping, what level do you think this little girl has reached? I see that she easily subdued that boy from Country H, so she must be at least 1 level higher than him, and her control over her power is quite adept. It's hard to tell exactly how many levels she has. However, you can only blame that boy from Country H for being useless. No one took him seriously. A 6-year-old wind and spirit awakener, her awakening level is at least grade or even higher. That wind binding technique was executed beautifully. The opponent was completely unaware and fell under her control. And did you see? She easily sliced through that boy from Country H's muscles without actually injuring him. I'm not sure I could achieve such control over my power. If we can get her to join us, we might really explore that place. You still want to go? Have you forgotten that you lost an arm there?" Situ Ping suddenly felt tense. "Did I lose it?" Huang Xiaohua spread his arms, both hands intact, before Situ Ping, and then his expression changed as he said, "If it's for the country, I would risk my life to go there again." You must know about the secret notification from the central government recently. I know, but we need you here. Without you keeping things in order, your subordinates alone can't handle so many awakeners. This matter is indeed troublesome. There are many awakeners here, but few can stand on their own. They'll have my subordinates contact her to see. If it doesn't work out, I'll take another risk. I can't believe my luck is that bad. All right, but I tell you, this time we mustn't act as rashly as last time. Even if you don't care for yourself, you should consider the millions in the city. Okay, old Ping, I didn't come to you for lecturing. You're even more annoying than my dad. The scene shifted back to Situ Bingbing, who had just been caught by Lin Keir after running out for a short while. Though there weren't many people on the street now, Lin Keir still didn't do anything excessive, just holding her from behind and panting heavily. Sister Keir, where are we? Situ Bingbing, tired from running, allowed herself to be held by Lin Keir as she looked up to ask, "How would I know? It's all your fault for running around." Lin Keir feigned anger. Situ Bingbing slightly raised her head to look at the sky, which made Lin Keir curiously glance up as well. "The weather is nice today." Lin Keir nearly fell to the ground. After playing around for a while, the two of them returned to the Divine Craft Pavilion, as Situ Bingbing had matters to attend to the next day, and Lin Keir couldn't be away for too long. Although they were just walking, chatting, and looking at the scenery, both were having a great time. While Lin Keir changed back into her clothes in Situ Bingbing's room, Situ Bingbing rummaged through her little backpack, stuffing in a few pieces of clothing, some shoes, cosmetics, a can, and that purple waist token, making the already small bag bulge. Soon Lin Keir walked out of the bedroom having changed clothes. Situ Bingbing smiled and handed the backpack to Lin Keir, saying, "Sister Keir, there are some little things inside. Oh, don't refuse this." Lin Keir hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to take the little backpack from Situ Bingbing, saying smugly, "I'll just consider it helping you dispose of some useless stuff." Her serious demeanor made Situ Bingbing chuckle. Lin Keir didn't stay long, and soon the room was left with only Situ Bingbing. However, she didn't feel lonely. She had a very happy evening. Ever since leaving Situ Zheng, she had never felt this joyful. She quietly sank into the soft sofa, enjoying this wonderful feeling before getting up to turn on the shower in the bathroom. She filled the bathtub with water and added some bubble bath salts and dried flower petals. Then she undressed and soaked in, feeling the warm water enveloping her. It felt as if the pores of her skin were opening up and the accumulated fatigue seemed to vanish with them. She buried herself among the bubbles and petals with only her head sticking out, sometimes reaching out to play with the bubbles and petals, and sometimes submerging herself only to pop up from the water. Only when the water started to cool did she contentedly climb out of the bathtub, rinsing her body and hair with clean water before wrapping herself in a towel and entering the bedroom. This was the first time Situ Bingbing entered this bedroom. Although Lin Keir had changed clothes here twice before, she had not been naughty enough to peek at others changing. The bedroom was spacious, almost as large as the living room, with not too much furniture inside. A large double bed in the center of the room was particularly eye-catching, as it was not the usual rectangular shape, but an oval one, looking especially soft. Situ Bingbing cheered and jumped onto the bed, tossing the towel aside and changing into her pajamas while pulling out a huge brown plush teddy bear. Holding the teddy bear, a glimmer of light appeared on her fingertip, which was a minuscule spatial crack. It was this very thing that she had used to slice through the muscles of that awakener from Country H. Situ Bingbing frowned, looking at it. The power seems to have diminished after being shrunk. What's the reasoning behind this? After all, it's still a spatial crack. Unfortunately, humanity itself is still in an exploratory stage regarding space, and there's not much that can be referenced. I'll take a trip to Nanjing City early tomorrow morning, and then I can leave here. That purple waist token should help her out, and I can leave in peace. The star-rated hotel bed is more comfortable than the ones in the research institute. It's so soft and big. I want to get a bed like this if I get the chance. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, Situ Bingbing waited for her hair to dry before slowly drifting into slumber. The next day, just after 6 a.m., Situ Bingbing woke up, but it was not a natural awakening. When she opened her eyes, a middle-aged man, 1.8 meters tall and adorned with 2 stars on his shoulders, stood at the door of her room, accompanied by 2 young men in military uniforms without any insignia. Uncertain about the visitor's intentions, Situ Bingbing did not dare to act rashly. She quickly got up, not wasting even a hint of her spiritual energy, tossed her plush toy aside, and stepped out of her bedroom, asking who's at the door. A loud male voice responded from outside. "Oh, does our young lady prefer to speak to guests through the door?" Situ Bingbing hesitated for a moment, but eventually opened the door. The man at the door was taken aback to see Situ Bingbing in her pajamas, but he quickly laughed heartily. "I didn't expect our young lady to have such a lazy habit. Shall we wait for you a moment?" Situ Bingbing was somewhat surprised by the visitor. Under Situ Zheng's guidance, how could she not recognize General Huang Xiaohua of the Chengdu military region? However, Situ Bingbing quickly realized his purpose for coming. It must be that her display of abilities last night caught the attention of this military bigwig, but he would be destined for disappointment. No need, General Huang. I am leaving this city today to continue my journey, so I can only thank you for your hospitality here. Huang Xiaohua did not expect to be rejected before he even spoke, feeling a bit lonely. However, since she had clearly declined his invitation, while maintaining a relatively friendly relationship, he naturally would not press the matter further. He cupped his fists and said, "All right, everyone has their own aspirations. I wish you a smooth journey." With that, he turned and left with his two subordinates without looking back. Situ Bingbing silently closed her eyes, sensing that Huang Xiaohua and his men had moved away before letting out a sigh. She changed into more comfortable clothes, then called the front desk to inform them of her departure before instantly vanishing from the room. "Commander, are we just leaving without saying anything?" One of the men behind Huang Xiaohua suddenly spoke as they walked down the stairs. "What else can we do? She is neither a soldier nor anything more than a child. We have no reason to force her. What about tomorrow's plan?" Another person asked. Huang Xiaohua took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, then angrily tossed it to the ground, saying, "Same as usual. If necessary, I can take another week off." The Chengdu survivors' gathering point was not far from the original Chengdu city. With Situ Bingbing's current abilities, she arrived outside the city in less than half a day. From high above, looking at what was once the land of abundance now occupied by a horde of mindless killers, Situ Bingbing felt an indescribable sorrow. Many things are only recognized as precious after they are lost, and many people are the same. Only after losing their homeland do they appreciate its beauty. The underground secret laboratory in Chengdu was one of the more troublesome ones among the 5 labs, as it was located in the center of Chengdu, a famous tourist destination bustling with people. As Situ Bingbing hovered in midair, she suddenly heard a piercing bird cry. Countless birds of all sizes surged from the woods and buildings below, surrounding her. What's happening? In shock, Situ Bingbing immediately stepped into a spatial gate, returning to the previous landing spot of the gate. From a distance, she saw that the area around her previous landing point was densely covered with birds. Why are these D1 acting so strangely? Situ Bingbing's face was filled with confusion. This was not her first encounter with flying D1, but most of those D1 acted independently or coordinated under the leadership of similar D2, and they generally did not swarm a single target in the air. Yet this time, as soon as she appeared, countless birds surrounded her. This strange behavior immediately raised Situ Bingbing's alertness. These D1 were clearly protecting something and preventing outside intrusion. "It seems I must go in to see what's going on, or whatever is happening inside cannot be anything good," Situ Bingbing murmured to herself. She then gently landed on the ground, restoring her spiritual energy to its peak before disappearing in an instant. This time, Situ Bingbing planned to enter from the ground. Only with the cover of buildings and other obstacles could she evade the numerous flying D1. However, before doing so, she needed to ascertain the main location where these D1 were gathering. Soon, Situ Bingbing used another instant movement to arrive at a location 1 kilometer away from her previous position. As soon as she appeared, the flying D1, which had previously returned to their original spots due to a lack of targets, quickly surged out again. This time, Situ Bingbing did not directly use the spatial gate to leave, but instead used instant movement to evade the encirclement of the flying D1, positioning herself far ahead of them. Noticing the flying D1 showing signs of returning, she immediately turned around and approached them, luring them to chase her. After several such instances, Situ Bingbing discovered that these flying D1 would not leave the second ring road, as if an invisible wall was blocking them inside. Situ Bingbing even concealed herself within a spatial barrier coming within 10 meters of the birds. Yet none of the birds attempted to pursue her outside. Seeing this scene, Situ Bingbing boldly stopped on an overpass surrounded by countless flying D1 circling and diving, yet not a single one approached her. It seems the issue lies somewhere within the second ring road, she thought, carefully observing the D1's movements while beginning to restore her previously consumed spiritual energy. Once her spiritual energy was fully restored, she re-entered the spatial barrier and concealed herself within the pillars under the overpass. The pillars appeared to completely obscure Situ Bingbing's spatial projection, but in reality, she had previously made alterations to this pillar, creating several observation holes with her spatial blades. Although Situ Bingbing's spatial projection would expose her position from the spatial barrier, it was indispensable, as exposing her position also allowed her to see the original state of the space from another dimension. This was akin to submarines. The periscope is the easiest part of a submarine to detect, yet it is a necessary tool for spotting enemies. The surrounding flying D1, unable to detect Situ Bingbing, gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, she, hidden within the spatial barrier, carefully analyzed the locations where these birds were landing through the observation hole she had opened. Of course, this was far from sufficient. Situ Bingbing made several more observations from different angles and finally identified the main gathering area of the flying D1. The analysis results made Situ Bingbing particularly anxious, as approximately 60 of these flying D1 were lingering within the trees and buildings near the Wuhou Shrine. This discovery stirred something in Situ Bingbing's heart, for her target was precisely the Wuhou Shrine. The Wuhou Shrine, located on Wuhou Shrine Street in the southern gate of Chengdu, was established in 223 AD during the construction of Liu Bai's tomb. It is the only shrine in China dedicated to both rulers and subjects, and it is the most renowned memorial site for Zhuge Liang Liu Bei and the heroes of the Shu Han, as well as one of the most influential museums of the Three Kingdoms in the world. In 1961, it was listed as one of the first batch of national key cultural relics protection units, and in 2008, it was rated as a first-class national museum. The Chengdu Wuhou Shrine now covers an area of 15 square meters, consisting of the historical relics area of the Three Kingdoms, the cultural experience area of the Three Kingdoms, and the Jinli folk customs area, earning the reputation of being the holy land of the Three Kingdoms. However, every day, countless domestic and foreign tourists pass by, completely unaware that 110 meters beneath their feet lies one of China's most secretive underground research facilities. Moreover, it is one of the most tightly guarded underground research facilities, and the level of defense in this facility ranks among the top of the 21 underground facilities, which is one reason why Situ Zhang could not obtain any information from it. After roughly determining her target, Situ Bingbing hid within a hollowed-out high column created by spatial blades, waiting patiently for the sun to set. Most bird species are night-blind. Even after mutating into D1, they remain unaffected. Once night falls, they will be less able to detect her under the cover of darkness, allowing her to sneak into the Wuhou Shrine to investigate. Meanwhile, at the survivor gathering point in Chengdu, Commander Huang Xiaohua was suffering from a severe headache as a figure appeared before him. A person dressed in a white coat, none other than Situ Ping. "Old Huang, I heard you plan to explore the Wuhou Shrine again tomorrow," Situ Ping said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Which bastard sold me out?" Commander Huang Xiaohua exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shouting loudly, "If I find out who it is, I swear I'll skin him alive." "All right, Old Huang, don't curse at anyone just yet, and no one told me about it. But with such a significant troop movement of awakened ones, do you really think you can keep it from me?" Situ Ping shot a resentful glare at Huang Xiaohua and continued, "Do you think what I told you yesterday just fell on deaf ears? Have you forgotten what's in the Wuhou Shrine? Don't think just because you are a plant-type awakened one that you are invincible. Let me tell you, if your head gets pierced, you'll still die. Do you remember how dangerous it was when you encountered that M2 with 2 heads in the research facility? It seems you've forgotten the pain after the scar has healed. Have you also forgotten how you lost your right hand? Now that it's just grown back, are you itching for trouble again? Old Ping, just let me explain. Last time was last time. I was just underestimating it. I accidentally took a hit. This time I will be extra careful and make sure to grab both heads of that thing." "Oomph, do you really think, an old fool like you, can underestimate your enemies? I'd rather believe the sun rises in the west. Let me tell you, if you dare to act on your own again, I will immediately contact Ouyang Zhenghua to deal with you." "Don't, Old Ping, you can't be so ungrateful. If you leak my injury to that old man, Ouyang Zhenghua, he will definitely curse me. Are you more afraid of his scolding than mine? Do you think I'm an easy target because I'm a scholar? Oh, come on. You're even worse than a bandit." "What did you just say?" "Oh, nothing. I promise I won't take risks alone this time, and even if I do go, I will let you know in advance." "Is this true? A spit of saliva is a nail. When I, Old Huang, say something, you should believe it." "If that's better." Situ Ping left after receiving Huang Zaihua's assurance. "Commander, are we canceling tomorrow's mission?" "Cancel my ass. If I take you two with me tomorrow, it's not considered acting alone. Besides, didn't Situ Ping just find out about my plans? I never said I would only go if he agreed." "Commander, you're getting more cunning by the day. Get lost." "What do you mean by cunning? This is called cleverness," Huang Xiaohua said as he slapped his forehead hard. Time passed second by second, and the sky gradually darkened. Situ Bingbing's abilities had long since been restored, but she was still waiting. She did not believe that an unknown presence capable of setting such a defensive net would neglect the night defenses. Sure enough, as time passed, Situ Bingbing keenly noticed countless rapidly moving red eyes appearing throughout the city. She could clearly see that those eyes came from mutated dogs and cats. During the day, countless birds formed a three-dimensional defense line, while at night the keen sense of smell of the mutated dogs and the sharp vision of the mutated cats made an excellent combination. What exactly is that? So clever. Could it be an M3? Situ Bingbing suddenly had this thought in her mind, as through Situ Zheng's research, she discovered that Miri's creatures became significantly smarter with each evolution, and an enemy capable of setting such defenses could not possibly be an M2. Only when the night was completely dark did Situ Bingbing finally begin her actions. At this moment, she had changed into a black dress, wearing black gloves, black stockings, and round-toed leather shoes. Although it seemed somewhat mismatched, she did not have any clothing similar to night attire. Thus, she could only make do with this outfit, as the undead would not care about how she was dressed. Quickly identifying her direction, Situ Bingbing used her teleportation ability and blended into the shadows beneath the building. She then immediately hid within a spatial barrier which, as a spatial projection, naturally emitted no scent, causing the few passing mutated dogs nearby to quickly leave without detecting her. Situ Bingbing let out a sigh of relief. Having completed this step, her infiltration plan was over 80 accomplished. Utilizing the effect of the spatial barrier to pass through buildings, Situ Bingbing entered the building, and indeed there were no mutated cats or dogs patrolling inside. Only many flying D1 resting within. As she was about to face an unknown enemy, Situ Bingbing did not eliminate them, but walked directly past. At this moment, Situ Bingbing appeared like a ghost, gliding silently over the bodies of the sleeping D1, making no sound and not attracting their attention. Although it consumed a bit more of her mental energy, it was still better than being discovered by those mutated creatures. Situ Bingbing maintained her unique stealth method as she moved forward slowly. Little did she know a strange M2 was emitting terrifying screams from the underground research facility nearly 1,000 meters beneath her feet. This M2 bore no visible differences in body and torso from an ordinary M2, yet the blood coursing beneath its layer of keratinous skin radiated a faint glow, making it visible in the dark environment. Even more bizarrely, it had two heads. Its heads were not symmetrically placed on its neck, rather they appeared to have split from a single head. At this moment, the M2 howled towards the sky, its tremendous voice resonating throughout the quiet, hollow underground research facility, causing the walking corpses within to tremble in fear, including those M2 corpses, as it was evolving into M3. As its howling gradually softened, it retracted its long tongue from its mouth, while the two heads began to melt away, ultimately forming a round sphere that rested on its shoulder. The area where its neck had been sprouted a cluster of fleshy buds which gradually swelled and took the shape of a flower bud. With a soft hissing sound, the flower bud opened as if blooming, but unlike ordinary flowers, the edges of its petals were lined with sharp barbs. At the center was not a flower bud, but a human head. It had all the features: eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, with blood-red eyes and a mouth resembling the round, sharp-edged mouthparts of a leech filled with jagged teeth. At this moment, it seemed to be shedding its skin as the originally smooth, waxy, keratinous layer gradually peeled away, revealing a dark body struggling to emerge. The freshly emerged M3 was covered in mucus which dripped messily to the ground, and some strange substance within it cast a faint glow in the otherwise dark underground facility. Soon the once soft shell of M3 hardened, sprouting rows of sharp spikes. While its arms remained unchanged, its legs were noticeably longer than those of M2, and its body had also grown considerably stronger. It stood at an impressive height of around 2.5 meters, dragging behind it a long tail tipped with barbs reminiscent of a scorpion. As a result, the previously awkward proportions of M2's limbs became proportionate. Without counting the tail, it resembled an exceptionally tall and robust human. The two heads that had previously rolled on its shoulder had now transformed into two round spheres firmly seated there. It stretched its body, causing its bones to crackle, and then let out a furious roar that seemed to pierce the heavens. The roar startled all the previously dormant flying D1, causing them to take flight into the sky. At the moment M3 roared, Situ Bingbing felt something. She swiftly sank underground, avoiding detection by the awakened flying D1. Hiding underground, Situ Bingbing sensed the general location of M3, and using this sense pinpointed the passage of the underground research facility. She decided to infiltrate directly underground instead of using the normal entrance. Such a commotion and such might could only mean that an M3 had just successfully evolved here. The previous arrangements were undoubtedly made by M3 to prevent its evolution from being disturbed, and now Situ Bingbing aimed to eliminate it before it fully adapted to its new abilities. If Situ Yin was the one who understood the M series the most, then Situ Zheng was the one who fully theorized about it. This difference stemmed from their personalities, as Situ Yin was an extremely meticulous person, demanding perfection in every research project, rarely resorting to hypothetical reasoning. He would even think of alternative methods to disprove his conclusions multiple times after arriving at one. Hence his arguments always carried a significant authority, almost devoid of any errors. In contrast, Situ Zheng preferred taking risks with many of his conclusions based on assumptions. He was accustomed to envisioning results first, and then working backward, leading to several, if not dozens, of similar possibilities. It's like the debate over how many angels can stand on the head of a pin. Some believe that such a small space can only accommodate one angel standing, while others think angels can fly, allowing countless angels to perch there. Thus, although Situ Zheng obtained samples of M1 and M2 much earlier than Situ Yin, he had already boldly theorized about the characteristics of M3. In Situ Jing's theory, the mutated beings of the M series would continue to evolve, and this evolution would not only enhance their physical abilities, but also their intelligence. It was very likely that the ultimate evolutionary goal of M series beings would be to become a new species surpassing humans in both intellect and strength. As the M2 series possessed the ability to command the M1D1 series, the M3 series would undoubtedly have the capability to command the M2D2 series. Situ Zheng had asserted that if M3 or even M4 were to appear, they could potentially organize a large army composed of M2D2 to attack large population centers. Just the thought of a terrifying swarm composed of various flying D1, which even she had to avoid alongside countless M2 assaulting the nearby Chengdu survivor settlement, with a population of over 1 million, sent chills down Situ Bingbing's spine. Such a thing must not happen. This was the only thought in Situ Bingbing's mind at that moment. In her swift traversal, the nearly 1,000-meter distance quickly vanished. At this moment, M3 was unable to conceal its energy and imposing presence, appearing as bright as a torch in the darkness to Situ Bingbing. However, Situ Bingbing chose not to engage M3 at close range immediately. Instead, she deactivated her spatial barrier and walked towards the direction of the generator, recovering her depleted mental energy. As the distance closed, she could more clearly sense M3's strength. From her assessment, M3 was indeed stronger than Huang Xiaohua, but still significantly weaker compared to the briefly encountered Philomena. Therefore, Situ Bingbing did not plan to confront M3 in the darkness while in a less than optimal state, as her mental energy was only about 65 of its normal capacity. She had already exhausted too much mental energy while lurking. Situ Bingbing was quite familiar with the general layout of the underground research facility and quickly confirmed her position as well as that of the generator room. It seemed her luck was holding the generator room was not far away, or else she might have changed her mind to confront M3 first before activating the generator. The research facility was not particularly large, and soon Situ Bingbing arrived at the generator room, having eliminated a few blocking M1s and an M2 along the way. In the generator room, Situ Bingbing discovered an issue. Someone had been here before, as the previously sealed oil drums had been opened. From the dust on the surface, it seemed that this had happened 1 or 2 weeks prior. Who had come here? At this moment, the face of Commander Huang Xiaohua suddenly flashed in Situ Bingbing's mind. If the data falls into his hands, I can eliminate M3 and leave. At this point, Situ Bingbing already felt M3's power diminishing, indicating that M3 was gradually adapting to its new abilities, while her mental strength had also recovered to around 70. It seems it's time to settle this. For Situ Bingbing, 70 was a crucial dividing line. Her state would begin to decline if her mental strength fell below that, and although it would quickly deplete during combat, she hoped to maintain a good condition in the moment of confrontation. Situ Bingbing slowly moved towards M3's location, which seemed to have sensed her presence as it began to move away slowly. As previously mentioned, there is a strange connection among mutated creatures. Having eliminated M2, Situ Bingbing had already exposed her existence to M3. At this moment, M3 was not attempting to flee, but was choosing a battlefield more suitable for itself. Feeling M3's direction of movement, Situ Bingbing frowned slightly. It was heading towards the control room. Engaging in battle near the control room would significantly hinder her movements. However, Situ Bingbing did not attempt to chase after it, as unless she used her spatial teleportation ability, she could never catch up to M3. Moreover, in the underground environment where she couldn't confirm her exact position, she would never risk using such an ability. She certainly did not want to step forward and find herself trapped in the soil. Thus, Situ Bingbing maintained her original pace, gradually moving towards M3. The more anxious she appeared, the more M3 would think she was emphasizing that location. Nevertheless, Situ Bingbing did not deliberately slow her speed to allow time for her mental strength to recover. Although doing so would give her more opportunity to regain strength, any anomaly would arouse M3's suspicion. At this moment, M3 could not be treated as a mere bloodthirsty zombie. It could be considered an extremely cunning human. Suddenly, Situ Bingbing thought that Huang Xiaohua should not have obtained the data within the research facility, how otherwise there wouldn't be so many zombies and M2s, and even this newly evolved M3. Situ Bingbing's judgment was not incorrect. Over a week ago, Huang Xiaohua was ambushed by this partially evolved M3 in the control room, escaping the underground facility in a disheveled state after leaving behind an arm. Part of the reason was that at that time this partially evolved M2 was indeed stronger than Huang Xiaohua, and another part was that there were too many precision instruments in the control room, greatly affecting Huang Xiaohua's performance. This was why M3 chose the control room as the battlefield. As she rounded the last corner, M3 finally appeared before Situ Bingbing with the control room just a wall away. At the same time, M3 also saw Situ Bingbing. No matter how cunning M3 was, its bloodthirsty nature could not be changed otherwise. Upon discovering that C2 Bing Bing could easily kill M2, it should have immediately chosen to flee instead of waiting here for a showdown. Thus it was M3 that struck first. Two fleshy sacs on its shoulders transformed from heads suddenly opened, and 7 or 8 tentacles covered in slime and barbs lunged towards C2 Bing Bing. C2 Bing Bing gently raised her delicate hand and flicked her fingers, instantly severing the tentacles that shot towards her. Having successfully landed a hit, C2 Bing Bing lightly tapped her toes on the ground and swiftly moved towards M3. M3, feeling pain, dared not attack C2 Bing Bing with the tentacles anymore. It quickly scaled the wall and began to bounce off the walls, getting closer to her. M3's speed was incredibly fast. It could leap dozens of meters in an instant, so C2 Bing Bing did not dare to unfold her time-space domain directly. Instead, she carefully watched M3's direction of movement. Just as M3 was about to land on its next foothold, she threw a spatial blade towards its head. The invisible and intangible spatial blade was extremely fast, but M3, like a wild beast, had a strong instinct for threats and managed to evade it at the last moment, though the cost was a chunk of flesh being sliced off its left shoulder. A considerable amount of liquid emitting a faint glow splattered out, and M3 let out a cry of pain. The two fleshy sacs on its shoulders opened simultaneously, and dozens of tentacles intertwined, shooting towards C2 Bing Bing. Almost simultaneously, C2 Bing Bing also fired several spatial blades. Due to the potential risk of damaging the nearby equipment in the control room, she had only been using small spatial blades so far. The power of these spatial blades was limited. Even when striking the surrounding alloy walkway, they could only leave deep grooves. Nevertheless, these spatial blades were not something those tentacles could block. Indeed, the spatial blades C2 Bing Bing fired sliced through the tentacles like a hot knife through butter. However, unexpectedly, just as her vision was obscured by the multitude of tentacles, M3's posture suddenly changed. It crouched low to the ground, raising its tail high like a scorpion, and in the next moment, that scorpion tail shot towards C2 Bing Bing's chest. This tail seemed to be the hardest part of M3's body. When the small spatial blade struck it, it felt as if it had hit metal, leaving scratches and sparks, but failing to sever the tail. C2 Bing Bing's spatial blades were formed through spatial power, purely a force of cutting, without any impact. Thus, when encountering something that couldn't be cut, they could not function as a stopping measure like other abilities. The tail penetrated C2 Bing Bing's chest without any hindrance, pinning her to the ground, even driving into the alloy steel plate, releasing a green liquid that corroded a large hole in the steel plate. Hiding behind the spatial barrier, C2 Bing Bing broke into a cold sweat. Had she been struck by the tail just now, she would surely have been corroded into several pieces. Quickly shifting her body to the side, avoiding the tail that passed through her spatial projection, C2 Bing Bing decisively unraveled the spatial barrier and fully unleashed her time-space domain. As clouds of dust swirled up, this newly evolved M3 fell into a pile of dry bones in the corridor. As everything settled, C2 Bing Bing turned around and opened the door to the control room, only to find that the documents were indeed still there. She began downloading the data onto the chip that C2 Zheng had prepared for her. Watching the progress bar of the data transfer rise steadily, C2 Bing Bing finally sat down in the control room chair to rest, recalling the brief battle earlier with a sense of lingering fear. Just now, if her spatial barrier had been pierced, even a second later, it would not have been her spatial projection that was hit. The feeling of facing imminent danger, yet being unable to escape, left C2 Bing Bing feeling utterly helpless. As a psychic awakened one, C2 Bing Bing's abilities related to physical enhancement were incomparable to those of a physical system awakened one. With the strengthening of her powers, her mental state improved significantly, and even after prolonged wakefulness, she felt no fatigue. Additionally, her vision and hearing had become exceedingly sharp. In other aspects, she was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. If she did not use her abilities, she could be described as a small girl who was incapable of carrying anything. Even last night, Lin Kier was able to easily catch up to her as she fled and held her tightly. At that moment, C2 Bing Bing clearly saw the scorpion tail shooting towards her and instinctively wanted to dodge, but her body was unable to respond accordingly. She envied Philomena's graceful movements and agile figure. However, she soon realized she was being ridiculous. She was originally a psychic awakened one. What was the point of comparing her evasion with that of a physical system awakened one? Psychic awakened ones had their own ways of avoiding danger. Soon the data was fully downloaded, but C2 Bing Bing had no intention of leaving. She locked the control room door and began to recover her expended mental energy. Until the next day at dawn, she saw from the restored surveillance cameras that the M1D1 outside had already dispersed, and with a flash she appeared on the ground. Bathed in the gently rising morning sun, C2 Bing Bing felt a tinge of sadness. Of course, this feeling came entirely from within her mind. Oh, at that moment, there were no mutated creatures inside the Wuhou shrine. It seemed that due to the death of M3A, the nearby mutated creatures sensed danger and kept their distance. As Situ Bingbing ascended the steps alone, the intense sorrow within her heart swelled even further. The late emperor's endeavor was cut short, and the world is now divided into three. It seemed influenced by the environment. Situ Bingbing softly recited Zhuge Liang's memorial on the expedition. Now as I prepare to depart, my eyes well with tears, I know not what to say. For some reason, her recitation of the memorial was filled with a sense of desolation and loneliness. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her face, as if releasing the sorrow within her heart. Situ Bingbing gently wiped away the traces of tears. With a self-deprecating smile, she secretly thought, though I am headed north to Yinch when there's no need to recite such lines. With those thoughts, Situ Bingbing teleported away from the Wuhou shrine. Originally, Situ Bingbing's plan was to head to Urumqi first, but after encountering Philomena and Mikhoff in Guiyang, she keenly realized that the domestic secret research facilities were not as safe as she had imagined. Given that there were foreign forces coveting the advanced technologies within, she decided to head to Yinchuan first to avoid any unnecessary complications, and then proceed to Urumqi. What Situ Bingbing did not know was that this decision would have an extremely serious impact on the future world order. However, that is a story for another time. Her action of killing M3 unexpectedly saved Commander Huang Xiaohua and indirectly preserved the survivor gathering point in Chengdu. Half a day after Situ Bingbing left the Chengdu Underground Research Facility, Commander Huang Xiaohua finally arrived at the entrance of the laboratory with his two trusted awakened aides. Commander, did you notice that we are particularly lucky this time? There were hardly any mutated creatures obstructing us along the way. We are almost there. As usual, let's first restore the power supply to the research facility, and then the three of us will join forces to confront that M2. This time I must avenge the last arrow incident. Huang Xiaohua seemed to be haunted by the previous incident, muttering a curse before entering the door. The trio stopped in front of a massive wall of intertwining vines. Huang Xiaohua looked at the interwoven vines, which showed no signs of damage, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "It seems this place is quite safe." Then he activated his abilities, and suddenly his hands transformed into a brownish hue resembling ancient tree stumps, and then his hands elongated, connecting with the vines. The vines seemed to come alive, gradually writhing to open a gap through which lights flickered. Seeing the light shining from inside, Huang Xiaohua's pupils dilated sharply, and his face flushed red as he maximized his power output. The vines quickly parted, revealing a brightly lit passageway. "Commander, what is this?" The two awakened aides sensed something was amiss and looked at Huang Xiaohua. "Go in." Huang Xiaohua, with a grim expression, led the way into the room. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaohua looked at the control computer devoid of any data, and his face darkened to the point it seemed he could drip water. "We are leaving." Suppressing the anger in his heart, Huang Xiaohua stepped out of the control room. "Take this back with us." At the door of the control room, Huang Xiaohua pointed at the skeleton of M3 and some severed tentacles on the ground. In the evening, Huang Xiaohua and the two awakened aides carrying large packages appeared at the entrance of the Chengdu survivor gathering point, where they encountered an enraged Situ Ping. "Old Huang." As Situ Ping spoke, he walked towards Huang Xiaohua, clearly preparing to confront him, completely disregarding the soldiers guarding the entrance and the ordinary people passing by. Old Ping immediately contacted Ouyang Zhenghua. "Something big has happened." As soon as Commander Huang Xiaohua saw Situ Ping, he spoke urgently. Unexpectedly, Huang Xiaohua seemed even more anxious than himself. However, Situ Ping was someone who understood the gravity of the situation. Since Huang Xiaohua was acting this way, it must be serious, so he dared not delay, pulling Huang Xiaohua into the car and speeding towards the city. 2 hours later, the two finally returned to the central urban area, and the military command vehicle came to a steady stop in front of a 16-story building. The two quickly got out of the car and took the elevator to the top floor. This oddly shaped machine is a specially designed communicator provided by the Central Air Transport for urgent contact at various gathering points. Huang Xiaohua hurriedly walked up to activate the machine. Soon a dignified male voice came through on the other end. It was the chairman of the military commission, Ouyang Zhenghua. As soon as he connected the communicator, he asked anxiously, "Lao Ping, did you urgently look for me so late? Because that old rascal Huang has caused trouble again." "Lao Ping, just how many trouble reports have you secretly filed against me?" Hearing Ouyang Zhenghua's words, Huang Xiaohua's forehead bulged with veins, and without caring about what he wanted to say, he glared angrily at Situ Ping. Situ Ping chuckled and said, "Old Huang, let's discuss this later. It's urgent to talk about serious matters." Ouyang Zhenghua on the other end also realized he had let something slip during the conversation. He quickly cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Well, Old Huang, let's discuss serious matters first. Lao Ping is just concerned about you." Huang Xiaohua snorted and said there's been an incident at the Wuhou Shrine. What? Ouyang Zhenghua was equally startled. Just a few days ago there was an incident at the Research Institute in Guiyang, and now another incident at the Research Institute in Chengdu. This matter could escalate. He quickly said, Old Huang, please wait a moment while I report to the chairman. Please turn on the video communication. Yes. With that, Commander Huang Xiaohua activated the video communication on the machine, and the display screen instantly lit up. This machine had video communication capabilities, but it had been turned off previously to save energy during contact. However, given the national secrecy involved this time and the chairman's personal involvement, it was only natural to be more cautious, thus turning on the video communication. Soon the communication on the other end was established. The chairman appeared on the display screen dressed neatly, but upon closer inspection, one could see a deep weariness hidden in his face. Please describe the situation in detail. The chairman's voice sounded somewhat heavy. Yes, Chairman. Huang Xiaohua began recounting the events starting from 10 days ago, when he secretly left the gathering point alone, sneaking into the Chengdu Wuhou Shrine, to his encounter with the bizarre M2 during a surprise attack, which forced him to sever his own arm to escape with his life. He detailed how after recuperating and regrowing his arm, he led a team to the Secret Research Institute only to find that the data had been taken and all information on the main control computer had been deleted. He summarized this in as concise a language as possible, adding his own deductions, and spoke for nearly an hour. And that's how the situation stands. After listening to Huang Xiaohua's account, the chairman remained silent for a moment and said, so according to you, that little girl named Situ Bingbing is highly suspicious. Exactly, first of all, her entry into the city was from the Guiyang direction, and she had previously easily subdued an awakened one in the city. Furthermore, she left in a hurry yesterday, which also fits the timeline. The most important thing is that traces resembling cuts from wind blades were found at the Research Institute. It seems her suspicion is indeed significant. What exactly is her identity? From her behavior, she doesn't appear to be an awakened from abroad, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten into conflict with other awakened ones in the city over Dragon Group matters. Situ Bingbing. Situ Ping, is there really no one by that name in your Situ family? The chairman pondered for a moment before asking. No. Situ Ping replied succinctly. Let's leave it at that for now. If that girl returns to the city, contact me immediately. Remember, do not act without authorization. I will arrange for someone to retrieve that strange skeleton. In the meantime, please analyze it as much as possible. Our time is limited. Yes. Huang Xiaohua and Situ Ping both replied simultaneously. After that, the display screen automatically went black, indicating that the chairman on the other end had cut off the communication. Seeing the communication end, Huang Xiaohua looked at Situ Ping with a sinister smile and said, Lao Ping, it seems we have some scores to settle. Old Huang, you just had a close brush with death. I think you should go rest early. I will study this skeleton. Hearing Situ Ping say this, Huang Xiaohua laughed. Lao Ping, the more you say, the more absurd it gets. Why are you cursing me? What? Did I curse you? I, Situ Ping, never say anything baseless. Think about it. How did that doublehead M2 injure you last time? And look at this skeleton. It has two small bone growths on its shoulders. Don't they look like two little heads? Are you saying that the M2 would grow two heads before evolving into an M3? Yes, it's very likely. Just think about it. Before this thing evolved into an M3, you lost an arm. If you really encounter an M3, wouldn't you lose your life? Hearing you say that, it does seem to make sense. I didn't expect that little girl to be so formidable, able to deal with this thing. I think you all must be related from 800 years ago. Why not just adopt her as your goddaughter? Old Huang, your words are still so unkind. Goddaughter. Her background is unclear, and we don't even know which power cultivated her as a secret operative. All right, help me move these things to the laboratory. What? Me move them? Am I supposed to move them? All right, I'm scared of you. Just as Situ Ping and Huang Xiaohua were bickering, 5 figures appeared in the secret room designated for Dragon Group members to communicate. They were Long Yi, Long Air, Long San, Long Wu, and Long Qi. The lively Long Wu was the first to speak. Boss, what mission is it this time? Why are we 6 being deployed? And why aren't those 2 newcomers going for training? This mission is of utmost importance and cannot go wrong. Xiao Wuyu and Xiao Qi will go to the Chengdu survivor gathering point to bring back a suspected M3 skeleton. Boss, why are you separating me from air? Long Wu asked. A flying zombie was discovered at a medium-sized survivor gathering point in Lanzhou, and the awakened there died during the battle with it. If possible, it would be best to capture it alive. Since the target has flying capabilities, Dragon Air's abilities are more suitable for this operation. So you'll have to endure this time. But don't worry, I'll ensure that your Dragon Air brother returns intact. Haha. Long Yi jokingly teased Long Wu. Feeling teased in public by Long Yi, Long Wu couldn't take it anymore. Her face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head, but still sneaked a glance at Long Air. In contrast, Long Air appeared very composed, merely adjusting his glasses with his hand. The main target has already been confirmed, and there is still a secondary target. As he spoke long, he took out a sketch image. The portrait depicted a girl who bore an 8090 resemblance to Situ Bingbing, saying female Asian fair-skinned, age between 6 to 7 years, and at least possesses a class or higher wind-type spiritual awakening power. If this target is discovered, try to capture her alive. The target may carry top-secret information from the Chengdu Underground Research Institute, but if she poses a threat, lethal force is permitted. Is that clear? Understood. All right, dismissed. At this moment, Situ Bingbing had no idea that she had caught the attention of the world's strongest supernatural organization, even inciting murderous intent against her. She was facing a bizarre mist which seemed to have once been a forest, but now not a single tree stood, instead numerous fungi of various sizes had taken root. Situ Bingbing witnessed a spherical mushroom barely reaching her ankle height, rapidly growing to 5 or 6 meters tall, within 10 minutes transforming into a gigantic colorful mushroom only to quickly wither afterwards, spewing a large quantity of spores and collapsing into a pile of mud on the ground. Surrounding her were even more mushrooms repeating this cycle, including Pleurotus chicken leg mushrooms, and even Matsutake and Reishi. The spores released by these mushrooms were also vibrant and colorful, dense and undissipated, gathering together as if forming a massive canopy that obscured the situation within. This situation is so strange, I wonder if these things are poisonous. After much contemplation, Situ Bingbing resolved to take the risk and venture in to find out. At the same time, she thought it would be a good opportunity to test her newly acquired defensive technique. With that in mind, she gently raised her hand, and a faint halo appeared around her body. As Situ Zheng had assessed, Situ Bingbing's temporal power possessed strong, autonomous judgment. Utilizing this trait, she set up a spatial layer closely adhering to her body, effectively preventing any threatening entities from approaching her. She called this her spatial barrier. The emergence of the spatial barrier completely altered her state of having lost her combat capability after retreating into a spatial shield. Since the spatial barrier functioned as a type of spatial blade rather than unfolding another dimension, Situ Bingbing could still teleport freely or utilize other temporal abilities under its protection. However, the defensive capacity of the spatial barrier was significantly weaker than that of a spatial shield. Although she hadn't tested it, an intuition told Situ Bingbing that the spatial barrier should be able to withstand a full force blow from M3. Upon entering the spore area, the colorful spores were not blocked by the spatial barrier, but penetrated it. Harmless. Situ Bingbing frowned, and out of caution, she took a step back, distancing herself from the spore area, and set up a new spatial shield. This time the spores did not pass through the shield, but were kept out. Only then did Situ Bingbing feel reassured enough to step into the densely populated spore area. She noticed that in this colorful spore forest, there were no signs of mutated creatures. The thick mist of spores obscured her vision. In this spore-filled fog, her sight was extremely limited. It wasn't a matter of light, but due to the multitude of spores within her sight range. Unfortunately, Situ Bingbing's ability was not wind-based, otherwise she might have conjured a gust to disperse the spores. While her temporal powers significantly influenced the spores, the immense energy consumption and the continuous production of new spores by the surrounding fungi prevented her from clearing them away. Waving her hand to part the mist before her, she stirred up whirlpools akin to swirling milk and coffee, but the gaps she revealed were quickly filled by surrounding spores, forcing Situ Bingbing to constantly push aside the mist as she moved. In this area of severely limited visibility, Situ Bingbing could only proceed cautiously, step by step, for fear that hasty teleportation might lead her to collide with something. Situ Bingbing moved slowly, taking an entire day to reach the depths of the forest. Outside, the sun had set, and a bright moon hung in the sky. At that moment, the mist seemed to transform, as if the spore fog acted like a giant lens, concentrating the surrounding moonlight, draping the entire spore forest in a silvery sheen. Moreover, countless beams of silver moonlight refracted by the spores converged into particularly dazzling rays, shining toward the center of the forest from all directions. What is there? Situ Bingbing murmured curiously to herself. Let's go take a look. With that, she dashed toward the direction of the light. After running several hundred meters, Situ Bingbing noticed that the moonlight gathering from all around was increasing, and the further she went, the brighter it became. This light was also quite peculiar. Most lights become blinding as they gather, but this moonlight seemed to be cloaked by a veil, appearing soft and hazy, not at all glaring, instead giving a very comfortable feeling. Finally, Situ Bingbing arrived at the convergence point of the light, where she beheld a marvelous sight. Moonlight from all directions illuminated a gigantic Reishi mushroom, as large as a millstone. This mushroom was blood red, resembling a massive piece of red agate, and it shimmered with a subtle seven-colored glow, looking exceptionally beautiful. Simultaneously, the moonlight shining upon the Reishi enhanced the brilliance of the seven-colored glow flowing across it. It was as if the surrounding fungi were attracting the essence of the moonlight to promote the growth of this enormous red ratio. Although Situ Bingbing found the sudden appearance of this giant red ratio peculiar considering that even biting corpses existed in this world, the emergence of such a rare red ratio was not entirely unbelievable. Situ Bingbing did not dwell on its origins, but she was well aware of the preciousness of such a massive mushroom. Having encountered it, she naturally could not let it slip away. Thus, Situ Bingbing slowly approached, intending to collect the ratio. However, she unexpectedly found herself halted by an invisible wall 5 meters away from it. What's going on? Situ Bingbing gently raised her hand, and indeed before her was an invisible wall blocking her path. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that this wall seemed to have risen from the center of the red ratio, resembling a protective shield. With a radius of about 5 meters, there were no mushroom spores within its coverage. As this protective shield was transparent, the gathered moonlight passed through without obstruction, and under the haze of so much moonlight, Situ Bingbing only realized the existence of the shield when she bumped into it. Heavens, this red ratio can actually use a protective shield to guard itself. Has it become sentient? Situ Bingbing couldn't help but wonder. Instinctively, Situ Bingbing sensed that the things inside were extraordinary. She waved her hand and unleashed several spatial blades towards the barrier, only to find that the blades had no effect on it whatsoever. What is this? Situ Bingbing murmured softly, peering carefully through the protective shield. She noticed a small green seedling sprouting at the tip of the spiritual mushroom, as if it were a newly grown blade of grass. This seedling seemed to be parasitizing the red spiritual mushroom, and as it grew, the vibrant multicolored light emitted by the mushroom began to show signs of fading. Damn it! Seeing this extremely precious and rare red spiritual mushroom being parasitized and drained by an unknown small grass, Situ Bingbing furiously unleashed a massive spatial blade at the protective shield, only to be disappointed as it had no effect. The blade struck the shield like a drop in the ocean, causing not even a ripple. As she watched the seedling grow gradually, while the radiance of the red spiritual mushroom continued to wane, Situ Bingbing felt a surge of anxiety. She pouted her cute little lips and cast the time-space domain to envelop the invisible shield, but even the time-space domain proved powerless against it, consuming a significant amount of her spiritual energy instead. With no other choice, Situ Bingbing could only watch helplessly as the small grass grew larger, while the halo of the spiritual mushroom gradually dimmed. Though this small grass kept growing, it was unlike ordinary plants. It had no stem or leaves, nor did it fork. It simply grew straight up, slender, yet unwavering. The peculiar grass stopped growing when it reached about 1 meter in height, appearing extremely bizarre. Then at the top of the small grass, a silver fruit emerged. The fruit was round and transparent, with a faint silver glow shimmering upon it, resembling a pearl or perhaps a small delicate moon. As the fruit grew, the red spiritual mushroom that was being parasitized had already lost its luster, and its body was rapidly shriveling. The nutrients within it were being frantically plundered by the small grass. In between, Situ Bingbing attempted twice more, but to no avail. The protective shield remained as solid as ever. Neither the spatial blades nor the time-space domain had any effect on it. This was the first time she encountered something that was unperturbed by her time-space domain. The red spiritual mushroom seemed utterly defenseless against the parasitic grass. Although it was continuously supplemented by the moonlight essence accumulating around it, it was merely a drop in the bucket. The once beautiful disc-sized red spiritual mushroom akin to agate had shrunk to the size of a fist, and had become a blackened, wrinkled lump of earth. Seeing the red spiritual mushroom perish like this, Situ Bingbing felt a deep sense of helplessness. After her third attempt, she ceased trying. She had already sensed that the source of the protective shield was not the red spiritual mushroom, but rather this strange parasitic grass. If the protective shield originated from the red spiritual mushroom, then as the nutrients and vitality within it were drained by the parasitic grass, the shield would undoubtedly weaken gradually, not remain unchanged. Thus, this bizarre protective shield was created by the parasitic grass to absorb the red spiritual mushroom without disturbance. Although Situ Bingbing could not break through the protective shield, she refused to leave in resignation. Instead, she sat down to observe what changes would occur after this parasitic grass killed its host. In Situ Bingbing's mind, without the red spiritual mushroom, the parasitic grass would serve as compensation. That fruit, which shimmered like moonlight, held significant appeal for a girl her age. This parasitic grass, with its 1 meter-long stalk supporting a fist-sized fruit, appeared exceedingly strange. As the red spiritual mushroom was drained, the fruit gradually shriveled, as well its shimmering silver luster fading and shrinking into a dark, dried-up lump. The stalk supporting it also turned yellow and wilted, and eventually the fruit fell from the stalk and landed on the ground. Had Situ Bingbing not been watching it closely, she might have thought it was merely an ordinary small stone. The stalk too had now weathered away and disappeared. Only then did Situ Bingbing cautiously take a few steps forward, and indeed the eerie protective shield had vanished. Looking around, there were no longer any mushrooms constantly growing and releasing spores. The previously dense spore mist was beginning to dissipate. Situ Bingbing walked to the spot where the fruit had fallen and picked it up. It felt slightly cool in her palm. She stored it in her spatial storage and quickly used a spatial door to leave this uncanny place. An hour after Situ Bingbing's departure, the surrounding spore mist finally cleared entirely, and the once forested area had transformed into a fertile plain. Soon 3 corpses with ancient bronze wings flew into the area. After searching around for a long time, they finally howled angrily towards the sky and flew off rapidly in 3 different directions. One of them was even flying in the direction where Situ Bingbing had left. However, it seemed their search was destined to be fruitless. Approximately 2 hours later, the 3 flying corpses returned to the plain. They hissed at each other, as if communicating before reluctantly flying away together. It turned out that after using the spatial door to leave, Situ Bingbing discovered that her spiritual energy had already been depleted by over 60. Therefore, she planned to train her spiritual energy limit once more and frantically cast the spatial doors a few times, squeezing her spiritual energy to the extreme as she hurried towards Yinchuan. Thus, Situ Bingbing pressed on tirelessly for 5 days. Had no unforeseen incidents occurred, she might have reached the underground research facility in Yinchuan directly. Unfortunately, fate is a strange thing. When it comes for you, there is no escaping. As Situ Bingbing teleported, she saw a survivor clad in tattered clothes being surrounded by several mutated wolves in the forest below. Dozens of the mutated wolves were frantically gnawing at the tree trunk, which was already half chewed through, causing the entire tree to sway precariously. Ignoring the perilous state of her spiritual energy, Situ Bingbing leaped down from the forest. With a loud crash, the tree fell. Oh! The survivor clinging to the tree let out a miserable cry, closing his eyes and reaching upwards with his hands as the tree fell towards the ground. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on his wrist, and his downward momentum was abruptly halted. Opening his tightly shut eyes, he discovered he was actually suspended in midair, his wrist firmly grasped by a pair of delicate fair hands. The survivor foolishly looked up only to be met with a visage akin to that of a celestial fairy, leaving him in a daze. Her long, lustrous black hair danced in the wind, delicate willow brows slightly furrowed, and her beautiful eyes shone like the bright moon. With a graceful nose and lightly blushing cheeks, her lips exuded the fragrance of orchids. Her oval face was strikingly beautiful, and her porcelain-like skin resembled frost and snow, while her slender figure resembled that of the goddess of the river. She wore a pink off-shoulder chiffon dress adorned with a charming bow at her waist layered with lace that embellished the lovely garment. "What are you staring at? Hurry and grab the branch." A clear, youthful voice reached his ears, snapping the survivor back to reality as he realized that the beautiful fairy before him was merely a 6-year-old girl. A 7-year-old girl. He then noticed that he had unknowingly reached another thick branch, so he quickly extended the hand that wasn't caught by Situ Bingbing to grasp the nearby branch, then clamped his legs around the branch beneath him and lay down. Whose girl is this, looking so enchanting that she could bring disaster to a nation? Just having escaped danger, the survivor began to entertain wild thoughts. Situ Bingbing chose not to pay attention to the survivor any longer. Instead, she swiftly released her grip and turned to throw spatial blades at the mutant wolves below the tree. Soon these mutant wolves were all slain by her. Turning around, Situ Bingbing saw the rescued survivor still gazing at her with a dazed expression, which made her feel both amused and exasperated. "Hey, what are you looking at? She really is a fairy, and she can fly." The survivor, still lost in thought, suddenly heard Situ Bingbing's call and snapped back to reality while lying on the tree. "She can fly. Awaken one. The village is saved." Oh no. He almost fell from the tree, but fortunately reacted quickly and grabbed the branch again. What is this person doing? This was the truest thought in Situ Bingbing's mind. However, the survivor quickly came to his senses, hurriedly climbed down the tree, and knelt in front of Situ Bingbing, saying, "Lady, please save our village." "Village? What's going on? Speak slowly." "A large group of mutant wolves is blocking our village's entrance. The village chief sent some of us young people to run out from the back of the village to seek help. I was unlucky and got surrounded. Please hurry and save the people in the village." "Where is your village? Tell me." "Thank you, my lady, please follow this way." "There's no time, just tell me the general direction." "Yes, my lady, our village is roughly 6 kilometers that way in a valley." "Where are the others? Have they left?" Seeing the urgency, Situ Bingbing, whose spiritual energy was nearly depleted, couldn't afford to hesitate. After learning the general direction, she immediately opened a spatial door and rushed forward. Stepping through the spatial door, Situ Bingbing suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The valley in the distance seemed to shimmer as if it had overlapping images. She shook her head vigorously to regain her clarity. As her vision gradually cleared, she quickly gathered her focus, locking onto her destination, and in an instant she teleported above the valley. From her vantage point above, she saw nearly 1,000 mutant wolves already breaking through the earthen wall at the village entrance, squeezing in through the gaps. Surrounding survivors wielded various farming tools desperately, trying to prevent the mutant wolves from entering. However, these mutant wolves were considerably larger than the mutant dogs, thus possessing greater strength. Unafraid of death, they pushed relentlessly. The villagers gradually found it hard to hold the line, and the old crumbling earthen wall appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Worse still, the villagers lacked automatic weapons with only a few makeshift shotguns and bows, leaving their ranged firepower severely deficient. Damn it! After casting a spatial barrier on herself, Situ Bingbing plunged directly into the midst of the wolf pack, intercepting the mutant wolves from the rear. It must be said that the terrain of this village was quite favorable. It was built within a narrow valley flanked by steep cliffs. Though only about 100 meters high, even if the mutant wolves jumped down from above, they would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. In front and back, an earthen wall made of mud and stone had been constructed, allowing for escape should they be attacked from one side. Moreover, the narrow terrain prevented a large number of mutant wolves from surging in all at once. Thus, when Situ Bingbing obstructed the wolves in the middle, she effectively split the attacking mutant wolves in two. Suddenly, the villagers felt a lightning of pressure. It seemed that some villagers spotted Situ Bingbing among the wolf pack and immediately shouted, "Look, an awakened one has come to save us. Brothers, let's push these wolves out." Oh! Hearing the calls, the villagers rallied their spirits, driving the mutant wolves who had lost their support back in retreat, quickly sealing the breach. At this moment, Situ Bingbing found herself in a rather awkward position among the mutant wolves. With insufficient spiritual energy, she could no longer summon even the smallest spatial blade after casting the spatial barrier. Though the mutant wolves couldn't break through her spatial barrier, her petite body was tossed about by the mutant wolves, which were nearly as tall as she was. Had it not been for the surrounding wolves, she would have likely been knocked to the ground. Thus she endured the torment of being jostled around in the wolf pack akin to a small boat in a tempest for about 5 minutes, leaving her feeling dizzy. In the midst of the disorientation, Situ Bingbing suddenly saw that the villagers had blocked the breach and hurriedly teleported out of the encirclement of wolves, landing on the earthen wall. While Situ Bingbing was not the type to consider herself superior to others, she still cared about her image. Upon landing, she quickly steadied herself against the stones and supplies piled on the earthen wall, avoiding the embarrassment of falling flat on her face. The wolf pack was still present, and the villagers were naturally busy blocking their advance. Although some people secretly stole glances at this suddenly high-profile, awakened one who had appeared amidst the wolves and returned in a fluster. Of course, some were curious about Situ Bingbing's age. The earthen wall was less a hasty repair and more a matter of the villagers finding a few large stones and propping them up with wood from behind. Such makeshift repairs could hardly withstand the assault of the mutant wolves for long, and soon the supporting wood began to crack. Nevertheless, this time was barely enough for Situ Bingbing. Although she could not use her time-space domain, attacking the mutant wolves from a high position atop the earthen wall with spatial blades was sufficient. At this moment, Situ Bingbing displayed the strength of an awakened one. The spatial blades she released from her hands descended, and the mutated wolves' bodies were utterly incapable of resisting these blades that could slice through steel, often resulting in multiple wolves being severed by a single spatial blade. With Situ Bingbing's presence, despite the numerous mutated wolves, they could no longer mount an effective attack and failed to breach the defense of the earth walls. Ultimately, M2, who was commanding from the shadows, had no choice but to withdraw the remaining pack of wolves. These corpses actually know how to retreat. Although Situ Bingbing felt utterly exhausted, she was still deeply astonished as she watched the gradually retreating pack of mutated wolves. "My lord, thank you for your assistance. I am the village chief of this village, and you are the savior of all 156 souls in our village." A middle-aged man appearing quite robust with sun-kissed skin and dressed in a coarse linen outfit walked up to Situ Bingbing and spoke earnestly. "It's nothing new. Anyone would act decisively in such a situation. If it's not too much trouble, I would like to rest here for a while." "Of course it's no trouble at all. Please make yourself comfortable. I will instruct the villagers to prepare food for you immediately." "Thank you very much," Situ Bingbing replied, not intending to leave the earth wall, and stood atop the city wall with her eyes closed to rest. In just a few minutes, 2 villagers approached, one carrying a rattan lounge chair and the other holding a large bamboo umbrella. They said, "My lord, if you like it here, please take a seat for better rest." Situ Bingbing smiled faintly and did not refuse their kindness. She actually did not prefer resting here, but looking down from the earth wall at the village, she saw only a handful of thatched huts, while the village chief had already said there were 156 people in total. To avoid any awkwardness, Situ Bingbing chose to remain on the earth wall. Sitting atop the wall, she noticed villagers emerging from the thatched huts, both men and women. They were busy boiling water, starting fires, and preparing meals. The earlier situation had indeed been extremely perilous, leaving her in a very awkward state. However, this was still within Situ Bingbing's expectations. She had known from the start that as a mental type awakened one, exhausting her mental energy was highly dangerous. Moreover, it was not without gains, as she could now distinctly feel an increase in the recovery rate of her mental energy. Soon Situ Bingbing's mental energy had recovered past the critical point. Feeling less dizzy, she rose and descended from the earth wall. The villagers, likely accustomed to living in the deep mountains, appeared very sturdy. They seemed to live primarily by farming, supplemented by hunting, as Situ Bingbing discovered a fair amount of cured meat among the food collected by the villagers, as well as wild rabbit, roe deer, and legs from larger animals. However, she could not recognize some of the larger meat since only a part was presented, but it was definitely not from humans. In addition, there were some dried corn and grains like potatoes and sweet potatoes. The villagers, having survived the ordeal, looked up to Situ Bingbing with respect. They would stop their work and greet her warmly with smiles whenever they spotted her from afar. Although the villagers' faces mostly bore signs of hunger, the quantities of food they retrieved seemed sufficient for them to fill their stomachs. It seems they have taken out quite a bit of their reserves due to my presence, Situ Bingbing thought to herself. In a small square within the valley, the villagers had prepared for a banquet. A high bonfire had been lit with a large pot set above it, simmering with soup that seemed to contain plenty of mountain delicacies, emitting an enticing aroma. In front of the bonfire, a larger open space had been set up as a stage featuring 3 tables with corresponding chairs. On either side of the stage were arranged 3 rows of tables and chairs, while additional open spaces were covered with straw mats. At this moment, the village chief was busy with the arrangements. Upon seeing Situ Bingbing approaching from afar, he hastily set aside his tasks and went to greet her, saying, "My lord, please take a seat." Situ Bingbing did not decline and took the central seat on the stage with the village chief's company. She slowly opened her mouth to ask, "Mr. Village Chief, do you dine like this every day in your village?" The village chief's expression turned awkward as he hurriedly shook his hand, saying, "I cannot accept such a title, my lord. If you don't mind, just call me Zhao Gang." He then continued, "Our village has always dined this way." Although Zhao Gang spoke without hesitation, he could not bring himself to meet Situ Bingbing's gaze. Situ Bingbing was not angered by Zhao Gang's deceit, but simply nodded lightly, saying, "If that's the case, then I will trouble you, village chief Zhao. You can go about your business. I will just sit here for a while." "It's no trouble at all, my lord. Please rest well, or I won't disturb you further." With that, the village chief stepped back a few paces before turning to leave. With nothing to do, while seated, Situ Bingbing took out the ugly clod left by the parasitic grass. Given her current wisdom, she would never forget about something after obtaining it and leaving it aside for a period or getting busy with other matters. Holding the clod in her hand, she felt a slight chill, as if she were grasping a piece of exquisite jade. She turned the clod over and a gentle click sound emanated from within. Although the sound was faint, it did not escape the keen ears of Situ Bingbing, the awakened one. Curiously, she shook the clod, and the click sounds multiplied. The interior of the clod was clearly hollow, and there was something inside. Instinctively, Situ Bingbing thought of that fruit, bright as the moon, so beautiful and captivating. This parasitic grass was not truly withered, it had simply concentrated all its essence and wrapped it in this seemingly ugly shell. However, Situ Bingbing did not rashly open the shell. Though she could feel that it was not very hard, upon squeezing, she did not want to take any risks without knowing what lay within. If she opened it and found seeds that then parasitized her. Imagining a parasitic grass growing on her head and turning her into dried meat, Situ Bingbing shook her head vigorously to dispel this ridiculous image from her mind and hurriedly put away this seed-like object. Just as Situ Bingbing was lost in her thoughts, the villagers had nearly prepared everything needed for the banquet. Even a jug of wine had been placed on her table. Situ Bingbing also caught sight of the blurry figure of the rescuer among the bustling crowd. However, many people had now disappeared from the square, as some of the women who had been helping to prepare the banquet were nowhere to be seen. The vacant seats at the banquet were soon filled. Situ Bingbing glanced around and counted roughly 50 people, all robust villagers. Not a single middle-aged woman appeared. Only a few pretty young girls moved among the tables, refilling cups of wine for the guests. Village Chief Zhao Gang sat to Situ Bingbing's right. Opposite him was a dark-faced, burly man, easily over 1.9 meters tall, rough-whiskered and unkempt, and apparently a few years older than Zhao. At that moment, Zhao Gang lifted his cup and rose. Those seated followed his lead, rising in unison and raising their own cups. "This evening we sit to enjoy a generous meal only because this esteemed guest intervened and saved our village. A life-saving grace like this cannot be repaid. We are simple mountain folk and have no eloquent words. We can only offer this cup of wine to express our gratitude. Please do not refuse. Situ Bingbing remained seated smiling at the village chief. Chief Zhao, you are too courteous. In times like this, it is only right to lend a hand. It is nothing. As for this wine, if my father knew, he would spank me. Hearing her playful remark about being spanked, the villagers could not help but laugh good-naturedly. The mountain folk were plain and warm. They found Situ Bingbing easy to talk to, and despite her status as an awakened one, felt no awkwardness. They drained their cups and sat back down. They began whispering among themselves, and the village chief motioned to the girls serving wine to clear the drinking vessels from Situ Bingbing's table. The main dishes arrived: a fragrant mushroom broth boiled to a milky white studded with pieces of fresh fish, cured wild meats roasted to a golden translucence over the bonfire dusted with the villagers' special seasoning that filled the air with an enticing aroma. Situ Bingbing stared at a plate of roasted meat still glistening with golden fat and felt her appetite stir. She restrained herself and pointed to the fish in the bowl. Chief Zhao, this fish. The flesh was smooth and delicate white as cotton with no trace of curing. In this world, most fish had mutated, their meat turned black and bitter and utterly inedible. Seeing such fresh fish, Situ Bingbing was naturally puzzled. If there were a way to render D1 meat edible, it would greatly ease the food crisis. Zhao Gang explained, about 500 meters from the valley, there is a cold spring. Its water stays below zero year-round, but never freezes. Fish live in that spring. Our mountain villages all knew of it, though before the disaster we had plenty of wild game, and no one paid much attention to those fish. After the outbreak, the animals became ferocious and their meat inedible. Only the fish in the cold spring remained unaffected. It is precisely because we could eat those spring fish that we have persisted in these mountains. Situ Bingbing nodded thoughtfully. If it was not that the villagers had found a method to make inedible flesh edible, but that those fish alone had escaped infection owing to their peculiar habitat, then such an almost unreplicable circumstance carried little practical value. She ceased worrying about the fish and instead set about consuming the food before her. The wild fare was far fresher and more flavorful than city meat. The villagers had prepared more than enough, but she could not finish it all, though after eating roughly a third, she could eat no more. Unlike Situ Zhang's stricter ways of instructing others, these villagers ate while talking, lending the banquet a lively warmth. Even the village chief leaned over now and then to murmur with his neighbors and would occasionally sip his wine as if it were a festival. Yet Situ Bingbing noticed that despite the merriment, the villagers ate sparingly, a sign that the community's food stores remained meager. When she had finished, Situ Bingbing took a wet wipe to clean the grease from her mouth before addressing the village chief. From their conversation, she learned that this settlement had been established by several neighboring villages together. Seated opposite Zhao Gang was the head of a larger adjoining village. His name was Zhao Chong. He was Zhao Gang's cousin and nephew. Situ Bingbing asked, Chief Zhao, why are fewer than half the villagers here tonight? Most of those who are absent are the family members of those present. After the meal, they will take the food home. Esteemed guest, if you do not mind staying the night, we have prepared a room for you. If you plan to remain longer, tomorrow we can select a good spot and build you a house. Situ Bingbing smiled and declined politely. Chief Zhao, you are too kind. I have other matters and cannot linger. I travel with my pack, and there is no need to trouble the villagers on my account. But I do have a small request. Would you hear it? Please speak. If it is within our power, we will see to it. I grew up in the city and have never tasted such mountain delicacies. May I take some with me to eat on the road? Zhao Gang laughed. I thought you might ask for something grand. Take as much as you like. We mountain folk may have no gold or jewels to offer, but we have plenty of wild meat. Thank you, Chief. In such times the banquet could not last long. Their families waited at home with empty stomachs, so the villagers soon finished, and each carried a portion back to their households. When the tables were cleared, Situ Bingbing did not stay behind to help tidy up, feeling that any such display might come across as improper. She instead told the village chief, Chief Zhao, I would like to visit the cold spring. Please point me in the right direction. No problem. Climb up the cliff on this side, then head west about 500 meters, and you will see it. But be careful. The spring is extremely cold. Very well. I will return tomorrow morning. With that, Situ Bingbing vanished in an instant, teleporting away. The village chief showed no alarm at her sudden disappearance. To most ordinary folk, awakened ones have always been different, and such things were not unexpected. Although Situ Bingbing had clearly stated that she had no intention of staying overnight, the village chief still did not allow the villagers who had moved out to return. Instead, he instructed them to clean the area thoroughly. He even had the villagers take out their stored cured meat and move it inside. With just a simple 2 instances of teleportation, Situ Bingbing found herself beside the cold spring mentioned by the village chief. It was more accurate to call it a cold pool, as it was quite large, resembling a giant water basin. The spring water was incredibly clear, reflecting the bright moon in the sky, yet it seemed to be very deep with no bottom in sight. What was most peculiar was that the cold spring appeared perfectly natural, showing no signs of artificial carving. The chill of the water seemed to be locked deep within, making it impossible to feel even a hint of coolness while standing by its edge. One couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of creation. Expanding her spatial barrier, Situ Bingbing gently reached her hand into the cold spring. Hiss! A wave of coldness passed through the spatial barrier, causing the unprepared Situ Bingbing to shudder and quickly retract her hand. The temperature of the water was even colder than ice water. What could possibly be down there? Situ Bingbing thought curiously. Although her curiosity urged her to dive down and take a look, her mental energy had not fully recovered, and reason told her that it would be quite dangerous to go down now. Thus, she took out her camping gear and set up her inflatable tent beside the cold spring, then set a warning line before crawling inside to take a short rest for a few hours. After fully restoring her mental energy, Situ Bingbing emerged from the tent, her spirits high as she realized that her mental energy limit had increased once again. After pondering beside the cold spring for quite some time, she hid within the spatial barrier. Although she could only see the scenes inside the cold spring and couldn't discern the detailed conditions, she was still unwilling to take the risk of entering the icy cold spring. From the mouth of village chief Zhao Gang, she learned that villagers had always caught fish here using nets, and no one had ever gone down into the cold spring. As Situ Bingbing moved in the alternate space, her spatial projection also fell into the cold spring. However, since it was merely a phantom, it naturally caused no ripples. The walls of the cold spring appeared extremely smooth and vertical. After diving about 20 meters, Situ Bingbing began to see some large white fish. Situ Bingbing couldn't tell what kind of fish these were. They were approximately 30 centimeters long, without scales, resembling ordinary crucian carp, but with whiskers like catfish, and their tails were particularly large, somewhat resembling phoenix tail fish. These fish were not afraid of humans. Upon seeing Situ Bingbing's spatial projection, they curiously swam over, attempting to touch her, but naturally passed right through. As Situ Bingbing gradually descended, she had already surpassed 40 meters, and there were even more white fish underwater, densely packed in groups. It seems those villagers can eat well for a long time, Situ Bingbing thought to herself. However, when fishing with nets, they typically wouldn't cast them that deep. But what do these fish eat? Descending further, Situ Bingbing finally spotted other creatures, a type of white shrimp. They resembled prawns, but had one large and one small claw. They seemed to lack eyesight, wandering aimlessly. Situ Bingbing saw a white fish suddenly dart down from above, snapping at a shrimp before quickly swimming back. At this moment, Situ Bingbing discovered something strange. There was a gap of about 5 meters between the area of white fish and the area of white shrimp. The white shrimp never swam up into that space, and the white fish only occasionally came down during feeding before quickly returning. Further down, it was all white shrimp, and only when the water depth exceeded 100 meters did Situ Bingbing see some small white fish weaving in and out. Those unlucky enough to bump into the white shrimp would be captured and eaten. At around 110 meters deep, Situ Bingbing finally reached the bottom of the cold spring. At the bottom, there were many things resembling olive pits encased in shells. Initially, Situ Bingbing didn't understand what they were, but soon she saw one shell crack open, releasing countless tiny white fish, and she realized these were the eggs of the white fish. At this moment, a white shrimp swam over, releasing countless larvae, which immediately attracted a scramble among the small white fish. So marvelous. This was the only thought in Situ Bingbing's mind. In this small cold spring, two species had actually formed a delicate ecological chain. The white fish fed on the white shrimp, while the white shrimp fed on the juvenile white fish. The juvenile white fish fed on the larvae of the white shrimp, and the white shrimp larvae fed on the carcasses of the deceased white fish and shrimp. To ensure that this ecological chain could continue, the white fish and white shrimp here could produce offspring at almost any time. After circling the bottom of the cold spring, Situ Bingbing did not discover where the spring water originated from, nor did she know what was preventing the white shrimp from mingling with the adult white fish. Due to her lack of understanding of the surrounding situation, Situ Bingbing did not dare to recklessly leave the spatial barrier to investigate, and ultimately had to float back up. Although she had made some discoveries, there were still many regrets. Perhaps in the future, when Situ Bingbing found suitable diving and warming tools, she would explore this cold spring again. By then, those mysteries might be unraveled, but perhaps new mysteries would also arise. In this magical underwater world, time passed quickly. When Situ Bingbing surfaced, the sky had already brightened, and she had consumed more than half of her mental energy. If it weren't for the feeling of mental energy depletion, Situ Bingbing might have lingered in this beautiful underwater world. Because the juvenile white fish and shrimp larvae emitted a faint glow, with juvenile fish darting about and shrimp larvae floating, it looked like a miniature starry sky, where countless stars sparkled and several meteors streaked by, creating a mesmerizing beauty. With a mix of lingering feelings and some regrets, Situ Bingbing slowly packed up her inflatable tent left by the shore and took out a bottle. She planned to bring some of the water back, perhaps for Situ Zheng to study. She didn't care that the water might warm up after leaving the cold spring. Situ Bingbing's storage space was a pure space containing nothing, including time. This meant that the items placed inside would remain exactly the same no matter how much time passed since they were put in. This was also the reason her storage space could not hold living creatures. She filled several bottles with water before stopping. Once everything was organized, she stretched luxuriously, unfurling her beautiful figure before teleporting back to the village. When Situ Bingbing appeared in the village, Zhao Gang was already waiting for her, so she was immediately spotted upon her arrival. "My lord, please this way." "Thank you, village chief Zhao." Situ Bingbing naturally knew what the village chief was referring to. Following the village chief into a clean straw hut, the table inside was piled high with various types of cured meats. Situ Bingbing did not decline as she walked to the table and immediately stored the pile of cured meats into her storage space. Then she shook her hand and boxes of compressed biscuits, instant noodles, canned goods, and some flour and rice almost filled the entire room. Zhao Gang was astonished by the sudden scene. When he came to his senses, he looked at Situ Bingbing and stammered, "It's nothing. I can't possibly eat that much. Giving some to you is just a way of reciprocating. No, my lord, we cannot accept these items. Please take them back. I can't eat that much. Having them here is just taking up space. Besides, you don't have much food, do you?" "But my lord, you are our savior. How can we take your belongings? Since I saved your lives, I naturally cannot let you starve. Or do you think I am someone who seeks repayment for favors?" Hearing Situ Bingbing say this, Zhao Gang's eyes turned red, and he choked out, "My lord, we cannot repay your great kindness. Please allow me to bow to you." As he spoke, he was about to kneel down. However, he did not expect to be bound by Situ Bingbing's space restraints, unable to move, and could only watch as she vanished before his eyes. Using teleportation to leave the village, Situ Bingbing did not stop, but continued on her way to Yinchuan. After several teleports, she found the ground in utter disarray. "What is this?" After teleporting, Situ Bingbing landed and saw a pile of corpses, about 9 in total. This seemed to be a convoy that had gone out in search of food, consisting of a truck and 2 military jeeps. The people on the vehicles had been brutally torn apart by some creature. However, there were no mutated creatures' corpses or footprints in the vicinity. Situ Bingbing estimated that the attacking mutant must have come from the sky, because almost all the wounds were remarkably uniform. The metal bodies of the vehicles had been sliced open by something thin, somewhat resembling scratches made by an M2, but smaller than M2's claws. The human corpses were torn apart with great force, and all their skulls had been bitten open from the front, with a bite mark approximately 5 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide on their foreheads, leaving them hollow inside. It seemed that something had bitten open their skulls and consumed their brain matter. Moreover, this convoy that had been attacked by an unknown mutant was definitely not a simple survivor convoy, because all the deceased were wearing uniform military attire, and the scattered weapons around them were also standard military weapons. Upon closer inspection, there were also marks left by a motorcycle that had passed through. The blood oozing from the corpses had not congealed. Situ Bingbing hesitated for a moment, reached out to touch it, and her pupils instantly contracted. She stared intently at the motorcycle's tracks and teleported after them. When she touched the blood that was flowing, she found it still had a bit of warmth, indicating that the perpetrator behind this tragedy had not been gone for long, and it was very likely that it had gone to pursue the person who had escaped on the motorcycle. After teleporting twice, Situ Bingbing saw in the distance a ghoul with bronze bat-like wings in midair gripping a person dressed in an officer's uniform. At the same time, the ghoul was bringing its mouth closer to the head of the person it had captured. On the ground lay a toppled motorcycle, and a soldier in uniform was holding a gun aimed at the sky, yet he was too hesitant to pull the trigger. "Stop!" Situ Bingbing shouted from a distance, but it was too late. A small mouth shot out rapidly from the ghoul's mouth, piercing through the head of the person it held, and that person convulsed a few times before falling still. In a fit of rage, Situ Bingbing teleported close to the ghoul with wings. "Squad leader." Upon teleporting, the first thing she heard was that the flying ghoul glanced at her with its blood-red eyes, and a chill swept over her entire body. This flying ghoul was even more powerful than the M3 she encountered in Chengdu. "My lord, run." The squad leader is also an awakened one. He couldn't last 5 minutes under this monster. "My lord, run. I will try to hold it off." The soldiers below also noticed the suddenly appearing Situ Bingbing. Although they were astonished that the awakened one was such a young girl, they did not feel happy about her arrival. Instead, despair filled their expressions. Including the squad leader, who had just sacrificed 4 awakened ones, had already perished at the hands of this flying ghoul in their medium-sized survivor gathering point. He truly did not want, nor could he bear, to see this young girl meet a tragic end here, whether it was because of her flower-like age or her identity as an awakened one. He raised his machine gun and fired wildly at the flying ghoul in the sky, both to avenge his fallen comrades and to fulfill his duty as a soldier to protect the people. The bullets whistled through the air toward the ghoul in the sky, while the ghoul looked down at the awakened one with its blood-red, yet seemingly human-like eyes mockingly devouring the brain matter of the awakened one in its grasp. The bullets hitting its body did not even register as a sensation. The ants below did not attract its attention in the slightest. Situ Bingbing's eyes were devoid of sadness or joy as she quietly watched the flying ghoul tauntingly devouring the brain matter of the soldier, trying to restore her spiritual energy. At that moment, her spiritual energy was less than 50 of her capacity, while she was facing an opponent even stronger than M3. M4. Absolutely impossible. M3 would never evolve into M4 so quickly. What on earth is this terrifying ghoul? An awakened one with outstanding psychological and physical qualities, trained in military tactics, could not even last 5 minutes in its hands before succumbing. Its strength is formidable, capable of easily tearing apart the iron skin of military vehicles. Its speed is incredible, having killed 9 people and devoured their brain matter while pursuing a rapidly fleeing motorcycle, catching up within just a few kilometers. Situ Bingbing firmly believed that this unit had arranged for the already deceased awakened one to escape the moment they encountered this flying ghoul, otherwise that soldier would not have called out to her as he did earlier. The flying corpse quickly finished the food in its hand, swinging its massive arm to toss the body to the ground. Its figure finally appeared before Situ Bingbing without any cover. This peculiar corpse had wings resembling those of a bat, with several bony spikes connected by some membranous material. The bony spikes of the wings were sharp and pointed, looking as lethal as blades. Its stature was relatively petite compared to an M3, yet it still reached about 1.8 meters tall. With a complete set of features, its face was indistinguishable from that of a human except for its sauce-purple skin and lack of hair. It was surprisingly wearing a tattered pair of pants that covered its more sensitive areas. Other than its long fingernails, its hands and feet were no different from those of an ordinary person. Moreover, it provocatively curled and retracted its long nails in front of itself, then flicked them out again, resembling a cat's claws. "What exactly are you?" Situ Bingbing instinctively asked. "Flying Corpse King." A strange voice entered Situ Bingbing's mind, seeming very close, yet distant, carrying a slight tremor. "Flying Corpse King." Situ Bingbing looked at the monster in front of her with suspicion. "Can you communicate with me?" "Actually. Obtained. Death." A peculiar voice echoed in her mind again, but this time it came through in a stuttering manner, making it impossible to grasp its meaning. However, the last word, death, marked the beginning of her battle with the Flying Corpse King. Situ Bingbing was not far from the Flying Corpse King, which appeared to be a creature adept in close combat. In midair, it flashed a few times and appeared right before Situ Bingbing, its sharp claws lunging directly at her. However, it missed, as its speed, no matter how fast, could not match Situ Bingbing's thoughts. With a single thought, she instantly teleported to evade the Flying Corpse King's claw. She reappeared not far behind it, raising her hand to unleash a wave of spatial blades aimed at the back of the Flying Corpse King. The Flying Corpse King moved with incredible agility, seemingly sensing the invisible spatial blades. It quickly flew forward, turning around to swipe at the blades with its claws, creating countless sparks in midair. Its claws were even harder than alloy, forcefully deflecting the spatial blades shot by Situ Bingbing. However, it was not completely unscathed. Situ Bingbing clearly saw its claws trembling slightly, bearing marks of scratches, which were rapidly healing at an astonishing rate. In the first round of combat, Situ Bingbing gained a slight upper hand. The soldiers below were utterly stunned. They hadn't expected an awakened one to be so powerful, and one name from legend crossed their minds. Dragon Team. Could it be that an expert from the Dragon Team has arrived? Even though Situ Bingbing had the upper hand in the first round, she did not feel at ease. Her spiritual power was already insufficient, and this Flying Corpse King's recovery ability was astonishing. If it turned into a prolonged battle, her defeat was inevitable. Judging by the incredible killing intent exhibited by the Flying Corpse King, if she were to lose, the only outcome would be death. After failing its first attack, the Flying Corpse King charged at Situ Bingbing again. This time she did not immediately use teleportation to evade, but directly attacked with spatial blades towards the Flying Corpse King. The Flying Corpse King responded, as before, swiping its claws to scatter the spatial blades, then lunged down hard towards Situ Bingbing. Damn it! In desperation, Situ Bingbing used teleportation to dodge again. However, this time the Flying Corpse King seemed to be prepared. It abruptly halted in midair and quickly pursued Situ Bingbing, who had just teleported. She retreated hurriedly, while using spatial blades to block the approach of the Flying Corpse King, fearing to use teleportation again, lest it consume even more of her spiritual power. The Flying Corpse King seemed to have recognized her predicament, relentlessly pursuing Situ Bingbing despite the spatial blades as the distance between them shrank rapidly. Suddenly, Situ Bingbing joined her hands together, then swung outward, unleashing an enormous spatial blade that sliced towards the near Flying Corpse King. The Flying Corpse King was taken aback, not daring to take such a large spatial blade heat-in. Its wings folded over its back, enveloping itself as a faint ancient bronze glow enveloped it. The spatial blade struck without reservation against the ancient bronze glow, which crackled and shattered instantly, then viciously slashed into its wings. The blow sent it flying far away, leaving a long crack on its wings. In pain, the Flying Corpse King did not reduce its speed due to its wing injury. Instead, it moved faster, leaving numerous afterimages in the chaotic sky. Situ Bingbing suddenly found it hard to distinguish which was real and which was fake. She tentatively tried to slice at one afterimage with a spatial blade, only to discover that these were not ordinary afterimages, but illusions similar to her own spatial projections. "Watch out behind you." Suddenly, Situ Bingbing heard a soldier's warning from below and immediately teleported to evade the Flying Corpse King's ambush. Seeing its assured strike disrupted by an insignificant ant, the Flying Corpse King's blood-red eyes immediately turned towards the soldier on the ground, quickly charging at him. Realizing the Flying Corpse King's attention had shifted, Situ Bingbing knew it was bad and hurriedly executed a teleportation to help. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. That soldier's body was instantly torn into several pieces by the Flying Corpse King's claw swipe. Worse yet, the landing point of Situ Bingbing's teleportation was too close to the Flying Corpse King, so close that it could reach her with a mere stretch of its hand. Without any suspense, Situ Bingbing was struck by the Flying Corpse King's claw. Fortunately, she had already cast a spatial barrier on herself before the battle. The claws that could scatter spatial blades ultimately could not break through the barrier, merely sending Situ Bingbing flying crashing to the ground not far away and raising a cloud of dust. When the Flying Corpse King struck Situ Bingbing, it felt no sensation of piercing flesh, realizing the opponent must have used some means to block its attack. In such situations, continuous attacks would eventually break the opponent's defenses, so it immediately rushed into the dust without minding the poor visibility. Situ Bingbing, having been sent flying, felt disoriented, then crashed to the ground, her eyes seeing nothing but a cloud of dust. At that moment, the dust on her right was stirred by a gust of wind, and the sauce-purple figure of the Flying Corpse King shot towards her. In the next moment, Situ Bingbing saw those blood-red eyes and a claw coming at her.